These are the first matchups we're watching? Yes. CAG, Fearex, or Furia Elevate. And then we got Cloud9 and Wildcard after. So probably Furia Elevate to see how good Furia is right now. I don't mind watching some CAG as well. CAG's pretty funny to watch. There we go. That's good to go. That's good to go. Good to go. I'll actually cue this. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about those first two opening games. It's like they're not bad, but they're like, eh. You know? He wasn't see removed. Oh no. No, I actually like watching CAG. CAG is always hilarious to watch. You definitely learn a lot of good ring strats from CAG. For sure. NA EU, NA currently. Also first W. I think I slept like 3.5 hours. Not much. Not much. Show the feet. No. No. What if CAG wins it all? They won't. They will not win it all, probably. Do we need a sports watch party? Yes, when it's on. Move to a chat. Sounds good. Yeah, no, when it's on, we'll be swapping over. I'm not exactly sure when the main stream turns on. It might be in like 40 minutes. It might be like an hour and like 20 minutes. It'll be something like that. But we are ready. Reload's going to be today. We're going to be watching it. Hello, Cupcake. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm going to say the quote-unquote better teams to last for viewer retention. I mean, kind of valid. Kind of. Let's do predictions based on who is playing today. CAG Fearex. I think CAG, Furia, Elevate, Furia. C9 versus Talon, C9. Wildcard versus Scarlet, Wildcard. All these, I would be surprised if one side beat the other. DZ versus Fnatic. I would say probably Dark Zero, but honestly, anything can happen. Falcons versus Loud. Falcons. FaZe BDS. New team BDS. FaZe. G2 versus SSG. Fucking banger. Probably SSG, but this will be a good game to watch. W7 versus M80. Also a good game to watch. Secret versus Liquid. Probably Liquid. I can show my predictions really quick. Hold on. Whoops. Oops. I typed in predictions and it pulled up definition of predictions. Yeah, that's not what I was looking for, brother. That's what I have. You put loud when I put SSG. I think SSG. Oh no, sorry, no. Which one did I put that you didn't put? Liquid. Oh, yeah, you're leaving out Team Liquid. I don't know. Leaving out Team Liquid seems like a mistake to me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who's right. But everything else you agree with. I'm not 100% positive on everything that I put there, but FaZe, Falcons, Furia, SSG, W7M, I'm very confident on. The Loud, M80, G2 are kind of like my influx teams, like maybe. They dropped Palu and they picked up Diaz Lucas. You guys remember Diaz from was it M80? I'm not sure, but I've played with and against him in FPL. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Yeah, like there's like 8 predictions, right? And like the top 5, I'm like super fucking locked on. And the bottom 3, I'm like wishy-washy. I don't know about being 100% on M80 though. I don't know about that one. I'm 100% on SSG. SSG right now is the best North American team. They dropped Forest and picked up Newers, remember. So they have a lot more frag potential on a team that is very frag heavy already. I feel like Newers kind of baity play style is going to fit right into SSG. Cause like he can kind of secure frags while everyone's popping off doing crazy shit. Forrest was kind of like the spearhead, but he kind of always was kind of throwing his life away a little bit. Here, let me check what Cloud9's roster is, just for clarification. I don't want to talk unless I'm 100% positive on what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry, you're saying M80. I mean, they have the potential. Kino, Diffuser, Gono, give it. That team is kind of like a wild card team to me. Like they either are going to have really good games and do really well, or they're going to do really bad and do horrible and be out quick. And it's like I didn't want to gamble with that because I'm like I like those guys. I think that they could do well, but you only put so many people in your predictions. Like who would I put? No, I actually did put M80. So there you go. I do believe in it somewhat. I was trying to remember who I voted for because it's definitely one of my 7th or 8th team to get in. So I said for the NA teams, SSG and M80, I think that they're the best North American rosters. Yeah, I don't know if I'd change anything else on that. Cloud9 Beast Coast? No, yeah, no, like the new Cloud9 has potential. The problem is we haven't really seen it done. Like, I'm down to be wrong on my predictions. I just want 7 points. I just know I'm probably going to get at least a few. We'll see how it goes. Fabian left Talon. Honestly, kind of expected that one. Talent like Fabian being on a team for Talon just sounds kind of useless. Like, you can have like an NBA coach for a high school basketball team. Does that mean the high school basketball team is going to be the best basketball team in the world, in the country? Probably not. The job Spears for Kino. I mean, I think Kino is one of the best players in North America. Call me crazy, but I will say that. Yeah, Chicken, how you doing, bae? I will actually say that I think Kino is a top 5 player in North America. Oh, Killer, how you doing? But did elevate Talon quite a lot. Yeah, but like, you can only elevate them so far. It's like you're 5'2", and then you fix your posture. Now you're 5'4". Like, yeah, he did a bit, but it's like they're still short. So, hey. Drops are when the event starts. I'm going to be streaming through drops. We're going to have drops on channel. If you're here, you're good. Just make sure your drops are connected, and you're going to be good when the drops go live. We're not changing anything, so just stick around, hang out, pour some tea, or just, AFK out, whatever you want to do. We're going to be streaming the games, and, yeah. Drops. I'm a little tired, Ty. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm not really tired because I slept a ton yesterday, getting myself ready for today, right? But last night I didn't sleep very well. I think it's because I slept so much the day before. So I kind of feel like the day before I slept like almost 10 hours. Like, I gave myself plenty of time to sleep. But then yesterday I slept like 3.5. So like, averaged out, it's like 5 hours a night, which is enough to live on, right? Is that how it works? Do the first teams that play are CAG versus Scar. CAG versus Sandbox. I'm not sure what their name is. Right, Fear X. Sorry. And then we have Elevate versus Furia. Why is Q so long? Ain't nobody playing the game right now. Like, I'm just trying to play a match. Try to keep you guys entertained while I just talk about reload starting. Well, CAG's gonna win against Fear X. CAG is the best APAC team. We meme on CAG, but CAG is actually leagues ahead of everyone else in APAC. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that, am I? I don't think so. But Furia is going to body Elevate. But Furia also lost to CAG last time, if I remember correctly. So Furia doesn't perform well against APAC teams, so who knows, honestly. Time is it for you? 6:27 a.m. Oh, I rolled up. God damn, Bobby. Just throw me in a game. Yeah, I hit early. I'll do that. Well, I made it be a good team to watch. I believe, has a banger series today. I'm not sure if these games are BO1s or BO3s. I would assume they're probably BO1s. Yeah, Nvidia has W7M today, which is going to be a fucking battle. So, honestly, like, we'll see what happens. This will be a battle. Is this the team with Lobin? Fuck. And Volps? Fuck. Then they have Palu. W7M is better than they've ever been, bro. They have Palu and Volps and Lobin. Volps is probably, I would argue, the best Brazilian player currently. He didn't do super fucking crazy, but still. Yeah, Palu finally leaving Liquid after like what, 5-6 years? I believe that Volps was on Liquid and he got dropped for something, and then you know, W7M picked up Volps and he's been shining there. We're gonna see if G2 can even go back to the former glory, or they're gonna keep having kind of mediocre performances. We'll find out today. You said as fuck. I mean, it's early. It's early. I love G2. I feel like they have the kiss of winning too much. So I feel like they've gotten kind of complacent. Like, it's hard to be It's like once you've had a decent feast or two or three, it's hard to really remember what it was like to be hungry and really put the work in they required. I'm sure they're putting work in. Don't get it twisted, but I'm sure that they were working like dogs with like a stick in front of them on a string with a bone in front of them, like racing after it, like trying to win. And now it's like they've won, and they were getting slapped because they were clearly way worse than they were before. And that now they're trying to get back into it, but like, do they still got it? In the new meta, because remember the 1.5 optic ADS change thing, it crippled a lot of fucking teams, including G2. Remember Furia? Furia was, I would argue, saying damn near unbeatable with the 1.5 and fast ADS speed shit was going on. It was almost impossible to beat them. But now they're extremely touchable. Yeah, I was hoping Shopify Rebellion was going to play in Rio, but them not being a partner team is honestly kind of selling. Like, Spoit, Rexen, Ambi, Surf.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Fuck, who am I forgetting? It'll be obvious when you guys say the name. Fuck. I know Grixer got
10
dropped.
seconds to go. 5 seconds.
Fuck, I don't remember. I know they have a killer roster though.
Proceed to bomb the location and defuse it.
Canadian, right. No, Shopify is a really good roster.
Boosting adrenaline.
Must recover the diffuser.
Deserve that.
The diffuser has been recovered.
The only one that beats them in terms of roster, potentially, is SSG. SSG's roster is actually insane right now. It's the SSG that we've known forever. Where they drop Forrest and out of Newers. And Newers is a really baity playstyle, so I feel like he can actually go really fucking nuke on SSG if everything's done right. I don't know. I'm expecting good things from SSG. I'm not expecting them to win this event, but I am expecting them to do pretty fucking well.
One friendly operator remaining. We have been eliminated.
The guy says, oh shit. He smoked his shit. He smoked his shit.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Insert
I don't know.
10
I was
seconds.
gonna say just kind of forget about Canadian because
5 seconds.
the
to
game has
insertion.
kind of evolved past the point of necessarily needing IGLs. You need people that can keep up. And Canadian is always kind of dropping the ball, from what I see.
Loading mag!
Not that I'm saying Canadian's a bad player. He's just, I've never seen him have like a good performance, like ever.
Spotted.
Swapping!
Bruh.
Swapping mags! Here comes the adrenal surge. Get clear! Adrenaline surge incoming.
Op 4 last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling. It is sad. Once I got my feet into sight, how easy it was to just smoke everyone else.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Vulcan set up and
10
ready to
seconds.
Wall reinforced!
Down to 5 seconds.
Luigi.
Doorway trapped. Stay clear of front.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Explosive
Now you
ordnance is
go.
ready. Doorway barricaded!
What are the worst maps in your opinion? We're playing
Vulcans
it
ready to defend.
actively right now.
Setting barricade!
Damn, Longfoot. That is a harsh opinion. But right now, Rio is just partner teams, and Shopify Rebellion literally just joined. You know? They really did just join. When's we let's start? Probably like an hour at the latest.
Changing back.
Bruh.
Changing mag!
Bruh.
One friendly operator remaining. All friendlies were eliminated.
Favorite map? It depends on who I'm with. It depends on who I'm with. It's either clubhouse, border, consulates, labs sometimes. I don't know. It really depends on who I'm with as a team. It's like saying, what's your favorite shoe to wear on any given day? Some people will just have one pair, like one shoe, but like if I plan on going running, I want my running shoes. If I'm going out somewhere nice, I want to wear my nice shoes I barely wear. If I'm just going out to the store, I'm just going to wear like my average everyday shoes. No, it depends on how I'm feeling.
Explosive ordnance is ready.
No, they weren't invited to play in Rio because, guys, they're not a partner team. They're an affiliate team.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
Oh yeah, I don't like Theme Park either, but I don't mind Canal.
Ready. Use it if you have to.
Canal I kind of like because it's a nice little palate cleanser map.
All Vulcans are prepped and ready.
Device positioned. Still going up! Ignite!
One op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated.
I know, I feel ya. What Pixel, how you doing? I'm not. Skyscraper is one of my least favorite comp maps. Definitely not a fan of it for me. Not because I hate the map, but because I never perform on that map. I'm not sure why that is. I just can't for the life of me play that map well. Solo queue can be easier unless if your rank stack has a lot of bums. Because solo queue, everyone expects to have to carry themselves.
Op 4 is
You don't solo
its
queue
location.
expecting to have good teammates. You solo queue expecting to have to do everything yourself.
Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds before insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Claymore mark. Swapping mags! Changing mags. Sequential breaching activated.
Deploying.
Op 4 last operator standing.
Now.
Must recover the diffuser.
Fair enough.
The diffuser is now secured.
Jesus bucks.
Activating code.
Cav on him? He's outside.
Op 4 neutralized.
That was a horrible call out.
Successful.
He said Cav on him when he was repelled. Look where Cav was. GG. When's reload? Think pretty soon. I got a farm reputation because I've been a bad boy.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
That's an enemy.
The diffuser. You must recover the diffuser. Friendly, last operator standing.
What the fuck did I just watch? Oh no!
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Hacking bar. That'll work on my ace gameplay. Shit. What update? Are you done?
Drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Guys, let me know when the stream physically goes live. I'll check every now and then, but it'll be either be up in like 10 minutes or it'll be up in 40 minutes. It's one of the two. I'm not sure which one. So let me know when it goes live. I'll check
10
myself
seconds
too, but
before insertion. 5 seconds.
jobs start when the event starts. And I'm gonna have jobs live
Located a
here.
bomb. Make your way to its
So
location.
if you're here, you will get drops. And they go live. I've done drops on my channel probably the last like 2 years, something like that. So we'll have it done again.
Deploying Selma! Reloading.
Oh.
Let's see who's nearby.
You have dropped the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining. Op 4 last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
How long has it been live for? A long time. But on TikTok, probably like 10, 20 minutes. Let's go Goya. I want to get better as Goya. Oh, that's right. No, that wasn't right. We'll be hard pressed to find a ranked match this early in the morning. Because it is 6:52 a.m. So.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
Trying our best now. Ace with ace real quick. W.
Setting Vulcan.
Shield deployed. Device prime. Keep an eye on door.
Down to 10 seconds.
Vulcan is up.
5 seconds and counting. Bomb located by Op 4.
Explosive ordnance is ready. Vulcans are all in position.
Razor's wire up.
I'm done to you. West Coast. West Coast, America.
Impact out.
Op 4, last stop standing. You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Let's go, Meta. Because people love his gun. I'm trying him out to kind of understand it more, but I don't know. It really is just because of his gun. I'd personally rather just bring Duck for those personal heals.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
Reloading! Shield set.
Okay, we got some weirdos.
Changing maps.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds and counting.
Whatever, Brown.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Reloading!
Razor blue.
Reloading ammo.
Fuck Claymores. I mean.
Seconds. 10 seconds left. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Puts a Claymore there. I mean, it worked on me. It worked. How do I get that stupid little badge? Like, one more ace? I'm surprised I don't have it already. It was glitched for the longest amount of time. Now I just need one more ace. Yeah, we're gonna have drops here when the game officially
Bomb
starts.
located by Op 4.
What's my highest champ peak? I don't really know, brother. I've been champion 20 times. Here, I'll look for you. Okay, let me type in rank. Let me click my link. I was 14 last season, 86 this season, 22, 61, 94, 64. Oh, it doesn't show more than that? That's annoying. But 14 right now. I never really try to push like double digits too much because I stream 100% of my games and I will always have people sniping me in some capacity. I'll either have a death pro stack trying to Q snipe into me, or I'll have people that will actively stream snipe. So like when I get really high up, that's when people start to get a little bit more like, and that gets a little annoying. So yeah. When it's starting, the drops will officially start in about 59 minutes. The stream itself will start potentially any minute now. It's gonna be champs. Brother, I've been champion in this game longer than this game has really even existed. It's not going to show you everything on here, but let me pull up my tracker to show more. Here's my tracker. Here's when I swapped over to PC around there, right? I'm not sure how far back it's in the show. This is my console account. I mean, you can see when I'm on PC, I barely play any games. But going all the way down here, look, 1,000 games a season, 1,000 games a season, 700, 800. I'm not sure why it's not showing KDs there, but like I've been champion ELO forever. Just champion didn't exist then. Well, Dylan, how you doing? I knew it! It'd never kill me. No. I knew it was gonna happen. They don't know about Diamond being the highest rank? True. A lot of people think that Champion was always the highest rank. I think high rank comes just from the amount of games played. Not necessarily. It can. Champion right now is the easiest that it has ever been in Siege. If you play 200 or 300 games in a season, you're an Emerald or Diamond level player, the chance that you get Champion is pretty high. But the chance to get within, you know, top 500, it's like kind of how ranked 1.0 is. Ranked 1.0 Diamond was like how hard it is to get like top 500. Might want to ADS your gun. Why do you do quick matches? It's early as hell. Nobody's on. We're waiting for the reload event to happen. I mean, there's a couple little reasons for you. What was that? I have no fucking clue.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Hey, Champ gotta be boosted? Huh? Boosted by who? I've been champion longer than you've played this game, brother.
10 seconds to go.
You don't know who I am. I'm guarantee you I've been champion longer than you played the game. 100%.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location.
What's your event? It's a Pro League event. It's like a major, but it's not a major. I should just call it a major, though, honestly. luggage window.
Clear the blast area!
Let's check for traps this time. I don't see no traps.
Grenade. Boosting adrenaline.
Oh, I killed everyone outside. Okay.
Activating! Reloading!
Doing study right now.
Diffuser is active, protected at all costs.
Activating adrenaline surge.
Op 4 remaining. Op 4
Got my
eliminated.
ace badge!
Friendly mission successful.
Probably. Haha! I was running for that guy. I was like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Haha! Bro, not you, the kill cam? I'm in cash right now. I don't know what ranks these guys are. I have no idea. Probably not ultra high. Some of the guys did an ADS. Well, yeah, it's cash. There's no matchmaking in cash. Ha-ha!
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Reloading, cover me!
Wall is reinforced!
This dude ran the OGTMs. I still do run the OGTMs.
Getting bullet.
Down to 10 seconds.
I've got the door! I'm out! Deployed.
Explosive ordnance is ready.
5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Ready for hostile action. You have
All
been
explosive
spotted.
ordnance is in play.
Evil eye deployed.
Am I evil?
Nest of beauties in position.
Doesn't sound like they're going to.
Detonating charge. Hey, man.
Huh? Hell is this? Monstrosity. Bruh. I need better gun for that.
Friendly, last operator
Why they
standing.
reinforce all the fucking rotates off? I would assume you make money off the TMs.
Failed.
No,
All
I don't.
friendlies were
TMs have
eliminated.
never been about money. I definitely make more off of all the content stuff that I do. Like, the TM server makes a couple dollars here and there to pay for the bot. Because I have to, you know, we have to have it on the server to keep it live, so Doesn't make much. I would say month by month, maybe $20 a month. Like, not much. TMs have never really tried to monetize the entire situation. I could try to monetize it, but I just never really have. I don't know. I've never liked the idea of pay to play kind of situations.
Barbed wire installed. Swapping
But
knife.
then someone else will make a free variant of it, and then my server's dead.
10 seconds remaining.
I kind of always wanted to be like, here, we're doing TM. You have to pay $5 entry, and, you know, prize pool
Op 4 has located a
is
bomb.
this. You know, the entry fees. I feel like that would be kind of cool, but... Gold rank in Operation Health had to be pretty decent. Gold rank in Operation Health currently is like Emerald now. It's like not you're not bad, but you definitely got a ways to go.
Camera feed up and running.
Cover me! Reloading!
Friendly, last operator standing. Op 4, last op. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
This is just cash. Don't get too excited. We're just waiting for a reload to start.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Or an Amarillo? No. It's penthouse. Think about it. What is the strongest position I
10
could possibly be
seconds
at to kill as many people as possible this round?
5 seconds before
It's a
insertion.
really simple one.
Proceed to bomb's location and
Think about it. I'm gonna go there, so you guys will see. Whether I win or lose, who knows? But I want to go to this, put myself in a position that I have the best chance of winning as many gunfights as possible.
Deploying claymore.
sure you opened that. One of even opening this. Why would you even open that? VIP's clear.
Getting your eyes on the hostiles!
Swapping mags. Reloading.
Op 4 last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Did I sleep? I did not sleep much. There we go, finally. I want that one to be there. So what's this one? Come in MVP. This one could probably be purple. Doc. Good enough. Legion. Good enough. Well, Max, how you doing, babe? As you do, tired either? Well, I'm tired, but you know, it is what it is. The event has to start soon, bro. It's gotta be soon. Not quite yet. Probably like 11 minutes. Bum, 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 ba-da-da. Here, drops are live. They're not live yet, but I just made that the title. You run different houses every map. I will have mains that I'll tend to flock to, but I can play any operator in the game. Comfort picks, I'll go Finca or Nomad. Defense, I'll go Legion or Doc. But it depends what we need. If I need a Bandit, I'll go Bandit. If we need Mira, I'll go Mira. If we need Castle, I can go Castle. If we need Valk, sure. Benrio, Two-Brow, sure. Attack, Hibana, Ace. If I need to run Doke, maybe Deimos, Gridlock. Like, the trick of Siege is you are going to have main operators. Operators that you're going to be better on. And, you know, that's fine and all, but you need to be good on every operator, or at least efficient. So if you're not sure what you're the best on, play a little bit of everything, and then go here and check what are you best on. Like, what are you actually good on? Let's go ranked. Let's see what my best operator in ranked. Well, Rook with 17 rounds played. I'm trolling. Scopus 370 rounds played with a 2.46 KD. That means I'm a really good Scopus in ranked. Mira, 68 rounds played with a 2.26. I'm not a bad Mira either. Frost, 145, 2.01. No, sorry, 2.09. And honestly, my main operators are probably, they're somewhere in here. Because I play them even on rounds, that aren't working right. Like here, my Finka is a 1.5. I play Finka a lot. Where's my Legion? 1.6.
You never see it coming.
Weish with the prime sub. Let's go. Never saw you playing Deimos though. Yeah, because a lot of other people play Deimos. Deimos is a high risk, high reward operator that requires someone to go in and kind of risk that they're not going to get shot in the side of the flank. And I'm a player that I don't like putting myself in situations that are high risk, high reward. I like putting myself in situations where I can dictate my own outcome instead of crossing my fingers on something not happening. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that makes sense. I check that. That's on R6 tracker. Picking? Sure. Well, not on this fucking map. Get me out. Oh. Popka, how you doing? We're not playing that map. Fuck that. Yikes. Let's wait on the reload event to start, so we're just kind of hanging out, chilling. Talking Siege. Waiting for the reload event to start, and we're going to be big chilling. I'm going to order Uber Eats, get some food. It'll be a good little time. So I posted TikTok for today. But, I can deal with that whenever. Drops will start when the match starts, and I'm going to be live all the way through it, so. You like Jackal better? I mean, Jackal's not a bad operator. It's just, Jackal's not a good operator for every single site, no matter what. That's why whenever I pick a main operator for me, it's an operator I can play on any site in any situation and perform on. Finka is... Are you ever going to be mad about having a Finka player on your team? Let's be real. Getting free health when you take a firefight is kind of fucking nice. And I am so used to play, because I play Finka and Duck all the time, I actually stare at the health bars at the top. I will literally pop overheals when I see someone get into a firefight. I'm that nerd. I'm from Washington, the state, America. America. Come on, bro. I literally responded to you. Just stop. How you doing, Jaden? You're new to Twitch? What up? The worst thing about Finka is her gun. And I've played so much Finka, I'm pretty good with the spear. Not that the spear is the best weapon in the game, but I make it a decent weapon. And she has grenades and heals. I mean, she's a goddamn powerhouse. Yo, young Sultan! With the gift sub! Hey! W Mans. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the sub. You a goat. I'd rather wait than play that. Bums. That's why I can't run Finka. Yeah, no, Finka's guns are a little midi poo poo caca. But if you're not really a spear player, you can always run the LMG, which is, I mean, it's not a bad LMG. The thing hits like a truck. The spear I just like because I'm fast. But Finka definitely doesn't have the best guns in the game. I'm not going to argue any of that. I just like the overheals. Being able to pop an overheal. You guys know how you guys are all crying about Bashi getting nerfed and whatever? I never cared about Bashi. You know why? When I play Finka, I just pop an overheal. He can't one-shot me. I survived the shot. Can you do that for cash, Logan? I actually didn't know that. Party officer. I'll go BB. Actually, I'll go ace. I'm gonna get back on my ace kick. Chops, chop, 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 chops. Yes. Yes. Blaze, the reload event, think a major. It is basically a major. What more, how you doing? It is a major, but it's not really a major. Diamond badge. Yes. We got it.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
I realized why it was so hard for me to get, even after it was patched. Because it was patched, and I go get an ace badge, you know. Like, it was either this season or last season that it was patched. Like, I couldn't get out of gold, like, no matter what I did, because it wasn't a thing.
10 seconds.
But it took me so long because the people I play with are all pretty damn good. The chance that one of them doesn't get a single kill in any round is very, very fucking low. It's hard for me to kill a 5 before someone kills at least 1. Shit, if it was a 3K badge, I'd have it like, not like 5 times over easily. But it's not.
Must recover the diffuser.
That's fair. I knew where he was at. I kind of threw a little bit. One health, Doc. How it goes sometimes. How it goes sometimes. How's she go? How's she go?
Repulsion device planted.
But yeah, I forgot to mention
Diffuser is
this.
now
I
secured.
didn't realize that until today, honestly. The entire event is played on CJX. So if you guys are wondering how CJX is, stay tuned. The entire event is on CJX. I don't know how much practice they had on CJX, but here we are.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Friendly, last operator standing.
Yep. The entire event is on CJX. I forgot to mention that because it wasn't advertised. Honestly, that should have been a main focal point that they should have talked about. You miss cinema? I'm sure. It's cash. I already know. Anytime I walk away, I know I'm missing some cinematic gameplay. Some top tier level stuff. Went live. Heard. I'll pull it up, even though I know we're going to be waiting for a bit. I want everyone to see that I am, you know, trying to watch the event. So. Rainbow Six. Pull up the Bravo channel too. So I'm ready for that. Which is how, no, because most people that are coming in are looking for just for drops. They're not really caring about anything else. Hey, you gotta advertise the drops because that is, I mean, you guys will see the numbers go pretty fucking crazy. You guys will see why it goes so hard during these events. It won't be super crazy during the event, but I have to stream the event for so and so long. But after the event, when everyone's getting off for the day and raids are going out and people are looking for someone to watch that have drops on, watch. The chance that we hit over 1,000 viewers today, I would say, is probably 99%. All right, if you're watching on TikTok, come over to Twitch, come over to YouTube. We are going to have drops on Twitch enabled. I will start the TikTok stream during the games here and there. So, yeah. When does CJX come out? Middle of June. I'm here for the top tier Senny commentary. Let's go. What are the drops? Hold on. Oh, I was trying to remember who tweeted about it. Rasco tweeted about it. Esports packs, esports packs, esports packs. Rio shotgun. Uniforms and operators. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like we have May 15th off, which is nice. Will they announce how many bullets each team are betting before the games? You did some research. Okay. I believe so. So this event is a little weird. So I can explain it to you guys, or I can watch myself through a tweet where I explained it. Did I tweet about it? And maybe I put some on TikTok. Oh, please. What's up, guys? Here we're talking about the new thing coming up, the Reload
Welcome to Reload
event.
A bold-
So, biggest takeaways. When they go against each other, there's 16 teams. They go against each other. You can gamble how many bullets you have to go against somebody. Whatever you win, you get. And if you run out of bullets, you're out. If you get 6, you're going to move on. If you have over that, you're going to be higher placed. So the most interesting thing that I thought was hilarious is this. You're gonna have 3 cards. All right, this is hilarious. You get 3 cards that each have 1 use. You have chicken out. You can just, I don't want to play you. Bye. Next game. Only available in rounds 2 to 4, and you're gonna bet your ass that a lot of teams are gonna use this. Extended mag, add 6 extra bullets to your reload so you can catch up if you've been playing bad or lost. And then dual card, which is crazy. Teams facing elimination can initiate a 1v1. If they win, they earn bullets according to the round difference. So you can 1v1 if you're about to go out, use your dual card, and still stay in it. I don't know how competitive this entire situation is for this event, but it sounds interesting. So, hey, and then there's gonna be a grand finals. Sounds interesting. What's up, guys? See how it goes. It's definitely more of a show thing than it is like an ultra competitive situation. We'll see how it goes. Damn, that is a crazy place, bro. Doesn't show up for me? Make sure to click the drops link. Look at all the people there. The drone shots. You have to ward away birds? Or is that like lights? Oh no. That shot's iconic. The path to get up to this place has got to be horrible, dude. What are these little buildings? Do people live here? Maybe just like maintenance tents or something. You know what? CJX bring it in. Stay tuned. You're about to find out, baby. The entire event is ran on CJX. Why ask me about it when you can physically see it? The biggest takeaways, better audio, updated graphics. That's the largest takeaways I can tell you. That's like 80% of what's happening. But if you want more than that, you just have to stick around and watch for yourself. This is a cool city. Definitely, like, more tropical, but definitely a cool city. What's crazy is that we don't have anything like this in America. You know why? Because I was walking around Paris. Like, we went to Paris, France with my girlfriend, and we're walking around. I'm like, this place is actually, it's nuts. I'm like, why doesn't anything in America have anything like this? You have to remember, America's like 200, 300 years old. And some of the places on the West Coast are relatively like 100 to 200 years old at most. Like, they're not as developed. Like, Paris, France has been like a thing for thousands of years, practically. Like, they literally have the entire infrastructure in inner Paris is like built from the Napoleon era. Like, it was like a fucking castle. They literally have guys go around doing maintenance on like the infrastructure they have. Like, it's actually nuts. Am I the only one that would get anxiety going into the height? I am not afraid of many things in life, but one thing I can say for sure is I am very afraid of heights. And I'm not necessarily afraid of heights. I'm afraid of potentially falling. So, like, on a plane, I won't like start shaking or anything, but like, it's like if I feel like I can fall, you know that inner voice that you have in your head, like, what if you jump off? And it was just like, I hear it in the back of my head. I'm like, no, bro. It scares me. I'm like, no, stop that. No, stop that. I mean, it plays later on. Like, way later on. Birds. I mean, this shot kind of looks pretty favela-y, you know? I'm not sure why they include this shot, because that doesn't make Rio look good. Am I wrong by that? Because that looks like you're taking shots of, like, I don't know. No, I don't even want to say the words.
My name is Alex Ghost 47, but around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Rio ready for a reload?
This event's gonna go huge with the fan base, by the way. Brazil goes nuke. Is that propane? I'm not sure, maybe. We might be swapping back and forth for the first couple games. Probably watch Fury, because I want to watch teams that have a chance of going on further. You know? Yes, sir, Poseidon. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're cleaning up the screen for
Good
you guys
morning,
a little
everybody,
bit.
and welcome. It is the dawn of a brand new era here in Siege. It's time for Siege X, and of course,
fuck is
opening
Fox
competitive
wearing?
tournament in the entire history, the 10-year anniversary of our beloved game. It is time to reload. It is Reload live in Rio. We love to rock. We love to reload here in this beautiful city and one of the most beautiful nations on this planet.
Looks like man's going fishing or hunting.
We cannot be here without some of the most beautiful people on said planet. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are said people. It is Foxay and Laxing. Gentlemen, you're looking so dashing today, but that's kind of a gift.
I mean, I like our get-ups so far, but I mean, if you're talking about Rio, I mean, I spent the entire day yesterday just at the pool. So once we wrap up the show today, I'm going right back to the pool.
Oh, it's so beautiful out here. The weather's beautiful, and I agree. I love you guys look like you're from like Florida going on vacation kind of thing, and I look like I'm like from the bayou. I'm about to take you guys on a boat ride. I love the theme we got going on.
I'm from the bayou.
I would love to see you be your guide in Louisiana somewhere with a lot of alligators. If there's one person I would put my complete trust and heart and life into their hands,
Me.
it would be you.
No.
Well, yeah, kind of.
I can
in
handle
Minnesota, maybe I can definitely do that. But what a wonderful time we're having here in Rio de Janeiro. We're of course prepping things for this brand new event that has a completely different format than we have ever seen before. Reload runs like this. Now, first of all, prize pool. There's always a lot of money on the line.
I'll move so you guys can see
20
this.
teams have entered the gauntlet here. Our partner teams in the share program. $520,000 are on the line in our prize pool. $170,000 for the winning team. Of course, it's quite top heavy as we have been used to, but there's more to it than just money. Why is it called Reload again?
Well, because every single team starts out with a magazine with at least 6 bullets in it, and every single game you have to risk a certain amount up. The first 2 days, at a max, you can risk 2, but after that, sky's the limit. And obviously, you accumulate bullets based on the amount that you risk up, and then once you play, if you win, you get that same amount back plus double, essentially. And that's what makes the format so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting format. We've obviously never seen something like this in Siege before, and especially to kick off Siege X with a format like this. I mean, it creates such an exciting atmosphere, not only for the players, but even for us. It gives us something, especially the viewers at home. It gives everyone an exciting new look in how to approach this.
There's always a risk on the line with this format. And of course, the first time that's ever been done, 20 teams walk in, each with those 6 rounds, but we're gonna have to trim things down with our 5 days of
because the games haven't started yet. Games will start and then drops will be live.
4 teams will qualify to the main event next weekend, and then on day 5, the next 4 to make it a total of 8 into our quarterfinals. Of course, the format is quite different, but there are modifiers that are also active and some are also passive in the way that they impact the game. So, Gabe, what's one that we really need to focus on? Because there are 6 in total.
The important one is the flawless card. That's going to be a manual one that we are going to see implemented if teams get a flawless victory. And what I mean by a flawless victory, it's clearly right there. That is a 7-0. So whatever bullets you're risking that you're putting in that chamber and you get back, you are adding an extra 2 bullets to that. So that is so important and so crucial early on. Now, I'm not expecting a lot of 7-0s, but this is a best of 1. This does allow teams to hit the gate out running and possibly, again, accumulate.
First game's going to be in like 11
And
minutes.
it adds a whole element of pressure, and we've seen teams crumble under that pressure, knowing as the round count develops, if you don't get that round, you're going to be giving up free bullets to an extra team.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of today, if you put down 2 bullets, which is the maximum that you can do for day 1 and 2, plus a flawless victory, you'll go up to a maximum of 10 bullets that you can charge up. Reminder, at least this is the way that I simplify it for myself as a layman in my own terms. You have a revolver, right? It's a cowboy shootout. You got 1 revolver, a 6-shooter with all 6 bullets that you're ready for. You want to have enough bullets by the end of day 4, at least day 4, to fill up 2 revolvers. 12 is kind of, it's not the be-all end-all, but that gives you enough space to survive. But of course, you want to have as much as possible in your belt.
Basically just Deimos, just dual wielding.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's
a little bit of safety net.
That's how Shaiko thinks when everything's working, right?
Can you imagine a dual wield on Deimos and Shaiko's running?
That'd be
That's even
cool.
scarier.
It's a good thing we're not introducing
clearly no, it's
balancing
gamer
things,
subs.
but
So,
speaking of changes,
pomegranate.
Siege X is starting right now in competition.
It's a weird
Here's
format.
what
It is a weird format. One game may be worth less than another game. So honestly, I'll probably watch the game that is worth more. Get ready for all the YouTubers to use the observe your weapon thumbnails, because I know I'll be using them too. What?
It is a new dawn and a new day in competitive Siege history as we hit year 10 and we really hit it running. Siege X is coming, a free update to everybody who owns a copy of Siege, and it's going to be a good time. There's been a lot of overhauls. I liken it to back in our days where Operation Health came in and kicked things off and really updated the game so we could have new mechanics and new things added into it, but also it's a huge visual update with some extra flair added here and there. This is the first time that we get to see this in competitive play. Of course, the Siege X showcase happened back in March, and you were there. It was wonderful to watch.
Monumental moment.
It absolutely is a monumental moment for
Drop
our
start any
game
minute now.
and our esport. But
All
there
you
are
guys know
some
when they go
things that
physically
change
live
in the game, but others that don't as much. Gabe, how's
Yeah, I mean the core fundamentals of Siege is still there. That's the main focal point for me. Is that
all
it is
teams start
still
with 6
Siege
bullets. I thought they
through
started
and
with
through,
3.
but just
My
with
bad.
a little bit of flair, like you said. And one of the big things for me that I really looking forward to is those environmental ingredients that we even just saw in that showcase and that reveal.
I mean, the community loves new things, new ways to get kills. One thing I'm excited for is the new rappel, being able to run on the rappel. I would love to see something happen where a player gets turned on and shot because he was running around on the wall. It'd be exciting to see.
There's a lot of stuff that we look forward to seeing with mechanics changes, but all the overhauls that are being added into Siege X. However, there's one thing that is very important for competitive play, and that is
Operator bans.
With
Operator
Siege
bans
X,
are going to be weird.
It's time to push Rainbow Six esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with Siege X.
a huge change. And may I remind everybody, as the resident knowing about old stuff in Rainbow Six expert on this, I would say the bans were introduced that we have seen up to this point post Paris Major 2018, and that's when the system has kind of stayed.
The bans are
since
quick.
then. But this is a complete
You'd be surprised how
overhaul.
fast those bans
now
are.
Teams are going to have to think a lot more in depth about how they ban.
Yeah, and again, just one of the added things that I just love about Siege as a whole, it's about reinventing the wheel, and this is definitely going to do that. You have to be more focused and more honed in on what your bans are actually going to be, because if you think about before when we were scrimming back in those days, you could just focus on what bans you think a team's going to have, that you're going to work for, and now it's in-game, in the moment, that can just happen on the go right now. And so you can't have that prep because it's a lot. It's a lot to take. You have to be ready to adapt almost immediately once those bans go out.
It'll succeed with adaptive heavy teams because every single situation is going to be different. It'll be interesting to see what teams bring, if they're banning based on the rounds, if they're banning based on prep, but obviously every environment is going to be different. So a team with a structured IGL is going to struggle a little bit. We're going to see the adaptive heavy teams thrive in this meta.
You don't want to overthink it, you don't want to underthink it, and also you have to think one round ahead because it is for the upcoming round where defenders would have probably swapped sites. There's a lot to go through, and that's where the analysis really comes into a lot of theory crafting. However, there's nothing to theory craft about our schedule for today. With 20 teams, we are left with a total of 10 best-of-1 matches. Here's the first 4 that are happening on both A and B stream, as we've been used to at this point through all of our
B stream looks more interesting personally.
Majors or at the Invitational. We'll be focused on the A stream here, as our colleagues on the B stream will carry you through their own 5 matches. That'll be Des and Ace on there. We got Guz and Xenox. We'll talk to them in just a bit. And our focus is on a Classico for APAC North and Korea, Japan. Of course, that is now the old system that has come back, and it's better positive overhaul for 2025. If anything, El Clasico between the 2 giants of Asia. This is Fear X and CAG, Korea versus Japan.
I mean, yeah, and it's interesting because when you look at all those matchups, these were hand-selected by these teams. So the fact that you have CAG picking into Fear X, it just goes to show
they've won everything there is to win. They win every tournament in 2023. They won SI 24. Didn't quite make it in the one just gone by. They finished 3rd though, Tim. This is the team to beat, it's fair to say.
They always are. They've struggled with that legacy a little bit, I think it's fair to say. Since winning SI 24, we've not seen them really reach the same sort of peak. 3rd place finish at the most recent SI in Boston, so a great performance, and maybe showing that they're just getting themselves kind of settled again after that, you know, big event that they had to then try and follow up.
It's the SI winning curse, Tim. I don't think I know any team that has won SI and then gone on to have a great next event, or really, they didn't even make it to the November Major, for example. That's how much of a struggle it is. But
that's what I'm thinking.
Back on the wagon,
Jack,
no
100%.
Turn towards FaZe,
B stream for the first 2, A for the last 2, 100%. 100% right. Exactly what I was thinking.
Also suffered the same curse.
Well, I go all the way back.
It's pretty obvious.
In 2021, and after that, you know, the players said it's always difficult to follow that because you are held up. You're on this pedestal as the best team in the world. You're doing it the best way. So what do other teams do?
I'll let you guys know when drops are active. They're going to be activating second now.
That strategy, that
Stay tuned.
mentality.
I got you.
So
don't worry.
It becomes very, very difficult.
Do not worry. I got you.
From there. And we've seen that, like you say, consistently. So Fury, as you say, going to be looking to really get their teeth into this one.
Let's get our teeth into our map bands as well, Tim. See where we're going for our first game here on Siege X. And of course, Tim, it's back to the classic, the El Clasico map of Siege, it feels.
Love
Clubhouse to kick things off.
Love to see it. I was hoping we'd get one of those sort of updated maps. It's same layout and everything else, but we've got all those lovely Siege X features in there to have a look at and see how it plays out.
Guys, I'm going to have drops for this entire event. So if you're here, I got you.
Brazil, when we're in Sao Paulo,
so if you're here, I got you. You will get your drops. Do not worry. Trust me, I am hyper fixated and hyper focused on doing it. So do not worry.
10 Brazilian players here.
I got you.
Ready to throw it down, and I think we're going to see some fireworks straight
Make a drink?
from day one.
Oh, shit.
Bloody well hope we do, Tim, because it's time to get into game. David versus Goliath is what you could call this first map. We'll see if Elevate can do something a bit special here, but I know many will be looking at Fury and believing they're the ones coming away as the likely winners. Tim, we're straight into our ban phase, which means we get to see something a little bit new, a little bit fancy here to see what these teams take away from one another.
Yep, so if you missed the little explainer a few minutes ago, we've got simultaneous bans happening at the minute. So Elevator banning.
Here's how many bullets are banning.
Attackers,
They're
banning to defenders.
1 bullet, 2 bullets. So this is the bullet counter up here. White is how many bullets they have right now.
3 rounds.
Red is how many they're gambling. Fury is gambling 2 on this.
Before we go into round 4,
Elevate gambling 1.
Quick opportunity for the teams to ban 1 more of the opposing
AKA
side of
Elevate's not
from
confident.
what they're playing on, so Elevate will ban a 3rd attacker.
Yo, Proud Gambler with 5 installs! Let's go, baby! Drops are live! live.
because
Drops
obviously you
are
need to ban
live.
for the other side
Drops
because we
are
have the
live.
side switch.
Where can I find the live? SenVale on Twitch.
Just thinking you're going to see some really crazy
Drops
ban
alive,
sets
guys.
coming up.
Drops
This one here
alive.
has actually defied expectation a bit because from speaking to a few teams at the event so far, many said you're going to see these co-op bans. You'll see a double or triple shield ban. You'll see a double
Drops
or triple
are
breach,
live.
things like that. But Elevate here changed
Let's
things out a little bit.
fucking
and
get
look to
it,
take away
boys.
Capital, which I think is really smart. For
Ooh,
this
the
map.
graphics. Remember the entire event's on CJX.
And the firebolts that get tossed up there, for example, just taking away that extra tool that Furia could employ against Elevate here feels quite smart.
We're gonna, I think, start
Is
to
the
see
caster in
sort
60
of
FPS, bro,
difference in the
or
ban
30
phase.
FPS?
At this
It looks
point, I think we're
kinda
going to
weird.
see fairly similar to what we would expect. Thermite's a little bit of a curveball.
hurts
You
my
wouldn't
eyeballs.
always have him taken out on Clubhouse. But other than that, yeah, fairly similar. It's going to be when we get those third
Let's get this
bans
started!
for those final 3 rounds. I think that's when you're really going to start seeing that difference of like teams just, you know, theory crafting a little bit.
They have
What
like
can
the
we
fire
really take
extinguishers
away
and
from
shit,
them?
guys,
And we
in the
might
gas
just start
pipes.
seeing a bit of
So that
difference
is
brought in,
live
which is
right
very
now.
exciting. It's also worth mentioning as well, Des, the coaches have an opportunity for some input in some of these ban phases. So the one that we've just seen before the game, the coach is able to talk to the
Is
team.
it high
and at
qual
the
right now?
halfway mark, they are
Yeah, this
also
is
allowed
max quality,
to
bro.
have a little chat and get involved in that banning process, but they are not allowed to talk to the team during the ban between round 3 and 4.
I mean, Psycho probably should have had a little bit of time to react there, Herds, and he put a whole mag in towards the side of his head before he even managed to get a kill. But it is the first man down. Psycho there being picked out and very easily dispatched here. Of course, you mentioned the updated map as well. Lighting looking fantastic throughout the map.
Got JV92 just trying to work his way on in a little bit, try and get a
What
little
did
bit
you
of ground
say?
established. Likely to come up against Semper, but it's going to be Ion X elsewhere who takes a fight with Philippox and wins it, but does get downed in the process. And JV92 manages to pick up Semper, and this is looking tough right now for Elevate to hold on. 4 versus 2. Furia with a strong man
What did you
advantage
say that-
can start now thinking about access to sites. How do they get down
You
to
say
that
it was
basement
invisible?
level? Where do they get down? Where do they choose to think about getting Herds a little bit of space to put this diffuser down?
They've made it really easy
Is this
for
built in
themselves.
30
They've got
FPS?
Gotham and the Jackal on side, those 2 Rover Hunter operators
What's
coming
happening?
together. It's going to be a nightmare for Elevate to be able to play out around the map. That's exactly what
Am
we're
I
seeing
crazy?
here in this first round. So now we're down to the 2 holding on with 75 seconds still to
I
play.
swear I'm not crazy.
Furia really aren't the kind of team, as we spoke about the accolades they've got. They're the Goliath in this matchup. They should not be losing a 4 versus 2 with this much time on the clock. But saying that, Herds has found himself picked off for free. Knacker on the castle getting rid of 1 more. If he gets it down to 1 more, Tim, suddenly it's a 2
Little
versus 2.
lighting,
You start
bro.
to sweat and worry for Furia a little bit.
Little
You really do,
lighting.
especially on this basement site, is definitely defendable
boy.
in that sort of situation, as we're now potentially going to see. Romeo manages to pick up KZ, 2 versus 2, 40 seconds left to go. It could be an idea for Furia to
Castle
just
here is weird.
hold on a little bit here, take that time, use it to the best of their ability. JV manages to find Romeo. That's 3 in the round for JV92. Nade picks off the last, and Furia, despite that little bit of a flurry
It's in
from
30
Elevate in the
FPS, bro?
mid-round, still managed to get the job done.
Hold on.
They took a little bit of work there, but they managed to get away with it. And of course, with it being round 1, CJX,
So,
whole new
I
tournament
gotta
coming
check
together.
this
We've
real
got a
quick,
quick
sorry.
tech pause coming in here at the end of round 1. But at least to start things off, Tim, again, Furia showing all the things that we know they're good for here. Fantastic roam clear as a team. Very smart lineup, despite having the 2 bans coming in against them. Again, targeted towards what they normally do, and still managing to deal with things, even when it came down from a 4v2 to a 2 versus 2. So maybe not the cleanest end to the round, but all that
That looks
matters is
fine,
that the round
though.
gets on the scoreboard. And right now, it's 1-0 to Furia.
Yep, strong start. I think, you know, largely what we would probably have expected, just given the fact that we don't know what we're going to see out of this Elevate roster, but it's also the first time for many of them on this sort of scale of stage, especially with that, I'm going to say a little bit of added pressure for the Brazilian players playing at home on, you know, home soil.
Yeah.
There is that little bit of extra expectation for these teams there. So, as it is, Elevate maybe just needing to find their feet in this one.
Give them a bit of time as well.
It wasn't a bad round from them, don't get me wrong.
No. Well, it was awful to start with, Tim.
It wasn't an ideal start, but, you know, they certainly got themselves into it.
No, the fact they were willing to play it as well, because
Well,
you see
the
so many
PS4
teams
is
come
going
into
on.
games against big opponents, and they just play scared. They'll sit on site, they'll turtle up and go, okay, we'll just wait here and we'll rely on playing close to each other. We won't play the more risky sort of synergy-based roams that you see from bigger teams, for example. But no, Elevate were willing to get out there and try and cause a little bit of bother. Either way, once we've got ourselves back into it, we'll see if that carries on. I think we'll go to Cash and CC for our next site as well, Tim. So up to that top floor. Feels like a very classic site on this map and a very classic map in this game.
Yeah, a fairly standard rotation, as we would expect.
You say that. Gym Bedroom's really popular at the minute.
It is. It's a bit of a regional toss-up you tend to find. And I think the sort of NA and EU teams, like you say, have really lent towards Gym and Bedroom being the more popular. I think with that
whole
being there particularly,
turning
that's
CJX
going to influence the teams.
No, the entire thing is CJX.
CCTV cache, because it's going to be a little bit trickier maybe.
Do you prefer Twitch or TikTok to stream?
Quite as nicely, quite as well as you might like to. So that may be part of the thinking there for them. But Furia, I think, are going to be difficult to slow down on the attack here. I was saying, once upon a day we would have seen teams there maybe think, let's retry Church and Arsenal. Teams now seem to...
They tend to go for their rotation.
They tend to be stuck in their rotation. It's win or lose, we move on and we do the next site. And I can see a bit of value in that. I think it stops you getting hung up on the fact that we keep losing that site. We've lost it twice in a row. We can't go back there again. I think mentally, win or lose, move on. We try something different. It's that built-in refresh button almost.
I forget what map.
Coliseum super saturated. It is. I'll fix it for now. I just have to remember to change it back later. I do that because Siege itself looks a little unsaturated, so I saturate it up to make it look nicer. So
after the fourth, I'll put guys, please stop. It's been the 5th time now. And
but for this, I'm sure I can be fine.
But I was just like, man. Those are crazy times. Like you say, these days it tends to be more of a cycle, which is pretty good to see.
I'm kind of tired, so I need to keep walking around, moving around occasionally.
How have you been finding Rio so far, Des?
Warm. Very warm. The thing
is very warm at the minute. It's nice.
It's been warm back in the UK as well. Like we've had a heat wave over the last couple of weeks, and it went very, very cold again. And then I've come back out here, and I feel like I've just stepped straight back into that heat wave, and it is. It's nice.
It's a beautiful city.
It is, but I'm also like, it's a UK thing. I'm just like, I don't want to be outside for more than 15 minutes. And then I'm just like, nah,
I've been blown away by both of the Brazilian cities that we've been fortunate enough to visit so far. Just in that they're so different. And obviously they're different. They're in Brazil, they're not in the UK, but we visit, we're very fortunate.
That's like saying London and Birmingham are different.
We're very fortunate to visit a lot of different cities around the world. But Rio and Sao Paulo, they're the only two I've ever been to where you go and they're so lush and so green.
They are, yeah.
For a city, I expect I go into London, I go into Manchester, I go into these places and it's concrete everywhere. You've got a little park here and there, but that's generally, I think, cities the world over from largely what we see. But it's just... That's the best way I can describe it. It's almost like a city in a rainforest. It's like you go in and there's just so much greenery everywhere, and they really are stunningly beautiful. And the mountains around that surround Rio that we're looking out on every day, absolutely phenomenal. And
it really makes me want to go and see Vancouver in Canada. I've heard it's very similar there, where you've got water around, you've got forests around, you've got mountains around, snowy mountains at that as well in Vancouver. I'm like, the only thing that Rio doesn't have that Vancouver does is snow, and it's no surprise at all given how warm it is. Because this is winter, like it goes dark here at like 5:30, and I was like, this feels so weird for a country that is so warm. And ooh, what's this? Got a globe up on the screen, Tim. I haven't been told about this, by the way.
Oh, we can have a look at Rio. There we go.
Ah, there we go. Okay, then. Yeah, see, lots of water. Cool.
You see how beautiful it is. There? You can see all the greenery and just how lush it is, and all the mountains are just completely covered in this sort of big forests. And it's just absolutely, it's stunning. It's like I say, if you've never, maybe been fortunate enough to visit somewhere like that, it's like nowhere else that I've seen on Earth as far as cities go. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
We need to get down to the beach one of our days off.
Definitely do. I think it'd be fair to say, it'd be rude not to.
It's very rude not
if you're
going
to visit Rio and not go down.
I've been told that your passport is taken off you if you can't prove you've been to a beach.
Absolutely.
And
kind of like it.
What they do.
I always worry about saying that I don't like tea. Being from Britain, it's usually you get
a scowl.
You're going to get called in for a meeting in Britain. If you don't like tea.
Do you at least like crumpets?
That's me. I love a crumpet.
Oh, that's all right.
I love a crumpet.
You know what? This is a great thing, actually. Birmingham Airport, I was flying to Amsterdam and then out to here. When I was in Birmingham Airport, they've redone one of the restaurants and called it Shelby.
Yeah, I changed the setting, so don't worry.
You know exactly what it's all about. And there's TVs in every single wall showing off like Peaky Blinders clips and all that. And all the menu items are named after characters from the show. And they had... It was like Eggs Benedict, which normally is a muffin with like a poached egg on and
I never
ham
really
of some
know
kind.
What Eggs Benedict is.
It's really good.
I hear
nice.
it.
It's good.
But for 40 years of my life, I've never actually learned what it is.
And trust me, it's really good. But the classic Brummy thing they've done is swapped out the muffin with a crumpet.
Of course.
So it's crumpet with poached egg, hollandaise
Both
sauce.
teams are doing a
and
tech
it
pause, bro.
I was
Both-
really a
both
bit like,
streams.
I thought I was getting a muffin. I didn't realise. I didn't read the menu properly. Shock horror. I didn't pay enough attention to something. It's so weird.
That is just it's you through and through.
It is. It is.
I'll
Like,
tell
if
the
it's
airport delay
important,
story in a minute if we really delay.
if it's important, they'll bold it for me. Is the way I look at it. But you know what? It was actually banger. And I was
Yeah,
like, I
because
prefer
the
that.
world and menus do revolve around you, I've heard, Des.
They do.
You know, they do sit there when they write in a menu and they
See-
what does Des really
Squid Game
need
season
to know
1
on this
versus season
menu?
2.
Let's chuck it in bold.
Exactly, just the name of the item, and then if the thing is, it's a crap
Give it
name
a
for a
rest,
menu
man.
item. Listen, it's a crap name for a menu item if it's not clear what you're getting based on that name.
I think was it just Eggs Benedict or was it? A name?
It was something Benedict, yeah, one of the characters, and then Benedict afterwards.
Right, okay. I think if you go
So
in,
I assume-
if
Oh yeah,
you
so
go
guys,
away
guys.
from what
Herds,
would be,
I
you know,
have
the
confirmation what he
standard
said.
recipe,
Herds
like that
was
specific
invisible
thing, I
round
think it's
one.
very fair to say you should maybe highlight.
Oh, that's what I mean. I've got a picture of the menu somewhere. I'll try and dig it up, and if I can find it.
Sorry, I'm just nearly.
It's just nearly spat water everywhere.
I was just thinking in my head. I was thinking, you know, we won round it, and there's not too much to talk about with the game yet. I'm then thinking, me and Des are on a classic tangent here. We're moving away, and then they start pulling the menu out. I'm like, that's a stretch even for us.
What is it? The Blinder Benedict, it's called.
Oh, brilliant.
It does say Wiltshire ham, 2 poached eggs, smoked hollandaise, and matchstick fries. Oh, they were pretty interesting. On toasted crumpets. I just didn't read the on toasted crumpets part.
It's just you through and through, is that?
I looked at the picture, I saw the eggs, and I was like, yep, eggs Benedict, cool, that's what we all expect. And then there was crumpets.
So the reason that I laugh at this particularly, Des once had a 10-hour wait at the airport, despite me telling him, like, we were travelling a lot.
No
at the
wonder he
time,
killed
and we were on
everyone.
the way to the airport. He says, no, I'm flying at the same
Why
time.
can't they shoot
I
him,
said,
bro?
Des, I'm not sure you are. I'm sure it was mentioned that your flight had been delayed because somebody else had done the booking for us, so we weren't necessarily getting all the communication direct to us. I said, I'm sure that they said that your flight had been delayed, Des. No, they'd have told me, mate. No. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they did, Des. And then
They're
get there
resetting.
at
I don't
8
know
in
what
the
they're doing
morning,
right now, but
look
right
at the
now
bullets
they're
and
showing
Des'
us
flight
Felix
isn't
versus
on there. I'm
Skag for
looking
a
at the
second.
final time, and it goes up to about 6 p.m. And I'm thinking, that's because Des's flight's after 6 p.m. So he's like, no, mate, it's all right.
The
no,
lighting
no,
outside, though,
goes
is
and
crazy.
checks in, looks at his boarding pass, 7 p.m. flight. We're there at 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, I've never been so smug in my life.
I tell you what, it was a great day sat in a lounge for 30 quid, though. All these drinks and
It
food.
didn't even encourage you to start listening to me. That's the worst thing.
It was a good day in the lounge. What can I say? Also, Tim, I've got not a conundrum for you, but a choice. There's a lot of power I'm putting in your hands right now.
I don't know about it.
We can go to a break, or we can not. It's not that hard a decision, man. Come on.
I mean, well, I'm sure we can talk about Siege for another 5
The
minutes.
thing
We'll
is,
see how
when
we
we're
go.
on the B stream, we just end up talking rubbish, and this is the best part. Because
It's
it's
a
the B
Desmond
stream.
podcast.
Exactly. It basically is. Look, there's 3,500 people watching. You've got chat open here. Someone actually asked a second ago, oh, did he enjoy it, though?
He's
I was
in
like,
the chat.
Yeah.
It's getting serious.
I
He's
enjoyed
in
the
chat.
crumpets. We're not even. We've got through one round. And I'm in the chat, Tim. It begins already. So if you guys want to know anything, then by all means, please do ask, and you're into the Designates podcast now while we wait for this rehost to go through. So by all means, anything you want to know or talk about, then give us a shout. We'll happily talk some crap. That's what we do best.
I mean, thing is, we do have the lobby in front of us. We can see we've got 1 or 2 players sort of popping back in. So don't come quote me on it. He said we're going to be back in.
Lighting looks
That's
good.
not what but hopefully we might be.
Jobs are on, yeah.
Yeah. It's always a good sign we've got a lobby back up and players are joining. 5 of 10. Remember breaking it down before
And we've got
once.
players from both teams that are joining,
Yes.
which is the other positive.
I broke it down once. The reason why rehosts can take a long time sometimes is players have to join in the order that you want them to appear on the side.
On
For
the side
camera
and on the
sync
camera, like the
Yeah.
player cams, and there's all sorts of things that are like.
So rather than just like going to your
Connected.
listeners, invite, you have to do invite, wait for them to join, then press invite, wait for them to join, then
Yeah.
press invite, wait for them to
Because
join.
inevitably, if you
Someone's
invite
gone to
all
the bathroom.
the players are not going to join in the right order. They're just going to go click accept.
Oh, there's a question,
Bruh.
Tim. Thoughts from Persons, like the name. Thoughts on the new BDS team?
Well, I'm
bruh,
excited about it. I will say that. It's always difficult with the new teams coming in to have too many thoughts, really. It's like we said about Elevate. You don't always know what you're going to get until you see that team come together. You know, there was a day where this roster that we're seeing, on the side of Furia was the first time we'd seen them. We don't always know they're going to go on to become world champions. But there's some big names on that BDS roster. I look at Virtue particularly in there. So much experience coming in from Virtue. So, even though we've got players with maybe a little bit less experience, you got P4, you got Virtue. They've got people in there who have played a lot of competitive Siege. And then they've got some newer players that are going to be really hungry. They've got Laloon involved as well.
Helby as well.
Helby's on there. They have got everything they need to succeed.
It's funny you say
I think
that.
that's the fairest way to say it.
Because the player I'm really excited about is Robbie, because he was putting up numbers internationally, playing in a team I think he's playing over in MENA, for example. It wasn't really like a home region thing, bearing in mind he's Italian. I actually think now that he's playing with a European team, he could become one of the players of the year, especially if he keeps the run of form that we saw him in last year, and I'm really excited to see if he can deliver. So it's a team that looks strange on paper, a mix of 4 or 5 different teams all coming together, but I think you give them a little bit of time, they'll cook, they'll do well. So I'm quite excited to see what they can deliver.
Little fun fact for you, if you're a little bit newer to maybe the competitive scene, Laloon, who, as I've just said, one of the coaches over there at BDS, also a commendee last time we were here in Brazil, back in Sao Paulo. She received a commendation at SI24.
Another question.
For contribution
Are you going to participate
esports.
in another episode of Fresh and Friends? I really like the last one. That was from Keknika. I think we can do one, because Fresh was saying he needs podcast people.
Yeah, we've got a bit of time. We get a couple of days off through.
What should we talk about it, though? We've kind of done the
stages.
whole, casting history thing now. We got into it, and lessons for casting and all
I
that
think
sort
a bit
of stuff.
more. I think it'd have to just be a bit more casual, a bit
Let's
more
be really
fun,
boring.
maybe chat about Brazil, maybe
Talk
chat
about golf. The most riveting podcast you'll ever
I'll
hear.
talk all day about it because I'm terrible and trying to get better. So my mind is, very occupied many hours of the day. Any people who play golf out there will understand what I mean. It looks like such a simple sport. Just hit that little ball, Des. Just hit it.
He hit it good one
Why
every 50.
doesn't it want to go in the hole, Des?
Stealth Killer,
its home.
Stealth Killer wanted to, while she mulled about golf for a second. What are you looking forward to from CJX the most?
Ooh, what am I looking forward to CJX the most?
Operator bands for me. I've already said. I think it's amazing.
Big one. If we look at the game specifically, I like, they mentioned it on the pre-show as well, I'm looking at the additions of, those sort of environmental aspects, very exciting. And I just love playing Siege, Des.
From Tadus, I want to think that says, Ace and Des, what's your opinion on the SR transfers? And I assume that he means the Shopify Rebellion ones. Of course, not playing here, not a partner team at the moment, so they aren't at the event, but they are looking like a real powerhouse team for North America.
I feel like, obviously, there's been some changes there, but I feel like sort of that group, that project, has been next in line for a little while for me. I keep coming into events, prior to being picked up by Shopify Rebellion, when it's the Sonics. I keep coming into events thinking, I think, this could be the one for them. This could be the one for them. I feel like they've sort of maintained that edge. They're there, and there's some real opportunity for them to go and do big things.
Like it. I think everyone's keen to see what Spoit can do when he goes somewhere. My only worry is we've seen so many super teams built over the years.
He's one of those players. There's always a bit of magic in him. It's just one of those players that can just turn around in 20 seconds.
For sure. And
a Nesk, a Shaiko.
My worry always is, we've seen so many super teams assembled over the years that just do not live up to expectation. I'm really hoping, and I do believe they can. I think they're under good management in Super as well. I think he's really got a good handle on things and will call out crap when he sees it and say, boys, this ain't working. What are we playing at? And obviously with Canadian at the helm as well, you do get a good IGL in there too. So I've got faith. I'm very keen to see what they can do coming into stage one.
I'm always, as I said previously, for BDS, when we have big roster changes, when we have teams coming together, when we have things, teams need time to get established, to get everything up and running. And I'm always very, very positive about teams when they've got together. I'm not going to be jumping on them because they don't win every single game immediately. But I look at Shopify Rebellion and I think that they are definitely on the edge of potential glory.
There's a few teams that want to be at this year, Tim. I feel you've kind of got the two camps where you've got teams that have refined or committed to what they've already got. You're looking at the likes of Furia, FaZe, G2, things like that. And then you get these other orgs that are like total rebuilds in a way. Like, Wolves, for example, again, the split up they've had, and they've had some players go different places. BDS obviously now being that next iteration of them. There's a lot of... sorry.
Just kick me. Just hit me, Des. No, you just kick me.
Readjusting my seat, and I've just booted Tim in the shin.
Readjusting my seat.
Yeah, it was purely accidental, I promise.
Literally looked at me and kicked me.
Yeah, so for those who didn't know now...
We look at this tournament... Sorry, go on.
No, you just want to jump in. It's fine. Go on, be rude.
No, I was just saying, like, the quality of the orgs. We're talking about how we've got those, top teams that we expect to win, and then we've got, the orgs that are maybe going through rebuilds, that are changing things. But honestly, like, I look across, and I say this every year, but the strength and depth in the field of Siege teams just seems to get greater and greater the more that we go. It's, I look at this one, and I was doing my predictions. Of course, they had the, you can get the gun skin and the alpha packs and stuff. So I was looking at the predictions, and the first phase was predicting the 8 teams that will qualify through to the knockout stages at Reload, because we have our 5 days of group play, and then we move on to a knockout stage, and there's 8 teams that will qualify. So he was picking the 8 teams, and I was looking through the lineup that we have here, trying to pick the 8 that we're going to go through, and it was like, who do I leave out of this? Yeah. There are so many strong shouts for it.
I know what we could talk about.
What could we talk about, Des?
Our fantasy teams.
We could.
So for those who don't know, Prisma is like a project where they invite a bunch of like content creators, casters, so on and so forth to play like a fantasy league that they run. Of course, their game plan, I think, ultimately is to expand it out so anyone can play. But yesterday, we got to do our drafts. We got to pick our teams. We had a good chat this morning. Our little Swims fam, didn't we, about who we picked out? Yeah. And we've got some of the same players, actually. We've got pretty consistent.
Yeah, we do. It doesn't. I'm surprised we didn't have the exact same teams, to be honest.
Yeah, true that.
But yeah, you get like little points depending on how well each player does and things like that. But I've got KZ in this game. That's all I've got.
That's how you're only staking this one.
Yeah.
Let me try and find Mike, because you're in the league, aren't you? You're in League A.
I'm in League A.
Yeah, I'm in League B.
I don't mess about, Des.
All right,
3-time champion.
So I've gone for Shureep as my Platinum/Diamond pick. I've then got Brede, Users and Souls, and then Robbie picked on BDS as well. And then my coach is Kangaroo
No involvement in this one.
No, I've not got a horse in this race. I'll happily see anyone win, whereas you are gagging for Furia to win.
I wouldn't say gagging.
I'd say you're gagging.
I'm just looking forward to some fun scenes.
Were you just fuming seeing JV92 get a 3K in round 1?
I was a little bit, because I nearly picked him. I was like, JV, calm down, like KZ, get him. No, I did nearly pick JV92 initially. Never mind.
Okay.
We move.
Well, I've been told that this tech issue is continuing, classic for day 1 of the tournament. So what we'll do is we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep on talking some crap and then get back into a game. See you guys in a few.
Back into it, my bad. Wait a second. What the hell is this?
Aiden.
new visual. Mephi looking to maybe play close contact. Drone was spotted at the feet, has been shot out.
Where's this music coming from?
Finally, hard breach established, looking to take top 4 control. CAG. Can sense the hesitation though in their movement. Oh, and there's a swing from Mephi. Oh, and he is starting very hot. So 9 kills through 4 rounds as Good Boy finds one. Mephi, a second and a third in quick succession. He is hot. We need to stay on him. 11-0. And unfortunately for Shuri, no entry to be found as he is the solo for CAG, and it is going to be a 4-0 start for BRX and the Koreans.
Bro.
A dream start here in Rio.
I really like that read from Mephi, right? They deploy the smoke, which stalls out the push, and Cyclops just don't expect the re-aggress. And for me, the most concerning thing...
I found it. Sorry, I had to get rid of everything to figure it out. Like, what is that, dude? My God.
Mephi, right? They deploy the smoke.
Okay.
List no longer the
Sorry.
stand-in, and things look very,
We
very
found
good.
it. My
I love
bad.
their new logo, by the way. If you
I
haven't-
was
just see it
struggling
there
greatly.
and Woogie, but it's
like,
looks
what
very nice,
is
very
that
clean.
music?
They're playing clean siege. So.
They are playing some very clean siege. Well, the highlight here, I mean, Good Boy cleans up over towards Piano. Mephi, really the highlight of the match.
It's never not funny.
I really hope we keep this. We need to keep the slow-mo on the player cams. 4-0. Well, CAG right now playing in slow-mo.
Yeah.
Also, the new reload bundle, little Good Boy doggy on the drone looks cute.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we're watching this game.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I guess.
As mentioned, actually, in the pre-show desk from Lax, is that flawless
5 seconds
part.
remaining.
If you win in a 7-0 fashion, you do get the additional 2 bullets automatically. And I honestly
This is live,
did not
yeah.
expect that
This is
to
live.
probably happen at all at any point. 7-0s are rather rare at this kind of level, but at this point in time,
Oh
at
my
least,
God, this stream is in
very
like
much
horrible
looking
quality
towards
too.
that trend, right? Cyclones
Oh my
are not
God,
putting
everything.
up much of a fight at all.
Well, they've got to find a way to get Sharif into the game, right? He's 0-4, and I reference him again because of what I brought up statistically at his performance at 6 Invitational. Their best player by far and away, plus 16 KD at a tournament like SI.
Oh my God.
Is quite something for an APAC player, and the fact that he's
Mephi's
playing the
11
Deimos
now.
role as well, so you calculate that into the picture. Like, we haven't even really seen the Deimos actually be all that involved. It's such a powerful tool, powerful operator. And so I feel like for CAG, when you're playing the attack on Chalet, they're just missing a big chunk of that. Can you find a way to get him into the game, get a couple of opening picks? And you've got to remember as well, first 2 rounds, CAG got opening picks. They actually had advantages, 3-on-4s, 4-on-5s in their favor, and squandered both of them. They should have won that office round.
Quickly, let's play a game of over-under. Mephi, EPS, what do you think it is?
It's like
150.
Way higher.
200.
Higher.
250.
Higher.
300.
Lower.
Ah,
263. I have never seen an EPS that high in my life.
jeez, I've never been that bad.
I didn't even know I could go that high.
And the problem is, one death and it's just going to plummet.
Take it down to like 150.
Well, CNG have actually slowed things down a little bit on this approach in the 5th round. They bring out the Capital. Trying maybe to smoke off that mirror window, but it's not going to be played off of though. No one pushing in towards Piano. But they have anyone out in that balcony? They do. Chibitsu on the bathroom and Piano balk. But they're struggling to deal with this mirror position. Mephi's going to get a free kill here. Absolutely should find this indeed. Sharif tries to make entry from Ego, but falls to the hands of Mephi, who's turned into a god here in Rio. He looks comfortable and at home, and so does BRX. CAG trying to go for a fast hit in towards site. It does not work. 5-0 as the Korean powerhouse is shredding this Japanese roster.
It's like Lance to the slaughter at the moment. I mean, very dominant. BRX just continue to have really good reads on Cyclops. That attack, some of their positions really didn't change that much. Again, Black Ray double window didn't have an impact. Mephi allowed long range with the DMR to disrupt. Cyclops kind of had to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play there. You could see the mirror was incredibly disruptive and they were finding it quite tricky to deal with. And ultimately, the plan that they went with had other pitfalls and they weren't able to make up for that fact. And Fearx had a good read. Yeah, they really tried to lean on Sharif here, but Nephi with a good read, and Black Riot double windowed, not able to trade that out. And they really blended themselves into playing these really long lines of sight. There was no sweep threat from behind, no vert pressure to speak of at all, and so very much a case of just walking into those lines of sight and getting crushed.
Wait, do we get it?
Nah, no slow-mo this time.
Oh, they're telling me they've already taken it away. No.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, 5-0 start for Fearx is certainly not something I had on my bingo card.
5 seconds to go.
I wasn't like...
Is there a... I'm assuming there is a 7-0 on the Fresh bingo card. I can't remember.
Has Fresh put out a bingo card?
I believe there was.
Okay.
Or maybe it was on Reddit. I can't remember.
I saw one on Reddit. Shout out. They did their own bingo card. See, I mean, look, at the end of the day, CAG surely don't get 7-0 here. Like, this could be a case of, like, defense comfortability. Playing on CJX, you know, you've just traveled. Maybe you want to start defense, but, I mean, even
We're heading into the 6th round.
It's so dominant that, yeah, it's...
And 4 players have got a 2 or less kills.
Yeah.
It really doesn't get much more.
Well, to be fair, for Fearx, they've got 4 players with 4 or less. Just 1 player with 13.
Yeah. When you frame it like that, sure. At the end of the day, it's the number at the top that matters, though.
Matters the most.
I think they're just going to go.
And those bullets as well. So I think it's 2 each. 2 bullets have been...
This is you. This is the part where you talk.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, we'll see, because Boogeyman might be able to find a pick, expecting others to follow behind the blitz. Indeed, that's what happens. Black Gray completely caught unaware, but a good trade from Anaton. Indeed, now 3 versus 2, but Anaton going for the plant. Sharif needs to keep that shield up, and he cannot. Tries to push forward, eventually loses his life. Anaton's got a couple of picks, but he needs at least 1 more, and Rin is the only one standing on that Allah. 1 versus 1, as close as CAG have been to winning a round that we've seen so far, and on the board, finally, Cyclops have done it. They've won a round. Woo! Woo. But hey, I mean, that...
All right.
Where the
Delegate's finally up, bro.
Was up in gym and bedroom. We spoke about this being the second choice site, if not the primary site for a lot of teams. And here, rather than Cash and CC, that we're going to go for round 2 originally. We're going to see all 3 sites. We haven't.
Corporate, we're not even going to begin to talk about it right now. We're good.
A good spread.
I believe, for anybody wondering, it's a good point there, Des, about, you know, going to a different site, because on a rehost, we would usually expect to be set. So I learned there's a difference between what a replay and a rehost.
Yes.
They are different situations, and a replay would allow it to be like a brand new round. You could just pick a different site, you can do whatever, whereas a rehost is where you have those, you know, those conditions of going to the same places. So, as you say,
I don't know why we do this, by the way.
To do what they want.
I was saying, like,
sit there going, oi, oi.
No, like lean, sort of, like look over the top of the wall, like, you know, like you lean when you lean left in the game, you lean left IRL as well. It's a bit like, what the hell? I can't believe I've just said IRL. Oh my god. When I could have said in real life, but here we are. No, KZ! You can't get kills because Tim's going to love it too much. But he has got the start. It's Ion to fall. 2 quick kills come out of nowhere, though. KZ is onto a double. No! I can't stand this. Either way, it's a 3 versus 2. Elevate looking pretty good here. KZ's found a 3rd. Stop it, man!
There's the triple that we all wanted. KZ
no, it's what you wanted.
Coming in big for Furia on this first round. Elevate kind of had them on the ropes a little bit. They've managed to get themselves a couple of kills, and this is a better defense, you know, than the last one that we saw from them. Certainly kept themselves active later into the round. 2v2 now, so very much how we saw the actual, you know, the previous first round go. It's getting down to that stage. Yes! However, this time Elevate managed to keep fighting. Semper picks up KV, but we find ourselves now in a 1v1, and I tell you what, Des, I wouldn't like to go against JV92 here.
First shot into a headshot, but again, Tim, it's a round where it feels like Fury should be the ones coming out on top, and sure enough they have, but maybe not quite the fashion they'd have expected. Bringing it down to a 1 versus 1, Elevate keeping them close, and yes, most disappointingly, KZ gets a 3K. For people, I'm not like a KZ hater, I want to stress here, guys. For those who weren't here before the rehost, we're playing in a fantasy league.
I'm surprised they're only doing 2 bullets.
He had nothing in the original round 1. 0-1, I was like, yeah, cool. I know Shurik's doing bad, but so's KZ, therefore it's okay. And then he's just stepped up. And
I want to see some teams go a little bit harder, like at least 3s.
No, you didn't, because the original round 1, he didn't get anything.
I big brained
No, you did not.
Fully big brained it. Psycho, just looking
to every game from here on in is going to be harder. This is going to be your easiest game.
Into the
Might as well
corner there, and we'll see whether he is droned out successfully. We've got Deimos on the other side. Casey, of course, doing fantastic
Oh, Max
work
is too?
last time around. It's going to make it difficult, potentially, to keep Psycho hidden. They really need
Fair
to
enough, they
prevent
keep
him
it
behind,
simple.
and Romeo is playing around there, trying to keep the drones out of the way, I think, so that they don't know about Psycho's presence. So we'll see. Keep an eye on Psycho. Where's he going to play in this round? Where's his movement? Is he able to pick up a little bit of a sneaky flank?
I want to see a team go against like an APAC team and bet 6.
Not very often you see this operator unless you've got something particularly like a set-piece
Can
play
we
in
go
mind.
back to the Deimos, please?
No, Tim, you can stay on this operator for the rest of the half as far as I'm concerned. Give him a shield.
I don't think I'd
That's
ever
the
bet
last
6.
care
I
about.
might bet like 5.
They're going straight in
above.
for it. Of course, we saw the Kai band away,
But
which
in
should make it
6,
pretty
like, you
easy
get
to get the
no
whole thing
chance.
cleared out here. And sure enough, in it goes. Won't find any kills, but there's a lot of soft destruction and any gadgets in the vicinity, well, they are gone, Tim.
Yeah, we're just getting a beautiful view there of how Fuse can be used alongside those hard breaches to help clear out utility, help create that space, help get those walls opened up, and just really great lines of sight. There's so much that those Fuse chargers do. They are not really there intended to get kills. They are there to clear utility. They are there to clear space, and they do a fantastic job of it.
I have noticed a couple of people have asking about those bullets at the top of the screen, Tim, and what it means, and we'll talk about this once the round has ended up, but for now, don't worry too much about it. We'll focus on the conclusion of this round first and foremost. It looks like it's going to be a garage take here. They put quite a bit of focus into Cash CC. You've got 3 players here sat outside in the south side, one of them being Felipox on the Monty, who's now starting his cross. Nades coming in at the top as well. Lots of pressure starting to build up, but the crossfire is there. Felipox is down, and elsewhere, Hertz picks up 1.
That's actually really big, taking the Monty out there, because that's going to be the spearhead of your push, trying to get up onto Catwalk. They do still have the Blackbeard shield of Hertz to be able to maybe replace him, and that's exactly what he's gone to do in this situation. Maybe a little bit more aggressive than the Monty as well, able to drop that shield in front of his rifle and make those challengers a little bit quicker. So we get to 1 kill each and a little bit of a stalemate at the 1:10 mark. Just waiting now for somebody to blink, to make a move. Do they know about each other's presence? KZ does not! He's going to be taken out by Psycho, but Hertz is there for 1 onto Romeo. And again, these two teams just battling with each other, punch for punch here.
Oh, beautiful stuff, but they still managed to get in, and like last round, Furia have kept things competitive right up until the end. They won the 1 versus 1, but can they convert the 2 versus 2? They've got both players pinned in here, Tim, on red stairs. If they can get the diffuser down, well, this is very, very a tough situation coming out for Elevate. They see 1, almost gets it, but no, Naka made the cross into a 1 versus 2, and JB closes him out. I bet now you wish he was in your
Johnny,
team,
think of this like a major.
Who else?
It's basically a
2
major, and it's all on CJX, the new system of Siege.
We know how much of an impact he has on this team, and we're seeing it right in front of us. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You mentioned, Des, those bullets that we were going to talk about. Of course, the points that are available during this group stage are based around those bullets. So every team starts with a reserve of 6 bullets available to them. Now, for day 1 and day 2, the most that they can reload per match is 2. So they have a choice of reloading 1 or reloading 2.
Very apt, Tim, because Elevate have done 1 and Fury have done 2.
It's almost as if they were doing it so that we could use it as an example. So the white 6 means that at the start of the match, that was their total reserve. That's their total points in the tournament. Everybody's on 6. So we can see in red there, Furia have reloaded 2. Elevate have chosen to reload 1. They may be not as confident going up against former world champions. So if Furia win the game, they gain an additional 2. So they will go on to 8 overall. If they were to lose the game, they would lose those reloaded bullets and drop down to 4. Simple as that. And then the teams are ordered in a league based on how many total bullets they have.
Which, like you say, says that Elevate expect to lose this game, which is why they've only reloaded.
They know it's going to be a
tough
tough one. Yeah, exactly that. So it's kind of, you know, just looking, how much do we go for on the reload, dependent on how confident we are that we can get this win here. There is, of course, Lax mentioned it.
It's like a major. Think of this as a major.
There's only 1 that we're potentially going to see
but not
today.
really a major.
There are more coming through the week, but conditions only allow for 1 to be sort of successfully activated today, and that is the flawless card. So if
this
any
is
team
the old
wins
team
7-0,
W7M,
which is
it's
still
Furia.
possible here in this one, they would also then take an additional.
You can see the lighting
2
changes in the graphics and whatever.
For argument's sake, Furia, the only ones now who could do it. If they were to win 7-0, they would get their 2 that they've reordered, and they would get 2 additional bullets for the flawless card, which is automatically activated when you win 7-0.
Well, your boy's back on the Deimos, Tim, and he's been slammed at the start of this round. An entry coming in for Elevate, hopefully in a commanding position. And Ion, compare this back to the round that we had replayed, Tim. They got decimated on the top floor, but Ion here by himself has picked out 2 players. That means Furia are down to just 2 on side. And it feels like Elevate might finally get around on the board here and show Furia that it's not going to be a 7-0 rollover.
Well, as I explained the flawless card, it looked more and more likely that we wouldn't be seeing that outcome here.
Someone's asked, by the way, how does the reloading work during the game? It basically has nothing to do with what happens in the game itself.
Nothing during the game. It's
almost
agreed
like
beforehand.
Yeah.
And it's based on the outcome.
It doesn't influence the game itself at all. There'll be cards that can be activated on future days that can play into it, like forcing out a 1 versus 1, where we have a best of 5 1v1 between a player from each team on, I believe it's Chalet we go to. It'll make things very spicy, but we can't play that card until day 3. So for today, it's just about trying to build up as many bullets as you can. That's kind of a game outside of the game if you want to think about it that way. So don't worry about it too much. On day 1, it's not going to have a massive impact. Tomorrow and day 3, it will really start to build up. For Leapox, he's left in a 1 versus 4 team, and I think this one should be pretty much shut out. We spoke about the fact that for Elevate, they've got players like Ion and Psycho have got a lot of experience between them. Some others with only a year or 2's experience coming up against world champions, it can be quite hard. But even they've got the composure here to close out a 4 versus 1 and give nothing over to Furia.
The potential.
Elevate are on the board.
And I think there'll be a lot more value to getting that 1 round for Elevate than they will have been getting even the 2 rounds potentially for Furia. You know, as we keep commenting on, there's players on the side of Elevate, not as experienced, not as familiar playing in these sort of surroundings, getting around on the board. It gives them that sort of solid foundation now to start working from. We're in this one, we've broken the seal, we've got the round done, and we can build on from there. So it gives them a bit of something, and they know they're not going to suffer that flawless. You know, there's all sorts of things that it'll do for the confidence of the team.
And look at the bans too. We've had 2 more bans come in here. We mentioned when you get to round 4 now, you get to ban 1 additional operator each that's for the side you're against. So Elevate have banned 3 attackers. They've gone for 2 hard breachers plus the Capital, and Furia have gone for the Electro Bros, Kaid and Bandit taken away, as well as the Mirror. So something we spoke about was how cool that's going to be, seeing as things develop into stage 1.
Yeah, so look at all the bans right now.
Later this year, is seeing how teams begin to counter-strat and ban away the other side, especially when you come to like round 4 and round 10, looking at what teams have done for the first 3 rounds and taking away the more problematic of those operators.
Bomb located by attackers.
And we can see, I like it, we can see how reactionary it is. You know, they're thinking we need to take away that wall denial because we're now going to have to work with Hibana if we want the hard breach, for example. As it is, they're going to move away from, you know, worrying too much about hard breach here. As we can see, they've got good soft breach option there. They've got the Flores coming along. They've got the hard breach gadgets. Again, more difficult if you've got electricity to go up against. But they're going to be a little bit more limited on their breaching ability when it comes to this site. Getting a nice big opening in CCTV wall, for example, is going to be a little bit more tricky.
Sure. Well, let's see how things play out here once again. The Maestro coming along from Naka here. It feels like a throwback to an old school comp in a way, seeing a Maestro, a Jaeger and Double Mai coming out together. It's been a long time since we've seen that heavy combo coming out. The problem is, Tim, a Fuse is the perfect response. So many of those cluster nades come out, and it doesn't matter how many ADSs or how many magnets you've got deployed, it's going to chew through all of them.
It's going to be fascinating to watch the take on this because they've got that hard breach charge, the secondary hard breach charge is used on the wall now, but like I said, it's just a lot more limited. You're having to work through a small square of an opening. Think about that combined to an exothermic charge going off on that wall that pulls the whole thing open. So you like to get on the rappel, you like to hold that angle towards CCTV door to prevent defenders moving through. We might actually see more of a presence from defenders inside of CCTV here. There is the possibility. We just see Jaeger moving back through. It's allowing that movement and rotation because they haven't been able to get that big hole opened up. They didn't bring the Hibana along.
Really tried to dig themselves in. A great bit of play here as well, using the shield up front to get a bit of damage done. Herds on for a good 2K to kick things off. Furia back in control after that last round went away from them. Well, they finally got the wraps back together here and are in a spot to start doing some damage. I was going to say Semper here on the flank could have been the big X factor for them, but JV, well, he's got that flank held down. They'll get nothing from it. A nade forces Naka to move away, and like that, it is a comfortable closeout. Furia with a
I turned off the
round
alerts,
in round 4.
Johnny.
Yeah, really nice attack from Fury there. As I said at the beginning, I was
just for this
a little bit concerned maybe about the reduction in their ability to hard breach with that second ban coming along, taking Ace away. They chose not to take Hibana, but you know what? They've made it work beautifully without
the
those
lighting
operators.
looks really good.
They were limited with those.
It's a little buggy.
They still got the job done. Use the shields well. Getting the Monty, getting the Blackbeard in there. Great stuff. We're going to have a tack timeout coming in from Elevate on the back of that one.
Little peekaboo there. You can see me being like a little Twitch chat moderator or something. We had a few questions come in. One was around the bullets, I guess. But in fact, the easy one to answer, are they playing on the SiegeX build? Yes, they are. So I think 5 of our maps have been updated.
I was
going to
say that's an important point, though. Yes, we are on the SiegeX build, but depending on the map, you may still see some of the
old
quote-unquote old Siege maps.
Yeah.
Because not all of them have been updated for SiegeX yet. 5 of them have. Quickly off the top of my head, Chalet, Bank, Cafe, Clubhouse, and Border are the 5 that have been updated here. So then, if we're playing on any of the others, like Night Haven Labs, it'll be the same as you would see in Siege.
Miziacast,
and Dunk, we're doing good.
After the round, no, it's
staying on it.
4. Sorry, after round 3, as you're going.
Yeah, this is like a major shot. Drops are on Twitch. SenVale on Twitch.
We finish round 6,
I may have the DPI, yeah.
Get wiped clean because Furia will then be on the defense, so they'll ban attackers, and Elevate will be onto the attack, and they will then ban defenders. So we have a bit of a side switch there. In total, you ban 6 operators across each team does. So you see 12 bans, but they're not all in effect at the same time. But you'll see when we get to round 7, you'll see the ban overlay come back up, and we'll go through that whole dance again.
It'll become normal very, very quickly.
Where are the face cams? We had a rehost, therefore there'll be a few issues there, but we'll get it sorted in time for the next game. Don't you worry.
10 seconds left before
it happens.
It does. Of course it does. Of course it always happens on day 1. We know this. So moving into round 5 we go.
I've been corrected by Producer Sam. Of course, we've got a reference and break the 4th wall here to Producer Sam. No face cams today, unfortunately, on B stream. Hopefully, though, we can get that sorted for next time.
There we go. Answers. Questions asked, answers given.
You can look at the smiles when we end the round and we cut to the player cams. That's when you can enjoy seeing what they're all up to.
Going to have the Hibana straight away placing those charges onto the CCTV. Also, Soto canister will come out just to slow that down. Of course, those unfamiliar with Tuba, it doesn't destroy the charges or anything.
Tuba here is weird.
Pauses them effectively until that icy coldness wears off the wall, and then they will reactivate with however much remaining time they had until detonation. So they don't start again or anything. If got 2 seconds left till the detonation, it will then be 2 seconds till they detonate. So they can hold that wall for a little bit. What they're doing here is burning time. They're not going to prevent it being open, but by doing that, Semper is just allowing himself the time and space to be able to watch that outside balcony along those windows and just prevent Furia from getting onto those too soon. Once that wall opens, which it has now, Semper, he can't really play onto that window. He's going to keep himself in CCTV there. He can watch the breach for anybody coming in, but he can't really expose himself too far over onto the window. But what he might do is take the risk of, I'm going to hang around for 30 seconds. If nobody comes, I'm going to presume that they've actually just opened the breach for phantom pressure and moved away. So he might then start taking that risk onto CCTV window once he's got that little bit of intel.
For sure, and there's no need to rush it as well. I know we're halfway the round in, but you can see this is going to be an explosive execute at some point with the Ying and the Blackbeard on side. That just screams you get your prep work done and then you go absolutely bananas. And sure enough, JB's be the first one in here. And even though Psycho was expecting him,
he had a ping.
Got rid of Psycho.
He had a ping. He wasn't ready.
Semper was just a bit too ready for him in response. 2 quick kills for Elevate as well. Now things are looking balanced on their side. Still with this Blackbeard that can do a bit of work, but he's got himself a bit of a crossfire here, Tim. 1 player to the right and 1 to the left. This is not a pretty situation to be in.
No, he needs a little bit of support. And there it comes, KZ underneath, working on the book, and the pressure is mounting on Naka. He's trying to move himself inside of logistics, and that is the support he needed. Ion manages to pick up nades, so all of a sudden everybody else on the side of Elevate can now focus towards main stairs because they know that KZ's downstairs. So right now, Herds, he's had to back off, Des.
And what I love is all the players have drawn back in together here in Elevate. They know they can play for these trades and play for these crossfires. And against the shield, it's one of the best things that you can look to do. Semper getting a little bit low here, but now Herds has gone and KZ with it all to do. I know you're begging for him to walk away with 4 kills from this closed in for your fantasy, and that is one hell of a shot. Gets away with 1. Will he find a second? Not quite just now, but very close to it. As that clock runs down to the last 10 seconds though, Tim, it feels like we're a little bit cooked.
He's playing. He was quite literally playing with fire there. We could see one of those new environmental aspects. The pipe had been shot out next to that double wall. He had to move in anyway, but he was, you know, taking a little bit of a risk there, and it was nice use of that from Elevate, assuming that they had taken the opportunity to take that shot, but they get themselves a really nice round there as well. Like I say, what I liked about Elevate in that round was their awareness of the positioning. Herds at the top of main stairs on the Blackbeard was a thorn in their side. He was a real problem. But as soon as that kill goes down onto Nade, everybody refocuses to main stairs and forces Herds back because the call has come. Buck's down below logistics office. He can't challenge us directly, so they know they can focus. If anything, that's the priority. Right, let's try and hit this Blackbeard while we've got him solo. They couldn't quite manage to get that done, but it was enough to get them established and to get them formed back up, ready to continue defending. Good stuff from Elevate.
Let's go and look at my my boy Shuripton in the other game, see how the fantasy's doing.
How's it going, Des?
He's 0-9.
Oh, no. I mean, oh, no, genuinely, for sure.
I'll be having words in the pool later.
But for your fantasy, I can't really worry about that too much for your fantasy.
No, it's terrible. Oh, okay, it happens. It happens. That's right, Tim. Start slow and then warm up. That's the way we'll approach it.
Oh, it's the best way.
It's kind of almost what Elevate have done here, to be fair, because let's not forget, Fury were up 2-0. I thought, they were going to really struggle to get a single round out of this Elevate, and sure enough, they got the third when they were in the downstairs, and I thought, okay, maybe they get a couple out of this half. It could yet build up towards being that, but I think we're more likely to see the 3-3. They're back down in the basement again here, where they've already won before, and Furia, the last couple of attacks, have looked a little bit shaky at points. Herds here, chewing his way through that goo mine, but still wins the 1v1 onto Romeo. Really could have done better there.
See, Blackbeard is always going to win that 1v1, and that's a really good contrast to how I said they dealt with him last time when they had him trapped at the top of main stairs and they kind of put pressure on from multiple sides, you know, applied a couple of people to that problem. There, in a 1v1 like that, Romeo is always likely to lose it. So the plant is going down. JV92 Herds, however, is taken out. That's a big kill from Psycho, but they can do nothing to stop the diffuser going down. And now Furia just need to hold on to this in the post plant. JV92, he's doing it all, Des. He's getting a diffuser. He's getting a double. Make it a triple. JV92, unstoppable.
He's a bit on one today, isn't he, Tim? I know it doesn't count because it was in that first replay round, but he had a 3K back then as well, and he just will not be stopped. I think he's now up to 8-1 on kill, even higher than that, thinking about it. It'll be even crazier, but we'll see, of course, when the stats catch up. Now, I did mention that we have this whole reset now on the bans because the sides are swapped. They're done simultaneously, so you aren't taking forever to get through a ban phase. It's basically 3 bans, each all taking place at the same time.
Important thing as well, you couldn't maybe quite see it clearly because you weren't probably looking for it there, but you could see the coach in behind the players talking to them, and that's because through this second banning phase the coach is allowed to speak to them. It's not taken as a tactical timeout or anything. They still have that to take if they wish to. Elevate have already used theirs. Fury will still be able to use theirs. It's just an opportunity for the coach to give a little bit of feedback about maybe what they see in the bans, what can we do in the bans, but, you know, I'm sure there's opportunity there as well.
3-4-2. I mean, we might have a game in this clubhouse.
I just like how we saw this come out when we had those 3 bans coming through back in the first half, but we've gone straight for both of the electrification operators taken away immediately. Kaid and Bandit off the board here for Elevate, just not wanting to deal with that on their attacks here. And it might prove to be a good shot. It means you haven't got to worry about bringing something like a Maverick when you've got that taken away. It means they can lean into, as they're doing here, bringing the Habana along instead. Now, you might be looking at that and thinking, why the hell has smoke just gone through? That's because we have these destructible ingredients around the map here, the environmentals. The ones that you'll often find going down is that when they are going to influence the attacking game, i.e. they can use it to their advantage. That one there, really good to smoke off dirt tunnel, for example, and be able to shield yourself when going for a plant through kitchen hatch. You get rid of those in the prep phase. You don't want to deal with it, you just get rid of them pretty much immediately. It will be the same for the attackers when they get into the map. They'll want to get rid of any ones that could impede them later into the round, super early on, so you haven't got to worry about it in the dying few seconds when it can have a mega impact. And you kind of saw it back in the last one with that fire going off, of course, the gas pipe. I think Casey was in a spot where he had to make his move, otherwise he was bound to get blown up or run out of time, one of the two, which is why he got forced into a difficult situation. It's just another little layer to the game that you've now got to consider.
In we go to the action phase of round 7 then. Furia defending the basement to kick things off. You see a presence from them around the map, as I would expect from this Furia team. They're certainly not going to give up any ground too easily. We've got Hurge just up in there and Lounge. Philippox is going to be the interesting one on the Scorpos. So he's inside of Strip at the minute, and he's probably going to play his life here for a little bit, try and burn some time, but the real kicker for him will be if they don't find him, and he can work in. It's often forgotten is that wing of the map, and if he can work his way into their flank, absolutely beautiful. But of course, playing the Scorpos there, it gives you that opportunity for that free kind of teleport, essentially. There's 2 robot shells, one of them will be positioned down in sight, and Philippox will have the opportunity to shut off the one he's using and relocate himself back down into that basement shell and activate it. So we'll see whether he does that. He's taken a little bit of damage now, so they're aware of his presence. He needs some help, does he? KZ's there! Philippox finds one, and that is a huge start from the roaming duo of Furia.
That feels like a real siege timing moment as well. Oh, it's horrible. Because Iron had got to this point on main stairs, was ready to get the track onto the Valkyrie, but just as he hits the track, while he's crossing towards Bathroom, managed to get a kill onto the Hibana on the other side. It's unfortunate for Elevate, but super well played here by KZ especially. A 5 versus 1, and Furia, as you'd expect on the defense, are looking impenetrable. Romeo's got it all to do in a 1 versus 5, Tim, but it feels to me like this is going to be a 5-2 scoreline coming up for Furia.
Stream with Twitch drops. You have to be enabled as a Ubisoft partner. You have to apply on their website.
A little bit of utility that he can use should he need in the form of that skeleton.
You probably get accepted. You just have to apply for it.
A little extra line of sight. He's got a good idea that one's inside a kitchen, I think, here. He's probably heard the gunfight, but it doesn't matter. KZ steps around the corner and slams his man. Picks up the final kill, and that's going to be, indeed,
I've been playing since the first season of Siege. Yeah.
I mean, KZ barely looked bothered there. He was literally.
Have I been saying guy? Yeah, of course, on YouTube.
To hit a pinpoint at the top
yes,
of those
sir.
stairs at the midpoint of them.
Yes, sir.
Towards kitchen a bit, in towards bathroom to take a challenge onto the Hibana, picking up kills left, right, and center. Elevate got to get their ideas together here if they're going to shut down Fury and be a little bit quicker on the push in. And maybe with what they've currently got Howard, of course, they can change away from this. But we're seeing things like the Sens, the Capital, the Lion. You got Psycho back on the old faithful Monty. This could be a real blast from the past, Tim.
Fury might not even get another ban here, Des.
No, they could do it all in that 7-2.
If they get the next 2 rounds and it's over in round 9, they won't, of course, get that opportunity for the 3rd ban that comes at the start of round 10. So we'll see whether they can get this
Bandit Cade ban, I mean,
it or not. Like I say, it's been a very good start from the.
That's one of the things that's going to be tricky on a map like Club, is that you can literally just ban the wall denial.
Solid. I don't feel like Elevate have ever really pushed them. There's been a couple of rounds that they've won, obviously, but it feels like, yeah, they've picked up a couple of sort of 50-50 gunfights around the map and then been able to use the man advantage. There's no rounds where I've looked and thought, wow, Elevate really won that. They really were, and this is where we're going to see it more on the attacking side, but I'm waiting for that sort of wow moment of that was a great strategy, that was really well executed, they've gone in and won that, they've taken that round away from Furia. I'm kind of waiting for that.
I've gone to the game again soon, I wish I hadn't. Should be 0 and 10.
I mean, I feel for him. I genuinely
do. You feel for me, though?
Not for you. I never want to see players struggling like that inside of the game.
Man. I mean, otherwise, I think JB has had a bit too much fun. He's up to 12-2 in this game, Tim. And now he's got himself across the plane on the dot. KZ going a bit aggressive here, wanting to get his KD padded out, but not able to succeed. Romeo instead being the collector of his scalp in this round.
That's the difficulty that Elevator will face now, of course. Fury are 5-2 up. They start feeling like they can take a few risks.
They cheat.
They
True.
can go in there and get involved and have
you
a
shoot wood and see forward drop.
Yep. They can get an early pick. They're going to feel
it's been around for a while.
They're going to
feel
have to
obviously not shoot a C4.
So. As it is, they've been punished, and all Elevate can really do here is just dig their heels in, make it as difficult, punish them every time. If they're going to offer you a tasty morsel like somebody running out of lower garage, then you got to take it. You got to eat it up, and that's exactly what they've done. KZ lost. Castle not the end of the world. Those barricades will already be in position, so it's not really utility loss. We can see the Monty is pushing up here. Psycho is just choosing to take damage from the barbed wire rather than having it cleared out.
At this point, though, he's in a real dangerous position, Tim. The thing is, as the doc here, you know that there's someone going to be challenging along with this Monty, or at least trying to benefit off the fact that it's creating pressure. He can drop that shield and knock the doc down at any time, which is where the respect has got to be given. So it's a lot of pressure to be put under, and sure enough, here's that player. It's Romeo below, looking for his man, and now the doc knows where he is. In fact, it's Romeo taking a lot of shots. Tim, there are 3 players here trying to get rid of one guy. Steps up and gets rid of one. They get the trade, so it's something. Romeo on for a 3K, and maybe here with the shield still in hand, Elevate can get something done.
There has been quite a
Still
heavy
Nitro in
cost
hand.
for them there, just in clearing out that dock. It's not just about the manpower, the loss of Ion and Semper along the way. It's also the loss of time. They're down to 45 seconds, but they should have what they need now. Romeo is the big question mark because he's got the diffuser in hand, and they want to get him in here with Psycho so they can plant him behind that server rack realistically. They've got the cover on there. You can see now he's moving up. He's getting himself into his spot that he needs to be. They've got the cover from the breach.
Oh,
but Philippox gets a big kill and drops the diffuser on the ground, Des.
This is the hard one now. They've got to make this work, Tim. They had a spot in the 3v2 to cook something special. They might have drawn out the C4, but they're in this 2 versus 2. He's in for a plant, and with no C4 on side, yes, this can go down. It doesn't matter what the cam shows them. Without the control they need, this is going to get stuck, and now it's looking real sticky.
It just shows how easy this site can be to plant.
Why don't they
You
push?
really don't need very much. You just need that cover from the wall.
Why let them get in
Elevate
this
have
position,
understood that, and they played it beautifully. Naka just holding that angle to prevent the push through. As you say, the Nitro already used has been a critical moment against Furia here, despite that fight back, and you would expect now that Elevate are able to hold on for this final 10 or so seconds that they need. Naka manages to cut down Nade. It's all going to be up to Philippox.
Yeah,
13 seconds with a Monty in his face. Not a chance, Des.
Absolutely not. Psycho is kind of baiting him out here to make sure he can't get on it, and now there is no time left. The most he can play for is kills,
dumb.
but Elevate have pulled it.
They're
out so
planting.
close.
They have a bulletproof. They know he's planting. Why are they fucking not
Philippox,
like
that's
just
our
pushing
time.
for
This
it?
is it.
What are they
We get this
doing?
plant down.
He was
That's
trying to
exactly
deny it
what
from
they
underneath,
did.
probably,
Sure,
but like
Tim,
they should have
they're
just
getting
swung.
around on the board here.
One guy
Not
on the
quite
wall
caught up to
covering
Furia yet, but
the
at least being
swing.
competitive.
Take your chance.
No, I was saying I was waiting to see Elevate really come out and win a round. I feel like they did with that one. It was close. Philippox had that moment where he took Romeo out, dropped the diffuser on the ground. It was maybe a little bit slow from Elevate, even once they'd taken that.
He probably went on their knees to try to stop it from under. Realized he didn't have the time, came back up, and they were trying to put a double up,
They
but
just showed such a great
just too
understanding.
slow.
I know it's a pretty basic concept for anybody who's played Siege for a long time. You're aware of holding that angle across and how it prevents anybody pushing into CCTV and the safety that it creates for Psycho to get that diffuser down. But Elevate had to take account of certain factors, and the Nitro particularly was one, because if you haven't cleared that out with only 2 players, it's then very difficult to plant in that spot because Philippox just runs downstairs, Nitro on the ceiling above him and clears it out, but they knew that wasn't possible. So really well played, and I will say, Elevate, that's a round that they definitely came in and won.
All right, let's see if they can get any more on the board, Tim. Keep this one competitive as we go through. I think our game over on the A stream is also coming to a close, or probably a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, no, it's definitely on YouTube, under my tips and tricks section.
It'll
be the most recent one.
Dominant in terms of
the settings guide. That is.
6-4 it currently stands. I think they're staying close over there, Tim. Here, it's again competitive, but it does feel like Fury are the ones pushing themselves towards a win. Let's see how things shape up though in this round. Floro's coming along for Ion, no doubt identifying there's a few things to chew through in this round. The barbed wires, you've got the Maestro cameras to go through, of course you've got the Kiva barriers to be concerned about too. Lots they can look towards here to get busy with all those drones they've got on side.
How to optimize your PC settings and increase your FPS in Rainbow Six Siege 2025. So it's right there.
Seen great examples there of how this new banning
Oh,
system is
that's wrong
gonna
video, but
impact on the game. How quickly that wall has got open with the double electricity ban, able to just work their way through very quickly, and just taking full advantage of that, full understanding of, hey, this is the space we've created with those bans, and we're going to make sure that we use it to full effect. Twitch drone goes.
If you can't find it, go to my Twitch channel, type in XP settings.
Value out of that utility as well. I think that's something Elevate have done well so far on the attack, is how they've used that utility, whether it be the shield of Monty in the last round, whether it be the hard breach.
Go to Twitch and just type in XP settings, it'll pull the video up.
Definitely focusing on it.
What they do from here, though, Tim, it's all good moving fast, but...
This is why I like playing Doc. I know it doesn't have that much util, but like,
yet moved
you're going to have a lot of teammates that are going to get taken like this.
It's sort of around 1 minute 45 for you to have been able to move as a team and pressure these players away, but they're still stuck here as we're coming down to the last 75 seconds, still with utility deployed around the map. Yes, you've got a lot of drones you've got to use in Arm's back pocket, for example, but just feels like they might be leaving things down to the last 20 seconds or so before they even look at the site, let alone actually hit it.
Yeah, I mean, time was something that I did mention in the last one. We were kind of at that 30-second mark before the execute came in. Like you say, something that they need to be conscious of. Maybe something that newer teams do suffer from sometimes is
they've got it now.
A little bit of indecision. You know, it slows them down a little bit, but like you said, they've got themselves established inside a construction. Herds is still holding on. Manages to do a little bit of damage there, and this is the problem for Elevate. They keep getting those bullets in, tickling them, taking away HP, little bit, and that is ultimately going to cost them the round.
And the problem here, Tim, I was going to say that Evil Eye is still up. They haven't been able to destroy most of this utility despite all the time they've had in this round. And I feel it's going to sting them. JV going down here. Semper finishes him off with the pistol. A 5 versus 4. Elevate could do this, Tim, but the clock is the 6th man here for Furia.
That's a big swing from Semper. From Romeo. Felipox was there to trade it out, but 2 kills come in. Surely he can't hold on. 12 seconds left to go. We know this man has the ability. Felipox moves in.
My God.
KZ with a kill from beyond the grave. He makes it even more possible for Felipox. He downs the diffuser. Des, he's gonna do this. The clock runs out, and Felipox completes a 1v4.
Wow.
What more can you say? They moved so fast at the round start and everything ground to a halt. They didn't get rid of the Evil Eye that was there the whole round being a nuisance. Keeper barriers stayed up, and all Furia had to do was play to the clock. I said it becomes that 6th man, and that's exactly what we've seen. Now, Tim, we will get that extra ban that you mentioned. We might not get a chance to see, so we'll see what the third operator each team will ban away is going to be here. 1 defender, 1 attacker to close things out, and it starts the conversation about an interesting ban that you can pick out here, because do you look to ban an operator away on the strongest site or pick the weakest site to guarantee that you win it? That Monty going away because they know that Psycho's been leaning on it, and Mira going to be the final ban taken out too.
This is what I like about this ban system, where you have that ban after a few rounds, after 3
Hibana
rounds,
through. Hibana got a good kill on Smoke and then threw his life away, knowing damn well that nobody was actually going to hold Logi after he went down.
And then Ace was the 3rd ban, and so it's
you gotta be smart. If you have no backup, you're better off just holding that position.
That Monty has been a real problem.
He went in sprinting, bro.
You know Monty's going to be a real problem. So they've then experienced it and said, you know what, we don't need any more of that. And so you're going to have these reactive bans sometimes rather than the prescribed ones. And it'll really shape the game. I love that. So Furia 6-3 coming into round 10. They looked good in the last round. Felipox looked good. Furia didn't look fantastic, but Felipox was on it 1v4, and he just played it. There was nothing flashy about that clutch from Felipox.
Nope.
He just did everything right. And if you want to say to me, Ace, how do I clutch? How do I clutch like Felipox? Just do everything right. Simple as that, really.
Absolutely. I had a quick question come in a second ago from someone actually.
Was really good.
Only on the
really
rework maps, or they are on any of the 9 maps that we have in the
pool. Never really go wrong
right
playing
what you're saying, only 5 of our 9 maps have been updated to the like CGX graphics standard. And that's not because it's a lazy thing.
You have to be careful. It's Fourth is a slower out that you don't find yourself in a baiting
situation. The maps are already at a good standard. Things like
the one bad thing about Forest.
And Labs, some of our newer maps are already at a good level. So they'll be following, of course, as we get towards the launch of CGX, Tim, which is going to be very exciting over the next month or so. Not forgetting, of course, we've got the year roadmap on the 18th of May, so next weekend you get to see what is the plan for CGX this year. I'm really excited to see what comes. I always love seeing the year-long roadmaps and what's coming up over the next 12 months, and we get to see that here. Can't wait.
We've got Tommy just trying to lock themselves inside a kitchen. Herds, however, manages to pop up from lounge and find one onto Romeo. Ion does take down the somewhat indomitable JV92, 14-5 this game, absolutely flying, but will be cut out of this round. 4 versus 4, and Elevate just
new game up,
having
dual
that
front.
little bit of a moment of a pause. What is going on here? Where are we working towards? Are they aware of KZ up above them though? That's the big question, Des. He could have a big impact on this round. I think they know that he's in there. They're just going to give themselves a little angle from lounge and at least let him know that they know, that he knows, that they know.
Stop it. That hurts my head already. bomb was enough. Well, Psycho, of course, taken with the Monty away, is straight onto the more aggressive pairing of the shield operators. We mentioned you might see some co-op bans where a lot of shields get taken away, a lot of hard breaches go. He sees his man.
He's
now
in trouble,
broke. I mean, a good bit of team play coming out. Fair enough, he was pinned in there. Not an awful lot he can do, and that is what Blitz does best. Yeah. Creates a lot of pressure, always a threat to you. When you've got a teammate nearby to support that shot,
not a great realm.
Well, it's hell on earth for the defender.
Just forcing that movement as well. KZ would never have moved his position there unless he's got the blitz in his face, so he didn't really have a choice. 3 versus 4, Furia might not be able to get it done inside of this round. It is Church and Arsenal, so time is less of a factor. We often see those final 20-second executes for Elevate to come in here. They don't need to worry too much about how much sound is left in the timer as it sort of runs through. They are ready to go here. They do have a man advantage. Utility that they're going to be playing against. We can see there the Goyo canister just being popped on the door to prevent that push coming in from Mortal. Damage being done. Hertz finding a kill. Furia holding on, Des.
It's the clock again, Tim. It was a 6-man for them in the last round. It's building up to be the same for Leapox onto Semper and Psycho and Naka. All that stand between Furia and the first win here at Reload. They might get one back on side, but there's 5 seconds to go. Naka in a temporary 1v2 while this diffuser goes down, not being pushed. And Furia might let this one stick. Sure enough, they get away with it. And now Psycho in a 1 versus 2. Push from the left, push from the right. He can do nothing. Furia going to take this map 7-3 and lock in those 2 bullets for themselves.
Yeah, Furia have played that absolutely perfectly there, recognizing that they were up against a blitz. We push together, we push from opposite directions. There's nothing that Psycho can do. So a tough finish there for Elevate. Look, they haven't played terribly. They've played okay. They've come up against a very good Furia today. As she said, they reloaded 2 bullets from their reserve, so they take an additional 2 and move up to 8. Elevate lose the bullet that they reloaded and drop down to 5.
I mean, let's talk about Elevate here a bit, because they're the new team as well, right? Positive they took from that game. I think on defense, they looked really good in a few of their rounds. Took a couple to warm into it, but they got there. On the attacking side, I think is where things came to a halt a little bit. They found themselves stalling out. They kind of know that coming to a moment where it's like, okay, guys, what do we do now? And that's something that takes a little bit of time to build.
The dark, the lighting changed a lot.
Who are one of the best teams in the world, unfortunately.
I don't think anybody would have wanted to play Furia today, let's be honest. Day 1, we're up against Furia. Yeah, great. You know, look,
first map of the tournament. Let's get the hard one out of the way, shall we?
Clubhouse as well. You know, Furia are always going to come in and look good. As we progress through, it will be the lower ranked teams in terms of the points that will choose their opponents for the following days. So that will offer, you know, Elevate have lost some points there. They've lost one of the bullets, but it is going to mean potentially we'll see how the rest of the day shapes up. They may be getting an earlier choice as to who they go against.
And of course, we get to see at the end of today's show over on the A stream who they pick to play against tomorrow. So make sure you check out that a bit later. But we've still got 4 more games to go here on the B stream. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, it's Cloud9 coming up against PSG Talon. See you in a bit.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Alex Ghost 47, but around here, For some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I would say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Real ready for reload?
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles.
I was just ordering food for the next several days. Hubby, I wasn't sleepy.
And you know what?
They're right.
Oh, shit. What'd you order? Macaroni and cheese, sun chips, some Doritos, orange juice, bagels with cream cheese. Oh, 22 minutes? We're going to this train. Grown man order right there. Yes, sir. Sun chips and the Doritos are just like, you know, here and there. The macaroni and cheese is the main, go-to. Got some orange juice, bagels, That's food for the next couple days. I didn't say food for right now. I said food for the next few days. Like, guys, I'm not eating that all right now. I was like just looking at Uber Eats. I'm like, what do I want to eat right now? I'm like, ooh, 50% off grocery order. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it.
What a wonderful time we're having here as we kick off the first game of competitive Siege X live at Reload in Rio. Of course, rock in Rio. We got Reload in Rio.
Yeah,
it's all a good time to go through, of course, with the heavy metal music to really take us into it. Though I do disagree with Gus and Xenox on the Boston music. They actually like a bit of jazz.
It suited the environment, but just like this music suits here.
Absolutely. That's a very, very good way to put it. Gentlemen, we want to refresh everybody's minds because you might just be tuning in for the first time today. The first two games just ended. We'll talk about those in a second with a quick recap. But the format for Reload is like nothing we've ever seen before in Siege Esports and its entire history. Because there are modifiers, right? Not just the bullets themselves with how things work, where everybody starts with 6 bullets and they have to load up to a maximum of 2 for the first 2 days. And we'll talk about things later after day 3. But there's a total of 6 cards. 4 of them I'm calling passive cards that are always in play, and 2 that can be activated when the players actually want to use them. We'll tell you how that happens. So first of all is one of our passive cards, which is the Flawless card. What happens, or what does flawless mean in this context?
Yeah, I mean, flawless means exactly what you would think it'd be in terms of this competition. You are flawlessly beating the other team, winning in 7-0 fashion. They couldn't even stand a chance.
I'm like,
and what
I'm gonna be streaming a fuck ton
extra bullets.
next
so if you're
few days, weeks.
Tomorrow, you put up another 2
Like,
bullets.
I'm gonna spoil myself. I'm gonna get something crazy.
First matchup. Had they won that match 7-0,
I'm gonna get like Mexican food delivered. I'm like, oh yeah, that'll be awesome.
Bullets back
I ended up buying
themselves,
fucking groceries.
Them in a much better position. Because at the end of this, you want the most amount of bullets you possibly
She came
get,
to stream.
Gets you that much closer to having more.
No.
Well, that's the Flawless card, one of what I'm calling, that's not official nomenclature, but this is the kind of, I guess, MMO brain that's coming in here. It is a passive card. It is always active in play. But at the end of every single play day, we have a draft show where all 20 teams have a representative each, and we're going to be chatting to them as they pick who they get to play against tomorrow, because we don't know what the games are going to look like until the end of the day. How does that work that way?
Well, in the draft show, usually based off of the previous day, so for example today, the teams that perform the worst at the bottom of the leaderboard will be able to have their fair share of the pick out of all the other teams in the investment.
But what can you do then in case active card that you can play?
Well, there is. There's actually a chicken card, which should be a fan favorite. So
It was responsible. I thought about buying alcohol, but I'm like, I have booze. We good.
I'm sorry, I love the audio with it.
In the draft show, the team that has been picked will be able to use this once to use the chicken
I can't
card
wait for
to
that.
avoid playing them, which means that the team that picked them will have to then pick another team from the remaining amount of teams that have not been selected to play it the next day.
And that is a single use, as you can see, unlike our passive card, the Flawless, that is always active. This here, you could only play it once, so you have to be careful.
I love
it's
it.
like a lot of the things where you might be saving that potion.
I
for
got
way
put up
deeper
against
into the
FaZe.
game. Well,
Check
here,
it out.
You want to save the
Nope.
card until later
Not
in
playing
the
you,
tournament,
FaZe.
or
Fuck
do you wanna have
you.
it right here, right now?
Again, it creates that
don't
element of
fuck
surprise
with
and also
you.
having to really think about how you're implementing these cards and when you're going to use them. Because realistically, if you chicken out on someone, you could be going against a harder opponent. So you really have to think
No,
and
not really. If
strategize
you
when
go
you're
against
going to use
FaZe,
that time to use
I mean,
Exactly. If you use it too early on in the tournament and then you're stuck in a rock and a hard place later on,
You're stuck
and
with
you
it.
get put up against a team that's smoking everybody at the tournament, it's going to look very rough. You're going to feel a little silly that you used it so early on, but every situation is going to be different. You got to roll with the punches, and to be the best, you got to beat everybody.
Absolutely. Ain't no secrets in these chambers.
Absolutely. And for all of that, you'll have to stay around until the end of the entire day, because that's when the draft show will be live and we'll be
Good
having
music in the
all
background.
players and getting their live
it?
reactions to being picked to play against whom tomorrow. There's a lot to figure out around that. That's 2 cards that we've explained so far. We'll be talking
So,
about
yeah.
more as we go on.
when you
with the
win,
day, and of course,
you get to
with
pick who you
this
play
entire group
next.
stage, 'cause
So we
that's when
don't
these
know who's going to play who next. We have no idea.
competition.
Round 1 all of
Thank
today?
you so much
Yes,
for this
all of it.
Reminder, again, we'll be refreshing as we go. Game 2 of Reload starts in a bit.
Hope I know. How you doing? The Favales. I wanted mac and cheese more than anything. Guac chips. Oh boy. Guac chips are fire, guys. The little mini Alcatraz. El Salvador. Probably not. Mac and cheese, it's hard to fuck up. It's noodles with cheese. Like, hello. You put anything in it, it's gonna make it better. It's already good by itself. Lobster, sure. Bacon, why not? More cheese? Fuck it, YOLO. Kettle. GTA 6? Yes. This is the release of GTA 6. Done 2 second drops. Bet. +1 viewer coming up. Ha ha! Scamming the system.
Welcome back, everybody, to Rio de Janeiro. We're in Brazil, and it's time for our second matchup here at Reload. It's the first time we get to see Siege X, a brand new game, all of its overhauls played in this competitive system. Now, seeing game number 1, that's bygone. That's done and dusted. We have to talk about our second, and it's Wildcard versus Scars. This is a matchup that, in many ways, you would not be seeing in a lot of tournaments, but this is really shaking things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Again, back to, you choose your opponent. Wildcard picks Scars, and when I look at this tournament and how this format is and how you play it, I'm going to pick a stronger team out the gate, and for Wildcard, I'd say this is a little different for them because I don't see them as one of the stronger teams here, so they're also going to probably look for someone that they can try to beat up on, so it kind of makes sense that they're picking Scars, but at the same time, they don't have that international experience that Scars does, which, again, can bite you in the butt in the long run.
Yeah, it's a test for both teams, and picking them obviously goes to show the NA confidence because a lot of regions in general don't really believe in the APAC. So Wildcard coming to Scars for their first pick could be a rude awakening, could be a good startup for Wildcard and what they have to show in the rest of the tournament.
You never know what you get at the end of it. It's best of 1, and that is very dangerous territory. Yeah. But let's talk about Scars. And this squad you've seen over many iterations in international play over the past 2 years, ever since Copenhagen up until now. They've had a lot of success online as well in their own region in Japan.
Absolutely. I mean, when it comes to events, though, they really haven't found that much success. But the individual players were doing good. But they recently just got rid of Nina and Taiyu, which means they lost a little bit of firepower. But the players that they went for specifically were to round out the core, be more supportive players, the players that are able to uplift players like Rek. They ended up getting Aya Gator, who is coming out of retirement. The last time he played was almost a year ago. And Choppy, who the last time he played was in Atlanta. Wow. So both of these players have had a little bit of a stretch since a international tournament. It's going to take them a little bit of a warm-up, and Wildcard is a perfect first opponent for them to go up against.
At the bottom of the screen there, you saw a little teaser show up with the Scars logo and a piece of a weapon. That is a teaser of their in-game skin that will be coming out very, very soon as part of the R6 Share program. Of course, all of our 20 teams here at Reload in Rio are part of the Share program, so you will eventually see their skins in the game. And I know that the money that we all put forward as a community to support the organizations and the esport also support the players individually, and I have 2 great examples of people that
it helps.
It really does help. It adds on top of everything. Your usual salary, you get more secure, and you get to focus on your game more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing. I mean, and who doesn't like skins, especially when they look good? And honestly, the creativity that Ubisoft allows all these teams to be able to have, I mean, we have some pretty damn looking good skins.
Oh, out of the whole esports ecosystem, Siege definitely does it right with everything that they're
so you're doing it right.
So when a team takes charge of that and is able to create something unique, something cool, hopefully no more Hyper-Beast sets.
Though, shout out to all the artists that make this happen, because I mean, we've met a lot of them, and they are incredibly creative in their usual work, but to be able to design
little
all
get
of
up
that, and then for the UB
really
team
throwing me off,
to
man.
put it into the game, to really live up to all of this beautiful design is a wonderful thing to see. So everybody's a winner at the end of the day. You get to show off for all the other people that are looking at you when you clutch it out in the round. Is beautiful to witness. Though, with all the promo aside, because there's a lot to talk about, let's put up Wildcard on the other side, because this squad is, in many ways, a mishmash that's looking to find success in this
Baby Shark.
It's crazy as an NA analyst seeing this roster now. I mean, you have Dash, a very good player coming from Brazil, coming from that WCHEME roster that won all the way back then. Now he finds himself in North America. But then you also look at Baby Shark. He's coming all the way from Europe. So, I mean, this roster really is a wild card now. They're really pulling out every little bit, every little showcasing of their cards.
Fox is in Rio wearing that.
Make them as competitive as they possibly can be.
How long am I going to be live?
This is their first
Too long.
international event as a team and for some of those players.
I think a standout player that everyone should know is Kansan. I mean, he's been performing so well, and to finally have a team where it's his own, he's arguably the leader of the team.
Yeah.
And now orchestrating it by picking up 2 players from 2 different regions to be able to have a little bit more experience and depth. It's a very young roster. They have a lot of potential. First tournament. There's a lot for them to show. There's not too much pressure on their shoulders because a lot of the NA teams are kind of washing them out.
Hold on, I gotta check something.
And what's good, especially for Spiker and Mr. Bay, is that you have a player like Kansas.
No, you don't have Amaranth watching her team play?
That element as well
Amaranth,
that
lock in!
That has won something. So they really have a good support system.
Amaranth, this is your team!
IGL to look at and be like, okay, this is what we got to do. This is how we're going to facilitate a round. And I'm
lock
expecting
in!
Good things from this team. I don't want to see disappointment.
Honestly, there's quite a few teams, not just, I guess, 2 NA teams that are part of this tournament that we're looking at as, my God, is this going to be a repetition of Manchester? But there's actually more than that. The Brazil is bringing their own. Talk about Loud. There's other squads that are in here, and we're going to mention them and go in depth as
Oh, something like that when I go duck hunting? That's kind of the outfit I was thinking of.
But there's just so much.
I mean, that's like you're knee deep in like marsh water, like walking around.
Or any other player,
you know,
it's really important. But it's different when you're playing internationally. It's different when you have this format.
I'm going to Rio to cast esports.
Brand new game with a lot of changes.
Guys on the left,
as we mentioned,
got the memo.
When you're watching 2 main stage level teams,
Fox is a little out of it, his
When
element.
you're watching 2 teams that have a lot to prove for themselves, it's a whole different battle. You're going to see a lot of creativity, maybe a lot of rookie mistakes, but that's the beauty.
I'll show you rookie
mistake.
mistake.
On CGX, everything's going to be brand new.
Exactly. Now let's take a look at our map. Again, all best of ones throughout our first 5 rounds, our first 5 days of competition here at Reload. Before we go to our main stage, we're going to get Chalet again as our decider. I wonder why that's been happening.
I think it's just a great map for everyone to go to. Arguably, it's Chalet, Clubhouse, maps that are a little bit more aggressor-sided, allow teams to be able to go for aggressive plays, to show a style of play that you're not going to see later in the tournament unless it's from a Brazilian team for the most part. And Chalet is just a good back and forth. It's able to test both things because on defense, you have to be proactive. On attack,
so you're
everyone knows
proactive.
attack, you already have to be proactive. But the uniqueness that we saw in the previous game excites me for the Chalet because especially the Jaeger innovation.
He just got back from the bayou alligator.
How these teams compete to that because I would say they're on a more aggressive level. Than
We're going to Rio?
I mean, just even the picks and bans already add a completely different element that I really want to see what is going to be used from both teams and how they're going to counteract one another. Because again, adding that ban system really does revitalize certain strategies. You really have to think. And again, for teams that are better at adapting on the fly, that benefits them. Whereas teams that do struggle, it really can put a hindrance to their performance.
And adapting on the fly, experience usually weighs over new players. So in that regard, Scars is looking very comfortable in this game, and there's no pressure on their shoulders.
Clear communication is a big part of it as well. And speaking of comms, let's bring up our casters who just casted the first ever matchup of competitive Siege on Siege X. Guz Xenox, I mean, it's a huge honor in general, but how are you feeling at the end of your first game?
Feeling good. I mean, it was a very fun game. I think, obviously, for FearX to get out to a 6-1 lead and then ultimately not close it out too quickly was, I mean, a little bit disappointing. But they looked really, really sharp, all things considered. Slightly new roster with 2 players coming over from D+. And for CAG, at least some credits in the bank after a
I have 250 witnesses. What are you talking about?
At least get the scoreline.
That's not what I said.
More respectable, but all
why
I
you
can
lie?
say is APAC on top.
Yeah.
Does that count?
Why you lie though?
And also on the bottom.
That's a win for you guys.
That's a go.
That's a win for you guys.
I love to hear that. I think Ace would be saying also that we're all winners here, especially all us our viewers that get to witness all this firsthand. Gentlemen, I won't dilly-dally or delay any longer. Our game is set. It's all yours.
Yeah, and another APAC team that we get to see now with Scars, of course, though, going up against a wildcard from North America, which should be a lot of fun. Again, you've got a team in wildcard, which we haven't really seen, right? So, like, we get to see something a little bit different, whereas for Scars, it's probably a little bit more of the same in terms of the roster that they're kind of bringing to the table. It's a good test, though. I think for both teams, admittedly, a wildcard roster that's nearly put together versus a Scars roster that has got quite a bit of experience. And I think over the last 12 to 24 months, it's a team from APAC that we typically expect to do well, make majors, etc.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of intriguing changes just across the board. For many of the 20 teams attending Reload and Wildcard, very much at the top of that list. I mean, Dash coming in feels kind of random, right?
Yeah,
but such an experienced player. One at Montreal, of course, incredibly accomplished. Baby Shark in as well, over from France. So I don't know how it's going to work. Like,
it's also a best of one again, so like, it's a bit tricky because you kind of look at this as a a really good feel out for both of these two rosters against each other, but I wouldn't be taking a whole lot away from it. Right? It's similar with the FearX and CAG game.
Day one, even two to an extent, is very much a vibe check, right? Like, how did the players...
I'll show you a vibe check.
What are they looking to approach with? They're not necessarily looking at the end result, more so how they're approaching the
orange hair.
Translating, and this
Good about
be
the
a good
flights?
example of that.
I do promise, by the way,
What?
there are other maps. We're just going back to Chalet again.
Yeah.
Nani?
That's a good map.
That's all good.
I think as the guy said on the desk, right? No, an extension of what they said.
What?
You're probably trying to find some comfort at an event where things are kind of uncomfortable. New build, new rosters, a lot has changed. Chalet, though, very much still playing out in a similar fashion to what we've come to expect.
Too late, you said so.
Yeah,
you said
I
it.
think as well,
it's already done.
When we kind of come into this particular matchup, I was wondering for that social prediction. I was like, 62%. I was like, who's that for? It's for wildcard. You know, at the end of the day, you also don't want to give too much away. We're playing best of one, so you might have a predetermined map where you're like, yeah, let's just go to a map like Chalet, have some fun, and we don't have to, you know, kind of reveal too many of the secrets as we head into the first ban phase of many, which was, I think, a pretty good success from the first match that we saw for CAG and FearX. And that's the other thing as well. You kind of got the CAG and FearX match as well on Chalet to use as a reference point too, because that was a match in which neither of those two teams really found a lot of success attacking. So straight away coming into it now for Scars is they're going to be attacking first up in this opening half against Wildcard. You know, the question will be on them. Can they actually find some attacking success here on Chalet, or is this just going to be defender side of the game?
Well, the onus is on very much Scars to be the initiators here in the first half. The bans have come through. Azami Tub from Scars, followed by the Monty Damos off the board from Wildcard. We'll wait until the conclusion of round number 3 for the additional bans to come through. Again, this may be your first time watching CJax, and it is a new ban phase heading into this particular season. And
It's early on, but I think it's going to breathe a little new life
subtle
into,
change.
yeah, a little subtle change. I think the fact that as well you get to kind of ban out 2 from the opposing side, so for Scars attacking into this, you can get rid of the Azami and the Tuber out, rather than just sort of like one of them, for example. Or, you know, you get to choose the 2 this time.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, we head into the second match. To reload again, only 2 bullets that have been reloaded.
Well,
Day 1
is a maximum of 2 for the first day. There's been, from what I've looked so far,
Who's underdog in this game? Scars.
Teams elected to.
I don't know how good Wildcard is, but definitely Scars.
Whoa,
Whoa, Chalet looks weird. Let's do chocolate song.
A smart way to kind of.
We don't get a chocolate song
against, you know, Furia.
But chocolate was special.
For me, coming into this opening half, all eyes on Scars and their ability to attack.
Trust me, if I find it, if I hear a song that's like chocolate, you'll know.
A large period of time now, when, you know, back in the old days, you think
they just bring back the chocolate song,
or even just slightly post-COVID, it was all
Granted, it was
APAC,
France,
kind of this
but
all gun, all attacking, flare-based, you know, sort of region. But actually, in terms of recent times, it's been a region that has struggled attacking on maps. And so that's definitely going to be something that we will see. Scars can find some early success on the attacking side. Wildcard on the defense. We get to see this new look roster for the first time as well here at Reload. And I kind of come into this 25-26 esports campaign really with my eyes glued to the North American region. There's so many changes, so many really solid teams. That's the region to watch for me to see, can they make that next step?
Some of which are not in attendance as well. I mean, Shopify probably the greatest example of that.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the casters.
They're not.
I do have to give a quick shout out to our lovely friends in Parker and Jesse, who are actually.
I did actually see Intero went live on Twitch. So
not bad little trade.
Live, so shout out to them.
No real progress.
Yeah, North American.
Gotta reload
IQ being 5 health though is not great.
North. 1-for-1 trade here. Grim off the board for Choppy and Dash, who's a big pickup for this wildcard roster. Has lost his life on the Fenrir, and Washoit very, very low as well on the IQ. But indeed, it's been a quick start to this round, but not a whole lot has happened. A little bit of map control established for Scars, especially on the top floor.
It runs on batteries. I see it.
Yeah, pretty aggro extension, but the fall off now in play. Bay Library, supported by Baby Shark over towards the
Baby Shark.
Stairs, a bit of a cross established. Hansen actually down below as Baby Shark pops his head up.
Well, there's a yellow ping there. He knows there's another one at the end of the hallway, but he does lose the battle. Baby Shark had the information, but hey, Gator had the better aim, hits the headshot. And just like that, Scars established a 3-on-2 advantage.
Yeah,
hey,
but
Gator has now been down.
like
Wildcard certainly have information as to the whereabouts of Scars and what the way they're pushing. Fire extinguisher. Oh, okay. Good use of it. Just kind of block a little bit of that line of sight towards Games, as Fishlike is... In fact, all 3 members of Scars are incredibly low, and Spiker will take advantage of it.
The very aggressive. Wildcard reward.
I played Spiker
as well. Fish like
in
the last
Element and put him in a fucking
Stars.
blender. Now he's in
HP.
Pro League. Therefore, SenVale should be in Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a pretty decent round, all things considered. I spoke about Scars and APAC as a region struggling to.
Yo, it's dark as fuck. It is.
CAG and Fear X, but that
This is how the stream looks.
Awful. They were able to very much get a few picks onto Wildcard, get some of that top 4 control, slightly make their way over towards site. But credit to Wildcard, especially Spiker. Was able to establish good position, hold strong, get a couple of kills, and they also got a lot of damage in that round. Like when it was a 3v2, like they were all very, very low. Yeah, a little bit of an early conflict, and I love that peek as well from Baby Shark. Thought he maybe should have got the second kill as well, but at that point, Rashoy, Gator, Fish like all very low. It wasn't going to take much for Wildcard to close that round out, and they start well on defense.
Yeah, effective peel from Wildcard and then able to be aggressive towards Library. That Scar seemingly did not have a read on 2. Keeping in mind as well, the Valkyrie in that round seemed to be feeding really good information. IQ was on the board, but clearly not finding all of that.
Well, we started our first match of the day with a technical pause into a rehost, and we're going to do that again today. It is a rehost, unfortunately, after the 1 round has been played out, which is slightly better than the first match because we got it before the first round was actually played out, so that's at least something.
Oh, we're still ahead of the B stream, so that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, like we obviously on the A stream didn't realize, but the B stream was like severely behind. Poor Ace and Dez. But yeah, I mean, I think for this match, Invitational, so over the next 8 months or so. Can North America take that next step? Shopify Rebellion's looking good. I mean, they're not at this event.
You guys can't hear me
share the
on the
same
mic, can
kind
you?
of optimism as you.
Probably
I don't
not.
know how much of that is just an unfounded gut feeling, or if there's actually a lot of logic to back it. I think there's elements.
I was speaking to Lax before in the green room, and he wasn't too.
I feel like we're more excited than the American
on the
boys,
EU
yeah.
teams. Yeah, but I feel like that's what North America.
He's a humble man.
Yeah, he's a humble man.
The EU teams don't look very good besides BDS, which technically isn't a EU team
We
anymore.
only had the one rehost on the first match, so I'm hoping it's...
What about cold water? Yeah, I know. It's never bad to do that with like cold water and soap. But like Lysol spray, I don't have to, you know, I can just do it real quick. Just a really quick, like, just a quick clean.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but at least 2 attacking rounds.
So you don't have to do that, like the hard clean, like very often. Oh yeah, smooth as hell in the mouse, good to go.
Little change up in terms of attacker selection 4 stars, and I say little, it's actually rather large. And they will employ the glass this round.
5 seconds left.
That's how long it takes.
Fire extinguisher pot early, which will be
Attackers are heading out to
the
defuse
little
bomb.
nuances regarding the new environment.
You just throw it in the washer and dryer!
Leave them up or destroy them early. I don't think it's going to make too big a difference, but it's something to consider. A little run out to bait.
Yeah, I think the consensus so far talking to teams, etc. I think I was sitting down with Tengu last night, you know, briefly chatting about it. It seems like the meta is, as the defenders, you just shoot as many as you can.
Get out of here.
They're not too impactful in action.
I forgot that the band makes it so you can't see the stream anymore. My bad.
I think it was
I gotta be careful with those strolls now.
Games. The only one that we've captured being shot, we saw it in the first game, and then round 1 here for the second.
Washer and
Also
dryer, dude.
As well.
Yeah, because of the position.
Hell no.
Yeah, again, Wildcard banned out 2 very important operators for Scars in Deimos and Montaigne, both of which that can certainly aid the entry for the attacking team. Again, new ban system employed. Something to consider, but apparently, no issue. It's a double kill for Scars.
Okay,
in the second round,
dash.
The response is swift from
Tied
Wildcard
up.
to bring it to a 3 versus 3. And
That's why you do a reset after that. You get those first 2 picks, then you do a reset real quick.
Any of those kills, but
You
that's okay.
threw that lead of
That's next
5v3 back to a 3v3. Even again. Was a good play, and then it wasn't.
2 of the snipers employed here as well, and the Glaz and the Wamai with a castle.
Overheat.
Not the best lineup, I think, for a 3-on-3 with 90 seconds remaining.
Swapping mags.
I was vibing out.
Rek does have a smoke grenade that he can use in pocket, and Fish has 2 to assist as well. I mean, so just for sure.
Huge nitro from Spiker.
Well, they're not short of utility on the attack still, but
they're short of hard breach.
They need to get Rek activated, and no hard breach now means that they're pretty much forced to filter through.
So smoke deployed, 2 still remaining on the Wamai. You got to find this kill, Rek. But he doesn't want to overstep the mark. Grabs the kit, minute left. Smoke, though, unfortunately now has extinguished. There's a bulletproof camera as well, watching that doorway. Fishlike from above, actually able to use the vert, finds the kill onto Kansan. And so, first floor control only now for Wildcard, but there's only 40 seconds remaining in the round. Yellow ping information. Can Fishlike find the kill? Indeed he can. From above onto Spiker and clears out that dining room position. And suddenly, the snipers are finding an avenue here in the second round. 2-on-1. Rek is very low, down to Dash. He's certainly got the capabilities to win this round for Wildcard, and this is the player that you want in this situation and why they brought him to this roster. Watches towards the hatch, of which, of course, Fishlike is above. 20 seconds remaining. Yellow ping information off the BPC. Knows where the last player is. Drop down, and surely Dash should be able to finish off this Kali. Indeed, he does. Huge round for Wildcard.
This is the reload event on CJX.
That's clean Siege. The positioning there from Dash was beautiful. Perfect. Able to push forward off the back of the BPC info, kill the player entering dining, and in the meantime, not overexposing himself to the trade potential for the hatch. Tucks in the corner. Swings with a bit of pressure. And that's kind of just the cool, calm, collected nature of Dash. That is probably a large reason as to how he found himself on this team. In fact, I would love to ask Wildcard management, like, how did they scout this team? Because it's such a crazy lineup when you think about it, really.
It's so crazy, it just might work.
Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good showcase in terms of an individual ability moment there from Dash. His positioning was absolutely perfect. He read the game situation amazingly well. One above, one pushing in towards dining. You still have the bulletproof camera, so you use that for your information. You get the yellow ping, you swing. It also helps, of course, he was going up against a Glance and a Wamai. But to be fair, I mean, I felt like Fishlike and Rek actually were handling the situation quite well. After the spike of Nitrocell onto the castle, I thought that's it, round's done, but they started to bring it back. So you can take some small caveats there for Scars if you want to find the positives. They are there. Fortunately, the reality is, though, the round goes the way of Wildcard. 2-0 start on the defense and looking good for the North Americans.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And French.
And French. Everyone's everywhere these days.
At least it's a majority NA team. I'll give them that much.
We'll give them that much. Same can't be said for Elevate.
We did lose to Fury over on the beach.
Actually, yeah, as we were getting back in, I actually watched them leaving. Shoy on the block with a swift entry in towards game 3. Catches his drone and now start to make his way around the map.
This is intriguing. Barricaded off inside of mud. Obviously, a teammate has barricaded him off, hence the orientation of that barricade, just to maybe throw Scars off. Potential for a missed drone as well, especially onto a Vigil. This could be very intriguing. In fact, Baby Shark's play might be to be as passive for as long as possible, then go for the late sweep
Yeah,
flank.
just a lurk of Roma on the Vigil. If anyone comes into mud, you'll probably get the free kill. If not, you can push out later in the round. Flash towards library. Before you didn't even need to wait for it.
Oh, he got shut down. So Fish like over bottom stairs was actually watching it and ready for it.
Nicely done by Scars to read the play. They do lose with Shoy, but they gain 2 kills off the back of it. And he most importantly dealt with the smoke as well.
He's under the bingo card. I think he was calling around in the barbed wire at the game before it done.
Just while that was happening, Hansen found the kill on the Choppy. He deals with the Grim. And we end back into a pretty similar scenario to round 1. 3v3, 9 seconds left.
Breaking into their network.
Cameras are going to get hacked as well, courtesy of the Dockerbee from Fishlike.
That's going to be quite useful for the Echo on the board. This guy's able to employ that information effectively. Plenty of time remaining, minute 10 on the clock. Main breach still to be, I was going to say dealt with, but no hard breach available.
Yeah, I wonder, I'm assuming the Grim must have had some tin can openers.
Stand by to it.
On the left. Yeah, that slow approach now from Scars, very akin to what we saw in the opening match from the APAC teams, where they kind of try to go a little bit fast and then slow it down. Wildcard were able to stand strong on the site in the previous 2 rounds. Can they do so once again? Inside of Piano is Dash. He's going to be a key figure.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
This is going to be a meat grinder moment for Scars. I mean, the lack of hard breach here is...
Look at flashes, though. Surely they just flash dump in towards Piano and try and clear Dash.
They did at least get the wall open off the back of the Pharaoh. Half-wall plant now an option.
Oh, yeah, but not going to be able to make it in. Canton with his
What about
headshot
I'm
onto
heal.
Alligator. See you later. 20 seconds
Alligator,
left.
see you later.
Advantage once again. Ping goes out, the call goes out, and Canton by himself now on the Echo, which is not going to be something of too much use, although yes, indeed, it still will be. Even though it has been hacked, still operational. Planting the diffuser now. Wreck, good shot from Fishlike, and now knows exactly where Wreck is as well. Plant does go down securely, but this is not a very strong position to push out of. Canton clutches
Take
up
your
on
pants
the Echo.
off.
3-0 start for Wildcard.
Clinical from Kansan. Big couple of kills and really composed. But how are you allowing that to happen when you have the cam hacked, you have a player watching the drone? Why are you not clearing it? Why is that not getting calm? Don't yell at me. What's going on? Like, guys.
Well, I mean, I think the Alligator loss as well just kind of just sends it so casually in towards half wall, and they had no pressure back, so they had nothing on the solar side, nothing over towards bathroom or out in the balcony position, so you didn't have any of that horizontal pressure. It was just as simple as sit back, watch the long line of sight. They just send it in through the hard breach, easy pick, easy kill. Then the second one has to follow. Yeah, I feel like Scars definitely blew that round, but credit to Wildcard. They, again, just backed up their systems defensively on site. This was a fun little exchange earlier on in the...
Oh, he crawled into the barbed wire and died.
Fishlike can't be dying there.
Let's go, Ivan! Let's go, Ivan! Oh my god, guys! Let's fucking...
That's what? You want to say that again?
Oh my god, guys! Let's fucking go, guys!
There we go. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think Fishlike probably needs to be in a position where he can watch the close, up close positions. Instead, he's sitting pretty much in the middle of the hard
Did he
breach.
push forward to get the cam? Was that why?
I'm not too sure.
I can't quite remember the time. Well, either way, that was
he's just literally in the middle of the hard breach.
Camera feed up and running.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was the burst went out and then Wreck got off the cam.
10 seconds remaining.
Might have been a case of that. Either way, 3-0 start for Wildcard. Pretty decent on the defense.
5
Scars,
seconds to
again,
go.
you can find the positives, but they haven't won any rounds.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Reality of the situation is that we, of course, just had the second ban phase for the half. Fenrir banned out by Scars. The Dockerbee banned out by Wildcard. And that's actually been where some of the success has been found.
I got ordered bagels.
Scars. So they've lost that operator.
I got a buy one, get one free 6-pack of bagels, and they only came with one bagel.
As
I was
well.
like, aw.
Top floor hold.
So I complained.
Bar defense.
Super. I'm
We've
that
seen
guy.
the Jaeger employed previously back on game 1 for those perhaps unaware who didn't capture it. Jaeger now does actually catch Capital Bolts, and we saw that be incredibly effective. This time around, though, that option not available, so catch and forward, but they do have Spiker there posted on the board and perhaps looking to aggress. Nitro available, and we'll be able to counter potentially those flashes as they come through.
Almost.
Nitro doesn't land, ineffective. Continue to post up the corner. Candelo's being disposed of elsewhere, though, as well as a Lion scan, so this guy's looking for some kind of ground, and there's the first Spiker caught.
I think Spiker went for the more aggressive play of expecting to push in towards Big Game's window. So he looks down there, but then the timing is just perfect for Scars, and they have got themselves the best position they've found so far in the half. But Kansan, big from Barstock, and he might just find the second if that hatch does get big. Yellow Pig, the swing is absolutely perfect. So clean from Kansan, 7-1 start for him, and so far, Wildcard is showing they've got some serious firepower on this roster. Choppy, can he make his way in successfully? He shot Fish like in the back. He's almost team killed. The only player left alive that is there to help him is Nitrous Alpha Kansan, who has just absolutely wiped the floor with Scars in that round.
You wouldn't know it looking at him, though. He's so cool. Collected up. Bit of a smile, bit of a laugh. But looking comfortable inside of the server, a player, of course.
Just another Saturday for Kansan, that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, you go back a few years.
Is that a 4K? I think it might have been in that round for him. He's up to 9 kills from the 4 rounds
4K.
played. I think that was actually a quad from him. 4-0 start for Wildcard has forced out a tactical timeout by Scars as well.
Stands in top 4 One Triple Major 2022. Top 6 SI 2022. So, decent credits. And as the boys on the desk were sort of alluding to now, in some respects, the
boys
leader
on the
of
desk
this
are
team.
basically going to just, with Fox and Lax on the analyst desk, they're just going to just may as well claim Wildcard as favourites for the rest of the tournament now.
No. It's only an APAC team. Doesn't really
If we had Fresh and Leo, then they'd be like, well, it's just they beat Stars, you know, like it's not that big a deal.
It's all Baby Shark. It's all the French talent.
Yeah, I mean, I will say for Scars, I can't believe I continue to say this, and maybe it's just because I'm
playing on
coming from
TJax.
such a positive mindset. They've done good things, but they just haven't been able to do it long enough. You know,
I'm gonna watch one more round of this game, then we're gonna swap to the Cloud9 game.
Even this was actually quite poor in the end. Choppy.
Well, actually, sorry.
She shot him in the back.
We gotta do it now.
And then
Like we gotta watch this game.
To get picked up, which could be hard to do when a team has already got existing players and needs to.
Scars wildcard. I mean, it's wildcard's up 4-0. I mean, this is actually more of a close game.
Off proper. We've got
And we got Kobe, we got Packers, Silent Dream, players that we play with and against all the time if you play ranks. So
we've got 2 in red with a bullet. So
Glad
that is
Pro
the
League.
points system for the tournament that we're playing here.
If I
Every
really
team starts
try
out with 6
to,
bullets in their
potentially,
reserve.
but
So that's what the 6
it'd be too much
in white
effort, and I had to
represents.
take
How many
too much
did they
time away
have
from
at the
content.
start of this game, and then the red 2 is how much they have chosen to
Wouldn't be worth
reload
it for me.
this game.
For me.
So basically, that signifies how much they can win. So
Or
if they
lose.
win this or lose, if they win this one, then they gain an
Go
additional
grab
2
to the
bullets,
prime,
so
someone
we'll
go.
8.
Hey.
If they lose, then they will lose 2 and go down
Oh.
to 1.
Oh, dear.
Talking about losing 2.
How has Misa got
Cloud9
away
are
with
going to
that?
lose 2 early. Packer manages to find the kill, which was essential after the damage that Misa had done there. But I tell you what, he will take that trade all day long.
That is just lethal. The fact that he's got away with not 1 but 2 is criminal. And now Packer's going to have to try and force something here to try and get his team back into it. Doing his best, but it's a
Nice.
team kill. Silent going
Nice.
through his teammate to get rid of
That was
Soldier
good, that was
on
good.
the other side. It's actually
Two
not
for
a bad
one.
recovery for C19. They've got things back to a 2 versus 2, but there's basically a whole round to play. They can't do vertical destruction with Kobilatz because he's gone, and this is why as defenders it's so worth going for these early trades because
He's
the
playing
attackers
APAC
now
team
basically
side.
got no utility to work with
should be
outside of
fine.
Dream's back pocket Selmas. And even they've gone as well, so it's guns up now, and that favours the defenders massively.
Yeah, they've literally got to work with what they've got, you know, bar a couple of nades and soft breaches that are not going to necessarily change the course of the round completely. They're just doing their due diligence here, using the time available to them, and that's the sort of experience coming in from a player like Dream there. We know he's going to be, you know, having a big part in how the shots are called, what are we doing here, how do we use that time, let's get on the drones, let's see what's going on. Siege timing at its finest. They've again there. Just a slight missed opportunity for Cloud9 just based
You want to
off
win
the
here?
timing.
Cloud9.
They'll start trying to open up some verticals, clear out utility. They know that they've got plenty of time left to use. 50 seconds, they can soften sight up a bit, but ultimately there is going to come a point where they have to push and they have to try and find those kills.
At this point, stack up as a 2 and push in the same angle together and hope that you can at least guarantee a trade and force out the 1 versus 1. But Gotti's here, shotgun in hand and ready with the sight on top, waiting for them to come around the corner. And sure enough, round he steps. Dream is in all by himself. One more to round the corner. He knows that his man's here, but he's got to win this fight. Not going to be able to do it. Gotti and Yas with the close out. Now, Remorse did ask in chat a second ago about how bans
Day
work.
watching Pro League with SenVale. It's a
3.
good day.
Not
Wow.
quite. You ban 2 in round 1, and then the 3rd operator gets banned in
Rooting
round
2.
4, which is what's about
Let's
to
go.
happen now. So, producer Sam, let's get it up on the screen so you guys can see what this extra ban's going to be. Both sides taking away 3 operators each. That's what you'll see coming up here.
There we go, we can see. So Cloud9 as the attackers get to take away a 3rd defender, having already banned out Hyde and Bandit at the beginning of the game. And PSG Talon, they can take out
Wild cards,
attacker to
5-0.
sit alongside
I mean,
Maverick and
wild card looks like
Monte.
they're bopping
Simultaneously
scars.
done to save us a little bit of time, a few seconds. We have Valkyrie and Blitz both being taken away. So the use of Blitz from Packer, you know, which is
2
no
rounds,
major
yeah.
surprise really, to see him using that operator. So
Tanzan averaging
that's
2
enough
kills
now.
around right
We're
now.
going to take him away. So that's the double shield ban taken out. And guess what? Packer's going to move on to Blackbeard.
And also seeing the Valkyrie taken away, because in rounds 1 and 2 we saw PSG Talon play that operator. In round 3, Cloud9 had enough and decided to bring along the IQ, but that was the round where PSG Talon didn't play Valkyrie. So rather than playing cat and mouse with the Valkyrie, they've chosen to ban it away here. This is the beauty of this ban system, where you can see across the first 3 rounds, the first 3 sites typically, because teams tend to play a 3-site rotation in the first quarter, then a 3-site rotation in the second, in the same order. You're just saying, we know what causes issues in that half, we want it gone, and that's why the Valkyrie's gone away here. And I think this is my favorite thing about it. You'll see very targeted bans based on how those rounds have played out. Wonderful stuff and a really good change.
10 seconds remaining.
I heard that slurp.
I was spilling water.
I tell you what, I'm so not used to this. We drink bottles of water elsewhere. Here I've got a can, and you've got like a plastic cup with a foil lid on.
Attackers are heading out.
It's quite difficult to open.
It's not what I'd normally look for to drink
spilling it.
water from, to be fair. It would normally be a plastic bottle, but I'll give it. It's better for recycling.
Good to quickly prevent the spill. So, moving into round 4 we go. Back up to the top floor. So the defensive rotation will just continue as is. That's something else I'm kind of watching over the next week or 2. With this new banning system, are we going to see that maybe the rotations and the way we see, you know, site 1, 2, 3, site 1, 2, 3 as your rotation, are we going to see that change a little bit? Once we have that 3rd ban coming, there could be value in potentially switching your rotation around a little bit. And so, whilst, you know, historically over the last year or so, particularly, we tend to see pretty fixed rotation through the sites and then back through them again, we might start to see that order sort of switching up after that 3rd round as we move into the 4th round.
For me, it's what you target ban. Do you see the thing that you see most across the rounds? Do you target ban an operator that's been a nuisance on the strongest side for the defenders? Do you target ban one that's been the weakest so you can make sure you win it again, for example? I imagine you'll want to capitalize on weaknesses and try and play for the sites that you know you can win. Anyway, in this round, Misa starting out strong again. I almost put him in my fantasy team, so I'm gutted that he's doing so well. He's up to 6 and 2 at this point. Tim really starting to cook in this half. Almost more kills than the rest of his team combined, and is keeping PSG Talon in the lead right now of 5 versus 4.
Just looking to make himself a little line of sight to work with there. Very conscious of the catwalk. Doesn't really need to be too much yet. He's got Yas downstairs protecting him. Yas, I think he's hidden away here. I'm not sure that Cloud9 are aware of his position, and he's just going to keep himself sat in there. And whilst he does, he could be a real threat, because as we can see, Cloud9 are moving into IT. If they move into warehouse and onto that catwalk as well, and Yas suddenly appears, that could be 2, 3. It could be round ending.
Not forgetting as well, the defenders have basically brought out an entirely different lineup here. Before we had the Mirror, which was on side fine, but things like the Azami have gone away. We've got the Mozzie on side, we've got Smoke now, we've got Goyo here. So even through that ban coming in, it's forced a totally different lineup coming out from the defenders. And again, it's just that strength of the system that you're going to see. Different ideas having to be brought along by teams. Not that they didn't have multiple strategies before, but you're going to see more experimentation, I imagine, given that you might see one of your power operators banned away. Backroom from the backside, Soldier's fallen down. It looked for a second like C9 might have something going. In fact, it still is, because Dream is keeping things even. Well, even ahead for them. A 3 versus 2. Just got to hold on along with Ride. Finding one, can't get the second. It's a 1 versus 2 for Gotti. He's been going well so far. Almost manages to get Giddy, but can't finish him off. It's him and Dream here to get C9 over the line.
Cloud9 have played this really well, created space where they needed it, and they're now using that space.
Close.
Gifty manages to find the final kill, but you saw the way that Dream was able to work into Warehouse.
What are Ace and Dez yapping about water?
Because
Who
Cloud9
fucking
have
knows?
found Ya.
All right, we're gonna watch the rest of this game.
Flawless.
We're gonna see if they get the flawless.
I mean, what a boost that would
Will
be.
Wildcard get the flawless?
To get the additional
If they get the
bullets, but
flawless,
that's
they get
flawless.
+2 bullets, so they'll have 10.
Massive, but it's still
And
significant.
honestly, if you're wildcard this round, you're locked in. You're like, boys, we can get the flawless here. Some extra bullets on the table.
Yeah, which is cool aspect of the tournament, right? Because previously it would just be a case of, oh, let's just grind it out eventually.
Get to it, like one of the sites that's like,
Yeah,
the
just go,
tertiary
like,
site.
the tertiary.
Yeah.
So a bit on the line here.
And same for Scars as well. Bit on the line, indeed. You certainly do not want to kickstart reload. Getting flawless by Wildcard. Obviously, we did have the bans change up for this second half. Scars opting to ban some of the more informational operators in Grim and Deimos. Wildcard getting rid of Azami and Henry. Dash towards Library Stairs.
The audio is so different. You guys hear all that shit?
Kansas actually been caught. Burt hold from Wreck, successful. Kansas entry, unsuccessful, and they lose the buck. No skeleton key.
I don't know about the flawless now.
That's probably
eliminates a lot of that soft
the
break
first
potential. Oh, and dash caught as well from the Vert. Rex just found 2 from the same position. Over
The game's not over, but there's no
and
flawless.
Scars.
Let's go back to the other game. Definitely no flawless.
Or up cards, if you will, that can be played.
I feel like I'm playing a game of Balatro, honestly.
Some of them are automatic. Some of them have to be like a decision needs to be made by the teams to say we're going to play this card. We won't get into too many of them because
Dream is such a stud.
We
Damn.
don't want to confuse you with everything all at once. And I think day one, it's a real nice starter today. We've got quite simply a 2-bullet limit on your reloads, and we've got 1 card that could be played, and that's
Those look great.
It's an automatic card. You don't have to choose to play it, but if
Yeah,
any team
it's-
wins 7-0,
It's like
then they
because
will
it was
gain
farther
themselves
away
an
from what who
additional
was
2
listening to it.
bullets. So if they've
It's a little
reloaded 2,
different.
they would win 4 overall.
Defenders
All
won,
starts to take shape
so
over the next
no
couple of
flawless.
days. Day 1, no one can get eliminated or promote the way through to the live stage. So
We gotta know.
Today, but again, tomorrow and day 3, things will start to get spicy. Let's focus on round 5 though. It's back on this first floor again. So like before,
Not that they're
going
gonna
to
lose that game, but
floor
just
focus coming out from the
I
attack.
want to see if they get a
Defenders got couple of
flawless and got
players
extra
appeared to try and
bullets.
waste a little bit of time.
They did not.
It did turn to a bit of a bloodbath, Tim. Remember when it came down to a 1v1 or a 1v2 before we'd even started to think about the sites itself? And that's because there was such a strong contest on this top floor. I think you're going to see the same, though it looks like PSG Talon are a little bit lighter on the hold in this top floor and may just drop away when the pressure starts to get a bit too much. Before then, though, the focus is to try and drag away as much utility as they can. Misa on the smoke going down is not good. Gotti also falling. It's all falling apart, Tim, for PSG Talon. They're down to just 2 players already, and there's half a round still to play.
Yeah, it seems almost like that third ban really seems to have had a bit of an impact. The Valkyrie being taken away, and now
3
PSG
kills.
Talon sort of floundering a little bit, struggling
TMR on the
to
window.
get themselves into these rounds. And
For the
there's no
rotates and
specific
cutoffs.
reason for that, really, when you look at the Valkyrie going, yes, they've made good use of it, but it's not in the late rounds that they lose in them. It's in the early rounds that they lose in the fights. Potentially a little bit less intel for them to work from with no black eye cameras that can be put out there. But other than that, you tend to expect your nitros and your vertical challenges from a Valkyrie coming later in the round, but we're not even getting there. As Cloud9
after 3,
managed
so
to
it's
find
6
themselves
rounds.
another.
After
That's
3
round 5
rounds,
taken, and they get themselves
they
into
get
the
to ban
lead.
1 more operator.
3-2.
I think that's what stung them a little bit, honestly, not having the Valk, because the Valk is dual purpose in
The
the way.
uniforms
They
are
have 2
weird.
bulletproof cameras in that round. They would have had 3 more black eyes. Not only is that information to let you know when you're being pushed in from, the bigger thing to it, I think, is that when those cameras are getting taken out, as you know where a push is coming from. And so in a way, Cloud9 have capitalized on the no Valkyrie and pushed in, caught out 2 players completely unawares as to what is going on, and everything has crumbled and fell apart from there. So it was really good of Cloud9 to exploit that gap in the setup and now put themselves in the lead up to 3-2.
You probably have siege-related dreams. No, honestly, Dub, I have crazy dreams that are like just like horror films. Anytime I have dreams, they're like horror films.
Here on the B stream,
I remember very vividly one of my dreams the other day that woke me up. It was like we were having to go through 5 different things to get out of this place and survive. And then there was this one where it's a zombie gallery, and if you ever look at anything, then it grabs you instantly. So and they try to grab you anyways, but you can't look. You have to look at the ground as you walk through it. It's like a movie theater that you have to walk through with zombies everywhere, and then they don't attack you unless you look at them, but they slowly grab you if you're not consistently walking forward. I remember after getting through that, I woke up. I was like, "What are my dreams, bro?" I remembered it vividly. I was like, what is this? Some Walking Dead-esque kind of bullshit.
The Twitch drone raining through, looking to take out a bit.
I did not like it.
There's going to be a top-down clearance here from
Mike.
Cloud9. Now let's see that. A good bit of
Wild card one, by the way.
Now I'll leave it. Ice Cole's just said, is there a cricket in his mic? We actually think there is a cricket somewhere.
Banning
We
after
can't
6
tell
rounds.
If it's like squeaky aircon or if it's a cricket.
Well, then they swap bans and you ban again. So you'll see
I
after
think it could
this.
be. I did say
Bans are
it.
going to rotate around.
I think it could be.
Don't get me wrong, by the way.
Stop
We're like in some
audio,
weird
bro.
backwater venue like
We're in
this.
a very nice arena.
A very reputable Olympic arena. It's dead weird, but we're not sure what it is. But I'm glad someone else has seen it, so thank you very much, Ice Cold.
We'll keep you updated, as we normal. If it jumps on our desk at any point, we'll let you know. Still looking around the top floor here, I'm just a bit bothered about Cloud9 being a little bit slow here. We're nearly halfway through the round. They're attacking onto the bottom floor, but still working their way across the top there.
That's
still
hilarious.
Haven't got
They
themselves,
just-
I think,
they just
confident
read my
control.
chat
We can
in real
see
time,
that PSG
bro.
Talon have still
That's
got at least one
hilarious.
player up on that top floor. I'm not sure that they've been found. They certainly haven't been dealt with.
So they have no
this
delay
could
on
be
the stream, bro. That's
problematic for them if they're unable to
Yo,
deal
Merc.
with that player. I've said it already. It's Yasu's actually in that
Appreciate
position
it, Raid, man.
last time. He
Hope
was
you had a
taken
good
out,
one.
and Cloud9 did a good job of that when they were attacking onto the
What
top.
up, baby?
But this time, it seems like they might just have slipped through the net. So watch out for that flank as this round
Giddy.
progresses. Gitty does manage to find Misa, and we see Cloud9 heading back up towards that top floor. But with only a minute left to go, they could be
They're kind of roaming on islands, like all
Could
by
be.
themselves.
It's the time. We'll start to
Oh my
sting
God, the
as you get
mics.
towards this point. I spoke about it on the last one, and we saw it Sting elevating a few of their attacks, Tim. It's the clock becomes that 6th man. Now, at this point already, with the way things are shaping up, it's not looking awful for them.
Take it
5 versus 4.
EMP.
PSG Talon, all you got to do is hold here. You've got 2 C4s to play
I'm not
behind.
fully
You've
sure.
got some glow canisters you can pop out. There's a lot
Probably
to
some
work
learning
with,
curves.
but there's also tons of utility in the back pocket of C9. But
Probably
here we
not
go. It's all
completely
about the
coordinated
gun.
on what they're
Streaming for
doing.
1. It's down to a 5v3. And they know that
Nice.
there's one more. Sure enough, has punished the vertical at the exact time
Not as
required.
nice,
but
but
it's a
it's a
bit of a
3v1
bait
on
and
site,
switch.
so.
Soldier there himself to trade on the vertical, but sight is now in the hands of C9. That plant's going down, and there's nothing to stop them.
Dream.
Dream is going to find the final kill. They don't even have to put that diffuser down. The time is
Bro, these
done
mics.
as the round is ended before they manage to do so. Dream closing it out, and that's 4-2 on the first half for Cloud9. I think they're going to be very happy with that start. We go through the half, through the side switch,
Fix
as we
the
always
mic.
have, and we go through that quick, that sped up banning phase that we've got now, as they will ban 2 each again. Looking towards the second half this time, so PSG Talon on the attack will ban the defenders and vice versa. We can see on the screen in front of us there that Kaid was the first one to be taken out alongside the Blitz. That's going to be gone. We can see Cloud9 wanting no part of that whatsoever, given the success that they were able to find with it from Packer in the first couple of rounds, the space it was able to create. Double shield ban as Blackbeard goes as well, and a double electricity ban as Bandit will be taken out alongside.
Average Yardy
so we
tweet.
move into the second
Why
half.
does he without
Interestingly,
invite
well, I
impact teams
mentioned
to
it
events?
earlier.
These bots
So
have been
we
shit for
have
10
an
years. Ban
opportunity
them.
there at the
Horrible
halfway
region. No
visit.
wonder
You might
Brazilians
see
are
it
about
when
to
we
take
see
it
the
over.
player
Use-
comes there, and don't scream at your mic going, the coach is allowed to talk during the game.
Yardy.
During that half-time banning phase, the coach is now allowed to speak to the team.
brother.
They're allowed to speak to them during the first banning phase at the beginning of the game, and they're allowed to speak to them during the banning phase in the middle of the game. They're not allowed to speak to them during the round 4 and round 10
So
singular
they did
banning
new bans, by the
phases,
way.
but in those first and half-time ones, they can do. So it's kind of like a little bit of extra sort of tactical time that they get in to have a little chat with the team, whether that's focused on the bans or maybe something else that they've seen. It's something, you know, both teams get the opportunity. They still have their tac timeout to use, but if you do see the coach's headset down and talking during that halfway banning phase, that's why.
And hopefully, they've got set up for success here in the second half. The C9, the thing is to... Speaking about labs, it's one of those maps that we've seen pretty split, to be fair. It's pretty bang on 50-50 in
Long,
terms of attack
either
and defense
one,
win
bro.
rate. But as we spoke about these two teams, you know, PSG Talon have struggled to find that form.
But unfortunately, these APAC teams are partner
together.
teams.
It takes a bit of time to make attacks stick, and so I always look at this and now see
I'm surprised Virtus Pro.
Cloud9 have done really well in their attacking half.
Shopify just joined, so I get Virtus Pro. Sorry, Shopify not being one. They literally just joined.
And send us into overtime, let alone even think about winning out the game outright before we get anywhere near that point. So keep a close eye on how this plays out. Soldier is going to be the pinpoint, the spearhead of their attack on the Monty. On the defending side, well, they're pretty tucked into them. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Azami, you've got the Warren to deal with any smokes that might come on the way through. They're pretty well equipped here to deal with whatever PSG Talon might throw at them.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, a real key position. Kobe on the Azami, on that warehouse catwalk. He's kind of playing in behind the Mirror, moving out. He's got himself a little bit of cover as well. That position needs to be dealt with by PSG Talon. And to be honest, I'm a little bit more concerned about them on the attacking side. Your defense, you can come in with your plans. You've got your rigid strategy set up. Everybody knows what they're doing. When you're on the attack, you've got to be playing a little bit more fluidly. You've got to be moving and playing what's in front of you, responding to what the defenders are doing. And that's where PSG Talon might start to struggle a little bit. 4-2 down, they need to be fine in this first round, and that Nitro is not going to help. Packer manages to finish off Soldier, and that gives us a 5 versus 4.
It's a bit of a weird one where Soldier's been all alone here pushing in. Has had very little
support. I
don't know where
that
Ryder was at the time, but the fact he's being challenged from below by Packer, had 2 players pushing in from inside of sight. He's very much been left on an island all by himself, and they've now lost again that spearhead of their attack. I worry for PSG Talon here as we come in towards this last 60 seconds. They simply haven't got the strength, the ability to push through and break open this defense that's coming out from C9.
FaZe or Falcons off the rip.
Like you say, Cloud9 now happy to pretty much hold their positions, sit back. They've got 50 seconds left to go. They've still got utility working for them. We can see the mute jammer just catching that Selma and preventing that wall being opened up. And PSG, where are your answers? Where's your plan? They've managed to get the Flores drawn in. The Rotero is going to take out one of those keeper barricades. Yas manages to find one. We've got trades going back and forwards, and ultimately it still finds us with Cloud9 in the ascendancy. 2 versus 1. They just need to hold on. 25 seconds. There comes the final fight. Packer, he finishes what he started. And that is going to be another round for Cloud9.
Well, a little bit too easy there, wasn't it? When it came down to the bitter end of things, I think PSG just once you lost the shield, you again lost the ability to really put pressure on the defenders. And sure, a couple of kills came from PSG Talon.
Like ring teammates.
Cloud9 dug in deep and really didn't have to do much more than wait for PSG Talon to present themselves at these riskier angles. The thing about this map is sometimes it can be very, very bottlenecky. A lot of single doorways to push through. It just makes things a little bit simpler for the defenders. But don't take it away from them. It was a good defense coming out from Cloud9. Now we go down into the basement where they have the chance to go to match point and open up a 4-round lead against their opponents.
Starting to feel like it might be a little bit insurmountable for PSG Talon here, Des. It's a good few rounds since they were able to win one. And it feels like the snowball is rolling down the hill. It's gathering some real pace, some real momentum here. And I think it might have just got away from them a little bit. Cloud9 looking more and more comfortable. As I said, coming in, a new team that's been put together. You know, they don't have experience playing on this sort of stage with each other in this way. And so, yes, it will take them a little bit of time just to get settled in, just to get solidified. But to be honest, they're already looking like that towards the end of their first match here on day 1.
They are. Again, it's sort of the early days where you don't want to assume too much about a team. You want to give them a few games to really warm into things. Not forgetting that when you lose Tim and you fall down the leaderboard with those bullets, that you then get to pick your opponents. So you imagine then you'll start to see some of these lower teams who don't want to gamble too much will find themselves in a spot challenging a big team and saying, cool, we'll put 1 bullet up. We don't mind if we lose this one. It's when you get towards the later days when then you start seeing teams with very few bullets challenging teams that have got loads of bullets that things start to get very interesting, because 1 win could propel you to the top of the leaderboard and see you going through to our live stages.
Just using that Monty there for intel gathering. Just have a little look in through the window, see what they can see. Through the kitchen, they're going to be looking to get control of that floor, make sure that they can work above, get the verticals. You want to be in storage, you want to be comfortable doing so.
Expect the results from both games so far.
Just create a little bit of space inside a site. One
Nothing
thing
crazy.
To be careful about is it's the Monty of Soldier who's roaming around there on that mid floor at the minute, trying to create that space, trying to provide
no real
upsets. The diffuser in hand, so need to be careful that they don't get caught out by anything like nitros on the side of Cloud9. They could find that diffuser down in no man's land.
All right, well, let's see if they can keep the soldier alive for longer this time around. I've mentioned before that they generally see a Monty. He'll be the spearhead of your push. Hasn't always been the most successful for them, but at this point, hopefully he's not getting himself bullied in a 1 versus 3 as he was last time round with no support from his team.
Not great.
He's got himself here down and ready to start bearing down on this opponent team. However, there's things like the mirror to deal with. The team have got to be mindful of that. Not the end of the world, but with the softball next to it, expose himself for a brief second, and he is pretty much toast. Smokes it off and starts his walk on board. Right idea, baiting one out there. Agumon comes on through, but 2 kills have come through for PSG. Talon looking good here, Tim, with still over a minute to go.
Yeah, that's good stuff from them. They're obviously confident that they've got that mid-floor controlled, and now they're working through. This is good communication, good teamwork from them. They've got the space that they need to put this plant down here, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing in the next few seconds, just signaling that he needed a little bit of cover there, Soldier. Nitro goes out, cannot find its mark, and they will not stop this plant going down. But how about that? A huge double from Dream. But Monty manages to get his shield back up, maybe just in time.
This is going to be a measure now of Soldier's capability too, because if you can dance that shield around properly, you can get away with this. But look,
damn
he's
Dream.
doomed here, Tim, at 1 versus 3 to play through, and Monty staring at him, 2 players nearby. PSG Talon will find their win. They knew what they wanted control of, Tim, didn't take any more of the map than they needed, and they pull it off beautifully, even with Dream almost pulling off a flourish.
Yep, good stuff. Good stuff from PSG Talon towards the end of that round, particularly picking their plant spot, creating the space. It's just the basics, and that is what you've got to do well at a tournament like this to have any hopes of picking up results. Is you've got to have your basics absolutely nailed down, and then you need a few special moments along the way, and that was a great example of basics. Mid-floor control, so they know they're not going to get challenged from above. Just control that space inside of that breached wall, and then use it to get the diffuser down. Had the cover for the Nitro. It wasn't close enough anyway, but there was, you know, the possibility there for them to shoot it out had it been a little bit closer to the planter. Great stuff from PSG. They managed to get themselves one back. Will that stop the rot? It's been a little while since they won a round. Hopefully that's going to give them the bit of confidence they need to push on and get themselves back into this one.
Still, like, one single thing goes wrong, they catch out the Monty early, or you lose a key operator, your hard breacher goes down to a spawn peak. We've already seen Misa in that first half getting out and getting a 2K, for example. C9 very, very capable of doing the same back to you. And the whole attack can fall apart, and then you've got 3 rounds in a row that you need to win. It's a big stretch, Tim. And this is down this first floor as well, control and storage, so you're going to have to break through the top floor first and then worry about the site itself. So time becomes an issue you've got to think about, but at least the starting parts of the round aren't too bad. For example, getting the garage wall opened up. Very easy with someone like Gotti on side. I believe it's already been done here, so now they can move away from that, have it as phantom pressure, and think about using it later into the round, probably with Soldier pushing his way through.
IT wall is going to be opened up very quickly to just, again, prevent access to that catwalk, prevent access into IT itself. The attackers can start moving through and putting a little bit of pressure onto those top floor players. There's consideration towards meeting and electrical as well, really wanting to make it difficult for Cloud9 to commit to this top floor, to really hold on. But we can see Cloud9 at the minute, they're happy to just drop a little bit deeper, but to keep their presence up there on the top floor. They are not backing down just yet.
And why not? If PSG Talon aren't putting enough pressure into challenge for the ground and take it away from you, why give it up for free? You can keep on running that clock down.
I mean, it's against
Talon. You've got to still chew through things like we've mentioned. The keeper barriers being
if C9 can't beat Talon, honestly, they have no chance of hell against anyone else.
Here, just stepping inside of the building itself. Problem is, well, we've got you off towards the one side. They've got a good bit of crossfire they can employ. We've already seen Shields being that spearhead with a second player to support. But look at this, C9 is still dug in and they're giving nothing over to PSG Talon. That puts all the onus on the attackers here to make something happen, and sure enough, a swing like that could be a way to get things moving, Tim.
Going to see the flashes going in. Will the attackers follow them is the question. You got to get some value out of that utility. Good shotgun play here, just taking the quick peeks, flips onto the secondary and gets his man. Packer with a beautiful
Packer with shotguns.
And that might just swing the tide as kill after kill comes in for Cloud9, and they've just decimated PSG in a matter of seconds, Des.
I love how in chat people were bigging up Packer, saying he's going off today, he's going off today. And when you need it most, that's the round where he steps up and will very much guarantee put his team up to 6-3. Soldier may have managed to keep himself alive until the end of the Monty this time around, Tim, but there's no one left to support him. 40 seconds still to play with. A smoke still in back pocket, but this round feels pretty done unless he can pull off something miraculous here against Cloud9.
On the Monty, only pistol to use. Very unlikely. We know the shields are powerful right now in the Siege meta, but I don't think they are this powerful at half health to go up against 3 on the side of Cloud9 and come away with a win. 20 seconds left to go. Pressure from above. More damage done to Soldier. Matter of time. And who else? Packer, a big round. Closes it out. Finds himself
Packer
now
can do this on immediate? No.
Positive overall. And gives Cloud9 multiple match points.
Maybe had too many people trying to value their own lives a little bit too much.
Unsurprisingly, by the way, a little timeout coming in. I think it's
Probably
just
so
going
coach,
into our bans
Talon, no. Falbian coach is amazing now.
See another operator
But
taken away.
bullets at the top. Okay, so basically, think of the bullets as how you place in this tournament.
It would make sense to ban it as the last operator out of the 3 when you look at
everyone
shields,
starts with
but
6 bullets,
who knows? Maybe on the
which is the
defensive
white
side,
number,
we've got
how
a
many
whole
bullets they
bunch of
currently
things you can
have.
pick. The
Red is
Azari
how
is
many
a
they're
real nuisance
risking.
for them.
So
It's gonna be the mirror
if
and
Talon
ace
wins,
taken
they
away,
get
though.
2 bullets. So
I mean,
they're
we
out
always
8.
know that
If
there's
they
a lot
lose,
of
they lose
value
2
to
bullets.
be
So they have 4.
found in
You
mirror
get
or
0,
in banning
you're going
mirror,
home
but like you say,
instantly.
this army has been a
And
real
at the
thorn in
end
their side.
of 4
Choosing
play
that they are
days,
gonna
I think it's the
continue
top
to
8 teams with the
attack
most
into
bullets
that
move
army
on.
at least,
Even
but
if you still have
had to
bullets, if
choose
you're
one
not in
of the
top
two.
8, then
Cloud9
you're out.
looking great in the last round.
Yeah.
I just want
You
to go
match
back
this
to that
point, I'm
double
down.
from Packer. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The reason I called at the time, beautiful shotgun play.
So
just how quick
you can only
but
bet 2
accurate
bullets
those
on the
peaks
first
were.
games,
Just
or you
getting
can also
himself
bet 1
that
bullet
right
on the first
distance
game.
and
But
just
after
firing
today,
that
the rules
shot
are gone, and you
exactly
can do
onto
whatever
the
you want. You
doorway
can bet
every
all your
time,
bullets on a
enough
single
chip
match
damage
if you
to
want to be a
get it down.
psychopath.
But then the speed of thought. I've downed him. I've got another one coming from electrical window.
If I get to play
Hits the
against an
deck to
8-back
change
team,
his
bro,
angle of attack,
I'm
flips
picking the
onto
8-back
SMG
team,
and
and
gets
I'm
the
betting
kill. Just
every bullet
beautiful
except
stuff.
1.
A beautiful double for Packer.
Just so we stay in, just in case.
Enough, like you say, to put his team up to match points here. 3 bites of the cherry. They've got to get this one right. And the painful thing is a PSG Talon, you've got to be right every single time. C9 have only got to be right once. A well-placed C4, a run-out that I spoke about
So
earlier.
a little bit of
Anything like
strategy
that to
on
disrupt
your
the
bullet
side
count.
can be enough to see it done, but being honest with you, Tim, I spoke about them maybe not banning away the Monty because they're not seeing much success from Soldier playing this
Those
operator.
like points, yeah.
It feels like they're doubling down on that and saying, you keep playing it because we haven't really seen you put it to great success yet, outside of the one attack on the downstairs. But guess what? We're not going downstairs. We're up on this top floor. We've got these fortified positions. Yes, there's no mirror for us to do it with. We don't really care, though.
A big loss as well for PSG Talon. Let's not forget they have reloaded the maximum available number of bullets in this round. Day 1, day 2, the most.
I like the
you can
1.5 casing
reload
on the
is 2.
ACOG.
PSG Talon
I think
doing
the
that,
target's
obviously
too
thinking
big.
there was a possibility that they come away with a result here against Cloud9. That's going to see them dropping down to 4 overall, which is as bad as it's going to get for any team today. So it will put them definitely down at the bottom of the league. So it's a big blow for them at the beginning of things.
I love how there's although it's written, it's not quite the same as having it in the halls of Boston, of course, at SI, but Dream is sexy. The chant that we heard non-stop for Unwanted has carried on into the halls of chat, Tim.
I can't see it going anywhere, Des. You know, I can't see that stopping anytime soon.
No matter where you have an event, I'm pretty sure someone somewhere will be chanting it, regardless if he's playing on stage or not. It seems to be a new thing in Siege. All right, then. This could be that last round that we were speaking about for PSG Talon. Got to get it right here and now. In fact, you've got to get it right the next 3 times round or you are screwed. Main thing I'm looking at, Tim, is going to be this Deimos. Normally paired up with something like a Dokkaebi as a pairing, they're really good at hunting down roamers and removing any sharp edges that defenders might have lurking away in the shadows somewhere throughout the map. Here, though, you're really relying on Ryder to get that job done for you all by himself. But, as we've often seen be the weakness for a Deimos, you can only trap 1 player at a time, Tim. If someone else is playing and wait to support and baiting you in, essentially, it's a freebie. There's nothing else you can really do about that. Unless you're someone like Shiko, who plays a little bit hell out of this operator and makes it look easy. Though, so that said, that team are one that also use an awful lot of Dokkaebi to pair up alongside it. So I'm just a little bit worried here that Ryder might get sucked into something and end up paying the price for it.
The Deimos there, as we can see, right?
Any predictions so far?
In that long angle, looking to try and
pretty
put
expected so far.
Garage. But Cloud9 are using the utility well. We can see an attempt
no
at
crazy
coming
upsets
in from Ryder there, but it's not going to work. The mute jammers being brought in, just move through those and prevent that tracking from happening. And right now, it feels a little bit, with 120 left to go, that PSG Talon are just scrambling a little bit, Des. They haven't got themselves established anywhere, really. Everywhere they go, there's new utility for them to try to deal with. This time, Silent has a little bit of support from Dream as well, and PSG Talon are just stalling closing out at this door.
All right. Oh, the strikes to the shield. This is good. He's got a win, though, and sure enough, gets away with it. Like that, Tim. They've broken the Aqua hold to a degree. C9 lucky not to lose a second player. I say that as elsewhere, Mises now managed to find out Packer. So, by coming together with 3 on Aqua, making use of that distraction to get in on the other side and get a second player down, PSG Talon are into a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, Cloud9 backs to the wall now. They do have those Kiba barricades. We commented on the fact that PSG Talon hadn't banned it away. Is that going to come back to bite them? 2 versus 4. Ooh. But they managed to cut down Dream. He was in a key position. Ryder finds him. 1v3. Gitty keeps battling but cannot do enough. And PSG Talon close out the round and keep themselves alive in this one for at least one more.
This is indeed
it's
on
another
CJX.
effective use of the Monty as well, Tim. I know I said that for 2 rounds we've seen it fail and it worked out for 1. Just down into the basement was where we saw the most success. That was a really effective round, I think. Didn't try and go too aggressive, didn't overplay it, even with the lesion up in his face, didn't try to get like panic or anything, and even the player playing behind him was really there just to force a distraction, and that was when Ryder made himself known coming up from the bottom of Aqua. Somewhat surprised the Warden didn't hear him coming up there and go for the challenge, but I think he was too worried about the player coming in behind the shield at the same time. Really good team play from PSG Talon, kept it simple, even with C9 sticking 2 players in Aqua and trying to contest. Now we go down to the basement. It's going to be on C9 to try and trip PSG Talon up, I think, on this first floor, on the second floor, to stop them being able to execute like they did last time on this site.
Like you say, there's still a lot of work ahead of them here at PSG Talon. They've been getting kind of 1 round to Cloud9's 2 over the course of this game, and that is not going to be good enough for them. They need another 2 back-to-back here without a single loss. And you feel like Cloud9, with the opportunity to go anywhere in the map, are going to be able to close it out somewhere. They're going to try down in the basement once again. Packer just opening up those lines of sight. We've got Kobe up in the kitchen as well. A lot of work for PSG Talon to do here, and it's going to revolve around clearing out this mid-floor. They did well last time to do so, and it gave them the opportunity to get that diffuser down. Can they do it again? They've got to win those same gunfights.
Yeah.
Lion looks good.
I think for me it's silent on the Capcan that eyes will fall to here, though. Of course, it's very rare that you see these traps pick up a number of kills throughout a round, at least in the top level of playoff. On a drone, we'll see 1. You know, there are 5 more to figure out and find throughout the map, and that's not so ideal. I had no idea that Ride was inside the map at this point, and Silent, clearly making a bit too much noise in the top floor, has been picked off for free. Now, those Catcan traps are still down, of course. They can still deal a little bit of damage here. Likely to catch someone out and kill them? Probably not.
As soon as they know they've killed the Capcan, they're going to be very, very aware of any potential traps in and around that area. The droning will be going on. They'll be making sure that they check every doorway. I don't think they'll get caught out with that now. It'd be almost unforgivable if they do. A great start for PSG Talon. As I said, they needed to be coming in and winning every single one of those gunfights on that mid-floor, just like they did last time, so that they can apply that pressure. They've got the intel on Gitty as well. They know where the guy is. He's been forced away, and he's going to have to consider getting himself back towards sat here. PSG Talon, they are taking what's given to them, and they're taking quite a bit of what isn't. They are going in there and forcing these players to move, using the verticality of the Deimos as well. Here comes the next challenge. It takes a few seconds, but Misa gets the job done. The trade is there from Gitty, but still advantage PSG Talon.
And what I like is in this round, I know he's gone down now, but Misa brought along the Dokkaebi that I mentioned, and pairing that up with the Monty and with the Deimos makes for one hell of a threat going around the map, trying to clear out roamers. Sure, Silent kind of gifted it for free. They've removed Packer down to just 3. A couple of smokes in the back pocket of Dream to play behind 2. And with 60 seconds on the clock, this is where PSG Talon have got to start being respectful of how much time they've actually got left to make this one work. Droning out the drop, you can see what the game plan is going to be. There's also a Goyo canister to go through, though. This could get a bit messy, Tim.
They're just going to be popping that, making sure that that utility is not available. 50 seconds left to go, so there'll be plenty left on the clock after that fire burns down, should they want to move through that area. Kobalax has just come in to try and see if he can manage to find anything on a flank. Did the drone see him? That's the big question. The drone flashed past in front of us, but if Talon weren't paying proper attention, Kobe might just be able to get off a huge flank here.
Sure enough, they've managed to get their way through.
He's got to move, though. He's got to move.
It's the 2 smokes in the back pocket of Dream I'm worried about, Tim. They'll start getting the plant down. Out comes the smoke, but he's down. He got a chance to pop it, I think. No, it's not even tagging onto Soldier. This is great for them. They've dealt with Dream really well. Yes, Kobalax is upstairs, Tim, but he's got it all to do against 4.
I just don't think he moved quickly enough, and that's not a criticism of Cubby. He's moving through carefully. He's going to take a lot of damage and be cut down there, as you can see. It was just that PSG Talon were doing too much too quickly inside of sight. It's one of those. It's probably a catch-22. If Kobe does move more quickly, he probably gets picked up and they know he's coming on the flank and they just deal with him easily. So he can't really win in that situation. But he was just kind of 5-10 seconds behind the action there. And by the time he got into a position to be able to do something about it, it was too little too late. The damage had been done. And with 2 back-to-back rounds, there's PSG Talon. They just need one more. We're on the
prize
verge.
pool. They got like 200 grand for first place, and then like everyone gets money. So
and they're paying the price here, Tim. It looked unfathomable at
500 to 700 grand overall.
Battle their way back in, but as we said, this map's quite well split between attack and defense, and PSG Talon.
They missed all the action with the stupid ass flank. I mean,
they're struggling to adapt and respond. They can't see a way through it. From at least what it looks like from here. They'll change things up here with things like Yas coming on. You've got the Dokkaebi coming on outside once again. I just worried that C9 have got their number figured out here, and they're not going to be able to hold off PSG Talon. Overtime could be inbound.
With the potential of overtime, Des, I think it's worth explaining the banning system and how it works moving into overtime, because you would be quite right to say, yes! Do they ban again? Do they have to go through that? And the answer is no, they will not. Under the new banning system, what will happen if we go to overtime is the operators that you have banned during the game for the relevant side will be used on your overtime rounds. So, as an example, and I don't know if this is the way around or not, but for sake of an example, if Cloud9, when we move into overtime, if we do, if they start on the defense, then the bans will remain as they are now. In round 14, when Cloud9 move on to
guys, actually, I'm not sure if
it will be their
this map is
choices
Siege
from during the game earlier on.
I think this might just be normal Siege.
Bans. So there will be 6 operators banned for every round of
Have you guys seen
overtime,
any smoke canisters or anything?
Those operators that have been selected earlier for the relevant sides.
I think they only did it to 5 maps, but they're having to play. I don't know. It's
here
weird.
We go. Soldiers in pretty quick here, straight up against the door and trying to force these players back. You're always looking for that.
I feel like there'd be a fire extinguisher
sure
or something there.
Here, but look at the response. C9, 2 players straight up against the door themselves. Packers found 1. Hopefully it doesn't all crumble for them here, because Tim, they're only going to have 1 call out from the Dokkaebi. They're in trying to find more, and sure enough, they try their best. But Tim, C9 has simply won out in the gunfights. They've removed basically everyone. Yas is on his backside. Got him with it all to do. And PSG Talon, in trying to move a bit too quickly, may have just paid the price.
They just tried to brute force it, Des. They just tried to work in with that Monty shield. They showed so much patience using that shield previously. This time, it was like trying to just get in there with a
Wait, so do we play only the new maps?
Open, and it didn't work for them. Cloud9 were able to
not
stand
even
up
finished?
and win those gunfights when they needed to. They're going to know that he's in here on the balcony. It's going to be very, very difficult to get this pickup. Will manage to, so that's something at least. Yas back on their feet, leaves us in a 2v4, but with a minute left to go, this is almost certainly Cloud9's.
1 below, 1 in IT, players inside of, like, not really even sight off towards their left, just everything's looking rough at this point, and they know exactly where they are. So they burn the flashbangs to try and make sure they get the pickup off. They've got nothing else to work with except these Candelas that Yas has now got in hand. They could maybe make this work. There's no Warden on side, for example, but they've really got to capitalize.
Kobe's very low health. I guess that's something if you're looking for the side of PSG Talon. What are the positives? Kobe's 1 shot away, but even with that, he manages to get the trade. Takes down Gotti, and that's a big loss. Out of the 2 that you wanted to lose, it wasn't Gotti. Cloud9 managed to find success. They take down PSG Talon after they did come back at them a little bit. 7-5, that will secure them 2 bullets that they reloaded, Des. So they now see themselves sat on 8, which will be up towards the top of the league table. And unfortunately for PSG Talon, they lose their 2, drop down to 4, and will find themselves towards the bottom.
I see it. That's weird. That's weird to have to remember which ones have the weird shit on them.
First game, Elevate only put 1 up, for example. They'll stay above them, which means at least from the games we've had on B stream, yes, PSG Talon are at the bottom, but of course the games that we've had in our A stream will also play into that, and we've still got 3 more games to go across both streams. I think some promise being shown by both teams.
I think it's safe to say that we're not going to get a new map. Probably not.
In some ways, it's really good, like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that,
Yo,
that can be like saying, guys, we can, like individually, you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always a guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying, and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah.
So it's like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. So, like your team understands and like buys in and like you all play a certain way. I mean that's why the coach also is good, right?
Packer being in this lineup is insane, personally.
Do
but
some of the hard work of telling people,
I'll say it.
So you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Some responsibility.
Some
for
responsibility.
Sure.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable them when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
yeah.
say none of us are going to be right 100% of the time, and so like as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
it's negative.
It's just negative balance, you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have
every one of them is fluffy.
Like
brother.
you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
Sorry, I just thought it was funny, the turnaround. Those are their butts. But you just roll out of bed.
Good to hear from the IGLs and more from the IGL.
How does Fox look,
Roundtable
Ty?
will be coming as our tournament progresses. It's good to hear from all of them, and especially from Likefak, because the hope
What
for
headsets do they wear?
video that was
In-ear
made,
earbuds
in the
and then
Boston
sound
group
cancel on
stage
top.
was,
Who remains?
guys, are we
Legion
going
Doc.
right or long ball?
Speaking Nomad.
Sometimes you have to be that guy.
I'm just saying, I agree with all of them. You know, the IGL has to take responsibility for.
I mean, you get 3.5 hours.
Fight, I didn't think I did it wrong. I just thought Fox put me in a terrible position. So like, I just patted myself and was like, it's Fox's fault. It's not mine.
Right. Lex, you got flanked. I need help. No, but for everything that
He's
they're
the vouch
saying
player
is
usually.
especially the pressure that you feel, because every single loss, even if you're difficult on your teammates, every single loss at the end of the day feels like it weighs on you. If you did something wrong, if you called something wrong, you think of things forward, you stay up at night just thinking about it. It's terrible, but it was really nice to hear the inside of all of them. I don't know how Packer was able to sneak in there. I thought it was, I thought when we talked about it, it was the IGLs, like the best IGLs.
You know, I'll
It's some of the
listen,
best.
I will say this. I will say this. I think Packer is in a far better position IGLing Cloud9 than what he was doing on M80, especially with the familiar faces on that roster.
Because of the respect thing, when you join a team like M80 as a rookie IGL, it's very difficult for you to respect Packer. But on C9, all of those players are mostly rookies besides really Dream. So it's a way better position to be in.
Well, maybe we'll get to see C9 later on today.
Yeah, but Dream doesn't have an
what
ego.
they
Dream
can
won't care.
offer. Now, I have never been an IGL in Siege, but I IGL'd a bit in all other titles, either in Raid Nights or that's for the Destiny lingo, but also in Battlefield back in the day. So there's a lot of pressure that rides on you to make the right call, and I would only assume that in Siege it could be worse, because I've heard people being burned constantly for making the wrong calls as IGL.
It's very difficult to talk to people in a respectful way. You have to always be thinking of how to speak to people properly, but at the same time,
it's something that I try to work on when I'm like trying to be like
You did.
Hey, nice try, but you got slammed, moron.
You messed up.
You're dumb.
Fix it. And he's
play better.
I don't know why
you know.
You think
you can't. You can't just
sleep, and I guarantee
pull Chris or a Vex and just like rip into somebody because they don't listen to you. Because like I said, the respect thing is gone. They don't respect you. They don't listen to what you're actually saying.
Dark Zero versus Fnatic is up on the chopping block, and we get to see how these two squads come in. Fnatic with a lot of changes over time.
Putting Packer on M80
over the past 2 years and even 3 really for looking
was
back
putting a little Chihuahua head on a lion.
And Dark Zero on the other
it's
side.
Like
you want to see a resurgence back into the top.
They don't care, bro.
Here in Brazil, it was a very different roster, and they made it all.
Look, they know he's the IGL, bud.
That there's ever been in Siege.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be,
what do you do?
In my opinion, Dark Zero picked Fnatic, right? So for me, they have Nate.
Did Chris an IGL role? My God.
They already have EU talent to understand what they're kind of going up against. And I really think they think Fnatic is going to be an easy opponent, which is why they're going to pick them, which is why they're going to reload 2 bullets in the chamber.
The thing I hate about people that think that they're IGLs,
extremely comfortable going into this matchup.
Guys, we're doing an east push. I need people on east window. I need people on the door with shields. We're guys gonna go in for a plant, okay? All right, heard.
What does the squad look
and the guy that says that goes armory by himself trying to shoot people in the back. It's like if you're an IGL, you need to be with the main push, not hitting the flank through the back. Because you're basically putting us up in a situation to die so you can succeed. I think that is really selfish IGLing, personally.
1-for-1 swap. He's a great flex, great controller of the team.
All I'm going to say, been up for 17 hours? No, I took a 3.5-hour nap, actually.
Is fast. They've always been the slow team. They've tried to switch that system up a little bit, but picking up Spirits, I think, is going to be the key for the team because he is the X factor that team needs so desperately. He is the player that is constantly playing these crazy, wacky ops, the shields, the Ying, the Glaz, and he's very quick. He's very quick on his feet, and he's got the brain to be an IGL too, so he's always thinking of the bigger picture. I think this is going to be Spirits' first real time where he can shine on a team, and when it comes to the new map bans, or the new operator bans, that's where Spirits is also such a strength, because you have to target ban him, or else he's playing shields. And if you don't target ban him, then he's still playing shields. And he can play everything else, so it just makes it's such a versatile team now.
And you add to it Kangar Kenny in the background, who is maybe not one of the most accomplished coaches, because it's not been a long time where we've seen him in competition. However, this is someone that has impressed immensely in Europe and now internationally as a coach.
I mean, I truthfully don't believe coaches get not enough appreciation than what actually they do for a team. I mean, for us, then we know the coaches that we've had, we've been thankful to have the coaches that we have because they do put a lot of work and they do help you balance a team out. They do help balance even mindsets and put you in the right mindset for these matches. So especially with Kangaroo coming in and the new roster as a whole, as you were saying, all the pieces of the puzzle are now put into this roster, and there's going to be great things.
Kangaroo Kenny hopping in to the team.
Absolutely.
I can't wait until we have an event in Australia one day.
Who's Ashley?
Kenny's going to be there.
Actually.
Be happy. They won't fly, you know. Hours.
Anyway, I'm not going to be appropriating any Australian lingo for this, but we have to talk about Fnatic on the other side. They were picked by Dark Zero, and Fnatic, they've gone through many, many changes, and this is the latest form where you have Gruby and T-Pack, who've been around for a long time, and Jegs, of course, that has come in over the past year or so, but it's a team with no expectations, really, if you're looking at it.
Yeah, and, you know, that's a good thing. You know, there really isn't a lot of expectations. Obviously, every roster change you make, you gotta take that risk. You gotta take that chance that it's going to work out. Obviously, they got Grubby, they got also Sarks. And the thing is, this roster, on paper, to me, isn't the best. I think during that transfer window that they could have got some players that were on that free agency list. But when you think about it, they just recently played at the Malta Cyber Series, where they did end up getting second. They did verse very formidable opponents there from their EU talent. So it does go to show they are staying competitive, and especially hitting the ground running right out of the gates as a brand new roster, not having as much time together. There is hope. Now, when you're looking at this game going against Dark Zero, with how well they've looked, the players they have on it, this is going to be a big challenge them right out of the start of this tournament.
Both teams are almost in a similar position where they're trying to establish a new legacy of being that consistent main stage team that's constantly showing up. DZ with Nafe.
Make sure you're collecting your drops, guys.
I'd love to see Deepak I love to see him, since Rogue, slowly become more and more of a leader and a backbone that a team needs. And so now, finally being on Fnatic, it doesn't really seem like there's anybody stomping on his toes to be able to prevent him from doing that.
We talked about Kenny on the more coaching side over on Dark Zero. We got Tristan, Mr. Tan, Sethis on the other side here for Fnatic, who's been around since those Rogue days. And he's been someone who's been
in the game yet? I'm not sure.
Building up the squad to today.
Yeah, I think Sethis does a good job, and I made the mistake of saying Sarkis over Jacksu. Jack is a player that I think, one, Sethis is looking at and wants to bring that.
Solids are off right now.
Be able to put this
We're
player
watching
in
Pro
this
League.
roster and put him in the best position to shine, to really show that they are making the right decisions on these roster changes. And again, this is going to be a big testament to them to be going against Dark Zero and how well of a brute force that Dark Zero has.
And Sethis, behind picking up the players, he is not worried about the older players that are more experienced. He has a couple of those guys on the team.
He does.
Yeah. Now he's trying to cultivate the new sets of players to be able to bring them up to speed. And I think that's a genius way to look at it, because you're looking forward into the future of Fnatic. Because obviously at the moment, they're not going to be a top contender. So he's trying to build their way there. And you're right, they've slowly been at that pace.
Funny enough, this is what Dark Zero has been attempting and doing succeeding even at it over the past 5 years, really, since the 2020 SI up to now.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Dark Zero as a whole, this is a roster for its entire span of Siege was always just a slow
After
team.
this
But
game,
as
what
Fox
I'll
just
probably
said,
do
they now have
is
pieces to this puzzle, and they've changed
probably
how
take
they
like
play.
a
They are
hour and a
better
half,
team
2 hour
in
nap,
dynamic
and then come
style,
back.
Where it's just not
Leaving the stream
so
on, of course.
Well, gentlemen, let's talk about
Give myself
our
a little
map
bit more energy
series.
for later.
Again, all of our matches are best of ones until
I feel
we
good
hit
right
the main
now,
stage
but like
next
I
Friday.
feel that impending
Player
doom
is
feeling
up on the block
slowly
here where Dark
approaching.
Zero get to have that final ban.
You know?
What are we looking at here?
I'm loving Lair for Dark Zero. I feel like North America as a whole is coming to this tournament with playing
Well,
all
anime
of the big maps,
skins,
maps
you have
that
to think of
other
it, it's a
regions are
business,
usually more
right?
common to ban.
Anime
Lair,
skins
Night
get
Lab,
sales.
maps of
People
that
buy
sort, Dark
anime
Zero
skins.
going
Why
to
would you
Lair,
make anything
bringing
other than an
pretty
anime
much their
skin
new
if
roster
people are
into
going to
Fnatic
buy them?
roster to the newest map that has come in.
Right.
To be able to shake it up, and NA has a really good advantage at understanding how
Like,
to
yeah,
play
people are
Lair.
sick of it, but
I really like
people
it
buy
coming
them.
out of Dark Zero because it's a map that when you form a new
So.
roster, unlike Dark Zero, those players that came from said rosters enjoy this map. They're used to this map. Not to say that some of the Fnatic guys don't as well, but Dark Zero already is a better established roster, so they should be able to pick apart this map and dissect it far better, far faster than what we're going to see from Fnatic.
And we're never going to be able to talk about Dark Zero and any map without pointing out the shields and spirits. And Lair is a very big blitz map, very big BB map. So obviously, any map that you can abuse those shields, Dark Zero will have a little bit of that advantage.
How do you play now that you have operator bans on the first 3 rounds that can adapt and prepare counter for their upcoming round?
Well, I actually spoke to Spirits directly, and he said that teams would either direct ban him, and then he would have the ability to play crazy operators, the way he said, you know, I don't want to leak anything from what they said, but the operators that he would play would really allow him to be fully aggressive, and if he's not on those and they don't ban that shield, then he can just be the information gatherer.
And when we know what the issue is, when you specifically target ban one player, you still got 4 other formidable opponents that you have to worry about. So putting that much emphasis on one player, sure, it's daunting, but I don't think it's the best strategy, especially for a brand new team like Fnatic. You're going to need to be able to adapt, and if your only adaptation is just canceling out one player, you're already starting out wrong and wasting your bans, in my opinion.
Yeah, you got Citizen and Nafe also that are very, very familiar with EU playstyle, plus
NJR,
Annie in the background.
Panda party time.
You got people that have years of experience now, competitive play. It's going to be a tough ride for Fnatic. That's what we're kind of just making it clear. But that's the surprise that we're looking for. This is why.
Yeah,
Best
Kubi
of
says
One
he hates
is
making the anime
best
skins, but he
moment for
makes
you
them
to kind of
because they
flip
want them.
everything on its head.
And to just say, yeah, with the best one, this does put
NJR
Fnatic
Baby
still
Rage.
in a good spot, because the best thing about
Sure.
best of ones is both maps are kind of equal in some aspect, and you only get one chance. So it's really who is going to be faster at adapting.
I'm going to be faster at calling out our casters. Let's bring them up. There they are. Gus and Zenox. Gents, again, game 3. We almost have a 7-0 in the game prior. Are we going to finally get one here to pull
I hope
out?
not. Well, I don't want a 7-0. I want a good game. I want a nice close one. You know
I
what,
agree.
Milos? I'm very happy. We've had enough 8-pack for today. We've had enough Chalet for today.
8-pack won today, but
that's a lot coming from you guys.
They did. It did. But I want something a little bit different. And a good old classic NA-EU rivalry match here on Lair, I think, is right up my alleyway.
Yeah, I'm super keen as well. I mean, Lair's going to play out quite differently to Chalet. And yeah, and on top of the stories for this particular matchup, right? I mean, DZ, as you guys are kind of alluding to, looking to
the M&A
reinvent themselves a little bit
hilarious.
heading into this particular season, and for Fnatic, a complete overhaul to see if they can find some success. They've been waiting as an organization, I think,
Man,
now for
did
quite
not
some
learn his
time
fucking
to try
lesson.
and reclaim some glory.
Very quickly, Fox, have you got any dance moves? Because we've had some really good techno music in the background. You got anything?
Dance moves?
Yeah.
Whoa, why are we putting me on the spot? Like, why are we talking about this on the spot?
That's for the after party.
I'm not
That's
dressed
all we
out for
get.
that.
He's just a chill guy.
He's never animated. He's just a chill guy. What time are you going fishing tonight?
Oh, 8 o'clock.
When the pool closes.
Right after
I'll
the
be
show.
out there.
He's going to be fishing in the pool regardless of it. Don't worry, he was twerking just before we got in here. I'll leave that image in your mind as you get ready for game number 3. Gentlemen, all yours.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. As I said, I'm very much excited for this. A little bit of a mix-up from the APAC shenanigans that we've had this morning. Now we go over to two teams with, I guess, some, again, intriguing roster changes that we've got coming in for both of Dark Zero and Fnatic. Over to Lair, different map. It's not Chalet, thankfully. Something different here. Match 3 on the A stream for Reload Day 1.
Yeah, I'm really eager. I think Dark Zero are very much going to look to come out of the gate strong, right? We know that North America heading into this season could be largely quite competitive, right? So they're looking to see if they can switch things up a little bit. Will we finally see a change of pace?
Social prediction, though.
Very one-sided social prediction.
What time is the EU lads up? Are they up?
I think it's pretty time.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, look, I think Dark Zero definitely should go into this as the favored roster. I think their core 3 that they've retained as well, and then, of course, with the additions that they've made, for me, puts them as one of the teams, again, I've really got that eye on. You know, you look at Nave, Pambazu, and JR, I think as a core
I'm leaning back in my
really,
chair.
really solid.
I'm still here, though. Leaning back
on a
down.
roster that has been performing quite well over
APAC
time.
shenanigans.
Citizen and Spirit
Yeah,
now,
basically.
who have both shown that they've got really what it takes at the high level. The question mark will now be if they gel with the other 3 in this formation. Well, an intriguing off-season. I was speaking to Fresh in the back room a little bit. There's this almost idea that, especially over in the European region, there were certainly some big names that you could have maybe got if you were Fnatic. Not quite sure. Jaxu, Groovy come in. Are they the names that were needed to propel this Fnatic roster into international events? Of course, they get the partner invitation for Reload, but you think about going into stage 1, stage 2, can they make a major? Can they make an SI with this roster? It remains to be seen. For Deepak, Sarsen, and Jags, of course, being together for a little bit of time now as well. It's pretty contrast, but also quite similar in the sense you've got a core 3 on both sides, 2 new additions on both sides. But for Fnatic, they've definitely got to do quite a bit more to catch up to even a team like DZ.
I think in the eyes of many, probably going into this event with
tech pause again,
very low expectations, probably especially in comparison to some of the other EU talent at this particular event. So Fnatic really just have to prove to themselves, I think, that they can find some confidence at this event and sort of lay the foundations for a successful
operator ban phase, and beautifully it comes up
Okay.
on our screen. Actually, I don't even think we got. Did we even
Two
get to the
shields.
ban phase originally? I'm not
They
even
don't
too
want
sure.
spirits
Either
on
way,
shields.
Warden, Kaid,
But Monty?
banned off by
Ying.
Dark Zero and Blackbeard. And
Wait, was that automated or was that actually that quick?
I think it was automated.
Yeah, right.
I think they actually did do it. We have not actually played a single round yet, but we were about to do so here on Lair. Match 3 of the day. Dark Zero and Fnatic both have reloaded 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point that I was actually going to bring up before the rehost was Fnatic, despite going into this one, was, I would say, significant underdogs, still electing to put 2 on the board. We have seen in some of the other matchups before this first day where
Elevate put up 1.
Yeah, right. In a more one-sided matchup, not taking that risk of putting 2 bullets on the board. So
can only today be able to put up 1 or 2 bullets.
What was your question, sorry?
I didn't have a question.
That was a statement.
That was a statement.
Ah, my apologies. I couldn't hear you over the reinforcement.
No, I was just very profound in my statement there. Thanks, guys.
Very
10
wise.
seconds left before insertion.
So Fnatic defending here on Lair. Defense has been.
I don't mind the new ban system. I like it.
Far, but that was back on Chalet, different now.
And different region.
And completely different regions as well. And I've been very much talking up the North American region, so I'm kind of hoping Dark Zero don't let that come back and bite me. I mean, what is the realistic, right? Like, keeping the expectations grounded a little bit, what is the realistic expectation for Fnatic in this event?
Reloading!
You're putting me on the spot here a little bit. I don't think top 8.
We are live.
I don't think top 8 is realistic.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think top 8 is realistic either. So is it
if they can maybe avoid bottom 4, I think that would probably be a success.
Yeah,
as harsh as that may sound.
Get a couple of wins, you know, beat the teams maybe you should be beating, etc.
But look competitive. They need to look competitive.
And I think that's probably the case for a certain amount of teams here that have certainly made a bundle of roster changes. You got to look competitive. You got to show good signs. The way, you know, we were actually talking, we had the benefit of talking to Safest actually last night about, you know, what do we kind of expect in terms of this roster? And it's really kind of like that slow burn build, right? You're using this as a platform, grow, build throughout then going into stage 1, etc. It's not the be and all of the fact that we have to perform at this particular event, but you've got to show those signs. You've got to show, okay, the addition of Jackson and Ruby are going to flow nicely with Deepak and Sarks and Jegs. Slow start here on Lair to begin. The attack for Dark Zero. We have the Deimos deployed for Citizen. Spirits on the Ying. 2 new members of this Dark Zero roster. Speaking of, Spirits over towards main stairs. Steps on a Gumine.
Shotgun in hand. Bit of information, but a mid-range battle. Unable to take that head on. Waits for that Candela. And pushes forward.
Up close. I don't think was expecting Ruby to be making that push towards main stairs. Spirits on 1 HP. So is Jackson. And Spirits will be the better of the 2. Although another one pushing up main. Gets the kill. Shotgun onto Jegs. 3 in quick succession for Spirits. What an entry for him. What a start for Dark Zero.
That's why he paid the big bucks, right? Spirits, they framed him as being the difference maker potentially here on the Dark Zero roster and looking to play more exotic picks, and that's exactly what we saw in the opening round. Lobby hit, and Della's from the Ying. Shotgun in hand,
still probably not.
Crunching that position.
Maybe here and there, but
not really much.
Not an everyday occurrence.
Not a typical set play from the attack. And
Jameer, how you doing?
I mean, is that something that this Dark Zero roster probably needed a little bit? Was a bit more pizzazz and flash and
change of pace.
Change of pace.
It's the big thing for
that's what Pamba's job was supposed to be, but apparently not.
Well, this was an easy highlight for those in the back room. As Spirits took full control from main stairs to the Mez, clears out Jacksu, and obviously had an idea that the flank was coming from Jegs. Oh, it's good to see Kangaroo Kenny back. He was a big part of Boston in terms of the hype from the coaches, and he was definitely one that was making a wave of noise, and he's brought that immediately round 1 here at Reload.
Oh, promoted now to a full-time coaching position for this team, right? So clearly the organization of Boston were very happy with his performance, and I think rightly so. Wealth of knowledge and experience from a technical side, but also I think his energy inside of the server for match day is very much appreciated by players.
Yeah, Ying Shotgun in Pro League is peak.
Now, this particular event with the new ban phase.
Spirits on glass now.
I believe that the coach is now having a little bit more input in terms of their ability.
Spirits is the guy to watch for DZ, honestly.
Of course, with the new ban system as well, so no Blackbeard, no Blitz available for Dark Zero. No issues.
Clearly to try and shut down Spirits, right? And they may follow that up with a target ban onto him depending on what he likes to play. It was the Ying in the first round, so that's a follow-up. That'll be
Aggressive
intriguing.
Jags.
Oh, yeah.
Just play a little bit of contact here under the entry of Citizen, who is playing Riora. First time that we've got to actually see vision of this operator, which was, of course, revealed at 6 Invitational. So a rounding applause. Are you there? The crowd?
No, I was cheering on at home at 4 a.m.
Cheering on at home at 4 a.m. You had to be a bit quiet.
Yeah.
What do you think of Riora, though? From what I've heard, a lot of the players here are expecting to see a little bit of action from the newest operator. As Zarks goes and finds a double on the roam on the bot side for Fnatic. That's a great start to the second round. So obviously from the beginning of this round, Jags also tried to make a little bit of early contact. So Fnatic trying to get aggressive here on layer defense.
Very much see here as
I don't like this attack. It's too baity.
Space, but you need those other teammates up to get full value.
Reload.
So we'll wait and see. I don't think this is going to be the best round to showcase her ability to garner that control.
I give them a call.
Dark Zero now just really in salvage mode, seeing if they can pull something special off, but it's unlikely.
Logic Bomb does ring out from NJR. I think Dark Zero have just elected to just sit back, see if Fnatic are going to continue to play aggressive, maybe catch one of them. But Fnatic, after finding those initial 2 kills and being aggressive early, have just kind of cooled things down a little bit and elected to fall back, play site, 40 seconds left, 5v3, and it's certainly a well-drilled outfit. Although, I say that, Zarks goes for one more and does find the head of Spirits, and Fnatic with a really good response here in the second round after Dark Zero and mainly Spirits were super aggressive in the opening round. It's a swift response, it's a clean one. Expecting the swing from Jags. Citizen, really good game sense, does find the kill. Running out of time though for Dark Zero, running out of players. Flash not going to be effective. Groovy hit well, second one effective, but he had already found the kill onto Citizen, and surprise, surprise, Fnatic take the second round. The majority of the work done earlier.
Yeah, no. That's that cheeky double to open things up. It can be quite a difficult part of the map to attack. There's so many different angles and positions that defenders can situate themselves in, and so clearing that in an effective manner, in a methodical manner at that, can be a challenge for the attack Dark Zero on that occasion. Once you bleed those picks, then obviously the Riora you don't really get full effect from.
Your whole game plan just goes out the window.
As I said, that you pretty much automatically go into salvage mode. And to their credit, Dark Zero, you can see very much playing the round out. You can see some deep comp looking to try and play together as best they possibly could, especially NJR and Citizen moving that to the X situation, but ultimately just too many defenders to overrun, and with that, a 1-1 scoreline as we head to the third.
Camera ready to activate.
Which is already better than really what we got probably from our opening matches, which both the first 2 matches of the day we're looking almost flawless territory by the end of the first half. Fnatic, really, really solid response. Now to Dark Zero to change things up a little bit, and Spirits is electing to bring shield play out rather than the Ying. We'll go Montang on the attacker repick. Capitao as well for Pambazu.
So that's arguably the danger player now playing 3 different operators across the first 3 rounds. So
and that's what you want. You need to have a good operator pool.
Well, especially with the new ban phase, right? Because at the conclusion of this round, it puts Fnatic in a difficult position. If Spirits continues to play well, are they going to back that up with the Monty and try to fully take shields out? Do they elect to maybe play it quote-unquote a bit safer and take maybe the Ying out? I'll be intrigued to see what the response is like, but it is dependent on the performance of this round from Dark Zero and what they were able to achieve.
And again, I think we had a little bit of this conversation regarding wildcard in the previous match about teams that wouldn't necessarily qualify for events, and I think this Fnatic roster probably fits that bill in such a strong region. They're not a guarantee. And Fnatic as an organization, I mean, I can't recall the last time that they actually made an international event.
It's been a while.
And so this is such a strong opportunity for this roster.
Monty pick now.
With their 2 new additions to get some really good prep in for the upcoming season. Spirits making his way down through storage. Jaxu close by on Tuber out. Cell available, 3 in fact, 4.
The audio change, you hear that?
to this round. It was Fnatic, though, in the previous round that elected to take the pace on. That pistol was close to the head, but doesn't quite land. Certainly an opportunity that goes begging for Dark Zero. But they are getting a decent amount of map control here in the third round without losing anybody. Obviously, the Montaigne helping in that factor.
Pretty high-risk play there for the defense on the peel, but effective thus far.
Only one exothermic actually available, by the way, so this is it. You've got to get this hard breach opened up. Just over a minute remaining, certainly not a rush just yet. Well, a denial available for Fnatic, of which one of those is through the Nitrocell of Jegs, gets rid of Citizen. So Thermic will be delayed by the
Really calling him out.
Only 60 seconds left, and so far you've got to say for Fnatic, they've done a decent job of just keeping Dark Zero at bay. They've got the opening kill. Dark Zero need to try and flip the script here in this round because it's slowly going the way of Fnatic.
They look for the path of least resistance directed. Nave makes the ball over towards main breach. Compact from below. Util game strong from Fnatic in this round.
Yeah, Sarks actually is going to be a thorn in the side as well over towards briefing. In towards Bucks though, Nave going for the plant, trying to find it. You can indeed see him, but he was zoomed in. Able to un-ADS and catches him just on the edge of the smoke. Yellow ping, knew that Pampazoo was coming to recollect that kit, and Fnatic showing some really good signs of life here through the opening few rounds. They take a 2-1 lead over Dark Zero. Dare I say, you know, you come into this event, you talk about expectations, and you talk about, you know, for which teams, what are those expectations? With this Dark Zero roster, certainly more of an expectation for them to perform, do well, potentially make top 8. That same can't be said for Fnatic, and well, it's early, very early days as we head into the round 4 ban phase. But it's a good start for Fnatic, and all the pressure certainly with DZ in this match. 80% on the social prediction going the way of Dark Zero. Yeah. Will be Tuberound banned out and Ying banned out as we head in. But just looks strong. I mean, but Fnatic gave nothing away. No mistakes, no errors, nothing for Dark Zero to punish on and capitalize.
I mean, you say that, but there was that very small window of opportunity. The Spirits probably, if he hits the first shot, completely unravels that defense, right? It was the perfect peel. You get the reinforcement up the Tuberound, the backline, stalled out so much.
I promise that's apple juice, by the way.
What he was drinking?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well,
what else could it be?
I hope it's apple juice. Look, yeah, obviously that's a really good point that you kind of make up. Getting the reinforced wall up a little bit late. It was a very small window, but it was very marginal. 2-1 start though for Fnatic.
Tuberound Ying ban. I suppose not too unexpected, right? Tuberound very
Tuberound makes sense. Obviously, we've been seeing that employed here by Fnatic on the defense.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We're into our third match now, so we've had a little bit of a glimpse at this new ban system. What are your initial thoughts?
Given 2 of those matches have been so one-sided, I think it is kind of challenging to really judge it. This one, though,
I'm going to go on a limb and say I actually like it.
I'm quite intrigued to see how this plays out. I mean, Fnatic will put in a bit of a challenging position. They leave the Monty up by taking off the board, and Spirits will lean into that immediately. So we'll see if that continues to have impact. Monty has only appeared the 1 round thus far.
Yeah.
But understandably, considering how strong the Ying crunch was around.
What's the ADS thing? I think it's intentional.
Nave just gets himself into a position where maybe someone from Fnatic might go for a little peek through the hatch. So far, though, it's been very controlled from Fnatic on the defense. Again, not really giving too much of an opportunity for DZ. You actually think about the 1 round that Dark Zero has won was really off the back of Dark Zero getting aggressive, pushing forward, which that's kind of what we wanted to see from this new lineup with Citizen and Spirits coming in. It's also somewhat of a concern if, you know, Spirits is the one that, you know, in the opening round, pushes up main stairs, gets a 3K, but now he's playing a little bit slower on the Montang and trying to facilitate for others. If the others don't actually then play off the Montang, you might just be wasting some of that more aggressive potential. Again, it's rather slow paced here from Dark Zero. Nave trying to just make a little bit of noise to see if anyone wants to come check him out down below in briefing, and one has been spotted up above, but no shots to land. Deepak towards R6. Again, only 90 seconds left. Dark Zero is slow and methodical. Got to pick up this pace though. Try and put some pressure on Fnatic earlier in these rounds, force out mistakes, trying to force them out of key positions. I think right now Fnatic are very happy with the way that the pacing is playing out in this match. Opportunity there for the Montang to be a nuisance, but now forced away by the gas canister. Well played so far from Deepak.
Yeah, I'm not liking this attack.
So vert pressure below from Nath, and
Well, this is what happens. You linger around for long enough, and Fnatic are going to be able to get an opportunity to get someone on flank. Spirits, really the objective here is get into sight, see if you can get into a corner, get the plant down, have others cover off the back of the Bontang. Citizen with a long angle, very long angle, gets off of it though temporarily. Goes for the rotate, wants to now play off of Spirits, who wants to get into a position to go for that plant successfully, and he finally elects to go for it. Watching the cover was Citizen, but he loses the battle to Groovy. Can Spirits get this down successfully? Indeed, the answer of that is yes. Gasbait, way too late. Unfortunately, by Deepak, he did lose his life as well. Spirits cannot make it out, though, so that loses a little bit of pressure onto the kit for Dark Zero and being able to watch it, but they found kills. They've got the numbers 3-on-2.
Saw that buck down below, so keep that in mind. Cross needs to be broken. Jackson to lead the line, but he falls to NJR, who lines them both up, and DZ responds.
Yeah, it might not be the most flashy siege from Dark Zero, but certainly a very calculated round. Really good play. Spirits getting into that position and getting that plant down, not easy. There's a lot of eyes on that position from Fnatic, so for him to be able to get in, get that plant down. Yes, he loses his life as he's making his way from the plant. Doesn't matter. He did his job, and he did it really, really nicely. And for Fnatic, I think they actually put a lot of eggs into the Jegs basket on that flank, and he just got nothing off it. Had he been able to get a little bit more from that flank, maybe there was an opportunity for Fnatic.
That's usually how it goes.
And now
People are Delulu.
And so far, hard to really kind of break these two teams apart through the opening 4 rounds.
So it's basically going then for round number 5. And to cast our minds back to the last time this objective took place, it was really decided in a very early fight over towards Warehouse. Fnatic able to sneak a cheeky double, and that completely broke Dark Zero out of that particular round. So hopefully this time around for the North Americans, they're able to formulate a bit more of a response here on the attack. Maybe fight for a little bit more map control, potentially go for play for the Ram as well as repick onto. So we'll see. Citizen as well on Deimos.
Your very existence annoys me.
Will be useful on the map clear. Fnatic have shown certainly a ability and a willingness to flank, especially late round in contesting those vert players. Citizen himself yet to really have too much of an impact on the scoreboard, just the one thus far. A player that can be very dangerous if he is defined.
Well, he kind of did his job in that last round, though, right? You're just providing distraction from the plant going down.
This is on DZ what? He's been on DZ for a while. He's been on IGL for like a year.
Done his job there. That's why sometimes you look at the numbers and look
You've
at
been
the stats,
blinking.
not always telling the full story. NJR though, 7-2 start. On the dock of it, calls out very early logic bomb. Oh no, he's about to, sorry. But for Fnatic, yeah, I mean, decent signs so far, but will it be a case similar to the APAC teams where you can have good signs, things can be looking well, but you don't end up getting the result? There is that logic bomb now by NJR. Oh, Spirits. Well, so far, Spirits making a very solid debut here for Dark Zero. NJR had already gotten that one onto Jaxu, and that's a quick little start. Dark Zero switch up the pace. So slow, methodical, playing off the Bontang in the previous round into round 5 now. They completely switch it up. Again, fast entry, somewhat similar to the opening round. And I gotta say, through 5 rounds now, we've seen from Dark Zero 2 different ways in which they can play.
It's literally the key to DZ's victory.
And that's not a sentence
every round so far.
Be said about that roster in years gone by.
Yeah, they're not looking one-dimensional at all, and that's really what you want from this roster, from this new look Dark Zero lineup. Fnatic just got hit with an absolute sucker punch. They just didn't look ready for that change-up of speed. I think it's a case of, like, you don't want to be that one-dimensional. You don't want to be that kind of team that's always rushing in, always fast and aggressive, and you certainly don't want to be that team that's always slow, always methodical, because it's too easy to read. Jegs, well, you know, you're down 5-2. You got to just go for something. Loses the battle to Citizen. Groovy by himself. This is definitely going to be a 3rd round on the board for Dark Zero. And so far, really good signs from them as well in their ability to change things up. Flawless round. Yeah, too easy, says Spirits. Kenny, once again, hopping around.
Smiles in the DZ camp.
Yeah, but Canadian went over to
pretty chill
Sonics, now Shopify.
It is only day 1
a
here
while
in
ago.
And I think for the most part, teams are going to want to take a more relaxed approach in the early phase of this particular event. It's really only going to heat up in the last day or 2, or at least that's our expectation. Spirits are looking very locked in. A couple of key moments with him thus far in the half, especially cracking open rounds and creating opportunities for the rest of the team to claim quick control, be aggressive.
It was a good round. It was a good round, Kenny. I agree. I would say so far it's been a very fun opening half. I think you could definitely make a good case that Fnatic's had some good rounds and DZ's obviously had some good rounds as well. We probably haven't had a round, guys, where it's like both having a good round together and it comes down to like a 2v2 or a 1v1. So far, the 5 rounds that have been played out have been
All right, guys,
pretty
what I'm probably going to do is
exciting.
I'm going to set my alarm for like 2 hours. I'm probably going to take a quick little cat nap
at this point. 3-2 lead
while
for
this
Dark
game
Zero,
goes
but
on. I feel myself leaning back in my chair. I'm like,
get this third round support here.
yeah,
Gotta get
late night stream's going to be rough. So I'm going to take a cat nap. I'm going to put it on my TV
like
so I can see what's going on. But
One
I will
strength
be
of
here.
Fnatic so far has probably been on site, and then where they're not winning early contact fights and probably the roam game as well hasn't worked. So that's concerning, especially on a map like Lair.
Time to ring some ears!
So the mute in play then to complicate things a little bit here for the attack. Opening directly into Dorms will not be for free. Amber though with impact amp, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. I agree, the early portion of this round is going to be really intriguing. Spirit's already looking to apply pressure. Actually almost caught on the rappel, so a good set play there from Dark Zero, but he's unpunished. Able to retreat and that utility can continue to reject.
Yeah, Jackson just looking a little bit nervous throughout that hallway, expecting battles from a few different angles. Oh, well, that's not good. Oh, that's good though. Unfortunately, did lose Pambazoo. By the way, actually hasn't had a kill so far, so probably not all too much loss for Dark Zero. 4 versus 4 anyway with the quick trade on to Groovy, and Citizen goes for another one. Gets rid of Sarks, who started very, very well in this half for Fnatic. And only one gas pay remaining as well for Deepak with 90 seconds left in the round. Spirits is so, fortunately, taking a large amount of damage from that, just too slow to get out.
Losing Pamba hurts though with the impact amp. It means that direct route's kind of taken out a little bit here, and so Dark Zero may be forced for the 5th or above. Certainly wait and see. Nafe has already navigated down below though, so looking for an alternate route. Actually managed to catch the timing. Up above, Spirits with the can opener, able to apply pressure, and Jakes looks to hold his ground.
He wants to go for a peek though off the back of the opening made by Spirits. Still 50 seconds in the round though, plenty of time for Dark Zero. They've got the player advantage, just got to think their way through this situation. Got to be careful of Jaxu as well, still towards Medical. Nave, well, he wasn't careful enough. Caught out. Good trade though by Citizen, and 3 in the round found for him as Spirits gets another plant down. And Citizen makes it the quad and could be on for the ace. Over towards Storage as the remaining player in Jegs. Citizen may as well just go hunting at this point. It's a 3v1 in the post plant. Maybe you don't have to hunt too much. He has to make his way over. Now caught in briefing. Spirits can call out. Citizen comes hunting. It's an ace for Citizen. And what a start for Dark Zero. 4 attacking rounds on the board, and they did it as 4. Pambazoo had no impact in that round, as he, of course, did drop out of it. And it's a really good sign, you know, mentally for Dark Zero. Sometimes, you know, you're playing a game, someone DCs, and you just immediately go, oh, here we go. But straight away, instant kill. Citizen goes nuts. Obviously, we're going to pause to get Pambazoo back in, etc. 4-2 lead for Dark Zero at the half, which means we will also redo the ban phase now coming into the second half. Fnatic, some good signs, and after 3 rounds, that they had a 2-1 lead, and then Dark Zero respond as they probably were expected to do so.
So officially in that technical pause now, and yeah, I think that last round was a really good display of Dark Zero's resilience, but also ability to adapt. We saw good pressure up above, but then immediately once Nafe had maneuvered bot green and kind of saw that opening, the team just converged, rotated. We saw the smoke plant on the door. It was very difficult to deny from above. The horizontal pressure was dismissed as well. Dark Zero very much playing like a solid unit, and again goes back to kind of the storyline that we established a couple of rounds prior. They showed really good adaptability position-wise, but in terms of pacing as well. They were not playing that old brand of DZ where every single round came down to a 15-second execute. They were a lot more adaptable, and I mean, the man on the screen now probably spearheading a lot of that Spirits.
It's been
a good job.
Well, I mean, I know Citizen got an ace in that round, but you kind of think about the half overall. So if you would look at the the bigger picture in terms of the 6 rounds played, I think Spirit certainly comes out and immediately makes an impact here for Dark Zero, and not just on the Monty, to be able to do it, like he said, on sort of different roles as well, opening round 3K and an aggressive kind of entry through main stairs up towards the mezzanine, easy 3K, clear out a lot of Fnatic, and then to go and switch up, play that slower role, play that Monty, and to also get 2 plants off of the Montag play as well. So he's keeping himself alive, he's getting himself into the site, he's getting the plant down. Citizen, he is not just hot in the server, he's apparently hot outside of the server as well, fanning himself down. Call him off. Maybe, I don't know why Citizen's trying to call himself off though. Stay hot. He's got an ace, mate.
You don't want to overheat.
It's true, you don't want to overheat. 4-2 lead for Dark Zero. We've got ourselves going through the ban phase right now. Blackbeard and Azami, the first 2 off the board. We can bring it back to you guys visually as well. So change up into the second half. Dockerby and Newt will also be getting out for the second half.
Loading new
This is basically just the Citizen highlight package. The ace in the round. He got the poor admin in the background trying to help out Pambazu as well, caught in the middle of it all.
It was all Pamba that round. It was all him.
Unfortunately for Pambazu, he's obviously had his stats reset. All he's lost is his deaths.
That didn't happen. What do you mean?
He's got 0 kills, but now he's luckily enough got 0 deaths as well. Yeah, big start. I mean, some power players. I mean, it's, I think, a really good sign for this Dark Zero roster that Nath so far hasn't had to be the big man either. NJR with 8 kills. Spirits has been immense, 6 kills, but also with the Montaigne play. Citizen with an ace in the previous round. Pambazu hasn't got going at all. He hasn't found a single kill. And that's not just because of the obviously the bug for him, but in general.
Is there an operator that Spirits is not afraid to play? Bringing out the Tachanka here for round number 7, opening round of defense. An operator that is typically compared to the Smoke, and most would regard him as weaker, but Dark Zero bringing both for this particular round, the crowd control, and the added ability of the destructibility for Tachanka. Can sometimes be an effective selection.
You will hear a thing.
Ruby, meanwhile, on the Maverick, so we're seeing a couple of operators brought out of retirement here for this particular round.
Mine ready to go.
What the play is going to be here for Fnatic. They'll be wanting to get off to a good start. I'm sure the mental would have been tested a little bit there towards the tail end of the first half.
Yeah.
Dark Zero really grasping momentum.
Well, this is where, you know, it comes down to with Fnatic. You're onto the attack now. You got to put that scoreboard out of mind, and you got to just kind of switch up and see if can we gain control of this match, because right now it's all DZ. I know it's only a 4-2 scoreline, but they've won the last 3 rounds in a row, and they've looked very dominant in doing so. And now get to kind of sit back, go defense, and force Fnatic to kind of come to them.
Dark Zero pretty forgiving in terms of contesting this map control at the moment that Fnatic have been able to gain again. Probably leaning into the late round with that Tachanka and Smoke combination. Happy to play a little bit deeper.
There's only just over a minute remaining for Fnatic. So far, the opening attacking round of the second half has not been set the blazing glory. They've only got 2 players inside of the building.
Dark Zero should be able to deny default.
Yeah.
So at the moment, they are in the lead.
Oh, most definitely. This is far too slow right now from Fnatic. To be fair, though, R6 Master, you can go that slower pace as long as you can win the hard breach battle.
They're passive, Dark Zero are playing. They're not contesting anything.
Don't need to right now. Although the flashes might push them out. NJR, good shot onto Groovy, who went for the wide swing. Didn't have the full information. NJR's watching the doorway. It's all too easy right now. Entry in from Jacksuit. Deals with the barbed wire. Bees have gone out, landed onto Spirit. Position now known, but they can't really deal with him. NJR got taken low. And unfortunately for Fnatic now, heading into the final 20 seconds.
Where are they going to plant?
They have to rush, and yeah, where are they going to get this plant down? You know, Deepak has to kind of just send in. Jacksu finds a kill, but he almost got traded almost immediately. One prone deep in the middle of the site, but all of these entry doorway positions still being watched. Although, Fnatic are starting to land a couple of shots. And Deepex gets one down. That's only Citizen. That is up for Dark Zero, but there's so little time remaining. And Citizen able to get at least one, and the time ran out before either he could get the last kill or the last kill onto him was to be made. And in the end for Fnatic, I think the time running out is the best way in which they got a little lesson there, because they were just far too slow throughout that round. And the time eventually came back to bite them.
Yeah. Big credit, though, to Dark Zero in that round. I think that the smoke to Chanka combo made things so difficult on entry. As I kind of noted, a minute to go, you can't plant default. And as expected, Chanka continued to flood utility there.
Get that shit open, bang, easy.
Yeah?
Think about the bans first of all. Second of all, guys, if we have a Deimos and there's a guy hiding behind a table, it should be really easy for us, yeah? Don't just destroy the ADSs. When we're on the drones and shit, fucking ping everything, guys, yeah? As long as we have Deimos open, we need to make sure we're doing that, okay? Yeah, exactly. We have to do the simple things, guys. Simple things. Use each other more, okay? Look at the operators that everybody's on and fucking use each other more, okay? Simple. You had everything you needed there, but we didn't use each other, guys, okay? We could have killed the Jaeger a minute ago, yeah? So let's make up a little bit, guys. You fucking got this shit. It's simple. You see that setup? Easy. Let's go.
Just did my job for me.
What do we pick? I mean, let's see. Let's see if they have a good setup to offer. If they're holding heavily or not, or if they're giving us for free.
I mean, I absolutely love whenever we get access to the coaches. Safest, I think, absolutely on the money there when you said we probably could have killed them about a minute ago.
Yeah, like, default was on the play. They had to find other win conditions. They had the Deimos down below, not having great impact, and Spirit's allowed to play behind desk. It was crazy. We saw two players stacked outside the mezzanine door for the longest period of time as well. The eventual switch up right at the very end was probably the correct call, but ultimately time was the downfall of Fnatic in that round. Perhaps would have won that fight, we'll never know, but
10 seconds to insertion.
Not the best of starts. Dark Zero now with a 3-round
Just the pacing thing, though. I mean, I think Safe has said it right. You know, you had everything kind of set up. You got to play off of each other and what you've got. And if we did it a bit quicker, essentially is what he was saying, that they really should have got the job done. And then you're looking at a 4-3 scoreline. You get an early attacking round on the board. Things look a little bit brighter, but now it's 5-2. You're going to claw your way back, and you've already called your tactical timeout as well now. Will Fnatic play with a little bit more flair here in this 8th round, pick the pace up a little bit? Dark Zero, I would imagine, would be probably ready for it. Like, this is where, you know, from their side of things, it'll be how they'll try and pick up the pace now. Time ran out for them, you know, they got timed out, so like they're going to probably try and play a little bit quicker. Let's be ready for that.
This is where we really look at Fnatic as to who on the roster is going to step up and take that leadership role, take responsibility, take control, look to change their fortunes here in a match that has proven to be difficult as expected, but they've had flashes of brilliance as well throughout this match, especially through that first half.
I mean, round 2, round 3, they looked really, really good in especially the way that they won those rounds. Chopco getting to work, dealing with the Vulcan canisters. Temperature is on the board as well. And they are up to double digits. A plethora of options as well for the Deimos, which we haven't really been able to see a whole lot of Deimos actually so far today, either banned out or just not really been all that successful. They know exactly where he is though, inside a stock, and Sarks is going to have to force his way either out or he wants to continue to take this fight. Super aggressive by Pambazu. Kind of retaking this position back in towards Lab. Again, Fnatic are just kind of stalled out of sight. They're just kind of sitting around trying to find these long angles, and Sarks gets caught. Takes a bullet to the body. There's a headshot opportunity. In the end, does find the kill onto NJR. There's an opening. And now goes prone, expecting the doorway swing. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out the first time. Second time is good, though. And the plank going down as well by Deepex. There is that pace switch up by Fnatic here into the 8th round, and it is working so far. Plan will be successful. Citizen might just need another ace at this point if they're going to be able to salvage this one for Dark Zero. 2 versus 4. Much better from Fnatic to be able to get into sight, get some really good kills. A lot of that off the back of that opening pick as well by Sarks. And that's a much, much better round from Fnatic, responding to their coach.
Yeah, they showed some good patience in that round, but in contrast to the prior round, they were in a much better position, especially against that lineup and with the positions that they had to actually execute that kind of play style. Once they had drained out some of those smoke canisters, the Goyo canisters, etc., their life was a little bit more, they were less burdened in terms of actually getting inside of the side and finding an opening and being able to execute on that. So Once they did, they went bang, did a good job, overwhelmed DZ. There was that first pick. They was effective. And immediately DarkZero snapped into action and trying to find trades and find some of that control back. But Fnatic ready and waiting.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's been a good match so far. 5-3 scoreline. I think DarkZero a 2-round buffer, probably about right path the course in terms of what we've seen from these two teams so far. And I think this goes back a little bit, you know, for Fnatic and what they want out of this tournament, which is that, you know, that kind of gradual improvement, right? Like it doesn't need to be, you don't need to go and beat DarkZero today. You don't need to really even make top 8, but you need to show that gradual improvement. You get some really good reps under the belt for
Attackers
this team.
are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Groovy and Jaxu coming in, and so far Jaxu's started quite well. And on the flip side as well, I mean, Spirits and Citizen have just slotted straight into this roster.
Reloading. Looking like very natural fits so far. Long road ahead, but
yeah, I mean, it's first glance, but first glance is pretty good.
Makes you want to have a second glance.
We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow's second glance. Fnatic there with a bit more work to do, still 2 rounds behind. Tree for Jegs. So the gas canister at least baited out, which is honestly a pretty small little win. Bridge opened up as well. They look to get top floor control.
Stay close to me.
The Nook Lurk lobby. So in combination with the sound distraction from the Candela, Sarkis is been given a big responsibility in this round to find something.
Yeah, well, is his position at the mezzanine known here whatsoever? Default not being watched doesn't matter. And the Nook does shoot it out anyway. Sort of a little bit of informational tools there for DarkZero. But I just feel like they're creeping around the map, trying to get into some key positions. DarkZero firmly just holding sight. Obviously got a bit of presence up above as well.
He's in position.
Potentially though, that finds the opening pick onto Deepak off the back of some hard breach being opened up. Citizen though falls. The gas canisters now for the remainder of this round for DZ. Of course, do still have the Shamika launcher. If you want to deny some space or territory on the map, the Diffuser does need to be picked up. And a close angle fight, Groovy can't win it against Pambazu. Naif also getting rid of Jags means again advantage for DarkZero. Fnatic losing the contest in the middle portion of the round. Almost, and did indeed get the kill onto Sarks after he did get the down onto Pambazu, and with that now Fnatic firmly on the ropes. It's going to be 6-3 in favor of DarkZero unless Jaxu holds off a very heroic performance here with 40 seconds remaining. Needs to find the 1v4 as Pambazu gets brought back up. And DZ, if they can get themselves a 7-3, 7-4 kind of win here, it's probably about that pass mark and what we maybe anticipated for a matchup such as this. Well, there's one for Jaxu, 24 seconds to go. To be fair, that was the low health Pambazu. Now he needs to drop. Smokes go out. Doesn't go for an immediate plant. Bulletproof camera, by the way, is watching his very position. They know exactly where he is. They've got Vert up above. Not much more he can do from here. And NJR will put an end to his misery and give themselves match point.
Yeah, very disciplined round there from DZ. We saw the big 2 win conditions that Fnatic tried to lean into. Firstly, the Nook Lurk. DarkZero give nothing away for free. We then saw the follow-up with the Ying. And once again, they were playing around the Warden safety numbers up above. Didn't give anything away for free. Fnatic were unable to capitalize upon that positional advantage from the Nook and then the follow-up util from the Ying.
Fnatic could just never get any kind of vert as well. They couldn't clear out top 4. I think really at any point in that round, it was just DarkZero won every contest that they needed to win. So it just ended up being a rather sort of plain round, but a very good round for DarkZero to win. The Grim has been banned out along with the Fenrir. Match point 3 of those, in fact, now for DarkZero.
Fnatic very much still looking locked in, an opportunity for them to try and push this match to overtime, but unfortunately it does feel like DarkZero the superior roster of the two, but that kind of again was the expectation heading into this particular matchup. And I think something for North American fans to get quietly excited about. And I think for me, I'm actually really intrigued to sort of, now that Dark Zero have essentially set the benchmark, or about to set the benchmark with this performance, how is that going to compare against the SSGs of the world, right? Because SSG arguably, I think many would say,
Wildcard just
is the best.
set a nice little benchmark for the previous match.
Yeah, but I don't think Wildcard are in discussion for the best team in NA, are they?
I think we meant sort of referencing to this today.
You could add them into the benchmark, I'm sure.
This one's not done for Fnatic. It is only 3 rounds to force OT. I would say an up and down kind of performance if you really wanted to be subjective for Fnatic. They've had some really good moments, and then just ultimately, anytime there's been an arm wrestle round, Dark Zero destroyed.
Yeah.
So Fnatic, the way that they've won any of their rounds is either changing up the pace, going for that surprise factor, getting some early frags. But any kind of round where, you know, it's a 5v5 with a minute to go, you're just backing in Dark Zero. And that's the reality, unfortunately, between these two rosters. Rough debut for Groovy as well, 3-7. Jaxu, though, definitely held his own. Spirits able to stay alive. And Spirits was absolutely immense in the first half. Has gone a little bit quiet in the second half because he hasn't been needed. And I think that's a testament to this roster for Dark Zero, is they've actually got all 5 players that can kind of go and do something. It's not a one-man show or a two-man show.
So no smoke this time around for DZ, but the Tachanka's still in play, and Spirit's using that to stall out the positions over towards Ops. Ruby though to support. Oh, and the Jaeger again.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, you got the battle that Fnatic have not been winning at all so far today. Those wide swings through the doorway. Whether the information is prevalent or not, Sarks can't get out of the corner. The Tachanka just far too annoying. Basically had him pinned down. Might be a little bit too late here for the Deimos. Although Deepak does find the kill onto NGR, shuts down the Jaeger. Still a minute remaining, so I mean, Fnatic don't need to panic at this point. It's a 3v3. You've got time, you've got 60 seconds. Kit in hand for Deepak as well. Jags can certainly still do something as well on the Deimos.
Oh, they've got to filter through the doorway, right? Because the hard breach being disrupted. So this is going to be really tough for Fnatic, and this is another instance where somebody from Fnatic needs to step up, be the playmaker, find that opening. They need to brute force it in.
Is it going to be Jaxu on the Capitao?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it is Jax from down below, playing off his mark. Deepak lost his life, and that's Kid on the floor as well temporarily. And Pepperzu to put potentially the final nail in the coffin here for Fnatic. Jaxu in a 1v2 on his new roster with 25 seconds. Does have the diffuser, but arguably needs to maybe go for these kills. I don't see a world in which they're going to allow him to get this plant down and for him to play the post plant. Thought maybe there was a chance to spot that head, but no, doesn't check left side corner. Citizen gets the final kill. Kangaroo Kenny gets up and about, and so does Dark Zero. Within the end, a rather comfortable victory over Fnatic here on Lair. 7-3. Yeah, probably what we expected in this matchup. And for the two new boys for Dark Zero, yeah, that's a really good debut.
Absolutely. I think Dark Zero go into this event revitalized and with expectation to do well. Top 8, absolutely on the cards.
Absolutely, that's something that they should be vying for. I think they would be selling themselves short if they weren't thinking about making it to the arena, making it top 8. It's a really good statement start as well for Dark Zero that this new roster has what it takes. Unfortunately for Fnatic though, question marks will remain on that team. Yes, Jaxu played well. Groovy, okay, maybe a debut to forget, but for Fnatic as a whole, 7-3 loss, not what they wanted to start here at Relay.
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
are back, and now just a closed look on this meias. How do we call this in English? Socks.
Socks.
No shoes. Do you feel comfortable?
Brazilians don't use socks, do they? No socks, just sandals every single time.
We use it, but yeah, whatever makes you comfortable. So tell me, now you have Spirits and also Citizen joining the team, and you have talked before about making the playstyle of Dark Zero faster. Now, I guess you have the right person to do that.
I mean, it's early days, but I think we picked up 2 experienced players, as they showed today. But Ben literally had, I think, an ace 1 round. So yeah, I think I know we've got the right players. I think we need a bit of time to still develop. Obviously, still wasn't a perfect showing, but I think to play the way we want to, I think we're all in the same similar mindset, and we all believe in the same goal.
Yeah, also Citizen was pretty comfortable. He even did it an ace, right?
It's because he's with another Brit. 2 Brits. 3 Brits, actually, Kenny. 3 Brits. No longer NA team, UK team.
Cool. Also, you as an IGL just had the experience of playing Siege X in a competitive way, right? What's your thoughts about it?
I'm sorry, you have to repeat the second half of that question because I didn't know.
Just Team Falcos are playing over there, but what are your thoughts about Siege X now that you just played?
Yeah, I think he's good. I think there's a lot of small change. I think the game feels smooth overall. I think there's small changes. I think a lot of pros will say the best thing about it is the new ban system. You can really punish teams. They tried to ban double shield against the shield goat today, and we first round 3K Ying. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. But yeah, I think we're enjoying it.
All right, thank you so much, Nave. Oh, sure.
Gentlemen, take notes.
Take notes, pro players. Thank you, Nave. Back to you, Milosh.
Thanks so much, Maria. We are finally teaching pros how to have manners. I think it is high time at the 10th anniversary of Rainbow Six that people get some goddamn manners. Maybe that'll spread over everybody, really, as we head on deeper into our tournament. And of course, as our viewers multiply and catch all the action. We had it here, Dark Zero smashing Fnatic against the curve. Whoa.
I mean, we talked about manners, but it didn't look like Dark Zero was showing any manners. They were quite disrespectful in that game. Yeah. Just like we highlighted at the start, when you have a player like Spirits who is that X factor, that's exactly what Fnatic tried to do. They tried to ban the BB, they tried to ban the Blitz, and what did DZ do in response? They banned the Warden, knowing that they're going to play the Ying, and that's the strategy with the ban phase that you're able to have so many creative outlets, and when you have a player like Spirits who can do it all, that's where he excelled. First round, the Ying comes out, we saw him on the Glaz, we saw him on the Monty. You have such a versatile player that can play these X-Factor operators, and that's what gives them the edge on Lair.
And like I said, trying to ban out one player when you still got 4 other dominant players on that half, I mean, it just goes to show, when you look at that kill spread across all of Dark Zero, everyone's on an even playing field. So trying to get rid of Spirits isn't making a difference. And like you said, it was a good heads-up play from them. They banned the Warden, they bring the Ying, and it was just a night and day performance from Dark Zero. 7-3 Fnatic again. Like I said, they did find that success over in the Malta Cyber Series, but again, you're in the international play, you're playing against a team like Dark Zero that fundamentally has changed the way that they play. You gotta be able to adapt and be on the fly and ready at any given moment in a best of one. And you also have to get it done on your attacking half, as we've preached so much. You have to start out strong in your attack, finish on your defense. It's always going to be easier, or vice versa. They just couldn't get it on their attacks.
I know it's only game 1, but I'm loving seeing the shift in Dark Zero's way of play. There's a lot more action, and we attributed that before we even got into the game to having Spirits and Citizen on the team, because they bring in that action, and together playing, now Nave saying this is more of a UK team than anything, Citizen unleashed on the team with everybody together. I have to say, I am very much enjoying watching Dark Zero just as much as I loved watching M80, at least that older version that we saw in Boston.
Well, even for myself, again, seeing Dark Zero, how that we've known for so long, played against that same style of Siege for the longest, and now it's different. It's brand new. It's vibrant, just like this shirt color. Our fits in general. It's just nice to see a new face to Dark Zero, especially on Siege.
It's a breath of fresh air, just like when we saw Nate first join the team in Sao Paulo. They went on for a big run. There was that taste of aggression. Now they bring Spirits and Citizen on, and it's just the comfortability. They now have still the solid players that are able to post up and set up their positions, but now they have a player who can finally get in there, make everybody move, and that's exactly what we saw happen.
And Davide, a breath of fresh air is very nice to have in the Bayou where you are at the moment, right?
Yep, there's also a lot of crocodiles there.
Yerp. Well, we're going to talk about the detail. Brought to you by Blacklight, our sponsor here at Reload, one of our many wonderful sponsors that support our esport and keep it running, keep the lights on. What do we have to talk about?
Yeah, it was round one. I mean, you know, we talked about Spirits being that X factor. You want to get rid of the shields? Fine. He's going to bring Ying. And not only is he bringing Ying, he's bringing the shotgun on it, and he's just making magic happen. He's taking Spirits away from these bodies, netting a 3K and doing it perfectly here. I mean, honestly, I was questioning here. I was like, okay, it's done. But no, he brings it back, gets that next kill. And again, you just can't ban one player because he's going to punish you. He is a versatile player. So stop trying to just ban shoot.
And that's exactly what I talked about in the pre-show. That is word for word what Spirits told me. I didn't want to leak it on stream, but he was just like, if people ban the shields on me, I'm playing Ying shotgun. And I didn't understand. I didn't see the vision, but now I do, obviously. He gets in there, and with the shotgun, close range, I mean, he just one-shots everybody.
You can't be an experienced player in Siege, or just a Siege player in general that only can play one character or one set of operators. You need to be able to be versatile, because that's what makes every single roster so strong, is when every player at any given moment can step up and play a select role when need be.
And even once they got to the extra ban phase and Fnatic banned out that Ying, that's when we saw the Monty come out for more information. That's when we saw the Glaz to just add that element of where Spirit's going to be. Always wondering, always questioning. That's desperately what DZ needed, and that's why I think CJX could be the start of the new DZ legacy.
And I like what Nave said, especially with those bans. Pick your poison. That was very well worded, because they picked the wrong poison.
The poison's at home right now watching.
Well, there you go. You could play one specific operator, maybe year 1, 2, 3, but in year 10 things are very different, especially with our ban phase. You have to be flexible as an individual and as a team. Gentlemen, during the interview there with Maria and Nath, you could hear Loud and Falcons getting incredibly loud in the back. So we're going to cut to stream B and see what's been going on over there.
Ban away one of these operators, because we are getting suppressed across the board here. There's not an awful lot they can do. I don't want to rag on him for this either, but Shaiko had a golden chance to get 2 kills from that terrace spot where he saw 2 players out on Bauk. Sprayed away at the legs, but just couldn't quite get enough damage down to finish either off. That could have been the defining moment in the round if he got away with 2 kills there, but unfortunately did not.
Heading on into round 9 then, it will be the final round that we play before those next bans come in. So at the end of this one, Loud and Falcons will get another ban each. Loud will take another defender and Falcons another attacker. Looking at the minute, I would expect to potentially see another one of those shields taken away by Falcons. I think Basetto particularly is using the Monty and the Blackbeard fantastically well. He's attracting a lot of pressure. He's causing a big nuisance that then players like Live, Perez, STK are able to take full advantage of the space they're being afforded because of the focus on Basetto. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons take a shield away, but how do you solve the problem? By taking the ace, he's just going to play the other. You take Blackbeard, he'll just play the Monty.
That's the problem. I mean, they've already at this point banned away. They could have gone for a double shield ban. We spoke about these co-op bans where you ban 2, in this case, Electro Bros away. You ban away 2 hard breachers, 2 shield operators. And at least then you've got flex on that 3rd ban in case you need to ban away another one like that, or if you can afford to be a bit more flexy. Whereas by banning away one or the other here, like, you still leave yourself so wide open. I think that it might come back to bite them if they're not too careful. One thing's for sure though, Loud are the ones in the driving seat here.
Yeah, I look at the ace ban and I think, how much has that really gained Falcons? And Hibana's been brought along. The attackers haven't had any real problem breaching, and I don't think it's gained them too much, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. We're going to have Leakerfact just watching these black stairs for the time being. From above, I'm sure that Loud will be more than aware of the potential danger of that position. Breda is on there as well, so Leakerfact just trying to support his teammate there, make sure that they can hold down this position. We know that smoke on these stairs can be a real power spot. It's difficult to move in and attack him because you're always at short range, whether it's from the sort of balcony door or whether it's from the bottom of the stairs. You're always in range of that shotgun, so it's a tough challenge to overcome for the attackers.
Just want to be careful here that Breda doesn't chew through these smokes too soon. Bearing in mind there's still 70 seconds of the round to play here. Ideally, you want to save that Morse force for the execute, but he's using it in response to utility coming out, whether it's the Grim Bees, whether it's drones coming on through. No doubt flashes will start to follow soon too. Here comes the first phone call coming out from the Dockerbee as they start their push on forward. Tim, this is when they need to try and capitalize and pick up a player 2 on the side of Falcons. Sure enough, they get 1, but there's trades coming back and forth down to a 3 versus 3.
I thought Brede had made a real good move there, getting up to the door. I wasn't sure Loud were aware of it, but they really were. Perez stepped in and managed to get that kill. 3 versus 3. They're starting to work in behind the light screens of Sens here, just to try and get a little bit of space up at the top of Black Stairs. They're aware of the player just inside of Karaoke. They've got to shut down Leak Effect. If they do that, Loud might just have all the space they need to think about getting a plant down.
They've got so much utility here between the Kappa Tower and the Sens coming in and the Grim. It's horrific. Finally, Leak Effect taken out as well. They knew that he was there off the back of this, and now making the Sens use to get the plant down as well. At 3 versus 2, and we could see Loud here, Tim, going up to match point.
Perfectly played. As I said, just get in there, get the kill onto Leak Effect, create the space that you need to put the diffuser down. Leak Effect was the linchpin in that situation. And how did Loud deal with it? In typical Loud style. We've seen this roster, Des, in Brazil do this so many times. We'll just walk in. We'll just walk in and kill you. If you want to hold that position, that's fine. We will just outgun you. We will just outmuscle you. And that's what's happening to Falcons right now.
So well coordinated as well. It's a beautiful thing to see. And Falcons are getting no joy here on the defensive skyscraper, a map that you figured they would. However, let's take a look at what our bans are going to be coming in. It's the Ying and the Azami, Tim. Not quite sure that's going to be enough here to save Falcons, being completely honest with you. And in case they felt like there was any kind of solace to hold on to in the back of the Azami, that's been taken away from them too. Another go-to Shiko operator off the board.
Yeah, I think, like you said, they've got to ban something. They've got to have a plan. They've got to have something behind them. I don't think it's going to be enough. Like I said, is there really much value in taking away one of the shields from Bassetto? I don't think there is, because you take the Monty, you'll just take the Blackbeard. So I get that, but do I think that that banning phase is going to be enough to save Falcons? I don't honestly think it is, because right now, no matter what they do, Loud are finding answers.
Got a rehost coming on through here, as you can see, so we'll get ourselves back into things shortly. I can tell you that we went down to barbecue and kitchen for that site on the defense. So in that case, Falcons were saying, let's step away from what we've tried, because we've lost Karaoke twice, we've lost Exhibition, we've got to try something different. As I've said, I feel like it's too little too late now. You've got a 3-round deficit to play through. You've got to go back to those top 2 floor sites after this, unless you're willing to go out there and really go on a limb and play out towards bedroom side. But I just don't think you're going to see that, Tim. And I think Loud will find a way through.
That's the problem at the minute. I don't think the question at the minute for Falcons is where, it's how. That's the far more important question, because where is not going to be the answer. No matter where you go, Loud are going to find answers. They are going to find a method to break down whatever you've built up. So it's about how you do it. It's about going in and winning those gunfights. Falcons have got a couple of players that have been a little bit quieter than we might expect so far. They need to be getting involved. This is the time. It's now or never.
I just worry that it's a bit too late for that, Tim, to be honest with you. Again, there's a lot of work to do. This timeout might play in there. Technical timeout might play in their heads a little bit too. Know that they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. It's not the end of the world. It is day one, but it's more about the message that it sends, Tim, that again, Falcons last year were consistently that team finishing second place at every event. They won the Esports World Cup. They show what they can do. But when it matters, or in this case when it doesn't, it just shows that there's still these weaknesses that resurface from time to time. And I'm going to keep an eye on them, because I'm really interested to see how much the change to the operator ban system comes to punish them, because they have relied on this small group of operators that now you can ban away 3 of them. It's going to be punishing them. We saw it for the Dockerbee before. You're seeing it a little bit in this half as well with the hard denial that they've had taken away from them. It feels like Loud might have at least got them figured out here on day one.
We're going to be heading back on into things just as soon as we can. Just a little technical pause going on at the minute. So, as you can see, a reminder for everybody, the coaches will not be interacting with the teams. We will not be talking to the players at the minute. They are not allowed to during the technical pause. The only times they're allowed to talk to the players is during the ban phase before the game starts, during the ban phase at half-time, and during any tactical timeout, whether it's called by them or called by the opposition team. Whenever a tactical timeout is called, both coaches are allowed to speak to their team. So it's always something that they've got to consider when they're going to call that timeout.
is it a good point to be letting the opposition coach talk to their players as well? Always a little bit of a balancing act, but Falcons right now, it's not about balancing, Des, it's about overrunning. They've got to tip that seesaw in their favour, and they've got to do it every single round at this point. The best they can hope for is overtime. 3 rounds they've got to survive without mistake now. Are they capable?
Yeah,
of course. Are they going to do it based on how they're playing today? No. Something's going to have to change.
But don't forget, we also thought the same about Cloud9 and PSG Talon early on. We thought, oh, Talon, like, they're down 6-3. There's no way they catch back up. And they did win 2 rounds in a row. Like, it's possible. But ultimately, the outcome was still what we expected. And I do think Loud can take this one away. And also to get back into the game in just a second. All players are back in the lobby. So should be able to get moving any second now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back to Reload on Siege X, their first ever competitive tournament built around our brand new game, Siege X, the future, the dawn of that new future. Here in Rio de Janeiro, beautiful Brazil. I'm Milos, with me are Foxy and Mr. Laxing, and we have our 4th game out of 5 here at Reload's first day of competition up on the docket. G2 versus SSG. This has been a classico of a game between EU and NA over many years now, even though these two squads have gone through many roster changes heading into 2025 really, in general over the years.
Yeah, and actually, funny enough, both of these teams did not get drafted by any team, so these teams were forced to play one another. So I think they're both feeling a little, confident here, saying no one wanted to play us, they're scared of us, so let's just play against one another and see who's the better one, so that way we can decide later on.
Are you saying G2 and SSG can be cocky at times?
No,
of course not.
Ashen, Alamau?
Nah,
I don't think
not that
so.
team.
Not those
Neither
guys.
of those.
But it makes perfect sense that they were left up. No one was actually able to pick them because G2 is one of those wild card teams that you never really know what you're going to get on the day. Interregionally, sometimes they've had their struggles, but when it comes to events, they usually always pop up. Same thing with SSG, especially after the recent things they've been doing.
I'll say
never
this.
really know what
you
they're
can 100% rely on G2 in an LCQ run, for sure. You know exactly what G2 you're getting.
Yeah, and actually, let's take a look at G2's roster. They're up first on said block, and the team is here in front of us. It's good to see Uno in here. Loira, who stepped up over the past year. What can we see from the squad on day one?
Alamau is now blind. That is what we can visibly see right now.
Sometimes it looks like it in game, man.
The sound is even better in Siege X, so it makes sense. You lose one sense, one just gets enhanced. But no, this is a roster that doesn't need to be introduced. These are all phenomenal players. When you look at Doki and Alamau in the beginning, they won SI together, so that alone is history in the making itself. And then you just add the rest of the guys. You got Uno, you got Loira, you got Blaz. Loira specifically, especially in Boston, was having one hell of a performance. So if he can recreate that same performance here, just have a little more backing from the rest of those boys, G2 could make a very solid run.
He was the most surprised player to show out at that event. Nobody expected him to be the one that was carrying the team, keeping them that far in the tournament for so long, but his numbers trumped everybody on the rest of the roster. As for the rest of the team, we know G2 is a team that always shows up when it comes to events. I'm really happy that they didn't make changes after the last event because I believe that they do have the right firepower and the way they need to make things work. They just needed a little bit more time to make things stick.
And on top of it, not only do they have Coach Ramalho in the back that has a lot of experience, but having brought on just before Boston cameraman that used to play for FaZe Clan, for those who remember in the day, one of the most decorated and I guess well-known players to ever come out of Brazil's competitive scene in Siege and even before that in other games. Having him on the squad to really guide you through things. We've seen the impact that a player like Julio had when he swapped over to the coaching role. This is something that we really look forward to seeing. In general, for me, I am a big Uno fan. I've always loved Uno as a person and as a player. I'm very happy to see him back on the team, everybody vibing together. This is a good fit.
They're slowly getting more and more Brazilians under the roster. You know, every region so far has having a Brazilian team.
I mean, Loira is kind of the protege of Alamau at this point.
Absolutely, they are the same. I mean, but back to Uno, he is a very consistent player, and he's such a good backbone for the team. He's always doing the dirty work that the rest of the players don't necessarily want to do, and that's just G2's aggressive play style. They're all so spread out. They all play their little 1v1 situations because they know that in the site, Uno's going to make sure it's locked down.
And if I'm not mistaken, Boston was the first event where Alamau actually stepped off of his IGL role, where Uno then took place.
In LCQs leading up to it.
And then you just talking about they need more time. So that they already made a big change. They put one IGL in a position where he can just do what he wants and then relied on Uno. Now they got through SI, they made top 12, top 8. Now they find themselves here, more time, more understanding of what Uno's vision is going to be. And I'm really excited to see what this roster can bring with the more time that they've had now together.
And as an optometrist, I can clearly tell you that the Uno vision has always been 2020, because the man, even back in the day when Pengu was on the squad and Fabian and all that, he was known as the eyes of the team. He had better shot calling and cam work than anybody else that you could see, and that's beautiful to witness now with the team. However, we're going to move on to SSG on the other side and what this North American crew has to offer, because we love to see them. This is like barred off of Julio, by the way. This is something that a lot of Brazilians would do, but we got this squad that can offer so much. With Ashen on there, bringing the energy when it's needed. It's a lot on line here, Fox.
And more personality with adding Newers. I mean, Space Station is trying to reach the stars once more. What's some characteristics that we know about SSG? Discipline. Yep. They're aggressive. They have the adaptation. Everything that they have is consistent, but time and time again, we see them slowly drop off. We always talk about them so highly, and then it comes down to when it matters most, and that's when they fall short. Now that's the issue. That's where Newers could be the key, and could be is the biggest word that you need to think about, because Newers has so much untapped potential. A little shot towards me and OXG, but we were not able to tap into what Newers' potential could be. SSG is the perfect foundation for a player like this to either make it or break it, and that's what SSG is doing. If they're getting him in the right living space, the right workout schedule, making sure that he's working on the team regiment like SSG does, Newers could be the moving factor for SSG becoming a team that just goes to events to a team that potentially wins events.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a team that definitely has a lot of potential. I think they've always had a lot of potential with every single iteration that this team has had. What does worry me that I do have to say, and I am happy that Newers did land here, I think he's deserving of the spot, but when you think of when Forrest was on this roster, he was a risk taker. He would get the job done. Sure, he wasn't flashy, he wasn't on top of the leaderboard all the time, but he was making those risky plays and setting SSG up for success. And it's not to say that Newers won't step in that role. It's not to say any of these players can't do that, but that was a lifeline that they could definitely rely on, that Forrest was getting that done, and he's no longer part of that. You brought another fragger onto the team, and again, Newers is probably one of the most mechanically gifted players in North America, so there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be playing his role to where he needs to. It's just I need to see someone on that team fill in that supportive role that Forrest was taking initiative and getting the job done without looking flashy, without being the star player.
Well, SSG's downfall has always been decision making. So obviously changing out your hard stay IGL and Forrest, picking up a playmaker, and then throwing that burden of leadership onto a player like Fultz, who we've time and time again see him evolve from a player. Since he's been the Ash entry, now he's the backbone, the IGL. He's the player that we're going to look for to be that leader, that voice in the server now.
Well, the work ethic of SSG has definitely not gone unnoticed. We talked about it to great length in Boston, and we'll continue to talk about it here in Rio for Reload. But our map for this series, reminder, all of our matches are best of ones until we hit the main stage. And we're going to get Chalet for the third time today here on the main stream. What is there different, though, compared to the other games we've had?
Again, it's going to be two teams that are very well thought out meticulously in terms of their strats and how they want to approach a map, whether on attack or bans. So both sides, I genuinely think Chalet is a great map for both these teams. And when we're talking about pushing teams to the limit, that is exactly what's going to happen. Whoever is starting on that attacking side, you are going to be pushed to the limit on that defensive half of trying to figure out where you need to move players around, take position, hold position, or just give up position and play back on your forefront.
You talk about holding position. You mentioned at the start of this matchup, Laxing, that these two had not been picked by anybody else, so they have to face one another. Well, they've put down only one bullet each when they realized that they're playing one another. So there seems to be a lot of respect between these two squads, at least when it comes to the skill potential in the server.
Yeah, it's a limit test. Both teams want to be able to see what the other is bringing in store. They don't want to necessarily risk too much, especially at a matchup that is going to be so close. And on a map like Chalet, I think we've been seeing it all day. That's a really good testing ground to see how aggressive teams are, how they're abusing the ban system, how they're able to swing things into their advantage. And defenses is not how you win the game, it's attacks. And obviously both teams have a lot to show, because the last time we saw both these teams play, it was very underwhelming. And now they're two new teams.
If I'm not mistaken too, back at Boston, I don't have the stat directly in front of me to show you guys, but if I'm not mistaken, G2 was actually actually #1 in defensive stats overall, and then I believe #3 overall for their attacking percentage. So if you're looking at this roster looking at this matchup from a statistical standpoint, G2 realistically looks significantly better, but that is, again, SSG has now added newers, so that those percentages could easily skyrocket for SSG depending how this match shapes up.
Very much an equilibrium has been established between both SSG and G2 in this matchup, which means we're going to have to get into the server to really chop things up and see who gets out with an extra bullet in their chamber in the back of the magazine. Our casters are ready. Gus, Xenox, please, I'll just give it away to you because I cannot wait to watch this.
Another EU NA showdown that we had, of course, in the previous match. Now we have once again here SSG, obviously the newest addition. Keen to see how that's going to go for G2. Obviously running it back after SI, where, look, probably wasn't the greatest end for them. And these two teams, of course, played against each other at the 6th Invitational. It was a 2-1. They actually did play on Chalet, which SSG trounced them. It was like 7-2. So curious to see if they can actually make up some ground against Space Station Gaming here for this matchup, which it's a difficult one for me to kind of look at, because I think for SSG, do they deserve to go into this as the favorites? Yes, but by how much? Like
narrow.
Narrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to see how newer slots in, right? Obviously in his own right, an incredibly talented player, mechanically very strong. But he needs to slot into a system that is a little bit unique. SSG, of course, with their own approach to the game and their work ethic outside of the server. And I think for me, that was probably the biggest point that I picked up from the desk, is that work ethic storyline. You compare that to the likes of G2, who historically probably take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to how they prepare for events. And is this a case of Reload just being another event that they don't care all that much about? How much stock are they giving this?
How many events can you put into that sort of mindset, though, right?
I don't like that mindset, but some teams probably do have it at this event.
Yeah, I mean, certainly could be the case. Interested to see what the social prediction is going to look like at 51%. Well, we said narrow margin. It's actually to G2, though. They do win the very much narrow margins here. It's been a quick day today for the A stream. We haven't had any close matches, unfortunately. They've all been very, very one-sided. This, to me, could very well be the first time on the A stream that this one goes at least to, the 7-5 kind of margin.
If there's any game that's going to be close on this day one schedule here for the A stream, it should very much be this one. Now, as highlighted on the desk, you can see it on the graphic now, this is the first match here on the A stream where both teams have elected to only put the singular bullet up for grabs.
It's been
all the other
happening on the B
matches so far
stream.
were 2.
It has been happening on the B stream.
Yep.
But yeah, on the A stream so far, they've all been 2 until this one where they only put up the 1 each, which, I mean, is that a little bit indicative of the fact that maybe both teams kind of feel like this is a rather even matchup and you don't want to just risk that 50-50?
Use it as a warm-up opportunity a little bit more. Again, the first day, even 2, is not going to be hugely impactful.
It's an interesting way to kind of look at it, because again, it's like typically in Siege we look at win-loss and it's like, well, it's very much either you win or you lose. It's so dramatic either side of the coin, but with the new Reload format here for Phase 1, you're looking at it now quite differently, where if you lose this match, it's not really that big of a deal because you've only put up the 1 bullet. But also at the same time, if you win this match, well, it's the same sense. It's not really that big of a deal because you only win 1 bullet. So you're lowering that margin of risk versus reward, which is what I quite find fascinating regarding this current format. And obviously, as we progress throughout the tournament and progress throughout Phase 1 over the next coming days, and we lift the cap on how many bullets you can reload, etc. That's when it's going to be quite fascinating to see which teams kind of go all in or continue to bet low, how they want to kind of play it, and that's going to be the fun part of it. G2 attacking first up here on Chalet. Hopefully they're not going to have as many issues as the APAC teams when they played on this very map earlier today. All of them struggling.
Oh. Elmo actually lit up there from the spawn pick.
He got 1 bullet to the shoulder.
Yeah. I'm picking up on your point before about B stream and the 1 bullet wages. We did see that between Falcons and Loud.
Yeah, who ended up winning that?
Quick spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure it was Loud in the end. I think
it did get quite loud actually here at the venue.
Yeah, we could hear them.
All of the local Brazilians, I think, happy with that one.
I believe that was the best. I should probably
have you should probably go double check. Come on, you got to.
It was 7-4.
7-4. Wow. Well, looking forward to this. And so far, it's been, I actually put a tweet out, North America is very much impressing me.
Yeah.
Wildcard, of course, with a very comfortable 7-1 victory earlier, and Dark Zero, I would actually say, very much comfortable 7-3 over Fnatic. So can SSG kind of keep the good times rolling here for North America, day 1 here at Reload?
Activating. That will very much be their goal. SSG looking to take that next step. couple of good finishes internationally in recent. You know, 5th, 6th at Boston is good, but taking that next big leap into the top 4, tough. So we'll see what they have to show here in Rio. Actually continuing to aggress offside after that initial spawn peak attempt through Trophy. Almau and Blaz looking to hunt him down.
Notice some of the community as well have, of course, caught on to some of the changes. Jaeger being very much a dramatic one. Actually losing his life. Of course, a lot of the information regarding operating changes, operator balancing changes, the reveal panel next Sunday. Keep an eye out. Kind of getting a little glimpse behind the curtain preemptively. And he's going to clear out this deployable shield towards Library. Nua is actually incredibly low, but decides to hold his position. 55 seconds. Hoping to kill to get away, of course, of G2. Asher lost his life down below. Gets rid of Uno, and that makes it back to a 4v4, and still very much sight control for SSG. G2's going to have to pick up the pace here.
There's been a lot of fragmented fights. Nua's now up close, low on HP. A single bullet will take him down, scanned out by the line, and Blaz able to confirm that with the DMR. 30 seconds remains with Benja up close for the trade, eventually taken out himself. J90 over towards half wall, Faults and Piano, so they have the cross.
Still a good position here for J90 to very much stop that push in towards the half wall. Kit not currently in hand for G2. Surely it's not too far away though. J90 peak. Gasbabe gone out. That was Fault's final one that he had. Fight skill. The SMG. It's a double stack towards Piano. J90 should be able to win this battle, and he does. Double headshot, and SSG hold on very nicely up above. But a nerve-wracking round to begin here for the opening round of this matchup. Certainly an opportunity for both G2 and SSG. SSG, though, able to hold out. And a good hold on to site. Gives them the advantage in the opening round.
Probably the least linear round that we've seen on this map so far. Of course, it's 3rd appearance here on the A stream, but as I kind of described it, fragmented fights around the map. We had the Ashen basement duel, then we saw the double stack up Library stairs. Eventually then J90 unchecked at half wall and able to hold on to find the second. G2 unable to overcome that adversity in the late round. So SSG off to a strong start. Dining kitchen round.
I'm reloading.
Again, looking at the bans as well, no Blackbeard, no Deimos available for G2, and it's going to be kind of the talk of the town regarding the new ban system and how it's going to affect teams and the way that they have to sort of navigate these situations. Of course, there's always a world with the previous ban system that it may have been a Blackbeard and a Deimos that did get banned out, one by one team, one by the other, but now SSG able to sort of target G2, and then they get another one in round 4. So far it's been an intriguing change. I know Fresh likes it, I like it, but I think we need more time just to sort of see, and from what I've heard, a lot of the players do like it. It just changes things up a little bit regarding the meta, can change certain maps that maybe in the past would have been quite stale with very similar bans to what you usually see. And Fresh actually made a very good point that I kind of want to echo a little bit, but you could take certain maps like Clubhouse and, you know, you can either ban out all the hard breaches, so that changes the way the map gets played, or you could ban out a lot of the entry operators. You get rid of your Capitals, your Yings, for example, focus more on that. And what that means in terms of watching this as Siege Esports is you can get a map that plays out very differently in the same game because it changes the bans at the half.
Yep. That's why they pay him the big bucks, Old Fresh.
He's very good. We'll
I've
see him tomorrow.
I've heard he's on big money.
Oh, here we go. Nua's with a big run out. Gets back into Piano, but unsuccessful in terms of finding the kill that he was searching for. And if anything, copped a stray bullet on the way back in, and it's not the jump out that he was hoping would go in that sort of direction as breach gets opened up above. Of course, dining a kitchen here for the second round, but you do want that vert. Vault will get the kill onto Blaz, gets rid of the Grim. So information off the board for G2, especially for the eventual push in towards site. And now they lose Doki as well. They make that more. Nuis has found 2 over towards breach. Ashen. No one here now. And G2's attack has very much just been completely stalled out with those quick kills in succession. from SSG. That's a very lackadaisical push up library stairs from Alamau. Just didn't look ready for the fight, and Fultz was very much ready. And this is going to be a second round on the board for SSG. Wow, Newers, big round, 3K, flawless for SSG. And G2 just never even looked likely in that round.
Never really got going on the attack outside of limited hard breach, but then actually capitalizing upon that, getting a bit of map control, working on the vert as expected, and then cutting off the reaggress. We never got to that stage. Newers doing a phenomenal job, landing some nice shots, denying that control, and then the lurk left isolated from G2. The likes of Alamau, we saw pretty much going in blinded. Not in a favoured position to be able to crawl back any semblance of control in the round.
Snow Wine coming up for the third round, and so far Chalet, I'd love to see like an overall attack versus defense win rate for this map so far, because it's been so incredibly defender-sided across now 3 maps played of it.
Scopos in play.
It is early days though, of course, for this one. Still only 2 rounds gone, and as you mentioned, Scopos in play.
First time on the A stream.
Typically, I guess when it comes to Chalet, this is the one site you may actually see it employed.
Yeah, Newers can employ the utility on the top floor and then look to peel back in a safer fashion. That is the one thing about Chalet, is actually going for the peel is very difficult because of cutting off the likes of West Main and front door, and maybe having a lurk on mud isn't all that difficult for the attack to execute. So does in that sense make it a little bit more of a certainty for Newers.
I will say, again, with the reload format, you know, if SSG win this and they win it comfortably, let's say they win like 7-2, they'd be like, damn, why didn't we just bet 2 bullets? what were we thinking? Why did we think this was going to be close? We got another opening kill here, this time onto Blaz, and getting rid of the Capitao. Very, very strong start again for SSG. That's a strong operator off the board. And G2 are just very much struggling to get a good start early in these rounds. They're not getting any kind of sense of momentum. They're not really getting good map control. SSG on the defense of Chalet looking very strong and continuing that trend from North America today.
Yeah, fighting on the back foot, never fun in Siege, especially on attack. It's exacerbated. Throw that kind of utility into the mix, and it makes things now a challenge. And J9O might be opened up a little bit if they know the Capitao is down.
And I want to see from G2 now who's going to put the onus on themselves and say, okay, I'm going to go make something happen. I'm going to find a pick. I'm going to try and open up this defense. Well, Ashen peeked into Alamount. He'll happily take a freebie and almost got Newers as well over towards Blue, who actually held his position and got a good fire back onto Alamount. So a decent trade between those two. 4v4, Loic goes for the lurk and finds Benja. Doki also gets involved, and Newers at that point felt he had to get aggressive to enter back for SSG. Makes it a 3-on-2 in favor of the attacking team. With over a minute remaining, this is much better from G2.
SSG really for the first time presenting those opportunities. With the Ashen lurk, I mean, Benja up above, not having support. G2, though, to their credit, take advantage. Scopo Shield just making that plane a little bit more awkward for Uno, but able to clear it. 60 seconds.
Does lose their life, though, to J9O. And so far, these two have got 9. Uno gets off. Yellow ping information. J9O, just his presence alone, but that's an incredible shot. And an incredible double from Uno as well to clutch the round for G2. It's just started to get a little dicey there when they brought it back to 2-on-2. Got off the plant as well. And honestly, that ended up being the best decision made. G2 on the board.
Yeah, it's rare at this level you'll see a player pull off a plant that late. Wasn't immediately looking at it, so maybe we'll catch it in the replay, but it was probably less than 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure if he sticks that, even if it's successful, loses his life, and then it's a 2-on-1 post plant. So
yeah.
Great decision made. Uno gets the double, and that's the first time we've really seen G2 here on this map actually look a little bit competent, because the first 2 rounds were very dominant from SSG, especially that second one. And of course, as is the new system heading into round 4, just like that, 3 rounds played, and we get some extra bans. It's going to be Valkyrie and it's going to be Montang taken off the board.
I will say that I think in that round you do attribute some of the round loss pretty directly to SSG. I think you saw the play there from Ashen, and then Benja isolated. That was quite poor. Then a lot of portion of that round, Uno immediately after pulling off that plan, able to find the swift double kill. And sometimes it is rounds and moments like that that can really excite a team. Sometimes you can get off to a bit of a slow start.
Almost like a fire starter, right?
Yeah,
like
you can feel a bit sluggish. and then takes that one individual play to kind of hype up.
First game of the event as well. The first 2 rounds, not ideal. You get flawless. SSG are looking good, and then you get a round like that, and it's the way you win it, not just any kind of round. They had a really good start. Got themselves a good advantage. Okay, got a bit of map control. Oh yeah, SSG bring it back, but then Uno with a double. Okay, very good. G2 on the board. 1-2. And it's an attacking round on the map today that's been rather defense-decided, so you take that, you bank that early attacking round.
Alamau gaining good information down below, probably looking to establish that information for his own lure.
Well, I said it in the last round, who was going to be the one for G2 to kind of make things happen. It was Alamau that got that kill.
Oh, had the yellow ping.
Trying now on the Nook this round to be aggressive.
We're seeing more and more teams go for this open hold in through office, and J9O doubling down with the deployable shield. Just makes that push in through the likes of Mares and Library more uncomfortable. One more angle that the attack needs to be mindful of.
So you mentioned in the previous round, it was the first round SSG really kind of presented the opportunities. And Nua's catching out Doki.
Nearly caught a good timing there, I think, with the lawyer too, but not to beat. It does mean that once more, though, G2 fighting from the back foot. First third of the round goes against them, and now they're looking to try and find a defender isolated. One was located, but...
It's just good map control from SSG, though, defensively. You got one over towards bar, one over towards dining, and then the triple stack upstairs as well. So you're utilizing as much of the map as possible on the defense, and it's forcing G2 to have to kind of pick and choose, where do we want to go? Do we want to clear out bar stock? Do we want to get rid of Nuas? Do you got to kind of clear that vert down below as well, push over trophy soul the side of the map. So you're really forcing that G2 spread. They're really stretched around the map. Otherwise, they're going to think we just send it into a side. Well, that's clearly not working at all. G2 go for very much a quick hit in towards top floor, and SSG were ready. They still had good numbers up above, and that was a very clinical round from Space Station Gaming. And G2, back to the drawing board after one good round. It's 3 on the board, though, from SSG. 3-1 lead. And that's the reality, too. We've mentioned it a couple of times on the broadcast. It's best of ones today. So you don't have the opportunity to kind of reset after a map, go into maybe your map pick, and then be a little bit more comfortable. If G2 don't start well, then you're looking at a 4-1, maybe even a 5-1 half, and then that's just mentally difficult to bring yourself back into.
Yeah, 1.3. 1.0.
Yeah, 1.0 bar.
I might also get the Legion instead of Masimute here. No?
I like the Mazimute. They're relying on drones a lot, so keep that. Just let Folds take the fucking jump.
Care of the shield crank too. AD said they like to crank shields like second half.
Hey, listen. For the attacks right now, these guys are shitting themselves. We can probably do the fucking pressure phases start. So just keep that in mind when we switch over to
that. Heard. Good shit. Let's get it, boys.
Yeah. Alright. Hopefully I didn't hear that one, crew.
Crank it.
Alright, bar 1.0.
Bigger creative? Come on.
Crazy way.
Come on, no lame.
Come on, twin.
Yeah.
Right. Do we have Frost or no?
Nope.
Okay, running at bar bass window.
Well, a really good little insight there.
I think the vibes are pretty good in the SSG camp at the moment.
I think they're chilling 3-1 up, and they know that G2's attacks have not quite been all that amazing so far. I think for SSG right now, it's, just continue to play the way you've been playing. You don't really need to change a whole lot up. It's not Doki, by the way, who's sweating up a bit of a storm.
It must be pretty warm in the player area.
I mean, we're in Brazil, mate. It's warm.
Yeah.
10 seconds
30 degrees Celsius, I think, outside. I think we stood outside the venue. And this was, what time? What time did we get here? About
10:30.
And we were roasted.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
SSG looking good. And I think you posed the question before we came into this about Nuas and question mark as to the way he's going to slot into this lineup, and so far, absolutely perfectly. 6'2", Nuas has been great. And I know, of course, as well, matching him at 6'1", and they're very much looking like a team that's already quite in sync. Doki wants to get aggressive towards Solar, takes this one pretty comfortably off the back of the EE1D. Oh, up close though. That's a shotgun in hand for Benja. This could be trouble for Doki if he does make his way through this doorway. You would imagine he could be dead indeed. Gun barrel shown, and Benja's not going to let him get away and fall back to safety. That's an easy swing for Benja. Really well played. They lose the line. Alamau goes off the back of this, wants to get aggressive. So far, he feels like he needs to be the one to stand up, but they're all just standing down. 2 versus 5 as SSG are looking for a 4-1 lead. G2 crumbling on Chalet.
The entry game for G2 going from bad to worse as this half progresses, and SSG continuing to build confidence.
Loading new mag.
I don't know if it's miscommunication or misdirection on these entries, but just continuing to fall flat. And then the double down from Alamau to send it in and try to retrieve something on a trade, only making things worse. Loader also falling in the meantime, and it may be flawless here for SSG. Certainly a 4-1 lead, pending a miracle.
Not flawless, but Blaz is going to have to get an ace here, and a 1v5 ace at that. Yes gets 2 kills, and that's always nice for the confidence booster that you're able to hit some shots, but needs to find 3 more. Position well and truly known as well. Doesn't have the kit. I'm assuming actually SSG have got full control of that diffuser, considering you've got Ashen and Benja over towards the Mez. So, I mean, for Blaz, this is almost impossible territory that if you could pull it off, it's one of the better plays you'd ever really see, but now he makes his way up, and this is where it becomes oh so difficult, and Benja will shut him down immediately. 4-1 start for Space Station Gaming, and continuing the good times here on day 1 for North America.
And continuing the struggles for attack into Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. Again, we come from an APAC region where typically it's a map that is very good for attacking teams. But even that didn't happen today.
No. They're all on the apple juice today.
Yeah,
I don't know what's up with that. Must be some good apple juice here in Brazil. I haven't tried it yet.
G2, though, I mean, this is the final round of the half. You've really got to find this second round.
Yep.
You absolutely must get this to 2-4.
Someone get Doki a fan.
he needs someone with like a leaf just standing behind him, just fanning him down. I mean, I will say, I know that Alamau doesn't get anything from that, but I also like the fact that once they lost Doki, they felt like if we fall back, stall ourselves out, we're just going to lose this. Goes for broke, sends it in, tries to be aggressive and play the role that he's employed to do there on the blitz. Ultimately, it doesn't work, but the idea is sound.
Yeah. 5 seconds to go.
But, yeah, I mean, I know Blaz is 5-5. He got 2 kills in that last round that weren't really impactful kills, considering it's 1v5 at that moment. G2 not really having anyone that's really standing up and being the one to kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck.
I know we're physically quite a distance away from the player booth where we are right now, but I'm quite surprised we haven't heard Ashen yelling yet. I don't know if he actually has been or not. Definitely in a position to be vocal, I think.
He's only got the 2 kills himself, so...
yeah, maybe his personal performance is limiting him a little bit.
Obviously, we're going to have to see SSG on the attack, right? That's something to kind of mention, too, for those that have missed the Chalet game earlier in history. Attacking has just proven to be very difficult. And a lot of that, comes down to maybe the new man system as well. That's something to take into account. Some maps may change that sort of attack of defensive-sided nature. Lewis has found an 8th kill. He is absolutely on fire. What a way to make a statement on his new roster. This is just absolute domination from SSG in the first half as Benja gets rid of Alamau. 2-6 for Alamau. And this G2 roster, of course, it was a 2-1 result back in the playoffs at SI between these 2 teams. SSG won that out, sent G2 to lower bracket. I think ended up losing to Oxygen. They didn't win a game after that, lost to SSG. SSG with a, I think, 5th place finish. So far, they're able to continue the good times here at Reload. Even the new addition of Newers, they look even stronger.
Could be a very good day to be a North American fan.
Oh, this is turning out to be an amazing day to be a North American fan.
If they win this, then they just need M80 for the perfect sweep.
And that's to come after this. Minute left into this final round of the half. 3-5, G2. Have they got any fight in them? Don't know, Uno, Doki, and Loira.
That camera is still up, by the way. Oh boy.
It's not your half, it's not your half.
Oh, no.
This is not good at all for G2. They're going to have to pull something very miraculous to bring this round back with under 40 seconds left. They just can't find anything. And to the credit of SSG, the one round they lost is because they presented. This time, they're giving them nothing.
Very disciplined. Sort of what SSG has become.
His position in kitchen will absolutely not be known whatsoever, and G2 are running out of time. Yellow ping information. Not sure exactly what was supposed to be there. Well, Benja did get up from that prone position, went for a peek, and loses his life because of it. One through the hatch up above. There's no vert, by the way, in terms of G2. It's just a first floor horizontal push, and they are getting slaughtered. They cannot make their way into kitchen at all. Cooked up well and truly, and served for dinner. It's 5-1 in favor of SSG, and they are making quick work of G2.
Just another example of G2 losing the opening duel, finding it difficult to recover. You throw in the information being fed from the Yokai, and they never had a chance in hell in being able to win that round. SSG very disciplined. A couple of cracks appeared at the very, very end of the round, but it was essentially over at that point. Didn't really matter. So we switch over the bans to play out once more. How impactful will that necessarily be in this match? We'll have to certainly wait and see, but G2 at the moment not looking particularly comfortable and confident. Attacking certainly difficult on Chalet so far today, but I think this is a matchup where we anticipated more. We expect more from G2.
Well, this is going to be now, again, following what we've seen today, very defender-sided on Chalet. So now the question boils down to SSG's attack. They've got to buck that trend. They've got to find ways to win these 2 attacking rounds necessary to get to 7. The good news, and there is actually good news for G2, is they only bet the 1 bullet. So again, those a little bit unfamiliar with the format for phase 1 here at Reload. Because if you go to 0 bullets, of course, you are eliminated. And you kind of have to pick and choose a little bit where you want to bet those bullets in this matchup. And they've said, okay, SSG's a pretty good team. We're only going to bet the 1. It does mean you could only win the 1, though. So it's all about that risk versus reward for SSG. I'm a little bit surprised now. I mean, it's hindsight Harry coming through once again.
5 seconds left.
But for SSG, I felt like coming into this match, they were the favored team. I'm surprised they didn't bet the 2 bullets.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to wait and see how SSG go about actually closing out this match. Now on the attack, dynamic changes. Blackbeard available though for the second half, unlike the first, and so Ashen looking to take full advantage of that. As we set ourselves for a final objective. Map clear likely on the cards here, false repositioning. Capital bolts in play. No catch available for defense, so that will be a really effective tool that SSG are going to want to play around and get full advantage of. Be interesting to see exactly where that is employed. Forced with information over towards Mez currently.
Well, you kind of use the word discipline as well for SSG in some of those rounds, and I think this is where G2 need to kind of follow that same, thought. Be disciplined. Yes, we're down 5-1. Doesn't mean we need a spawn peak. Doesn't mean we need to be super aggressive and feel like we have to win all these rounds back so quickly. Just back yourselves in, hold defense, try and play quite standard defensive siege, and as proven today, Chalet's been a little bit difficult to attack, and it may just work out for you. Well, that was a frag grenade that Loira just could not even bother to get away from it, and actually ended up being a 1-for-1 trade between the two. Benja did die, but the frag grenade from the graveyard able to get the kill onto Loira. 1-for-1. Always get through to Valamau. Shuts him down, who has struggled in this match. And the Blackbeard tries to get aggressive. Ashen unable to get that gun up in time, and Uno will take his head off. 3 versus 3, and Toki, though, keeps the advantage for G2. Is there another trade to come through? Indeed, there will be from SSG. And with 60 seconds left, certainly a very good opportunity for Space Station to get an early attacking round on the board in the second half and really put that nail almost into the coffin of G2 to go 6-1 up. Down to Doki and Blaz. Just hold on for the next 50 seconds and see if they can win this out for G2.
Yeah, 1 grenade and 1 smoke to play around for SSG, looking to try and isolate these fights as best they can. Did they have the information though? It's going to be a challenge. No line scan remaining. DPC's up as well. 30 seconds on the board. Newers has been really good in this match so far. He'll be a key piece in the puzzle here for SSG. While J9 would find the first. Fly's now isolated. Overwatch backstall. Needs to swing and hit the second, and he does just that. G2 finally finding something to celebrate. But it may just be something small for now. Still a tall mountain to climb. A 3-round deficit still on the board.
Yeah, but that's a big, big round. I don't think that can be overstated, considering the fact that in the end it actually came down to a 1 versus 2 for Blaz, because J90 got that pick in towards site. And I think they had a pretty good idea of the position of Blaz over towards Barstock. It's pretty much a default hold at that point. If you haven't cleared it, there's probably someone in there. And so for him to be able to just kind of push out, get the double kill, yeah, that's a big moment for G2, because they were staring down the barrel of 6-1. You don't want to give up that early attacking round for SSG, and it gives them breathing space to be able to bring this game back on the defense. And yeah, a strange old round. It was 5v5, then 4v4, then 3v3, then 2v2. And all the way down, in theory, to 1v1. Blaz with a big clutch, and G2 needed that one. In the first half, when they won the one round that they got, can't mention it was maybe a bit of a kickstarter, a bit of a fire starter. It didn't work out that way. They couldn't follow on from it. This is where they absolutely need to, on defense, take that. Okay, we got one back. We know we can take these guys down, get a couple on the board, and suddenly from 5-1, it very quickly becomes 5-4. It doesn't take much, 2 more rounds. And G2 have to have that mindset and mentality. But, of course, keeping in mind that at some point, there will be that extra ban on both sides. And this is where, you know, like, I'm looking forward to getting to see this system more and more, and how teams actually look to employ with those bans to come. You know, if you're an SSG, you think, okay, if we're losing a couple of rounds, what's maybe causing us to lose these rounds? Is it a Fenrir, for example? Are we having to clear certain utility like the Valk cam? So do you ban out the Valk, do you ban out the Fenrir and force G2 to then have to pick something else? That's going to be intriguing. And you think about, you know, sometimes shield dominance as well. If there's a particular shield on the board, you can then ban that out, you know. So if SSG are getting some good value from, you know, a Montaigne, then you can ban that too to help out the defenders.
So the Sens in play round 8 on an objective where historically the Sens has gotten some play. Can roll them through dining, trophy, and now with the toggle feature it does offer a little bit more to the attack. Depending on how SSG look to actually play around that, what kind of space they're looking to gain. Of course, objective is above. Utility, they still can be used down below for that trophy entry, for that lobby entry, and Faults takes full advantage. Clean shot there onto Doki.
Running kitchen. Oh, Faults wasn't ready at all. Loira finds the double kill, and a wonderful vert hold down below in kitchen from Loira. And SSG went for a bit of a pinch. It did not work. Lost too many members in quick succession. J90 keeps the round alive, though, with that kill onto Alamau, and gets aggressive now. Pushing in towards Office. A little bit of top floor control. They do not have the kit. There's a lot of time remaining in this round, so this is rather aggressive from J90.
Sent out a couple of shots, so position should now be known. Blaz able to swing. Catches a decent timing as Nuas jumps into that frost mat.
Well, Nuas will get himself back up, but debuffed from here on out for the next minute. Remaining in this round, Loira and Uno, who left standing for G2, and again for the second round in a row, it comes down to a 2 versus 2. G2 at this point, scrappy rounds are more than fine. You were 5-1 down, now you're 5-2 down. Just get these round wins. They don't have to be clinical or clean. It was a good start to the round, but SSG brought it back again. The only downside is Nuas is in a world of hurt, and J9 at half health as well. I still like the position here for G2. There's only 30 seconds left. Kit down below.
Yeah, Diffuser's on an island.
This has to be a round win for G2.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Poor Nuas. And he's going to last the remainder of this round as well. So he is quite literally on one leg. J90, he had to be the hero. Lost the battle to Loira, who well and truly has set the tone in this round for G2. Played oh so wonderfully down below in kitchen earlier. Uno will finish it off, and that's 2 in a row for G2. They bring it back to 5-3. And the defense on Chalet continues to just be so strong from all teams that have played this map so far.
Well, SSG now call a tactical timeout.
Took a minute to fucking telegraph what we're doing right there, and they just read it like a book. You're giving them way too much time to think. If those initial plays aren't there and we can't set those initial cranks, you gotta fucking flip off and go somewhere else. That shit took way too long last time, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it fucking simple. We want to go for something. Commit is 5 and just go for it. And if we can't do it, flip off and find something else. They're not good to the point where we can't just go anywhere on the map and crank these guys.
Heard.
All right, let's get it done.
Yep. Let's go. two things. We start from by the blitz. We either crank fast if it's there. If it's not there,
I think it's good to go kitchen, but we
Okay,
always win
okay,
kitchen.
okay.
Yeah.
Just be aware, okay guys, let's go. Let's go boys, let's go, let's go.
Let's go guys,
So
let's
good.
go. Let's go
So
boys.
good, we're out.
Go guys. Go kitchen, guys. Go kitchen.
I think I'll take the Mozzie, bro.
Fight there or play Marturto? Play Marturto. Play Marturto.
I'm taking the Mozzie, right? I'm gonna bait games and go up.
Yeah. Okay. Put one down from Master. Okay. We're gonna play for you, okay, Doki. Last game against
I'm not playing there.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put the Mozzie.
He's going to bait games. Then it's going to go up. No, really, really good insight there. And I think obviously we got to hear with SSG first up. It's like, you know, let's commit a little bit better in the rounds. And then at the end, we got to hear a bit of G2. Doki feeling a little bit more amped up, maybe less sweaty. Maybe he's been able to cool down a little bit, which is helping inside of the server. And yeah, I think for G2, again, these rounds don't need to be super clinical. Just scrape over the line, get these rounds on the board, slowly build into some form. It's 5-3 now. Okay, it looks a little bit better on the scoreboard in comparison to 5-1. Helps with the mental side of things. And you're also starting to play better. I thought Lyra was just instrumental in that round with the kitchen hold. Gets a double kill. I think one side on the trophy side and then the other over towards the library hallway side. So to be able to do that when you're kind of getting pinched, get those 2 kills, and then Kit gets stuck first floor as well, ended up being, I think, the most important aspect of that round for G2 and why they ended up winning. Even though it did eventually come down to a 2v2, they were still in the position to win that because of what Laura did.
Well, I really like this from Benja. All the way through lobby already. I mean, he's already hitting side. G2 will not have a clue.
Oh, wow. This is incredible. Yeah, and
Well,
this is actually on cam as well. That is a Valk on cam. Uno is wondering, how has he walked in through, quite literally, the front door of this site? And I think even Benja at this point is like, now what do I do? I've just got inside, killed someone, and no one's here. What is this round? Doki, though, with the double. Well, he didn't need to bait games at all, made his way to piano. This is a bizarre round. From Benja walking into sight, free kill onto a Valk on cam. G2 then clear out the rest of SSG, and they're on the verge of making this 5-4. Well, that was a crazy 30 seconds or so.
Been a crazy day. Chalet just seems to be producing something special this afternoon.
Benja's like, I've got sight, everyone, and they're like, okay, we're coming, and then they all die.
Well, I think Benja wanted to rotate to try and support the team. Yeah. By the time he got there, everyone was dead.
Yep. Now Fault's stuck outside now in a 1 versus 3 with 90 seconds on the clock. I mean, we've just had a timeout. He could take an impromptu one if he wants to. Kind of just sit back outside and obviously the players themselves can kind of just talk things over, because for SSG, this is the reality for this map, and what we've seen today is that attacking is just proving to be quite difficult.
It really has been a grind. And if you put a foot wrong, you just get absolutely crushed. And I think SSG will be quite disappointed. Just
so Ben,
off the back of that.
Ben, after this, what are you thinking? Ben each, after this round, has concluded, which will obviously happen at some point in favor of G2. What do you get rid of, either side?
Well, I mean, for context, it was...
You get rid of the Blackbeard here. I mean, Ashen's kind of been sitting on it a little bit. I mean, it hasn't really been all that impactful.
It was the Valk Monty in the first half.
You could have the Valk be taken off the board if you're SSG. Wolves almost getting the kill onto Blaz. Could have made it interesting. Would have made it a 1v2 with just over 20 seconds, but Blaz able to keep his life intact. Position known, takes a tag, comes down trophy stairs, and yeah, you would imagine in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done.
I'm going to take a punt and say Valk baby.
Okay. I mean, I literally just pretty much said that.
Did you?
I don't
think you did. Well, what do you think? Do you think Valk baby as well?
I think Valk BB.
Okay.
BB, of course, being Blackbeard.
Stole that one from Fox on the desk. It's kind of cool like that. He's a chill guy.
He is a chill guy. All right, let's see what actually comes through here as we've gone through the 3 rounds of the second half, and it's Valk and
it's still
1B.
Good enough.
Do we get half a point there instead of BB? It's just B for Blitz. Yeah, this was a strange start to the round. 2.5 minutes. Benja walks into sight, gets the kill, and then Doki with a double up above, and well, SSG just couldn't follow through with that entry from Benja. Really good response, and G2 in general this half, really good response.
Nice, guys. Let's fucking go, guys. So good, man.
It was really good.
Well, considering how badly the round started, it was a very good recovery, yeah.
Uno's gone from probably about to crash out, being like, how am I dead? What are you guys doing? To, yeah, good job, everyone.
In the space of about 30 seconds, probably even faster.
So 5-4, finally, we get ourselves that close game we were searching for with the 5-1 half to SSG. It felt like maybe they were going to their turn themselves. So no Valkyrie available for G2, no Blitz available for SSG. And now this is something we saw earlier, of course, Jaeger able to catch the Capitao bolts, means it does reinforce that position top library. See a little bit more of those changes, of course, on the reveal panel next Sunday. I've already noticed that people have caught on to the Jaeger buff. And in the past, this ended up, especially with Capitao, being a very easily clearable position. And in the earlier match, they basically had to give it away. Like the attacking team just couldn't clear it out. And it was like, okay, we're going to rotate.
Yeah, it's an immediate pivot.
Rayora as well for J90. So what are SSG planning here? 10th round, 5-4, 3 rounds in a row for G2. This one heating up.
Map sweep. Capitao not going direct library, at least not initially. Ashen will play frontline info. Rayora as well is going to be the potential real difference maker here. Depending on what the approach will be here from SSG, I feel like it may be a tool used to prevent retake later. Really reinforced for. Obviously you need to compete for that first and gain that control. G2 not looking to give it away for free. Deployable shield in the hands of Alamau, and he's playing off that. At that pillar position. Gates to go down.
Yeah.
Impact and response though, so good counterplay from G2.
Yeah, Lawyer at the core. Newers with a double kill for SSG, and finally they look strong on the attack as Bolt will also follow suit. Ashen on the Blackbeard getting lit up, but makes his way down library stairs successfully. as Uno will indeed fall to Newers as well. This is the SSG we were expecting in this second half. Absolutely clinical on the attack, slicing through the defense of G2. And Ashen will get this plant down, and not much that Alamau can do besides a free kill onto J90. And SSG will very much, you would imagine, take a 6-4 lead, but Alamau just says this round is not over yet. 3 kills, brings it to a 1 versus 2, 30 seconds in the post plant, but surely in what is one of the more difficult post plants to win, with so little time remaining, this should not be possible. You still have to clear a big window as well. You've still got to deal with the Blackbeard shield. And indeed, the shield wasn't even necessary as Ashen pulls out the gun, puts an end to the round, and 6-4 lead for SSG puts them on match point.
Certainly one of the more creative attacks we've seen this afternoon here on Chalet, and certainly one of the more successful ones as well. The combo there of the Rayora and the Blackbeard to get that space on that top floor after initially getting very quick control over towards Piano, presumably off a two-place drone, was really fun to watch. The impact did come out in response to G2, but that hold was just under such immense pressure and they couldn't withstand it. So clean work there from SSG.
Nice try, bro.
Noah's in the chat, by the way, wrote Ali mid.
That's toxic.
That's not something that's... well, you can clearly tell there after they need your stats up. I was not making that one up. Yeah, a little bit of banter in the chat between these two. Mal did pad his stats a little bit, but hey, I mean, he also made a somewhat winnable chance for himself after the initial 3 kills. It was always going to be very difficult to finish off his early work, though. Remaining. So 6-4, as admirable as a comeback as it's somewhat been for G2. It's probably, again, a showcase in that round that SSG have really got their number right now, and 2 opportunities to close this out. We haven't had a 7-5 even yet today on the A stream. Feels like a very complete SSG roster though, doesn't it? Yeah. So much firepower. And Nua's 13 in his debut for this roster.
They should retain #1 in NAL. It's also a question of can they crack the top 4 at international events.
They actually killed both go the way of Uno with the Nitrocell onto Asher. No Blackbeard, but Uno traded by Benja shortly thereafter. There's entry through main entrance for Fultz. Also cleared out that Barstock position. And Nuez continues his rampage and also on to Alamau, who he was very much giving some words to in the chat as well, and clearly ready for Loira. Nuez is on an absolute heater in this match. In his debut for SSG, 15 kills, has been dropped. Blaz, very low on health. Doki, under a bit of pressure towards Fireplace Stairs, and the plant going down now by Fultz, and it's looking very likely that SSG are going to make quick work of G2 here at Reload. They only put in the 1 reload, the 1 bullet up for grabs, but SSG probably thinking they should have done all 2. It's 7-4 on Chalet, and the North Americans are on fire in Brazil.
Yeah, the good times continuing for North America. That streak's still unbroken. Questions remain as to whether or not M80 can keep the good times rolling in a moment's time, but all focus currently here on SSG. Had to dig deep in this match to some extent, right, and really refocus off the back of their own tactical timeout, but they made it work, played some good siege, got that result across the line, and I think set themselves up for a successful tournament.
I think for Nuez as well, what a dream debut for him. 16 kills, setting the tone. The team as a whole was just absolutely singing the same tune. For G2, though, back to the drawing board for them, and at the moment, even for EU.
Welcome back, everybody. So far, it's been a terrible day for EU, and that's okay because
that is okay.
I am a Brazilian fanboy, so it doesn't matter. I have lost the love after Boston, and it needs to be rekindled for me to believe in my own region one more time. Well, you know what? Falcons take an L. G2 now taking another L against SSG. Looks like all the prep and the hard work that this squad puts in is paid off.
You know, like I said, I was worried who was going to be that X factor that Forrest was on this original roster, but as Fox was saying, bringing on Newers, bringing in that firepower, having that playmaking ability. Newers in specific was that player for this outside of J90 right behind him. I mean, there was just some phenomenal gameplay coming out of SSG. And truthfully, for this and how they're starting, when we did NAL, it was a what day you were going to see from SSG. Either they were going to be on top of it or they were going to be lackluster. And today, they were absolutely on top of it. And again, adding that addition to Newers, I'm excited to see what tomorrow can look like from this roster.
I mean, we saw a lot of individual play. I mean, you can see Newers at the top there, 4 opening kills. Obviously, we know a great player is going to show up when put in these positions to shine. But there was a lot of moments where we saw SSG tighten up. They weren't throwing away free bodies. They were playing off of each other. The crossfires, the strategy from SSG in the post to late game situations was really well played. And that was the discipline that we wanted to see, because we know better than anybody that Newers is a top player. Absolutely. But it's the discipline that we needed to see instilled in him. And this is the family joining SSG. You play on their time, you play in their fundamentals, and that's what we saw from SSG. Newers played great a part of it.
Well, I hope that Alamo gets to take his glasses off and actually see what's going on in the game, because it's not really reflected on our scoreboard right now. It is game number 1. Fair enough. Ashen usually quite loud and at the bottom of the scoreboard. That's what we got. But when they have an entire team that's playing up, you can't really say anything about it.
And again, the beginning to all of this, you are reloading X amount of bullets. Both teams only put 1 bullet in.
Exactly.
So I'm sure SSG might be kicking themselves a little bit. It's like, why didn't we put 2? We put up such a display of a dominant performance. So maybe going into tomorrow, they put up 2, where maybe G2's like, okay, we need to put up 2. We understand where we went wrong. We know what we need to fix, but it's still so early on. So I'm expecting a good resurgence from G2. But again, for SSG, they're looking hot.
Or hearing Ashton at the end, like, these guys are trash, which is, he usually says that, but in this case, it definitely did look like SSG had a great handle on the matchup. Again, it is only game number 1 here, the opener, and like what we talked about before, is that these 2 squads had to play one another because nobody else wanted to play against them. That's something that you can play up yourself, but at least be comfortable even if you take an L at the end of it.
Of course. I mean, it's a situation now where SSG is going to go into tomorrow. No one's going to want to pick them. G2 now, that was a very uncharacteristic showing of them. I could see them being one of the first teams that get to pick out. That was probably, I don't know if it was the worst performance of the day so far. I believe it was, but doesn't really look like G2 is comfortable just yet.
Gentlemen, Maria standing by with Benjamaster from SSG. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, we are back, and SSG made G2 struggle a lot because of you. You know that? So tell me more about reloading only 1 bullet. G2 also did that, so you both, I guess, expected to be a tougher game, or no?
I mean, I wanted to use all bullets against LMAO, but you know, the team decided to use 1, and you know, it's fine to just start off the tournament easy.
Okay, going easy. Okay. Also, talking about Alamo, it's the first time that you were facing him? Second time, yeah. So I guess that helps you, you know, during the game and with SSG, because you just know how he plays, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I know how he plays, so it helps a little bit, yeah. Yeah.
Definitely helps.
Yeah, it helps. Like, I didn't see the scoreboard, but, you know, he was playing pretty bad, probably because, you know, he's doing the same thing for like 5 years in a row, so he's pretty easy to read, so yeah.
Okay, I like that, trash talking. I like that. And also, Callout spoke about you guys giving time to think, and that was the major problem, I guess, right there. Talk more about that.
I mean, we knew before the game that LMAO, he would have a hangover. So our game plan was to like not give him so much time because he's really slow thinker. So that was basically just what he refreshed, you know, in the timeout.
So, okay, he's hungover. He drank a lot yesterday, you think?
Yeah, he definitely did.
You know him well, more than I do. So yeah, I believe in you. Thank you so much. And yeah, Milosh, did you drink yesterday or no?
I don't know what to say.
I mean, hey, like we were talking about, you know, egos and everything. I mean, Ben just said he wanted to reload the max amount of bullets going into this game. Unfortunately, you only could reload 2. They only picked 1. But obviously, you know, there's some fun in there. I don't think obviously Benja means that by any means, but I do like that.
Maybe he does. I mean, I don't know. I heard a lot of stories of what happened in Sao Paulo with the G2 boot camps. I don't know what's going on.
Listen, it's all fun. I mean, they deserve the trash talk after that performance anyways. I mean, Benja especially come from him. That's a former teammate for Alamau, so people that you don't know, they are former teammates. But again, I mean, you can't really say much back to that given SSG's performance.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense from what Benja was saying. Besides all the trash talk, just about Alamau playing very similar, I don't think it was just him. The whole team, very spread out, very individualized. They're not really playing off of each other. And I don't want to contribute that just to the IGLing of Uno. I really think it comes down to the fundamental of the team because they've always done that. They've found success. But when it's not working, they need to switch things up. And I feel like the frustration got the better of them. And that's something we're going to have to see going into tomorrow change, or else it's just going to be the same situation that happened in Boston.
What we saw was not the G2 that was popping off in the early times of Boston. That's definitely what we did not have in this game because there was a lot more cohesion when we saw them perform. But you can attribute it to it being game number 1 and warming into it.
Absolutely.
Who knows? We cannot start really like talking and pinching specific teams until we get to day 3, at least in my opinion. But we have to talk about our Blacklight detail and move on again. Brought to you by our wonderful sponsor here, Blacklight, one of the many that make Siege tick and CG Esports tick, especially. Gentlemen, what do you got from them?
I mean, the specific detail was what we were highlighting for SSG, is the discipline, the way that they're playing off of each other when it matters most. You're going to see they have a huge man advantage right now. They know that G2 is in a pickle. They have to enter the site. But look, Benj is prone behind the wall. They don't need to move. And behind him is 4 members. You see the slow flank coming from up top, and you see the rest of the players not moving. They each have their own crossfire, and this is what you want to see from SSG. Back in the day, we saw wasn't really much communication on the site. They didn't know who was going when. But now they understand the fundamentals. They dwindle the time down. They know the flank is coming from up top. They just have to hold their angles.
Yeah, and this is the structure that we have talked about that SSG has, that when SSGs fire in on all cylinders, they are a strong and dominant team. And this just exercises the discipline, the structure that this team has, that they all trust in one another. They all know the crossfire. They all know the position that needs to take place, and they execute it flawlessly.
Right, in the last 10 seconds, that's where you see the flank come out. So everyone floods the site to overwhelm G2. You might think, oh, they're just running into the site. What are they doing? But it's because they're the distraction, so that the flank from up top can find success, gets the diffuser put down in a position where it's really difficult to plant anywhere, and it's an SSG round, and that's a discipline that we wanted to see. When you get the man advantage from playing over-aggressive, you know, Newers was doing the heavy lifting, getting those picks. Now you just got to secure the rounds out, and that's a new and improved SSG.
Cohesion of SSG is what won it out here, as you both mentioned. And hey, G2 back to the drawing board. You really have to work on those fundamentals as a team, because we expect a lot from the team because they keep talking about us needing to have higher expectations of them. They set them themselves. We've been talking about this for years at this point. However, that was our game between G2 and SSG. A great game to kind of go through and go through our detail here. However, we'll take a quick break. When we get back, it'll be a quick view on the stream B before we head in for final game of the day. See you in a bit.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Hello.
Shadows, as you said, like
yeah,
over half the round are gone. They hadn't seen anyone, but it wasn't like FaZe were hiding. FaZe were actively
Hello.
over the map trying to find them. More like passing each other, and FaZe were just being very careful and knowing where they had information and where they had control. And BDS just looked a little bit lost in that round. Not forgetting, Tim, they haven't got attack timeout
From the catnap.
You might get a mini one for a quick second more between yourselves as players after this round where you get to ban another operator, but of course the coach can't intervene at that point. Just feels like I mentioned that a couple more rounds and FaZe have completely run away with this one, and BDS are going to struggle to play catch-up.
I didn't really care about this game because if FaZe lost this, I'd be very surprised. So, I don't really care about that one.
They need to.
But the SSG G2 game,
They're just going
I
to
did
have a
care.
presence in a number of areas. They'll have at least 1 or 2 players up on the top floor. They might have somebody knocking around in basement as well.
But I saw the tail end of it. I was just waking up. SG1.
Like would be perfect to play. Not necessarily.
Not overly surprised.
Specifically, but somewhere where he's got quick access to.
My prediction is that Newers farmed a bunch of kills.
So you don't
as everyone in SSG ran in and did a bunch of crazy shit.
The Valkyrie's going to do underneath.
Looking at scoreboard,
they will certainly try to be holding on to server. To
that
IT,
is actually exactly what happened. That's hilarious. Okay.
That they're committed in those areas.
Well, defense go.
They've got what they need to do. So, and
that
again,
might be. I try to say, try to be on stream the entire time, but.
And that's where the problem comes in. They seem to be unable to kind of, on a big map like that, even going all the way.
Try to be on stream the entire time, but damn, it's hard, dude.
Map. There's a lot of strategy to worry about. There's a lot of time to be taken up, and that's what BDS are struggling with on the attack.
Well, Count, how you doing?
We're on side, Tim.
We do. We do have the Rower on site.
It's funny, actually. I was speaking to Lilun yesterday over dinner when everyone was coming down. Chilling out in the mess hall, as it were, of this event. And I asked her, I said, are we going to see much Row at this event? And she's like, we play on a few sites. You'll see it come out. Won't show it to the max of all the strats that we've got in mind, but you'll definitely see it getting used by a number of teams, us included. And right now, you're seeing it using combo with Smoke to push on through and start getting control. And look at that, Tim. They've locked out control to give them an angle straight in towards site here. Trying to keep FaZe locked away, but no, they've missed the mark on one. Andy had slipped the net, got rid of Freck, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2.
We have a major flurry at the beginning of the round, really. There's still over half of this to go. BDS are going to use that time, and while they get in the drone's position, we'll just give you a quick idea of what Raura does. She's actually gone for the round. Frekka's been taken out, but just applies a panel to a door, much like a castle barricade. It's fairly similar, but can be deployed at range. You just saw one on the door as we were passing through it there. There's a little target up at the top, and attackers or defenders can shoot that. They just need to be close enough to the panel, and it basically either opens or closes it. And it just allows the attackers to create new safe spaces and to, you know, lock defenders out of areas, create new angles, all sorts of things. We find ourselves now in a 1 versus 1. King versus Robbie. Robbie is low health on the
this is the top player from Falcons, isn't he?
With maybe a little bit of intel from his fallen teammates as well. I'd have to back him for this.
Yeah, he'll just hold this angle and hope that Robbie comes searching, because Robbie might not have the confidence here to go for a plant, knowing that he doesn't know where this last man is. But looking like he might actually took himself in the corner here. He's gone away from that site entirely and tried to drag his man over. They've got the ping down. He's going to spray the wrong spot, though, if he's not careful. Oh, doesn't matter. Was just off to the right of that ping and finds his man. Wins out the 1v1, as you say, Tim. FaZe up to 6-3, and BDS, try as they might, it was definitely a good effort. Just cannot find a single attack against FaZe.
BDS had a great first half.
Sorry. Scott Grow mentioned something about Pengu's tweets. I'm going to go see what was going on.
They've got that extra gear, don't they, this team? And they've really stepped it up now, and BDS are starting to feel the full force.
Was it replies?
We are back again. A quick look at B-Stream and what's happened there, but we have to continue on. Our final matchup is about to begin here at Reload in Rio. Welcome. I'm Milosh, with me are Foxay and Laxing. And before we dive into our final matchup, let's bring up our bullet standings. What does our armor have to say for us so far? Wildcard are at the top with Dark Zero, Furia, Fearix, and Cloud9 game.
Hey, NA on top, baby.
Yeah, NA's looking good. Good start to the event, but it's only day one. The wild card being at the top.
Only got one.
That's nice. Good for them. Good for them.
I mean, like I said, you know, as the day shakes out, as these matches finish up, you're going to see teams just start to trend one another. Again, you only can
G2 also only that
maximum
one.
of 2 bullets, so you're not going to gain that huge advantage unless you get those flawless victories that we almost saw a couple times, but unfortunately just couldn't get those done. So I'm curious to see who we're all going to see at the bottom.
Yes, I'm excited
You
to
know, if
see
FaZe loses that,
top.
they won't,
be
bro.
risking more as the tournament goes on, or if they just want to play it safe, just go for 1 bullet a day, try to make sure that they're just not at the bottom. That'll be interesting to see what the thought process will be like from those teams at the top.
Gentlemen, there's a lot on our plate, and oh my god, he's there! Fabian's there! Alert! 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 Fabian is in the seat! This now man is married, by the way. Congratulations to Fabian and his wonderful wife. I was there at the wedding, very honored to be part of it. But look at him, he's so fired up. I don't know if his hand is on the mouse or anything, but he looks real excited.
He's 1v1 right now. We might see him jump in.
I mean, I feel bad whoever's 1v1ing him because they're beating up on an old guy.
If somebody's doing bad on M80, I wouldn't be surprised if Fabian pulls him out, sits down, starts playing himself.
Honestly, at some point, I would imagine it. However, having
Peggy
known
was kind
Fabian
of talking
for
shit
many,
about
many years
Shaiko
at this
being a
point,
dumbass.
I think he was just playing a strategy game, just like us, because we're old now, and we've been talking about that.
Shaiko lows IQ in Pro
That's
League?
kind of how it is.
Why, though?
We're going to use that to move on to our next piece.
I don't think
with
Shaiko
Fabian
is
now
the smartest player in the world,
behind
but I don't
M80
think
as
he's
a coach,
the
a
worst. I don't even know how I'd rate his
without
game
Fabian
IQ.
Shaman and behind a North American team. If you
I'd
were
probably
told
say like
this
8,
even
like
a year
1
ago,
to 100. I'd probably say like
I'm not
80.
believing you at all.
Probably
I mean, with
slightly
M80, you
above
really have to talk
average,
about
but
the start
nothing
from
like
them.
ultra crazy.
Time and time again, we say, oh, this M80 roster is going to be the super team. And obviously, they went for an overzealous pick of picking up a rookie IGL going into Boston. They crashed and burned. But now M80 has been able to swap that out for one of the best IGLs in NA within Hot and Cold. They're able to pick up Gavini too, who was the top.
I've never watched.
And now we have a
I've
little
never
bit
watched
of a redemption story. We
Shaiko like
Houghton
have
coming
like
back to
crazy
his two
game
teammates that he
IQ.
won, the Manchester
Like it's
Major
usually
with
his
3
mechanics
teammates.
that put him in the league. Mechanics, obviously, we don't even discuss.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it seems.
Hot and Cold.
Beast Coast at this point.
That's old Beast Coast, and now they're fully. They just got Kino, which if he's not playing on shields, I think M80 will be suffice enough. They can get Hot and Cold in those shields. But obviously, the new leadership and the backing of their new coach is something that's desperately needed on M80. And them finally rounding out this team, it really does look. I'm going to say it again. Like M80's best shot at being a super team.
I'll say this. I think the biggest factor here, outside of them kind of rekindling this old Beast Coast roster, is the fact that Fabian is here to bring a new look into this team, a new vision. Whereas before, we saw that old Beast Coast, it started to dwindle. It started to get poor, and then people were going to different rosters. Then now they find themselves here again. So the biggest thing that I'm looking at is what Fabian can bring to this team and just revolutionize what the M80 is.
Bengu hates Shaiko.
I really want to see if Fabian
He
does
hates
a little
him,
bit of
so-
maturing as the teams go on. You know, going from coaching to G2, then going to Talon, and now coming to M80. I really want to see him behind the scenes on how he is with his players and how he's maturing.
It is what it is.
I would assume that.
But yeah,
it would be
I'd
quite
probably rate
different than how
Shaiko
it is
like
how it used to be with
80
PSG
game IQ and then
G2
like
prior to that,
mechanics like
different teams,
97.
different dynamics that you have to look for, and at least for me, this looks like a straight up upgrade from what we had and what we saw at M80 in Boston at the Invitational.
With 100
'cause that
being
ship
like
had really
perfect
7
mechanics in
billion
every
feet
situation.
underwater. Anyways, let's move
How's
on
it,
to
what
their
at?
opponents. WCHE Amy on the other side, taking a bit
You
of
played
yoga
G's last 4 games?
relax
I'm not
and dive
surprised.
into it before
I'm not
we
surprised
get
at
into
all.
game. This is a squad that has carried forward the mantle of W7M after last year's Invitational, at least the year before that, SI24 here in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and everybody was doubting, but when they saw them even in their first game, they're thinking, my God, do they have potential? And they realized it.
Yeah, and they won
Like,
Montreal.
lucky fact,
Everyone
I'd
was
probably
counting
put
them
him
out.
at, like,
Everyone was saying that was going to be BDS's event. They came out of
96
nowhere and
mechanics,
continued that
and then
reign
like
of the
game IQ, I
WCHE
put 91.
organization Run. So now we find themselves here, and the biggest thing when you're looking at this roster, it's not
What would I
bullets,
rate
it's
yourself? I don't
Palu.
fucking know,
This is
dude.
something for back
I'm too
me,
cocky
you,
in my own head,
you and you.
so I don't want to say
Palu and
what
Ness,
I think I
those
would
were
be out
two
loud.
names historically throughout Brazilian rosters on that Liquid team. That was the dynamic duo. You never saw those two not separate. You never saw those two not at the highest part of the leaderboard for kills. Now those two have split. Palu finds himself on W7M. So this is a very big focal point of how well Palu is going to do without his teammate and his duo of Nesk.
though I have to burst the bubble of Liquid fans. You say dynamic duo of Nesk and Palu. I think the dynamism of that duo had pretty much disappeared by SI21 in Paris. And
yeah, I don't think people are saying Shaiko's a bad player.
For the move that needed to happen, and now it did.
Funny enough, I talked to Palu
It's
yesterday.
that his mechanics carry him through.
To leave Nesk, leave that behind, and he said it wasn't
no matter what he does.
He thought about leaving early before.
Or no matter what he
weren't
did.
Finding their success, but he felt comfortable. He thought they could try to make that
Or
run.
when he
They were
job
already
local
attending
time,
outside,
yes
so
sir.
why not give it a shot? Why not try to win
Everyone
that
has
title?
mechanics.
They've been
Huh?
so close,
Mechanics?
But they couldn't get it done. So I think this was the right move
Look at you now.
to separate.
Wow.
Try to figure out something new. Create his own vision now, where it's not Nesk with him, it's him on his own now with the new roster.
No, if I was going to be realistic, if I'm rating myself against all these players, I'd say mechanics like
around you to succeed
57.
But when you go
and then
that
like
long without making it to
game
that level
IQ would
and
be like
crossing that border,
70.
you just want to be able to get back into things, maybe switch things up. And obviously joining a team like W7M, I think their dedication is something that stands above the rest of the teams out here. Of course, Brazil is one of the most dominant.
So anyone I
teams,
think
but
is
W7M,
dumber
the
than me,
passion
I
of all
would rate
these
under
players,
than
because
that.
most of them
But
are fairly fresh to the scene. It's only been 2-3 years competitively that we've been seeing them consistently turn up to these tournaments, and they have not
They
let
just
us down.
false,
And they're
though.
a fan favorite too.
Well, you talk about wasted potential.
I don't know. At the end of the day, Cam, this entire argument is fucking
such a personal
pointless.
Way, Fox. I feel like it's really coming down from the
You know?
heart when you talk about it. I don't know where that might have come from.
I mean, roster changes at the end of the day will always be very difficult, especially if you are the player to make.
Okay,
the
so now what
decision
makes
to
a
leave
player
the
like
team.
Shaiko?
There's no bad blood.
I was just saying.
Well, yeah, I know that. All the TikTok people that try to 1v1 me all day long that have the best mechanics in the world I've ever seen.
Let's move
but
on
somehow are
to
stuck in
our
Plat and Emerald.
Next piece, our map is set. Sorry about that.
You know, out of everyone, I know that.
To be honest.
Oh my.
How much I care about mechanics. I don't think mechanics are everything.
Absolutely not. I am going in there. I am having a big fight with the TM.
I'm going to say this. After covering the Brazilian league, seeing a lot of the
Shit, I bet most
play
of you
Chalet.
guys
Chalet
in
is a very
stream,
comfortable
I mean,
map
that
with
play at a
W7M.
high
They
level.
like this map. Now
Probably a
they're
better
adding
mechanics than I
Polygon,
do.
which Liquid was another team that really
Probably.
enjoyed Chalet. So you aren't really changing up a whole lot on how you're approaching
But
this
will
map.
you beat
I
me?
assume W7M is just going to slot
Probably
in where
not.
they think they need him, what positions he can play, and they're just going to
Why,
play
though?
a basic game of Chalet.
What's that other
so far.
rating of a
What I
player
want to
besides
see
game
finally
IQ?
is really good attacks.
I mean, if you're
and
gonna
then to fall back on that
shrink
defense
down
and
game
success and
sense,
close it out
game
beautifully. As
knowledge,
for M80,
audio
I'm not entirely
cues, all
sure
that
what I'm
into
going
just
to
game
expect here,
IQ,
but
then yeah, I would
definitely
agree with you,
know
Cam.
what we're going to
Shaiko
see
being higher
from
because
W7M.
it's like
We're
if
gonna
it's
see a
just
little bit of
one
cat and mouse.
stat
Gunnar
line
and
of
Loban,
just
this map
game
is very
IQ,
roamer
then
heavy when it comes to having a solo lurker that's able to make plays, and then somebody who's always set on finding him. So Gunnar and Loban are those two players on their teams
very
that will be in
much
those respective
disagree,
roles.
Zelos.
So seeing them go back and forth
You
to see
think
who gets that opening
can-
kill,
like,
honestly
a
will
player like
decide a lot of these
Canadian?
rounds and where they go, because I don't see either of these teams throwing
No.
away the man advantage or throwing away these rounds.
Like
They
these
have too much on the
18-year-olds
line,
that
and
get
the
signed,
discipline is something they're
19-year-olds,
focusing on.
you think that they're the smartest motherfuckers in the world, or they're just really flicky-leany and when they're fed information on where everyone's at by their older, more veteran roster?
Gentlemen, it is all yours for W7M. I know you've said and screamed that name so many times over the years.
Or knife only.
All yours.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for the organization, it's good to see them back on home soil. For M80, can they keep the good times going for North America? That's the big question, right? Like, it's been their day today, but this is a big task. This is actually what I would...
Sorry, we're going to swap back to this game for a little bit because I didn't realize it was still going on.
Worry about the mentality.
And
If
it's
you find
almost
yourself
OT.
going to
So...
past ghosts come back to haunt them.
Yeah. Well, you start, you start dissecting the rounds that they lost then, and 3v2.
Yeah, but what I do, I never do anything that's like, here's a Euroboy Roy strat that is going to blow your mind. My game IQ comes from, I like to do really fast, aggressive plays, catching people off guard. I'm like, I'll throw a grenade to mask my hop in so I can hop in, kill that guy, turn the corner, and kill that guy before he realizes even what happened.
Surprised him because I've seen him shine, of course, with
Like
more
more
mobile
like
operators throughout the game, as
guerrilla
mentioned.
tactics, going hard
Sure, going
and
slow
then
is what they
like
need right
leave.
now. Keep going fast.
Just going to be getting the IT wall open nice and quick.
But again, that's not like comp. That's not like comp IQ because
BDS playing,
you can
nice
still
and,
do that a little bit in like
Lasmo's had a
competitive
fantastic
environments,
day,
but
great kills, great situations
I don't have
that
as
he's
much
been able to
experience in
deal
that
with,
as I
but they
would
play
like
nice
ranked
setup.
stuff.
drones on the board. 5 of them active, going through there, trying to get a real picture.
Yeah, you may deal with someone that has worse mechanics than you, but all these motherfuckers, if they're aiming at your door and you're swinging out, they can all put you fucking down.
No drones left, and they still managed to get away with it.
They might not be able to flick back and forth, quick leading all of them, but if they're aimed at your door, they are going to kill you.
But for now, FaZe have got the numbers advantage. But we've been here a couple of times now, Tim. BDS always find a way back.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Just because someone's flicky doesn't mean that they're instantly a better player than anyone else.
Like I said, at 6-3, behaving how they did, getting aggressive, looking for that.
It's way better having timing, game sense, audio cues, knowledge. All those things are way more important than how fast you can flick to somebody. Because why are you having to flick around the map anyways? You should already be aimed at where they're going to be. Why are you flicking around? Wake up, like Cyber. How much mechanics did you use for that?
They know that there's another one there. Be careful of the
like this. Leave mechanics here.
Gets himself out of danger's way. KDS will be taken down though. However,
these spectators are horrible.
Going to be all she wrote.
Oh, Sean, how you doing?
Wrote?
Is it?
Is it FaZe?
Yeah, it's looking like it is. Unless P4, I mentioned earlier, P4 has those kind of games where he goes nuclear or doesn't really offer an awful lot. And sadly for him,
as we're kind of winding down for the day, actually. They would have been sitting around there. I wonder as teams and as players, if you prefer to just play early or if you sleep in, have the day, chill out, maybe watch the games. Sure.
Probably depends on which region you traveled from to an extent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, maybe for W7M, they'd just be itching ready to go. Would have preferred the morning game. They get their opportunity, though, against M80 now. So no Blackbeard, no Monty, so no shields in play for W7M.
I was like nowhere.
This round, at least. Zami, Kaid. They don't have to deal with that. And the Repel entry into Solar. Should mention that is not Nua's. He's got 16 frags, but not quite into this game as Loman will get the open kill onto Hot and Cold. If any, we'll get the trade at least onto Dodes and shuts down the Ash. Did lose the goo mines though from Legion, so not ideal for M80 on the defense. And also not only that, W7M starting to get some decent map control and putting pressure straight in towards the site. Volps has gone just straight for a look in towards Kitchen. Bulletproof camera is up, so probably doesn't feel all that safe to go for the plant. And despite it being watched, he's just walking through. This is super ballsy from Volps. Deals with it, no pressure whatsoever. And he can just go for the plant. M80, hello, you're watching him quite literally. Someone going to actually deal with him. Indeed, finally, it's the Fuser who does eventually peek from above and gets the kill onto the Volps. They did find another kill as well elsewhere, the Nitro Cell.
See, that was a huge game IQ from Kino.
Yeah, W7M with good early pressure, but M80 not panicking, retaining control.
Nitro the guy in big window, knowing he has to cover the guy who's looking straight down. Even if he doesn't hit someone with a Nitro, the guy can stop the defuse there.
Pressure from above. M80 unable to deny.
Is it 4v2 though?
Immediately, and he finds
now
the kill.
4v1.
So Loban now with the 1 versus 4.
They know where he's at, giving the intel.
He misses the second.
Fenrir playing that. I'm sorry, Ella playing that smart.
And Loban will not be able to get there in time.
Instead of just going for a straight up raw gunfight, he's playing it smart.
In that first round.
Yeah, strange round.
But his teammates reconvening a little bit more into an unwinnable situation.
Where we saw
instead of going for that just first quick linear peek and potentially throwing.
They ended up losing that round anyway. Pretty similar situation. Volps just kind of literally walking into side, deals with the BPC.
Yeah, I'm down for Rex. I
just
took a nap.
Life to the above, but he almost got that kit down initially, and it was kind of given over to W7.
Ranked after all the Pro League games are.
Above anyway, with
but yeah,
office and bedroom.
I'm down.
But in the end, I guess pretty well done from M80.
I literally took a 2-hour nap while the stream was going.
As well, certainly helping out. And yeah, I don't think this was ever a post-plant situation that W7M were ever going to be successful in. Good start for M80 though. Certainly didn't wilt under the pressure.
Who's the best in the match? In this match? Probably Volps.
Could usually get a number.
Followed shortly by Kino, if not tied with Volps. I don't know. I like Kino a lot as a player.
M80, you know, the addition of Fabian, it's going to be a big one. But
W7M has a crazy ass roster right now.
Can use PSG Talon really as an example, and the way he kind of coached that team, very aggressive in nature. Will that translate? Will that work a little bit better for M80? That's going to be the question. And the other question, maybe does he calm down a little bit in his older age?
I just had a look at his Wikipedia. He is 30 now, so he's pushing 40. He's 1 foot in the grave.
The blitz employed here by Dart, swift entry into games.
I think Volts has had a lot more success than Kino.
Very no mind to it. Nitrocell does not hit the mark, and Dart's continuing to push forward.
Kino.
Dealing with that Guman, and in the background, Volts is going for the plant over towards default. Kino's not going to be able to get over to deny. The smoke, of course, was up as well. Diffuser has gone down, and this is looking like a very successful swift round from W7M. Just a pretty much clean hit in towards games, get the plant down.
They're not watching the side very well.
Just in the smoke. Wondering if he can maybe go for the long arm of the law and reach and try and get this counter defuse. Wants to wait until he's got someone helping. Hot Gold cannot help at all. Lost his life immediately. Nicely done from Dodez in the post plant outside. And that was a quick round from W7M. Good response.
Number 3 for Fabian. 3 hammers.
Maybe.
2 as a player, 1 as a coach.
Maybe.
I think I've unlocked it. The Easter egg.
If he wins
Statistically, you're probably right, Cam. I just like how I view players based on how I see them do in the game. That's how I feel.
That is not an implication.
I think Volps has the most pop-off potential for W7M, and Kino's probably like the guy that is going to be the key maker. Gavini does win rounds that he probably shouldn't win, though.
For this game yet, so we might get that.
That is true.
We have one in the previous one.
I feel like this M80 roster is actually pretty fucking good.
Converts over into this one, we get 2. Luckily though, not a rehost. So
not a perfect roster. I think it's like an 8 out of 10, but I think it is a pretty good North American roster.
Be thankful.
Where's the next match? We're watching the next match right now. Let's do Sport and Shopify, but they're not playing today.
W7M. So that's the big takeaway for me. Again, today it's been all about defense when it comes to Chalet, but for W7M,
well, if you would have asked me
good plant, good execution,
who I thought the best player in the world was on phase, I probably would have said Handy. So I'm not surprised you said Handy. It's the best team in the world, and I think Handy's the best player on that team. So, ergo,
pushing back M80 and not allowing them to have the space to be able to deny that plan. So really well executed.
I mean, Dodo's is showing up. He's 4-1. So we're seeing it. It's kind of silent because I can't really see the spectators actually watching those kills out.
So do we continue to see that?
Is many rosters way better than the last one? Yeah.
W7M.
Well, and this is the thing as well. After this round, then you can bring a band back in. So
it's no longer the point show. It's just
kind of like, okay,
let's win a game.
2 shields. If the blitz is giving us issues, do we then ban out the blitz?
Yeah, I think that Spoit probably could be on this roster in place of another player, but
nature of the new ban system.
These guys have a lot of chemistry with each other. Like 4 of them do.
And to be fair, on the flip side, I'm not too sure if there's much that W7M would look at and say we want to take this away from M80. The blitz employed once
trying to block for the hop in. Smart as fuck.
The wide swing over towards kitchen hallway. Tots has been so aggressive on this so far, just trying to take as much space as possible, and he's got so much good information in towards dining as well that can be played off, but no one there close by. And in fact, it's Dos that's comping a lot of heat right now. Gunner cooking inside of dining, gets the pick, stands up
Here's
though.
Dodez.
Here comes a little bit of help. He has been downed. Dodez looking for more. That's a good one. That will have to be taken out. Oh, that's a free kill up above. Almost. Diffuser still alive. And very fortunate, to be honest.
Okay, Dodez is pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah, single digit takes.
One man backing up the blitz,
Diffuser.
making them
Minute 30 on the
physically
clock,
run away.
halfway point. W7M have fought hard for.
Herds and Kaze greater than Handy Bro? Not even.
Bolts to go out.
Maybe when the 1.5 optic change was still around, but now, fuck no. You can't even make that argument even. No, hell no.
Potentially make this play work. We'll need some assistance though from the rest of the team, of course.
What is Dots doing? He had 1 health, so he went for an ADS. He kind of had to, just giving Dota's time to like potentially shoot somebody else. They shot the hell out of his feet.
Better of it, maybe trying to
Dots did good as blitz, helping Dotas get into the
First real slowdown moment really of this match. First 2 rounds, certainly with some pace behind it. So coming with the switch on
Blitz
the
did good.
side.
I know he's 0 and 3, but Blitz did completely fine.
The final vault as well available from
They
Dodez.
killed one
They
off of it
team up
and took the fuser down to a sliver.
40 seconds, looking to make entry. Dodez finds another one.
Remember that guy with the sliver?
The opening 3 rounds. Now
there he was.
Into sight, going for the plant. Again, good.
That was a body shot, by the way.
He's found 2 of those so far throughout the early portion of this match. But the plan has been successful, and that's something that M80 and wouldn't be too happy with to see these plants down. But hey, if you're going to find the kills in response and deny them a good post-plant position, it's not the end of the world. Loban in towards Solar. Can he light them up? That's one. And almost to the second. Hot and Cold holds on, and M80 will retake the lead.
Yeah, Handy is probably one of the best players in the world.
That's 2 rounds. Oh, is it 3 rounds now the plant has gone down successfully, but 2 counter diffusers. Certainly a little bit of concern, and of course now with the 3 rounds played out, we head into the ban phase.
Handy, you may not think he's the best player in the world, but he's definitely top 5.
Because it's been the most prevalent side of the attack.
So someone asking on Twitter where Stompin is on the M80 roster.
Intriguing round there. I'm still not entirely
See, here's
sure
the problem with Stompin.
A conscious decision from M80 to allow the plant to go
whose
down
spot
for
are you
a
giving
retake, or
it
if they
to?
simply
Like
cured or
diffuser,
feel comfortable
gunner?
reacting, because we saw them
I
very
mean, gunner for
once that plant
diffuser.
went down. We saw the
Gunner has a lot of
PPC
game
slap
intelligence.
on the
I know
diffuser
people
went
think that
down
he's just a
before they
dumbass, but Gunner actually is
within range to
a
hear
pretty
it.
good shot caller. If you guys have ever seen me play with Gunner,
Back at that previous round,
he's a pretty good shot caller in the moment.
Fight hard for control. Dodo's with a nice clean 1-tap to get entry, and then that plant went down. Gav and Keno caught over towards Closet. Logan did his best as his 2 teammates fell in the post.
Stompin definitely will get to Pro League. I know that for sure. I just don't know when and which team it would be with.
M80 evidently pretty pleased with that result.
Well, we've had the bans come through, and the Blitz remains available for Dot, but the Capital...
He's a very good player. Top 10, but not first. Well, I think FaZe is the best team in the world.
Curious about that. And I guess that
I don't think that should be outlandish to anyone.
For the ADSs onto the Jaeger in terms of clearing out them.
Yeah, we'll bolster the catch.
10 seconds remaining.
So
yeah, Handy has decent mechanics and is probably the mastermind behind them.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
And
bomb
again, I think the pass mark, so W7M is 2 rounds. Maybe for a team of their caliber, they'd be...
Dotas is just like... They literally have a Blitz player escorting Dotas in just so Dotas can kill. So, Dots may have been kind of selling with that Blitz play. You can make that argument. But he let Dotas get in.
A big spotlight on Palu for this event, joining the team. And I'm sure he'll be under the microscope a little bit this particular event.
We heard that, you know, didn't
Shaka still play? No. So their team is now Team Falcons. So Krusty's team is honestly one of the best, if not second best team in the world. Krusty. That's actually crazy. You guys fucking swooped. You guys swooped.
Airdrop in place.
That oil money go bling, bling.
So far today, though, North America undefeated. And maybe looking to continue that. Start so far on the defense.
Good night, Joe. We got that Twitch Turbo.
7M maybe wanting to be a little bit more cautious here. Now we go basement. Need to clear out a lot. And so far, there's only really 2.
Explain to me why Furia is so dependent on the performance of Kaze or Herds. Because right now, they're not that good of a team without one of them popping off.
Up to top
when they
4
pop
now.
off, they can kind of keep
I
up.
imagine he's going to bring his way all the way across and look to try and catch W7 off.
You play any other team, people are going to be doing that.
Very well may work.
Always.
If he makes his way over towards the Mez, peeks down, and they're not ready for it, he should get a free kill.
Yeah, late flank.
If Herds or Kaze don't pop off, they're leaving after the first phase.
Well, to be fair, Vinny hasn't made his way all the way to the mezzanine. Not sure if this has been heard. And looking for another.
I don't think they're bad.
This
I don't
has
think
been the
they're
one
bad
downside for
players,
MAD. They have
but
allowed these
I don't
kids to
think
go
their team
down.
is very
Again, uncontested. This has happened too many times now. It's becoming a trend.
Once they get shut down,
and
they
so
get
much
shut down.
So this time, at least W7M not only get the kit down, but they find the kills to go.
They've gotten so many fucking plants
Just
down.
clearing
Are
a
we
path
watching
forward
anything?
In towards the basement. The flank didn't work.
They have gotten
For
so
MAD
many
that
plants
round.
down, bro.
And again, clinical for W7M. So much so they brought the music out as well. The party has begun. Maybe
They did the local ex-Falcons pros dirty, though. No, true. I mean, they did do them pretty dirty.
the likes of a Maestro.
They just kicked them out. Like, I saw
Goyo,
Robbie
and
on
Warden
Fanatics
South, and you're
right
allowing
now,
the plant to go
which I thought was
down.
hilarious. I was like, wait
At
a
least largely
second.
what we saw
Wait a
with the Taylor,
second.
Pretty uncontested and unsighted.
Like,
that's quite
those guys
concerning
weren't
because
bad.
you
Like,
should
the
have one
Team
of those
Falcons,
pieces
like the
of the puzzle
old Team Falcons,
directed on towards
they were
that
pretty
defensive
good.
plant position,
Like,
whether it be
they
the
weren't definitely
contesting it
not a team
in
that
the
was
face
going
of
to
utility
win
or
these
either
events,
on either
but they
side.
weren't a pushover team. They were going to upset a couple teams.
Didn't seemingly see that be particularly impactful from M80 in that round. Unlike the previous round above, where they were able to quickly scramble and find those swift picks.
Yeah, and then they got nerfed with the 1-5 optic change, and they were not able to do what they were doing before. Which is why Furia played a lot worse, because their performance dropped.
That's the good sign, right? It might be a 2-2 scoreline, which, again, the indication
Remember,
is that
like
it's
they were like clearly the best team in the world, and then the next season, it was like that SpongeBob meme before optic change.
And again, this is from probably a coach's
After
perspective,
optic
is the fact that
change.
these plants just keep happening. That's probably the most concerning part of everything.
And in a very uncontested
They just had a console pro
There
league.
needs to be more of a contest from M80 for W7M. This has just been far too easy.
I'm going to be really harsh for a second.
I mean,
why?
to
Are you doing drops
W7M,
and switch?
right?
Yes.
It isn't completely on
No one
M80
wants to
alone.
watch
It's
console pro league.
finding these very specific positions and
Half the people use third-party software to be better at the game because they can't aim with a controller. 2, they're going to look sloppy. It's not going to be like this. No, people wouldn't want to watch. Console players are willing to watch PC Pro League. PC players want to watch PC Pro League. PC players will not watch Console Pro League because it'll look like an average diamond game.
Inside of the building. That's one that's gone over the mez.
Siege is not a game that was ever really meant for console.
Gets on the rappel.
You guys may hate me saying that, but it really wasn't. Think about Call of Duty, Apex. Those games are made for console.
Feels like to me, I mean,
this was
again,
never
it's a 2-2
made
scoreline,
for
but
console.
W7M's attack,
As someone who's
they're
played
setting
for years on
pace the
console,
tone
I can
right now.
safely
They've
say
got the
that.
control. M80 have been able to get 2 rounds, and a lot of that has been off the back of those quick plants. They can sometimes find
The most pro league you guys are going to have are like the little
reestablish
Jinxie
a good
tournaments.
position in the post plant.
Target located.
This is the concern. If W7M get the earlier kills in the rounds, then
I know there's an audience for it. I know people would want to watch console pro league, but I don't think it would be big. Maybe like the ruling and like bro, there's just so many fucking cheaters and like.
And taken out. 1 and 5 start for Gunner.
First of all, you have to be 18.
W7M once again seemingly in
Like,
control.
there's just so many. Just
certainly
there's so many things, bro.
A player that we know can be one of the very best inside of the server. So no doubt he'll be frustrated and looking.
Yeah, you're gonna
to
have some of these
refocus.
pros
60
go back to
seconds
a
then on the
controller.
clock. W7M.
Do you want to pick?
We know they love going for these plans.
Bob Fortnite 42, or do you want to pick up?
Diffuser will fall.
Like it back with a controller.
W7M are about to take a third attacking round here on Chalet as Gavini just caught absolutely blindsided shot in the back and hot and cold. The only one that remains now for M80.
Nice spray transfer, but not enough.
Flawless in the end, and I'm not too sure Fabian's going to be happy with the way this half has played out. For a map that's been incredibly defender-sided today, they've given up 3 attacking rounds to W7M. One more round in the half.
I don't know. I feel like Chalet is a very 50-50 split map.
I've got the popcorn ready in the
Stomp is really good though.
That's gonna be
One player does not make the entire platform better.
Right now.
Stompin is a decent player. Does that mean that everyone on console is pro league level?
Still good
No.
opportunity to at least get a third on the board and then see how your own attack half goes next up. But ultimately, for M80, it's... Yeah, I mean, you've got the 2 rounds.
It's not like he just came out of nowhere and started doing it. Like, he just started playing comp. And he's been grinding. Like, we've tried to play ranked with him. They're like doing double scrims like every day for months.
They've won a couple of rounds, but off the back of that being a little bit touch and go. Whereas W7M have won probably 2 of their 3 rounds quite dominant fashion. So that's the concern. Double catch denial as well. Will buy a combination again with no capital. It does mean that they can certainly fortify some positions.
Yeah, I presume they're going to go for the pillar / top library cross here. They also have the mirror in support to make that push either from the double window above on the front bulk or library itself very challenging. I think this is a setup that got popularized. May have been Boston or even a little bit before that. can be rather effective.
Playing ADS.
I mean, typically, you're trying to go to Capital, but Jaeger chain, that's a challenge, and Capital.
Yeah, it's not like someone was
Evidently
new to a
can't do it
mouse and
anyway.
keyboard. He used mouse and keyboard forever.
This would be a nice challenge for W7M to try and overcome. It looks like they're also playing the
I hate to break it to you guys, but all those
on the
console
Jaeger,
swap
so-
overs you guys know and love, most of
Yeah, I
them
think
were
most
Zim.
optimal for W7M, maybe leaning.
I don't
to
know
the
one
horizontal,
console Pro League
maybe
player
work down below
that
as well,
swapped
gain
over to
control of the force, maybe
PC
back in that
and made it
regard,
to
because
Pro
taking
League.
on that setup
That wasn't Zim. I don't know one.
I don't really know if it's going to be the calculated.
Maybe
play. You have to
Yardi?
play it absolutely perfectly.
But I mean, it's
You don't
Yardi.
have actually a ton of. You know,
Is that who you want to be led by?
Especially not explosives. Again, Capital banned out.
I think as well for Palu, you know, coming into this roster, he doesn't have to do really a whole lot. He can kind of just slot in, play his role. He doesn't have to be the one to be a star. And the core 4 from W7M have already shown they've got the
Like,
capability
name
to
3
round
players
finals
that
to
played in
be
Pro League from
a
console
top
that were
team
never
and
Zim.
do
Name 3, go.
some big things.
I mean, going back to the point of clearing this, it looks like W7 are eager to. Dodes needs to get value from those shots.
That I've never had a Zim. Name 3.
At least one, preferably both of these mirror windows. Oh, there's one.
Yep, one does get popped. You can hear that in the background.
I don't know which one.
That I've never used one, never even tried to use one.
For M80. Got Gaveni there as well.
Oh, there you go.
And there you go. He elects to just hold this position.
Look at all them,
three
bro.
can actually
Look at all
play off each
them.
other.
Look at
Love
them,
the
bro.
positioning for M80. This is going to be very difficult.
The 3
for
Musketeers
W7M to
of the
clear
top
this
hold.
cleanly. Even if they can maybe get 1 or 2, I imagine.
How you should hold
the
top
other way
floor
around.
libraries, by the way.
Has lost his life. There is that trade. Oh, hello. Diffuser.
Don't do that.
It's caught in the hallway.
Oh,
Falls
hell
as
no.
well. That's a
Okay,
swift
well,
3K.
I like their
W7M.
positioning. I did not like what happened
Even
there.
though they lost the opening duel, Mehdi got the opening kill. It's 3 in quick succession for W7M. Really good pinch to clear up above, and that's just double stacking towards far. Kino just caught in the backside.
Having those
as well.
speed holders,
I think he sensed
honestly,
all the pressure was up above, but no.
I don't
Palu,
understand why you leave that
he
wall
was
open. I
actually
don't get that.
playing away from the rest of the team.
People
Gets them
cannot be in
completely
bar.
caught off guard, especially Kino. And that's a wonderful attack
I
from
don't like that
W7M.
defense.
Really well orchestrated, and they get 4 attacking rounds on Chalet, bucking the trend of what we've seen today.
Yeah, I thought that top floor was going to offer a little bit more resistance for the defense. W7M.
Well,
though,
I
clearing
thought
one of those mirror
Diffuser
windows,
had
rest of the team were
more
able to
shit
turn
top
them
blue,
on
besides him
accordingly.
being trying to be a little
Good
rat
job there to
and standing up
overwhelm.
trying to hip fire. I thought they had a
Defensive hold.
shield or something. They had nothing.
And by far and away, the most successful
Lux
attacking
Gaming,
half
no
on Chalet
Zim.
we have seen so far here on the
Let's
H-team.
give sub to Cam. Let's go. Hey.
Amount of data at this point with how
W.
frequently the map has been played, and
Everybody gonna ruin the
W7M
streak?
will be rather confident heading into.
I mean,
the second half.
W7M is a good team, guys.
To reiterate, it was the Azami
People think that
Ayu
they're
followed
just
by
clowning around.
The Monty and Blitz. So heavy emphasis.
You know,
on shield.
W7M is a good team when a player like Palu is at best the third best player on the team, who's been on Liquid, getting placed in championships constantly, and he's at best the third best on the team. W7M is a team that's going to be top 4.
Still one word, which is obrigado.
M80, I'm hoping is a team that make top 8.
Variation you want to use, but yeah, 4-2 lead for W7. Now I can't help but feel like this could be really ugly for M80. And I also wonder, when does Fabian pull the trigger in terms of a tactical timeout?
Dude, I like the new bans. It kind of mixes it up a little bit.
And it might be after this
Because
round.
you get
because
two
to
attacker
like,
bans and then
letting that
potentially a
scoreboard
third,
blow out. Maybe trust them enough
which is
here
kind of nice.
to begin the second half
Instead of
and
just
say,
having
okay,
like one.
You make it 3-4, at least it keeps
And then
it close.
both teams having to kind of share the bans.
What kind of Fabian
Now you get like, we're playing it against the attackers. We are banning attackers
so you
only.
might be a little bit contained, but it remains to be seen. That is an early kill for
I
Dogs
like that
onto
angle,
Gunner,
but
and not the way you
I
want to
don't
start your
like
attacking half.
K9
if you
window.
are M80, now without the Lion, and
Not
Gunner
that angle,
can just
though.
not get inside of the server right now.
Yeah, key player. W7M.
Gunner just getting completely
And
blown
that's the
up.
other part of all of this as well. You know, for M80, an organization, a team that typically has come under some pressure, and when you kind of look at Wildcard won today, SSG won today, Duck Zero won today, and it's like, well, for M80, if they're a little bit behind the eight ball, and you've got Shopify Rebellion as well waiting in the wings, is this a team that's going to miss out on majors and SIs? I'm going super early. They're playing W7M, but it's more so referencing the fact that North America's
They're playing
really,
W7M.
really strong, so it's not going to be as simple as just
They
walk in,
also
play
North
the
American
ball
teams
spot.
played some bots today.
hate to be
Besides
the one
SSG,
team that
SSG
exactly
arguably
is
is
the one
one
to
of the
lose.
best teams in North America.
Even if the
Either
impact
the
is
best
minimal
or
in
second
terms of the
best.
context of the
Definitely the
event, but
best
here, of
at
course,
this
it is
current event.
just one day
I
event,
don't
but
think I'm really going out on a limb there
That
by
being the best
saying that.
foot forward here at
I
Reload
think SSG is
for
the best team at this event right now.
25-26 campaign.
Agree or
Honing
disagree?
now
What do you
to
guys
round
think?
number 7. And the Yokais from the Echo of Doda is gaining some decent information toward that
Ew, Cam.
position. Elsewhere, Diffuser looking
Ew.
to work on the Deimos. Has 3 available defenders to ping out. Stalled out, though, however, by...
Bro, be careful with the J word. You're going to make people feel
Maybe
self-conscious.
double down with Hot and Cold on the Blackbeard. Harley finding himself in an aggressive position. Spotted out, forced back. Makes the right call. Walking into that cross, though, is the attack. Oh, good stun.
Yeah, that is really well orchestrated by W7M, and
it just allowed
Volts
to
is
just
fucking
creep forward
nasty.
a little
You
bit
just
in
saw
the
all
back.
those
two spotted as well.
shots he
Volts
could have
calls out
hit.
to the rest of his team.
Volts
Needs a
is
little bit
fucking
of help to
nasty,
move back
even
up,
though
and
he
no one
died,
close
I
by
don't
to really
care.
help and get a trade.
I don't care.
caught
If
on
he
an
shot
island.
at any of that,
Die on that island. 50 seconds left.
he
Still
knew.
leading
He
it
just
to
didn't trust his
W7M,
gut
but
there.
M80's not going to go down without a fight. Hot and Cold makes an entry in through office. You get to that half wall. There is presence. Double stack into the office side of things for W7M, but Keno finds a kill onto Dodes and keeps this round alive. The Echo taken off the board. It's a big pick. Don't have to deal with the drone. And under 30 seconds remaining, they're making something happen.
Ouch.
Diffuser in a 1 versus 2.
Oh,
Did
sloppy
lose
gameplay
2
there,
players though in
boys.
quick succession. Dots and Palu. Can they get the revive onto Hot and Cold through Diffuser? Absolutely not. They were never going to allow that one to happen. Swift denial. A
Be
Swift
careful
round
with the
win, and
J word,
W7M
Lurks. Be
5-2
careful.
up.
What do you do now, Lurks?
And I have got my eyes glued on the second monitor to see if we get that tactical timeout. Surely this is where you pull the trigger if you're Fabian. You really cannot allow 6-2 to happen.
Live polling now, yes.
As we keep counting down, it doesn't seem like we're going to get a Fabian crash out. No timeout called. Snow Wine coming up for this next round. And W7M, oh, they're in cruise control.
Yeah, they're chilling.
They are absolutely chilling right now. Yeah, Palu's slotting in very nicely, 5-2, but the team itself is just gelling.
Vamos.
Everything in the first half that they wanted to do, they were able to do. Get the plants down, had full control. Really made it difficult for M80 on their own defense, and yeah, good way to start the second half as well for W7M on their own defense now as well.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable to reflect on the rounds thus far and the fact that M80 have only garnered the
10
2.
seconds remaining.
Both of those were rather low percentage plays in the
5 seconds to go.
particular situations that played out. Really did not expect it to be this one-sided towards W7M at this point in time, but still an opportunity for M80 to activate on attack here. As we go down to basement for 8th round.
It reminds me of like year 1 Siege.
An intriguing lineup. The Carly in play.
Vamos!
Perhaps indicative that we'll see aggression towards the rear. Although currently Keno posted up.
I'll show you aggression
Maybe
towards the
just
rear. Ah!
Make these work though, with no denial in play.
Oh, watch it
here.
on. I'm live on Twitch.
Defense.
SenVale on Twitch. We have we got drops.
Denying space and gaining information with the likes of.
You want some free little alpha packs?
The Legion, for instance. They've also been playing really well off info. We saw in the prior round the Echo be impactful. It is an Echo this time around, but it is an exchange onto the belt.
Dangerous game you're playing there,
with
Keno.
no IQ in play from 80, dealing with that may prove to be a challenge.
A lot of intel shot for no damn reason.
I mean, I've got as far to say this has to be a must-win round for M80. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. It's been halted since the 3rd round.
Oh, I mean, look how many players with W7M are just looking to pounce here.
Smelling blood in the water. North America so far today has been a region that has seen resounding success, but it may close the day out.
So much
Lost
crazy.
courtesy of M80.
What is happening there, dude?
Again, coming into this matchup,
Oh.
W7M should have been
All over the map, it's just
team
some
of the
weird
two.
banana hammock
So much
bullshit.
so, I was a little bit surprised that M80 did bet the 2 bullets. I wonder whose decision that really ultimately falls on. Is that a coach decision, full team decision?
I'd say it's probably a team discussion, but then comes down to coach/IGL.
Yep. Only 3 drones remaining, by the way, in this round for M80. I mean, there's over a minute remaining, so they're going to have a lack of information.
Air job ready to knock them out.
Try harder!
Nice.
Kino. He's certainly been trying.
Breaching sequence activated.
Let's get the kill onto Dot, so no gas bag to stall out. Has an opportunity. Volts is going to fall elsewhere as well. Almost found one onto Paolo inside of blue. Doesn't matter. Hot and cold, getting busy. M80 might be on the verge of capturing an attacking round with Kino putting some good work in on the Wamai. They have been able to overwhelm this defense of W7M for the first time in a while. Finally, get themselves on the board, and that's a relief for Fabian.
I pick Cali. If you've ever played against Kino, you know why you pick Cali.
Looking to try and grind out these rounds for a little while now and finally able to connect.
Peeking Cali on an angle, on a pixel, is worse than peeking old Blackbeard. Because the second you peek, if you don't kill her, you are dying.
So hopefully we get a listener.
You are dying. Your body is ripped in half.
They're playing both Valkyrie, they're playing Echo, and again, as I said, Fenrir. If we have the Twitch, bring the IQ, because they are playing off information and playing aggro. They couldn't do it on basement so much as they wanted to, but you saw it with the Echo drone. They were not letting go of space. They were not giving you an inch. Do a 3-2-1 when you execute for the first layer of the defenders. So when you're going for like mess or whatever, do a 3-2-1, go together. Yeah. They're gonna send more people to help, but the 3-2-1 will help you guys clear them out. So you're 5 versus 3 at most.
We can also start bringing Doke and then use the early Doke call to execute like on their.
Do we want to do like our fast solar like we did against Furia?
Fast solar.
Yeah. Like remember we literally just repelled in with Blackbeard. And we just ran it down. Maybe after the Fenrir.
If it's Kitch or if it's Master.
Either
or either or.
Yeah. I mean, we can just bring a Twitches after Fenrir after solar. I can ID. Hold on.
Let's just see what they're doing.
They have drones, boys. We had like no drones last time.
It's signing.
Yeah,
right.
signing.
Fenrir again. Yep, Fenrir. All signing.
If we do a solo, let me know, Matt. The reinforce landing backwards.
Some wonderful insight there from both Fabian and the team as well for M80. Well, Kino with the good entry on the Wamai ended up finding a second as well.
Oof.
Later on in that round. So
Fabian and M80, yeah.
Definitely a big influence on the team today. 3-5 scoreline. Obviously,
there were two key points that were reiterated that we as well brought up, right? The information gathering from W7M has been really effective, the Echo and or Valkyrie.
What have been displayed on?
And the second point is the drone economy was rather weak for M80 in that prior round. So something that has been noted by Fabian. We'll see how that plays out. We also heard towards the tail end that they're probably going to go for a set play with the Blackbeard aggro solar. So let's see how that impacts this round.
I love that, by the way. So important for not just us, but even for the viewers at home to get a little bit of insight into this round. That it's like, hey, they've kind of alluded that they want to do this sort of set play. Okay, Blackbeard, solar, go for a fast take. If that doesn't eventuate, we now know sort of at home that, but they didn't want the game to play out like this. They wanted to do something else, for example. Of course, things change, you know, an early pick here or there. Maybe game plans can certainly change mid-round that we won't be aware of in terms of the comms, but a really good little bit of insight. And yeah, I think as well for M80, they kind of just get through this round, make it 4-5. Then it's a question of, okay, well, if that information
I know about using shotgun here.
Then just ban out the Valkyrie going after this round, of course.
Here we go.
Well, the fast play has been successful, and Hot and Cold, though, absolutely shut down by Loban. They got the first part of that right. What happened to the 3-2-1?
Don't know if the timing was a bit off, maybe Ying popping a bit early. They do have some control now to maybe play off, a bit of pressure being applied.
Dual swing, Loban feeling a little bit aggressive here because he's sensing there's a stack. Oh, what a shot from Loban onto Kino. A swift adjustment with a shotgun. Too strong, too good. Job done from Loban. He has lost his life, but honestly, he's done more than enough in that position, considering how fast M80 have wanted to play in this round, and they keep the pace going. 90 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Certainly a winnable round. Yellow ping information from above, but the shots are just a little bit astray. That would have been a crucial moment for M80 to find another kill there.
No wall breach. Oh no.
So despite Hot and Cold dying early on in the piece,
why did Hot and Cold ADS there? He knew he was going to get fucking smoked.
3 versus 3.
Like, just you're better off just gathering the intel and pushing him out at that point.
Diffuser plays the long angle back the other way onto Dots and M80. Well, I'll tell you what, if they can win this round, it's back to 4-5 and doing something that we haven't seen today, these two teams, but being a little bit more attacker-sided on Chalet.
Nice.
Gets rid of
that would have been bad.
And hello, we've got ourselves a game now all of a sudden, just like that. From a 2-5 lead for W7M, M80 are starting to bring things back. It is a successful plant
Dode's known in terms of his position.
They kind of knew where it's at, but...
And I cannot see a world in which he's going to pull off a 1v3 here. Host plant up above, no information down below.
When you come out now.
Well, Dodes will go for it, but his effort will be futile at this point. Solid round from M80 capped off there by Gunnar holding the cross.
And you know what's interesting about that round as well, Gus, is that the Blackbeard...
Ellers, the game is very, very fast and loose
what they
now.
kind of wanted to do there did work, but then you lose the Blackbeard, then you lose another one. So that was a really well-orchestrated round for M80.
And more caffeine
W7M, though, at least still got some good kind of punches in. But, well, in the end, the round goes the way of M80, 4-5, and we got ourselves a match here to close out the A-stream today. Ben's come through. Do we see the Valk taken off the board? No, we do not. Will be the Fenrir and the Twitch as well to follow, which, you know, we obviously heard Farley kind of talking about the Twitch and the IQ, and in the end, that's something they're not going to have now, the Twitch itself.
Both kind of sold there a little bit. Same with Kino.
Yeah, I can only assume now.
Why you can delay not actually swing in, bro?
Into Mirror. And I mean, spoiler alert, we can see it on the second monitor already, but yeah, that will certainly be the case. And on a site like Bar specifically, I like that approach from W7M. They're probably going to go for the double setup that we saw last time.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
previously
bomb.
this objective coming to matter. One facing towards library, the second from box facing the exterior. We yet to see them actually deploy, but I assume that will be the case. So cracking that open on the top floor from M80's perspective is going to be rather challenging. Capital, at least this time around, is available, unlike back in the first half.
5 seconds to go.
Well, they piqued my interest at 2-5, not going to lie. Started to lose a little bit of hope for M80. Felt like it was just the sort of game that was playing out storyline-wise. It's like, okay, maybe we've seen this before. W7M, they're at 9, M80, a couple of changes. It's not quite going their way. A bit of a poor defensive side. But resilience-wise, it's a really good sign for M80 that this has turned into a competitive game.
Breach charge deployed.
Find a third successive round, well, then W7M might start sweating bullets a little bit. And sometimes you can just
be pay to lose or pay to win.
On the attacking side. It's
yes,
been a
potentially.
for teams today on this map, but when you get into the
that's why there's skin rules kind of in game,
all in tune.
In comp,
really just snowball some rounds.
I mean, if you have Ember Rise on versus the hot pink uniform, which one's easier to shoot at?
And this is probably what M80 needed. You can lose this match like 7-4, 7-5, and I don't think they'll lose much love. But if they had, well, say 7-2 and got totally dominated, then there's some question marks. But this is already at least some good signs for them. For W7M, just got to find their way back into things. And maybe find a little bit more aggressiveness on the defense. It feels like they're really sitting back quite a lot and giving M80 a lot of time and space to do what they want to do. Oh, that's the shoulder that was peeking out.
Loading glass.
Flames to follow. Gunnar gets the first.
This is, yeah, I need to see W7M just find a little bit more aggressiveness. They're just barely shooting back. Loban, I'm not too sure of his position.
Though. They have sight
Logic
still.
Bomb, though, of course, ringing out. Dot's taken low towards Games, and Diffuser going for the lurk down through the hallway. Shot the back is Palu, and M80 have suddenly found a new gear.
There you go.
They've switched it up, and they're about to make it 5-5.
Well, the fire
It'll be 3 consecutive attacking rounds in a row. Volt spotted over towards the mezzanine. His position will be now known, called out around the map, and it's about to be flawless. The mental fortitude for this roster on full display if you are M80. Down 2-5, now 5-5. And a little fist bump there, a little happiness from Fabian. And that probably is no greater feeling as a coach when your team is down, you attack timeout, and then, hey, bang, 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 couple of rounds in a row. It was a 4-round win streak for W7M as they got out to that 5-2 lead. Since then, 3 in a row.
O outro que eu modificaria, na cozinha avançada, em vez de fazer aquela adaptação que você queria, eu queria fazer uma coisa meio alien, mano. Botar um cara na escada do Matoê, com 3 Jäger, deixar ele lá pra evitar essa escolha deles pra lá, e vai surpreender, porque ninguém faz isso mais, tá ligado? Eles dão um montão de recurso pra lá e deixa o...
eu vou deixar fixo o troféu
jogar. Então, mas se você conseguir jogar você lá dentro da escada de warding, fazer C4 janela, nos caras gastando recurso, e aí atençãozinha, vai na G2, pule um drone, faz alguma coisa mais assim, tá ligado?
O Palu tem que jogar mais próximo do bomb daí.
A questão da Switch é mais postura do que tudo, tá, guys? Joga aí, joga.
Deixa eu falar, Switch, Forte Bíblia, o Palu pega multi ru da cozinha, tá? Reforça os dois da cozinha lá. Só coloca a Jammer no Matuê, por favor, tá?
I don't think we do our normal default library clear. I think we do like a more like get one guy into games and then like we do like a heavy library like hop in. I can flash.
Well, unfortunately, it's not great. I thought that Norris though looked pretty calm. I didn't think that he seemed like he was, you know, totally losing it at his team or anything like that. And unfortunately, we're going to be getting a rehost coming out of this timeout as well. We've seen a lot of fanning down today. Doki wiping his sweat before, and
yeah, it's heating up.
It is. It's quite hot in the kitchen. It's quite hot. Kiss bumps, give that.
That other countries
we're getting back into this
around the world have Christmas.
A tense moment here between these two.
Like
teams.
In different seasons.
And for us,
like, I'm always thinking like
match that's
snow, weather, icy outside, you know,
today.
Christmas. Like Sancho with all the snow videos.
A little bit of that.
And then like people are like looking outside and it's like sunny as hell.
Even kind of go OT. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Potential.
Good way to close out day one here at Reload, and Can M80 keep the good times rolling for North America today? And unfortunately,
looks like the pause will be extended a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be extended again as the bends were wrong.
Just building up the tension.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping that boiling pot going a little bit longer. Smiles from Norris.
I think
in the background.
Celsius makes sense. So if you were trying to get like a base measurement, just double it, then add 32, and then take off a couple numbers.
Analysis, far more challenging.
So let's say it's 20, and let's just say okay, 20
and to be
times
fair as
two.
well, the one round that actually
double it
have won in this
would be
second
40
half of the defense was probably
plus
the
32,
of the
which would be
rounds that we had all
72
in.
minus
So
like
at no point
5.
really have they looked actually convincing on defense.
And there you go. That's a really quick way.
But it doesn't take much. You get to 6-5, and then the pressure straight back on to either side. Shouldn't be too much longer from getting back into this one.
For all you guys,
this is
just
the match of the day so far.
Celsius to Fahrenheit,
without a doubt.
you just double it, then add 30,
Really
add
is.
32.
Keen to see how it is going to.
And then like it's a little bit lower than
it
that.
really can go either way.
But
You could easily make.
Would you want to double your Celsius or pass to the next person?
And you could also make a case that M80 just continue the good times and the rolling goes on, and they also close it out 7-5. And then there's the OT. So I guess who do you kind of put this down to now for either side to sort of step up? Because I mean, Loban's obviously performing
so
very,
long.
very well.
Was that a message that was meant for Tinder? Your Tinder date?
Do you try and get more out of a Volps? Do you say, okay,
This is Twitch.
on
My bad.
defense here, does Volps go and
Sorry,
play a little
guy.
more aggressively? Do W7M as a team try and
The
play
fuck is a
little more
kilometer?
aggressively on defense? Because it's been a lot of sit back and hold side.
You know the measurement of meter?
You're allowing the M80 to get into really good power positions.
1,000 of those.
That's why they've been so successful. As we get back in underway, 5-5
So-
to scoreline.
See, I agree with the kilometer argument. I think the entire thing about miles is fucking stupid. Granted, I say miles too, but
it is wrong.
it's
again.
fucking stupid.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the Ella should be available. It should be the Fenrir band.
Never mind. Third time's not the champ. Not the champ. Oh,
So if it's 12 Celsius,
this match was going so well.
you double
I
it,
was getting into
24.
it, and now it's like all of the
Plus
heat has
32.
been zapped out.
We're copying it like the B stream did in the first match.
No. They got on the first match of the day. We get on the last.
Yeah, we get on the last.
I think that's quite fair. It's 1-1, whatever.
56.
But the difference is, this is a match that's
Subtract a few.
5-5. It's 10s, or at least it was.
Plus or
and now
minus
that
like
10
5.
difference feels like it's evaporated into thin air.
Yeah, but Cam, if you're trying to do it like in your head, like multiplying it by 0.55.
I mean, look.
5.
I wouldn't want to be in a
is
player's
ridiculous.
position right
That's
now.
why I said double it and
Like,
subtract
this
a
is the
few,
thing, 'cause
so
you
we can
kinda
just do it in
wanna
our
lock
heads.
But then at the same time, throughout this rehost, you do need to be a little.
Because I don't know about you, but I can't
fun with it. And I think we
mentally
were
do
saying
that
a little bit
multiplication.
before from the M80 guys.
Their vibe definitely at the 5-5 scoreline looked a lot better than W7.
Oh,
But I
absolutely.
almost feel like W7M have loosened up as this tech pause has dragged on. It's probably
agree.
served them well in terms of the mental reset, to be honest. Still not entirely sure if they can communicate. I feel like I have seen them talk a little bit more recently, so maybe they lifted it just considering how many back-to-back pauses there's been at this point. Not too sure though.
And then this is the part where, you know, for these guys, once you're actually in the server and the bans are done correctly, then you gotta
immediately
refocus like almost immediately and get yourself back into that mindset that this is a close match, that we can't make like we have to be clinical. And that's very difficult to do. It just the flip of a switch, like just especially it's been.
Timeout that Fabian took, I do think M80 have the potential to bring it back, especially when there's a rehost. The rehost usually ices the
I just
team
use where they're
that's
at.
kind of in the lead. So
I like knowing how to do things in my head, though.
But what about the team that just won 4 rounds in a row and then into a triple rehost and a big
So you
play?
can understand it a
Does that
little
just
bit
not
easier.
Completely evaporate all momentum.
It does to a certain extent, but it can go both ways. It really depends on the mental of the team, especially when you're making that hard of a comeback. You are sitting in the moment talking to each other, getting yourselves hype. Oh my God, we just won 4 rounds. Like, we can make it 5. Let's strategize. But if you're W7M, on the other hand, you're sitting there, wow.
I use the ish system. Okay,
it's
brother.
not looking too hot.
Who's going to win it from here? As we're moments away from getting back in, Fox, and I'll let you go. But who have you got from here?
I don't want to leak anything. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh, he's in the script.
Oh, he's in the
That's
script.
shit.
That's a good sign if you're M80.
He's tight-lipped.
I think he's seen the script. Maybe that might just be because it's.
Why did they ban the hour again? What are we doing,
Oh,
guys?
God.
Come on. You come back on. Fox. Oh, lone lax,
Maybe
you
we'll get
can
laxed
go
on this time for the 4-3 host. They love the admins absolutely hate Ella. They're just like, we're gonna keep banning Ella.
Cam,
Maybe they are
you know I
pitching
know
this,
the math. I'm trying to do it in my head.
That's
That
the
is
players
not
are gonna
math
crash
you're
out
doing
now.
in your fucking head. Be honest.
Have you guys had dinner yet? Do you
No.
know what's for dinner?
We're gonna get Lax on the mic this time. Lax,
Can I? Yeah. Oh, okay.
How was dinner, Lax? Was it good?
I need it. I went to the bathroom and then had to get back.
can you
here
put the?
to wash
You
the
can put
Have
it
you ever
on.
used a
Get the
microphone
mic
before?
close.
What?
Have you ever used a microphone before?
Yeah, literally in Boston. I mean, look, a lot
I
of
mean,
events we have.
90
I got
degrees
this on. I don't
Celsius,
really
Scott,
take
is
this
almost fucking boiling
I'm saying
water.
put it closer.
It's definitely
I
not
can
that
hear
hot
myself,
outside.
so I'm just getting louder. The closer I get.
Unless you're in Death Valley in
Well, I
the year
understand that, but, like,
2050.
it's beaming in my ear.
Global warming's real.
Okay, give it a rest. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what Fox was saying. He kind of stole what I said because I was that rehost, or well, that call from the coach for the timeout. definitely put a little pep in M80's step to, bring it back. But
man, with my skills, bro, nobody does decimal math in their head.
Both teams. You're both sitting here, you're both strategizing. And then
if you have to use a calculator, you lost.
Execute anything yet because you got to keep waiting to start. So I think both teams are in the exact same scenario, but best case is they're both equal with each other right now.
I want to ask you, because we were theorizing a little bit before, I think maybe 20 minutes ago on the first free host, was regarding
in this scenario, I'm thinking like I have like
M80 going like
ice cream cone in my hand,
to me at least, after the
and like
LA games we've seen today, that it was going to be
a drink in my other, and I have to figure out how hot it is or I die.
The way they did.
Yeah, and like I said,
I can't pull my phone out. I have to figure it out in like 20 seconds.
Truly realize where things were going wrong. You even heard in those comms they were talking about. Bring the IQ, get rid of the information. That's how they were playing aggressive. And then I think Hot
Cam, I almost got a perfect score on my SATs for math. I'm very good at math.
We can get that information quickly and we can execute and almost
I'm still not doing that shit in my head.
We saw exactly what they were saying from that timeout, and they have just been playing phenomenal.
I'm really good at math with a calculator in my hand.
Both sides. It sucks for everyone at the end of the day. I think it does benefit W7M a little better, because now they can kind of think where things have been going wrong. They can think a little longer, long-term, than what M80 can.
I hope I never got in that scenario where I die.
Fox here. You just get the mic a little bit closer this time so we can like hear every breath.
ASMR.
I like that you had to.
I was moving it away.
You had to say who was speaking.
Yeah, Fox is back. But essentially, my prediction is when a game goes on this long, especially with the tactical timeouts that have been happening, whoever wins this next round, I believe wins the rest of the game due to mentality.
So my reading was like
amazing.
My reading was like okay. Thank God my college looked at my math and reading. Thank God they didn't look at my writing score because I caveman. Me SenVale, right?
I think we're getting into the game.
Me SenVale. I can read but not understand what I am reading.
Hell yeah.
So OT.
Me SenVale.
Let him work. Let him work.
Bugger off. We finally got the game. The bands are correct. It's 5-5, and well, look. Any talk of momentum, absolutely. Zach's for either team. It's as reset as it possibly can be at 5-5. And look, I do kind of agree with the sentiment.
To be fair, I hate writing. So
11th round takes
I hate words.
Big lead going into.
I don't like words.
OT guaranteed off the back of the break.
Well, boss, how you doing?
Win this round. It's a huge one coming out.
I don't like words. And Jedi.
I love the fact that we actually get the Ella in the server too. How about that? Just for added theater. After the admins tried to ban it away 3 times, Dots is like, I'm playing Ella.
Maybe just do
Maybe
it
it's
to make a point, yeah.
Alrighty, M80, of course, we'll recap.
That's actually not that surprising, Rick, because most people are either one side or the other.
And then following
honestly,
timeout.
Like I think math is like right-sided brain, like more logical in thinking, which is why like you guys never really see me get mad because I'm like more like logical. Like I know they're mad because they care because they're trying to win, which is why I don't mind it as much. If you think about it, it makes sense, you know. And the people that are more emotional and stuff are the people that are like the people that get like angry and mad and like emotional are the guys that are better in reading and writing.
Let's say they deal with that information though. Again, the echo is in play.
But people that are literal human robots are better at math.
To bring the IQ this time around, which was something mentioned in a previous tech time.
You're fucked up right now, W.
Certainly don't want to be the opening death here either. You've been sitting around doing not a whole lot for a while, and it is going to be Palu. That is the opening death as Diffuser picks up the first kill for M80. Good start on the attack. ROU has gone out from hot and cold, and Giovanni's going to make it another one for M80. They get themselves a 2-killed lead. Ping information on the dots as well. All the pressure is right onto W7M, and Gunner, he also gets in on the action. A quick 3K to start the round for M80, and they've got themselves a 5 versus 2 lead, and then very much looking likely to take that 6-5 lead. Unless Dolts and Dodez can pull this round back, it's shaping up to be a 4th consecutive round for M80, and a huge comeback from a 5-2 deficit to take a 6-5 lead. Really just highlighting the day that it has been for North America.
All that consolidation now for M80.
Just close it out, get the job done.
Yep. And the Deimos as well can trap one player, so it's effectively a 5v1.
There's what mine thrown out towards that solar doorway in towards bathroom. Dot makes the cross, but only into death. Gunner shuts him down. M80 have got themselves match point after a 5-2 deficit. 4 rounds won consecutively. Puts them into pole position to take down W7M on their home turf.
Oh, damn.
Unless Fox is wrong, and then...
No, Fox is right.
He's not often wrong, to be fair. He's one of the best in the biz.
One of? Who else would be better than Fox?
The man standing right next to him.
Milosh.
No. The other one.
6-5 lead for M80. Can they close it out, or do we get overtime for the first time on the A stream today? Have we had any overtimes? No, none. None on the B stream.
There has been a lot of blowouts.
Had some big results on the B stream.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This could be our first OT. And now for W7M, you know, internally, it's like, where's this win going to come from? Because they haven't actually won since the 7th round, which feels like a lifetime ago now. And you kind of get caught in two minds. Do you try and go aggressive here? Because we've lost 4 rounds in a row. Instinctively, then you kind of go to think, well, let's try and make something happen, right? Let's be the ones to go out and be aggressive, go for an early pick, maybe a spawn peek, get something that can get us, you know, an advantage early in the round for us to build off. Because you don't want to go into your shell now. You've already lost 4 rounds in a row. M80 are fit firing, flawless in the last round as well. Then you overextend, and because you get aggressive, you actually open up your defense a little bit. So you get caught in two minds.
I mean, based on the lineup and position, I think they're going to play pretty.
I think it's going to be
full,
full, right?
Because the last time we saw Bar, it was very much the
onside
Jaeger, the mirror, lockdown turtle, try and hold a ball. This time around, they're very much across the map, playing far more open, looking to probably find success, especially with that opening duel as well, which has hindered them significantly.
Oh, this is it for W7M. You lose this round, and 2 bullets gone. North America undefeated for day 1. Oh, Nate forces Loban back towards trophy stairs, but with his life intact, no damage done.
Well, no one was playing the cutoff, so.
Yeah, we're playing the cutoff.
I would imagine
he's a chill guy.
Where you got to just find a way to hunt down these roamers.
Just in a weird way.
OT secured, but it's been a long match now. You probably want to get this one done and dusted. Loban.
Cut off this time.
There's an ace. Very much aware of this cutoff, though. And he hits the headshot onto Kino. That's a wonderful control. And that is the opening kill to the round that W7M absolutely needed. 90 seconds left.
Too passive.
Player advantage. No Kino available. And still good positions around the map. The map control for W7M.
Cameraman's loving that shit,
He's
Cam.
honestly very solid. M80 are going to
like,
have to really think their way through this unquickly.
Yeah, they don't have
this is too baity. I don't like this.
Only 70 seconds on the
clock.
This
is too baity. Too waiting
dirty.
for W7M to make a mistake instead of making them make mistakes.
Gaining that information will be a challenge.
Do you like W7M isn't going to make that many mistakes?
Running into a cross currently over towards Piano.
Did they go to swing the hallway? Bob's thought about it. Eventually,
that's why you guys have your gun up.
Position at all.
Just
backtracks a little bit deep inside a hole. There should find his kill onto Hot and Cold, but no, loses the battle. But the war may still go the way of W7M. Haru thrown out from Hot and Cold, who stayed alive. Gumine stepped on by Gaveni. A lot of time remaining though, and they still need to get towards the site, which is absolutely packed now with defenders. M80 very well could be on the verge of overtime if they cannot find a way to get some quick kills. Information available up above. Another ROU goes out. Shield screen is up. BPC giving the information for W7M. That was the downfall for M80 earlier in this half. Dropping down. They've got nothing lost. Kit surely running out of time in this round. An opportunity starting to falter. And the pressure from W7M mounts him. We will get overtime for the first time at Reload. And Fox was wrong.
I don't think he meant to drop.
Firing from the desk with a call like that.
I think.
Disgraceful.
But maybe he forgot how much time he had.
Big round win for W7M. Absolutely needed that one because they had lost 4 rounds in a row after a 5-2 lead. At the very least, it goes to OT.
Well, we do now get to see how the overtime bans function as well. So for those unaware, it does revert to what they were in their respective halves in regulation. So we don't have to endure. Oh no, it's
Oh my
endure. We
goodness.
don't have to go through another ban phase.
But there's an Ella in there.
Oh no.
I've just seen an Ella.
Oh no. That is correct.
Oh, is that correct?
In the first half. Yeah.
Oh, it was the first half. Okay.
You're trolling.
Oh, okay. You can't blame me for panicking though after what we've just gone
That's
through.
why you write things down.
I actually have it written down as well, so I should have just looked.
I don't blame you for it.
But yeah. Oh, I panicked for a split second.
If we see it later, if we see it in the next round, then it's a good sign.
M80 onto defense now, of course. W7M back onto the attack as we begin overtime for the first time at reload. And okay. Crisis averted.
But the crisis is not averted for W7M at the moment. I mean, the momentum is well and truly against them. It's been a real challenge.
Well, you still think the momentum's with M80 coming into overtime?
Attackers are heading out to
I think
defuse
so.
a bomb.
I mean, it's been stalled out somewhat, and I suppose the switch of halves does complicate things. So. There has been an attacking chalet, which has certainly not been the case for the rest of the day.
I mean, admittedly, you go back to that first half, and yeah, W7M were very clinical in their attacking rounds. And if you recall back, I think the biggest thing for me was the plants. So first half, 6 rounds played, 5 plants from W7M. And that's probably something that, again, I think Fabian will kind of look at and say, how do we kind of fix that? Well, that happened here in overtime as well. And the way that M80 were playing was certainly a little bit back, playing sight, but at the same time allowing the plants to go down. I mean, even with vert positions, they still allow plants to go down. Looking back, actually, in this particular site, it was the kitchen dining just pushed through and just literally waltzing in towards site. I think it was Dots.
Good game, I love it. Hell yeah. These are the guys can answer the map? Yes, they can.
Slow approach right now from W7M. Not looking to rush around the map. They have got a little bit of control on the library side, bar as well with Loban on the Deimos. Drones going through.
You see the view
just creeping up.
Problems, but main breach still up. Yet to be cleared. The impact amps for the attack.
Pretty much full top floor hold at the moment for kitchen dining, except for Hot and Cold playing West Main. Flash goes out, gun up, that one. I think landing onto Diffuser very nicely inside of Office, and Dots may just get going in towards Office, pulls out the pistol, hits the headshot. Absolutely clean entry through Ego, and with that, W7M have got themselves a very strong advantage to start overtime. Pushing up towards Dots, it's Brazy, it almost works out, it does from Hot and Cold, but they lose another one, and he's by himself in a 1v4. W7M swift on their attack. May not quite be playing down. In fact, the kit was with Hot and Cold. Elects to drop, does get the knock, and down onto Loban, and another one onto Palu. Makes it a 1 versus 2. Diffuser acquired through Dodes, and they're both here right in front of him.
Imagine, though.
Right side,
oh my God.
W7M.
That would have been Hot and Cold's greatest, finest hour.
Clean work there from W7M on that top floor. Despite some complications with the
I saw the glimmer.
Especially on the gun overs.
I saw the glimmer.
Unable to effectively contest that blitz, and once we saw that position unlock, it made life very difficult for those remaining defenders. Hot and Cold are unable to pull off that clutch. Good split there in the end from the attack.
And this is the kind of round now moving forward for M80. I think, geez, we've actually played quite well. We had them on the ropes. That we, 6-5, 4 rounds in a row. We brought it back, all the momentum with us, and may it just end up being a case of so close yet so far. And you don't get, and this is the thing as well, it's not like, oh, we get 1 point.
Yeah, no charity.
There's no charity point. Doesn't matter if you win in regulation or in overtime, it's 2 bullets, it's 2 bullets. There's no 3-2-1 point system or anything akin to that. W7M go onto the defense. But of course, this is where M80 kind of made their comeback, right?
I think he was trying to wait for
on the attack.
I don't think he expected someone to be that close. 1,
flawlessly.
And 2, I was pretty sure that he was like, wasn't sure if that would actually flash him where he was.
And W7M returning to familiar territory. We saw that round, on that round 12 clutch up to push OT. It was on bar gaming. Pardon me, so they're actually going to kitchen, so I'm scrambling myself here. That was back in round 9. M80 were successful on that attack. So
yeah, and I think that was the was that the round and actually coming out of the that was the round 8 one where they actually went for that solo push. Either way, top floor breach being opened up rather quickly. Kino towards Ego himself, basically controlling Office.
Okay.
Opens it up with the Selmas, then able to swing Ego door and gets an easy kill onto Loban. I mean, that's a good start to this overtime attacking round for M80.
There's ADS.
Do you need any more ADSs over here? Well,
they're not even going over there,
dude. Is dead. But absolutely stacked. Over towards
all that
Trophy
set up
stairs.
for that side, and they're just like, nah.
I know about Palu though. Little lurk over towards Fireplace. Could catch someone over towards that office side mezzanine position. Maybe trying to go through that breach towards half wall. Diffuser catches Dodes though. Expecting the bar stock swing from Palu. Nicely done from Diffuser. And M80 are on the verge of pushing us all the way here. And making it 7-7 to close out the final game of the A stream today.
Has anything changed with the reload event? Like, if you go OT,
close this out.
You like lose or win half the bullets you gamble, or does that not apply here at all?
Has very much played out when you take
probably not. I don't see how that would balance after you bet one. Never mind. Probably not.
And it's looking like we will indeed go 7-7.
It's either you win or you lose.
And all of it started really with Kino. Opens up Office Breach, then gets the swing kill. So as an individual player to be able to do that, get the kill onto Loban, you've done quite a lot there as an individual to begin the round. Everyone else can then sort of follow suit. Fusing with a nice double kill earlier. Dots now absolutely under pressure. The bees are buzzing on him. Does at least swing on that though. Makes contact with Gunner, wins the battle. Diffuser going down inside of Dining though. Courtesy of Hot and Cold. No denial to come through. Bolt's losing his life, and all by himself now is Dots. Stuck over towards West Main. So a 15th round is required for these two teams. Dots, nice headshot. Not too sure how he gets himself out of this situation though and wins this round for W7M. Expects one front entrance. He knows they're up above. He knows they're absolutely everywhere, surrounding
all the way,
position baby. On that kit. One more round is necessary between these two teams.
So once again, the bands will flip like the roles themselves, and M80 now with a key decision to make. What site do they try to defend? Finding success on defense has proven to be quite a challenge thus far, and it would appear that bar gaming will be locked in context. We saw M80 back in the first half of regulation defend Kitchen and Master, respectively, in rounds 1 and 3 successfully. I was attempted twice, and they lost out on both occasions. The second occasion of which they actually got the open kill with a minute to go in the round, and still didn't close. So.
I mean, this would be such a good win for really either side, considering the drawn-out nature of this match. You know, it's probably an energy-sapping kind of game.
Yeah, for sure.
So you really want to walk away with this win. If you walk away with this loss, you think, geez.
Especially with nothing.
That's a stinger. And I'm not sure what time either of these two teams are playing tomorrow, but, you know, it's the last game of the day. You've been kind of waiting all day. And I know it sounds a bit crazy, but waiting around is actually quite tiring. You kind of just sitting there not really doing a whole lot. Your energy reserves sort of drop a little bit. And this has been obviously a very, very long match. And then to lose it, got to deal with that mentally.
Thor with T1 with 24 months. Let's go, baby. Hey. What up, dude?
Just be for 2 bullets.
Yeah.
Could go a long way. And for M80.
I saw something on Twitter. It is funny that people judge everyone based off of hype, but people don't really. It's not politically correct to judge based off of weight.
Cloud9 that took down PSG Talent on the B stream.
One you can change, one you can't. And the one that's socially acceptable to make fun of people over is height, the one that you physically cannot change. I don't know. Food for thought.
From Loban.
Yeah, good information as well found.
Take the default down. Claim it for themselves. No mirror in play from defense for the double stack hold above. Instead bringing the castle, for instance, to switch things up a little bit in English. Some utility as well.
Last shot, W.
Well, opening kill is going to be so important. We've played 14 rounds, and so far, only 3 rounds as a team not gotten that opening kill and gone on to convert it to a round win, and it's going to be Kino that falls. And as I say that, yeah, it's now going to make it so much more difficult for M80. They don't have the Warden. Hot and cold is very low. There needs to be a swift response. Otherwise, W7M may just grab victory from the jaws of defeat. Flashes go out, Logic Bomb as well, aggressive from Dots, and he does have the diffuser. Needs to win this battle, and indeed he does, against Hot and Cold, deep in towards Barstock. A ballsy play that does pay off. Gaveni with a quick double. No, it's Gunner that got one of them. Just like that, a chance again comes through. And while this match has gone the absolute distance, we haven't had a round such as this. 2 versus 2, still a minute remaining. You can pull the plug on this fast aggressive play.
You don't have intel, bro.
To keep this pace going. So much
He has
time
no idea
remains.
if top is clear or not.
And they may just call off ever so slightly. No, the entry was found. Gunner will fall head in hand and down a diffuser in a 1 versus 2. Library Stairs is 1, and he cannot win that battle against Lubin. And look at what it means for
God, the 2v2.
on home soil.
Played poorly.
Oh, so mightily by M80. W7M get the job done. Hugs from all. What a close finish. Unfortunately for M80, they do lose all of the 2 bullets that they put on the table today. They get nothing from this.
It's W7M. It's W7M. I mean, M80 looking good, but
for it. So you can now finding themselves in the back foot though. We spoke about this whole Tim and wasting
now
time.
we're watching Team Liquid versus Team Secret now.
But they've lost 2 in the process, and it's Liquid that have now
Chandler
got an
moment
advantage
hurts.
as they're starting to think about what hitting.
I mean, he killed 2. No, don't say he sold. He killed 2 people. He missed the shots on the third.
Holding position, going to take out.
Sometimes he missed shots.
There's a potential push coming from construction, and that's going to manifest itself inside of logistics, which it does. He can't make any challenge at all.
You can't hit every single shot in the world, bro. That opening nitro to a wasted nitro and a teammate dead. That started their downfall. It was at that moment that they kind of sold.
And it's going to be Ask that finds that final kill.
Yeah, they had someone die, but Kino also got lit up, which is why he lost that 1v1 when he was in stock. So the guys in stock killed this many people. The guys in sight officially killed no one.
You're welcome.
Bullets are the code for points. You start with 6 points. You gamble how many points you want to risk every time you play.
I don't know.
Round 1, you can only bet up to 2. You can either bet 1 or 2 for the first round. Afterwards, you can bet as many as you want. So, you want to be a reckless moron? Bet 6.
All right, 4 apiece. In we go to round 9.
I'll play an 8-pack. We're going all in.
We'll see another Heartbreach ban. You know, a way to really rock it would be to like ban away the Hibana and then play like Basement, because it'll be a nuisance trying to get through a bunch of those hatches. Of course, you've got Heartbreach charges that you can use, but
yeah, I mean, Hot and Cold and Kino had a pretty bad play there. Gunner did okay, but not really in the right spots. And Diffuser just had no intel to play off of at all, and then played it poorly. So honestly, that was a team loss. It wasn't an individual loss. It was they lost as a team for sure. Like, I can point at literally everybody and be like, yeah, this is how that person plays that round.
Wills then about those hatches being opened or closed.
That's how it goes.
The other game has ended over on our other stream as well. W7M narrowly beating M80 in overtime over there.
Look at the lights.
I think it's the only overtime we've seen so far today.
We haven't had one on B, so...
As far as we're aware, there wasn't one on A at any point either. There we go, destroying those destructible ingredients that we call them. Environmental ingredients. Something ingredients, anyway.
I don't think it's an ingredient,
No, that's the official name that Ubisoft give it. Yeah.
An ingredient.
So you're laughing at me and now you feel like an idiot.
I do.
I'm pretty sure they call them destructible ingredients.
I guess if you think about it as being
feel like me going all in with 7-2 soft, dude.
Of the strategy,
W.
The way that an ingredient would be part of a recipe, then yeah, I guess
environmental
that makes sense.
destructible.
Call my bluff, bitch.
Just to add, 3 words
do
that
it.
one would have done.
I beg you, please make me broke. Do it.
I wonder what they're cooking though.
I'm so broke now if you beat me here, but you won't.
I like it. Either way,
probably.
I'll tell you that.
Unless
see the Hibana just getting up onto the rappel there, looking to get that breach open.
Think I'm bluffing? Does this basically look like someone would bluff?
They've already got a little bit of what
I
they
don't
need.
think so.
They could just do with being able to see through towards that catwalk window as well, just to prevent any movement back through into sight. The gridlock just going to make extra sure that nobody's going to be coming up main stairs. That's 4 track stingers deployed there, Des. 4 of them.
Jesus.
All over main stairs.
If you look up the definition of excessive in the dictionary, you see that. It's a screenshot of what Nesca's just done. It's a bit much, let's be honest.
The thing is, you don't really need them anywhere else. I guess you could make an argument for like lower garage stairs, the small stairs, but you don't really need them anywhere else. So,
granted, yeah. It's a lot of work for Savage to chew through. If he wanted to get out in the roam and cause a bit of bother on the Vigil, then he's got to chew through a lot of tracks to be able to get on the backside and do a little bit of damage to the attackers here. Liquid very focused on this construction side here. Wall being opened up. Should be able to get themselves in. Any impacts available to dodge this one away? I think there are, but they're not going to be able to be used. It'd be Savage that you'd expect to do it, but of course, he's trying to keep himself busy below. Had the opportunity maybe to deny the wall, but he's not going to get away with it. Right idea too. There is a player outside the doorway. Mowgli's found 2. Finally gets punished, but the damage has been done to him. Myers offline, Nesk offline. The 2 big fraggers for this team in this game removed.
Savage is battling underneath as well, trying to get himself back safely to site, which he is able to do. That's a really big play from the Vigil because it gives them numbers now. Adrian manages to find resets, and Secret, they're starting to run away with this round. It's 4 versus 1. Ask is inside, but it is a lot to ask. He manages to find 1.
I need my
Can
KD.
he find any more? Super low health. 15 seconds left to go. Secret, they've just abandoned site. They know that they don't need to give him opportunities. It's going to be Savage.
Planning back on that hole was a little reckless, but
dared to dream, but he didn't have enough in the tank.
I didn't catch the play that Mowgli made, but getting those 2 kills, absolutely awesome.
Yeah, needed a spectator's
in for attack timeout then. In fact, no, sorry, it's the band's coming in this time around. Round
Siege
10,
GG.
1 more, and by the looks of it.
BMP.
Tactical timeout as well.
Hi,
The coaches aren't allowed
Yen.
to talk to the teams during
I saw
the
the
additional
headset come
ban.
down. I was like, is it attack timeout? But no, there's bans to do. So I think it's bans first, and then the attack timeout
It's all
comes
at
in.
the same time.
There we go.
Hi.
That's another I said about banning the Habana away, Tim. So now there's only the Thermite left out of the dedicated hard breaches in the game. Yes, there's those 10 openers in back pocket you can use on some operators, but they're gone.
I think that's the perfect time for Secret as well. And again, it's just giving us a really good example of how impactful this new ban system can be. And you've got that situation where Secret now have got themselves 1 round in front, and all of a sudden,
he did
they've
us.
dealt a body blow to Liquid in saying, this has actually just got more difficult. Not only have we taken a couple of defenses already, this has just got harder for you, because now you don't even have the Hibana.
Mental. Really trying to hamstring their opponents here. Bless him. A lad called Nose.
Are we deaders right now? I'm going to make more
today in LoL, Valorant, Dota 2, and now Rainbow Six.
We're
not there yet.
We're not there yet.
I can understand getting excited because it would be the quadra loss. It probably sucked for the organisation today, but as things stand, they can bounce their way back in. They've had that tack timeout. Maybe they can turn things around here, but Secret are looking good, Tim.
I do like the little crest that they've got on the chest of the new Liquid jersey.
I don't like it.
All right, okay.
No, I prefer the logo.
That's that conversation over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, let's move on.
See, opinions are beautiful things, but sometimes they're just wrong. And yours, I'm afraid, just then was very wrong.
What did I like? The crest.
Yeah.
We're going to head back down to the basement then, Secret 5-4 up. This is actually sort of working out perfectly for Secret here. So they've got themselves 5-4 up. They've banned out Hibana. They get to go back to basement. Everything is stacked in their favour. This round is extremely difficult for Team Liquid.
Yes, they lose this one, it's going to feel pretty tragic, which I think is why they found themselves dipping back behind the shield here. Ask getting across onto that Monty. We saw Savage, of course, putting it to great use back in the first half. That's not normally the guy I regard as a huge shield player. I know he's definitely played it previously, but...
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to take it because Ladonis was doing it previously. So
someone's got to be that guy to step into the old shoes and start donning the shields for the team.
Just a little bit of careful preparation going on from Nora. He was very conscious about the potential for anybody dropping oil pit. Didn't want to get himself caught out with barbed wire in his hand. We can see the gas pipes have been left in position by the defenders as well, all around stairs. So that will give them some options potentially now then. Doom saw some success from him previously with the Scorpos. Managed to get himself a kill and get back to side. He's got to win that
Doom,
net. Somehow goes in, manages to get him. He's down to a fraction of his health, but Doom had so much opportunity to take him out.
That's a real killer. I mean, Doom has not had the best game today. You can see that by the stat on his scorecard. 2 and 8 he finds himself at. Fortunate that Noah, Mowgli, and Savage have been having a great game so far, to be fair, but you'd expect to see a little bit more out of Doom. You know, remember back when he was on Delta Project being coached by Fabian, and Fabian himself was like, there's so much potential in this kid. He could be something amazing. At least here, not quite putting up the sort of performance you'd hope to see from someone with giving him such high praise, but it is just day one. Maybe there's more to come from him.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough and continues to be so. We're going to get the hard breach charge onto the wall. Anything would have done. Ooh, interesting. I was just going to say anything would have done because the wall wasn't reinforced, but Secret have taken the opportunity.
Yeah, he's Brazilian, but he played on a few North American teams.
This is always the difficulty when you're looking to use a hard
He was part of that
gadget
Gomez Spirits
or
friend
an
group.
exothermic or anything on a soft
Still
wall
is,
like
probably,
that, on a soft surface. It can just be shot out. Sometimes that's
He's
where
a chill
you need
dude.
your book, you need your ash, something that can just open it up.
I've
They're
talked to him before.
Making a little bit of a mess of it at the minute.
A
It's
mess?
Liquid. They'll get in eventually.
Making a meal of it, Tim. Look at it.
I like the
How
pros
hard
that
is this?
aren't
Come
like
on now.
Eagle
They'll get
Lords.
in eventually. There you go. They're in. But 55 seconds left to go, and a lot of work to be done yet. A lot of work to be done.
They've still got 3 smokes in
No.
the back pocket, Tim. This
No.
ain't going to work. They can't rely on the Monty getting
No.
up to Dirt Door, I don't
Nope.
feel. They'll just keep on wasting time happily here. Secret are in a good position. Admittedly, Liquid aren't looking too bad. They've got a couple of players sprint around. You've got one hanging out towards blue.
No,
You've
talk
got
about
one on
Diaz,
main
I know.
stairs. The Monty pushing in here largely, I won't say by himself, but waiting. He's going to have to force his way through, Tim.
Remember what I said about the hard breach charges as well. They've had to bring 3 operators, so they've lost a bunch of utility that they might otherwise have. With the resets, manages to get a double. Savage does pick Meyer up somehow. Team Liquid are doing this. They're brute forcing their way into sight.
Man, if Noah turns this around, he's a hero. Has found one more, but he's on for 4. Got to get one more at the bottom of main stairs. Won't find it, and that Monty is now going to step back, and there is very little that Noah can do about this. Information being fed by the Monty. One more was at the bottom of the stairs, but he's got up top, Tim. This one's looking pretty cooked. He's got to try and win something if he can. Doesn't even know where the diffuser is at this point,
Wow.
Tim.
Does he
At least
do that?
now he knows.
So easily Pro
I don't
2s.
see how he wins this.
Hang on a minute, he's just prevented the Monty from having too much of a direct impact. Nesk is going to have to drop here. He wants the fight with Nesk because he's on such low health, but Nesk has just shown why he's so good at this game.
He's a
What
friend.
that
He was
experience
in that
counts
friend
for.
group of
He was
Kino,
so low
Gomez,
health
Spears,
on
those
striker
guys.
throughout that entire round after Doom almost killed him. Don't forget, that's a kill Doom probably should have got. Nesk escapes with a fraction of life left, and then you saw him at the bottom of main stairs. Noah gets 1. Nest doesn't challenge it at all. He's having absolutely nothing to do with it. And as soon as he thinks it's safe to do so, he gets upstairs so he can start working vertically. And then only drops when he absolutely has to. Just really, really
3
smart
smoke
decision
canisters
making
in his
from
pocket,
Nest.
by the way. I'm not sure if he threw 1, but
we were really
he
worried
probably should
about
have
the whole
thrown more
smoke
than
plane and
1.
being choked out, not having time to get up to the main door to start putting any kind of threat down, but we touched on resets in blue. That side swipe where he pushed, he was a little bit late to the party because it was looking a bit frantic for a moment for Liquid inside of Dirt, and I thought they were going to lose 2 players, but Resets finally gets there and nets 2 massive kills for his team, enough to keep things all square. These teams have constantly
I'll say it,
been
so you guys
within
don't have
1
to.
round of each other.
Secret is
It
ass.
feels like overtime is all but guaranteed, but
I don't know, Liquid.
we could
I
see
mean,
some
Liquid
madness
is
in these next 2 rounds.
I don't know.
It was a great round from Liquid. You know, you give me that position.
Secret,
you say
come on.
you've got a Monty and another player in Dirt Tunnel, 50 seconds on the clock, a Vulcan canister's just been detonated, you've got 3 smokes in pocket, and you've got players
Secret right now is in a
ready to
3v5.
challenge in Dirt. And I'm going to say your defensive team is going to win that most of the time. So Liquid have done a great job to crack their way into
The
side.
YouTuber Brazilian friend group that all moved to America, yes.
This round, they mean business. You've got the Deimos, you've got the Dokkaebi, you've got the Lions.
Exactly.
Tim, they're going hunting here. Specifically, Roma hunting, trying to find out these secret players that maybe are a bit too far away from sight. You wouldn't expect to see loads of them really for this site of Gym and Bedroom, but there will be some, no doubt, out towards the east that are trying to isolate and pincer off. Everything else scare with all this global utility and tracking-based utility to force the players back and mean that Liquid don't get so stuck trying to clear out the east side of the map this time around.
Nest just holding that long angle, like you say. They're just trying to flush secret players out at the minute, force them into lines of sight like that, and just see if they can take advantage of any opportunities. Going to have the exothermic going off, and how about that from Diaz? Absolutely beautiful. Knew exactly where June was, finds him over the top of the weight rack, takes him down, and what an opener from Liquid.
It's a good start, though. June, once again, rechargeable gadget gone,
You know
but also
there.
the player that hasn't been having the
You probably
greatest
might be.
performance so far today removed. Back onto camera duty for his team here to help them try and hold on. Noah has retaken control. How has he got away with this when Nesk is the one on the rappel? Should never be able to get control of that window once it's been cleared once, but it looks like that's what they've done. Tim, it's a 3 versus 2 though, and Secret in position here to hold on.
I don't know how Secret are doing it. Despite losing bodies, they always seem to come out on top. They always seem to find that extra kill. Mowgli has been downed. At the minute, he's just living intel. He's just a camera that's giving information. He will be taken out by Nesk. 2 versus 2, but the onus here is on Liquid to get into sight, to put the diffuser down. They've got time to work with, but right now, they're just embattled. They're embroiled in this gunfight. They can't move anywhere without Secret challenging them.
Problem is, Liquid pulled the trigger in that first push without even using a phone call from the Dokkaebi, so a little bit misaligned here, but it's the shots that count in the end here. Ness can't win against Savage. Diaz with it all to do, still with the diffuser in back pocket. Goo mines scattered all around him. This one feels a little bit hopeless, but he's got 35 seconds to pull off some magic. The new boy on the team coming back to his home region after playing in NA for years. He's got a chance to keep his team in this, but it does feel a little bit hopeless, Tim.
Secret are just waiting. They know that they can just hold on, force him to play the diffuser, play for time. There you go. He will eventually have to show himself, and Savage cuts him down when he does. That's going to be Secret getting themselves onto match point, but they will only get one opportunity. They will be ecstatic if they can get a win on opening day against Team Liquid in the final game on B-Stream. You know, what a result for Secret that'll be.
It'll be massive. I mean, I'll give full shout out to Savage as well. I know I've touched on Zed playing well and Mowgli playing well, but every time it feels like they've got to pull out a bit of a flourish and do some magic, it's Savage doing that. And it's nice to see because we're so used to seeing Savage as the shield player on this team. Of course, here on the defense there isn't shield, but it's just great seeing him putting up some good numbers here. Into double digits he goes, joining Noah and Mowgli. And that could be enough to see them over the finish line here. Liquid arguably a little bit too dependent on Nesk. And we've got a rehost coming in.
It looks like we could have, so we will just get everybody out and everybody back in as soon as we've got the issue sorted. But, you know, what a time for it as well. You can't plan these things, it's just an unfortunate thing. But, yeah, it just gives the players a few minutes to sit and think in their own mind, you know, what's going on, what's happened, pick apart them players that maybe they feel like they could have done something more, done something differently. Secret, I think, have the edge at the minute.
They do. I say momentum's on their side.
Obviously, in terms of the score, they do, but I just mean in terms of the momentum, in terms of the way they win in the rounds. I just feel like it's potentially it's Secrets to take, really.
I feel part of that, honestly, in that last round was more on Liquid, like losing it by making a few mess ups where Secret just had to play out the round from there. And it sounds bad to say because he's had such a good game, but honestly, 2 critical mistakes from Nesk in that round.
There was.
One, he lets Noah get across onto that west window inside of CC, where he gets a kill from the window towards south balcony. And then second rule, when they actually start pushing forward and trying to make a hit happen, he sat there with both Dokkaebi calls still in back pocket. You can't bring a Dokkaebi and not make use of arguably the best gadget in the game. Like, that's why you bring her along in the first place, man. And so he's cost his team a little bit there, I wonder. And I don't think it would have come down to a 1v2 for Diaz if they'd managed to get that right in the first place. So a bit of an oopsie by Nesk. You're forgiven because he's kept his team in this game for a number of rounds. But it is Secret who now sit at 6 and 5. And once this rehost is done and we're back into game, you start to feel a bit nervous about Liquid's chance of getting a win out of this.
Yeah. Drops go to like 8 p.m. today.
Fan. Not so much if you're a Secret fan. I think you're quite happy with that.
Would you again?
But yeah,
Gamer subs.
It's definitely an uphill battle for Liquid.
Gamer subs of pom juice, pomegranate juice.
It's kind of one of those games where you feel like a team's alright. They've got a bit of momentum now. They're building something, and the other team comes back. And
it's like 200 milligrams of caffeine.
And so you just don't know which way it's going to go. But Liquid, these for me. You know, if we're looking towards Liquid and we've spoken about them winning, not winning in terms of tournaments, these are the games that they need to win so they can start winning. You know, when
it's always been kind of meh. They're like
when the heads do go down,
technically really good, but they're never a winner.
Really
they never win.
All of his players are
they'll always place high, but they'll never win.
Someone said actually in the chat a minute ago, they were just like, man, Secret's coach is so cool. It's like, he is cool.
They have that secret sauce to like get them to the top 8, but beyond that,
Brazilian lore.
Brazilian lore.
The Brazilian lore. So Twister started out as a coach for Fury.
But right now,
Fury first came into
I don't know.
the Brazilian league. But so the league was expanded. I think it was 2021, if I'm correct, which I'm pretty sure I am. 2021, they added 2 additional teams, which were W7M and Furia, and both of them have grown absolutely fantastically since then. And Furia was coached by Twister at the time. And they were not good in the first couple of stages that they played. I think in 2 stages, as the league format is now, they won 1 game in the 2 stages out of like 18 games, because there were 10 teams in the league, so they played 9. I used to love talking to Twister because we did the English-speaking broadcast, and Twister speaks very good English, and so made himself available
Have Liquid ever
for
won?
the interviews. And even though Furia were losing every week, he was
Other than,
coming and
like, year
speaking
2 or
to us every
something.
week, and that's not always an easy thing to do, you know, when you're losing those matches like that. And he used to come and speak to us every week, and he'd say, you know, like, Ace, I know that we've lost again, but I believe in this team, I believe in what we're doing, I believe in what we're building, we will be at the Invitational one day, we will. And he used to say these things, and it was like, you could look at it and think, you know, I'm sure it would have been easy to laugh, really, and say, you're getting beaten every week and you're talking about being at the Invitational. But then what happened was they went into the relegations. They almost got relegated out of Brazil. They went in there, they survived, they came back through open.
I mean, they're not a bad
and
team.
got to
They're just
SI.
like.
And then they were like every major after that. They just kept consistently qualifying. And in part, you know, obviously there were players on the team. There was the backroom staff, you know, everything else that went with it. But, you know, in part of that was Twister's belief and his attitude towards what was happening
2020.
there. And eventually he moved on from Furia and, you know, he came to find himself at Secret. But his genuine belief in what he can build and what a team can achieve,
Top 5 in ranks, bro. I stream.
Happy
If someone like me gets even close to that, dude, I'll get Q-sniped all hell by Death Stacks. It just won't happen.
Experience in coaching, like,
I'm happy with top 100. I'm not going because like I'll just race too much.
Have a real well-rounded view of the game. I think also probably to give him some fair respect, you know, he's only 25 years old. But for someone who's that young, I think, to have the maturity that he carries himself with, I think it's such a beautiful thing, and it definitely shows, I think,
ATO regions, Super majors aren't actual majors.
Also, like you say, the kind of things that he'll say in an interview. Very positive thing to see, including
I've
for
got
Secret.
one of his old Furia shirts as well that he very kindly gave.
There you go. Again, look back at last year. Secret made, you know, the quarterfinals of 2 events. Like, they've shown that they can do this, that they can perform to a high level.
I mean, they're not bad. They're definitely getting fucking paid.
The right environment for Mowgli to thrive,
obviously,
to be
but
his best. This could be a real
not the best
team come later on in this year, and it's what's so exciting about a lot of the teams that we're seeing now in the partnership program is the potential that they're starting to build on side.
That would be
anyway,
so damn
let's
annoying.
get back into the game.
Knowing
up 6-5,
that you're one of the best players in the world,
we're done and dusted.
but not the
Otherwise,
best.
It's OT to see who walks away the winner here on Clubhouse.
And the people that keep beating you are just
like
random teams that keep coming up
because they won
over and
the
over.
Shrine, but with the momentum, it's felt like they've been a little bit more solid. You know, Secret have Liquid have been able to come away with a round.
That's why they haven't
there,
roster
but it's
changed in
felt a
like
little bit
forever,
scrappy,
because
and they've kind of kept themselves in it a lot.
it's like they
want to
stay placing high.
Secret, like I said, by contrast, have just felt a little bit more in control of things. It feels like the game's being played to the beat of their
yeah, but they always
drum.
get like second,
If
third.
For the time being, the drones are going to be raiding
Plays
through
top
before
8.
Liquid start pushing on in. They're happy that Strip is clear, so they're going to take that ground. That's what I want to see from Liquid. Some nice decisive play. This area's clear. We're going to go in and claim it. We're going to move our way through. We're going to grab the entire map, and then we will look at site.
Bit of a change up for Liquid as well. Like, we've seen Deimos obviously for the majority of these rounds. We've seen a lot of like Dokkaebi and Lion being brought along as well. Nowhere to be seen here in this round. Instead, going in towards the Striker. And I remember for a time we were looking at both Striker and Sentry, and there were a couple of teams, FaZe being one of them, that played the living death
You misunderstand.
out of those operators.
Getting top champion doesn't require you to be good.
Especially at a time when you no longer have 3 flashbangs, you only have 2
It requires you
to
dodge
through a meta where I think
games you don't want to play, and to play more than everyone else.
It's
not about being good.
Jaeger can now catch things like Capital Bolts. Just makes life a little bit more frustrating.
People that have ever hit top 1, number 1, or like top 10, they dodge games they don't want to play against good players. They'll dodge every game against anyone that might be cheating. Bitch, I play so many games that I know I shouldn't play. You know? Because I don't want to dodge.
But it is just that damage that gets done, and the fact that you've got to be aware of it. There is a Vulcan canister.
To me,
on the wall
stream
well.
over
There's
elo.
Still utility that needs to be dealt with.
I'd rather stream than have pointless elo numbers that don't matter. People know I'm not bad, so it doesn't really matter.
From the players themselves yet, and Noah just showing good patience here. He's not panicking. He's not popping that Goyo canister just yet. He's going to bide his time.
What are you talking about,
wait for the moment. If anything, you want to wait till you get down to that 20-25 second mark, so you know it's going to see out the rest of the round. But
am I high?
Got about another 30 seconds before we get to that point.
Sure.
Oh, did they play?
Nerve-wracking for Liquid and for
they did play.
Got to this point
oh God, they lost.
It's a lot of work.
I thought that was oh my God.
Right idea as they step forward. The Fenrir FNAT
I did not realize that
one.
one.
Push on forward, but the Goyo canisters go out. Zoom into one. Asker in the trade, but Savage will
they lost
not
the Black
stop
Dragons.
Today.
Wow.
Noah into another. It might be back and forth, Tim, but
Sorry,
there's only two left on
I was
side.
like, what are you talking about?
Noah's very low health at the minute. Needs to be careful of that. Also
I was sleeping during that game because I thought it was obvious.
Adrian is there on the cover, manages to find Maya Diaz.
Exactly,
Onto
Deacon,
the
exactly.
low health Noah, but 2 versus 1. Adrian and Savage holding on. Toxic Babe canisters coming out just to prevent that passage of play from happening, to prevent him pushing. And that moves him into position for Savage to cut him down from Church. And Team Secret take themselves a big day one win against Team Liquid.
Who's next?
I can only imagine how much that means to these boys. And look, you can see it on the screen yourself how excited they are about it. It is only day one, but to bring down a big household name like Liquid is a great start for this team and a really good, well-rounded performance. Noah, Mobley, and Savage, for me, all played absolutely brilliantly today.
I gotta start gearing up.
And we just finished our final matchup of the day. B-Stream is almost done at this moment, so we have to recap things overall. We picked 3 of the best games that we've seen today, and of course, there's 10 in total. Falcons versus Loud is up on the chopping block. We have some replays from that game, and we'll see how things ended up on the scoreboard. Gentlemen, let's be honest. Falcons, we expect them to win. That's been the whole situation for a year now, and yet once more, we get a surprise, and Loud upset that nobody expected.
I mean, it was a great showing from Loud. Obviously, it was on the B stream, so we only were able to catch glimpses of it. But one biggest thing for me is just Falcons. A certain level of, yes, we always expect them to win these events or make it far in these events, but there could be a certain level of comfortability that's been approaching, especially since the last recent successes, but not necessarily crossing that finish line of winning. And now they're just making it to another event. It could just be a level of, they've gotten a little comfortable and they needed that wake-up call.
Yeah, and first and foremost, welcome Loud to the Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, that's amazing. But on top of it, I mean, Loud, I think people sleep on them, truthfully, because that old E1 roster, that was then the Raza Academy roster, these guys can shoot. And clearly the stats speak for itself. I was catching glimpses of the game after our first game wrapped up. And the thing is, I think that caught Falcons off guard a little bit, is Loud will be in your face. They will take those gunfights, which, don't get me wrong, the players on Falcons have no problems taking gunfights, but I just don't think they were expecting that initial aggression that I was watching from that last little tail end of that game, which clearly goes to show even in the kill department for those top 2, and then a 7-4 finish on that map.
And what a way to close it out. Obviously, getting most of your rounds on attack Skyscraper is very difficult to do. I mean, it's such a defender-sided map, so to have an understanding on Skyscraper on attack amongst all of the other teams, that is an auto ban for a lot of teams. So if that's a map that can be one of their mainstays, it's looking like Loud is going to be a little comfortable going through.
It's going to be Loud.
Yeah, absolutely. Loud to no Rainbow Six. They're here. They played it in their first game, and they're able to defeat Falcons. A huge, huge game, and I'm sure Jesse's going to be recapping that game.
I said Black Dragons
as
because it's
the day
Black
kind
Dragons.
of goes on in preparation for tomorrow. However,
it's Team Loud.
There is a second game out of the 3. G2 versus SSG.
I figured no one would know who that
was. More, EU wipes his
I
butt
just said
all
Black
over
Dragons,
the floor because
so people knew.
SSG really made it look good.
Yeah, it's been quite the day for NA overall, and specifically SSG. As I said to Fox earlier, you know, you don't know what to expect from the SSG you're going to get on any play day. But what
it
we
looks
saw
like most
today,
of Black Dragons
especially
roster,
with the addition to Newers and how well Newers played, this is a scary SSG. They were scary before, but if they can continue this performance and put up this display with the addition of Newers also being there, again, SSG is going to be a scary force through and through throughout the rest of this tournament.
The environment SSG brings is something that we talk about time and time again. And obviously, the other question that always comes into play is their consistency. We have to see them maintain this level of play. I believe this is the best look of an SSG being able to maintain that level of play. The way they were able to just completely shut down G2, the playstyles worked out in their favor because SSG constantly got those opening picks. Shout out to Newers, he was a really big reason for that. And G2 just wasn't able to have a response when they went that man down.
And a reminder that these two teams, nobody had picked them going into the day. So by default, they ended up playing against one another.
That's the team I'm thinking of. My bad. No, you're right. You're right.
Each one of them only chambered one round.
I knew it was a Brazilian team that wasn't like a popular one. That was like
so a lot of
pretty good.
The two squads. At the end of the day, SSG
I forgot about Raza Company.
Really dominant through their game. That I guess all the effort and the team play that they put in the game and outside of it that we talked all throughout Boston about, also the SI.
Valka should beat them.
Though they didn't, still game number one. So who knows what could happen? We still don't know what their next game.
The Raza streamer that wasn't an actual team. It was Raza Company.
Yeah, that's gonna be a
Raza's like King George, but for Brazil.
In a competitive Rainbow Six, but that was
that's
game
like saying KG
highlight.
Company.
However, if you just missed it,
you know,
M80 versus W7M.
It wasn't a real
the
team.
Distance in overtime. What a matchup that we've had, and at the end of the day, it ended once more for W7M and once more for Brazil.
I mean, it could have gone either way. We just got done breaking it down, and obviously this game probably for me was the game of the day in total. Just every single round going back and forth, both teams showing a little bit at what there is to come in the rest of the tournament for them, and there was a lot of discipline on both sides. I mean, yes, rounds started coming back in M80's favor, but there wasn't necessarily many upset clutches or situations. It was really just good siege team play round after round, and that's what we needed to see from M80 since SI. And for W7M, since picking up Palu, that's exactly what we need to see is the consistency there.
And again, on either side, you're going to have to win it all. You got to beat every single person in front of you, and you have to display some sort of resilience, and that is where both teams should be happy and be proud that they came into this game and literally gave it their all for their first game to start out Reload.
They did give me dirty with that.
What a way to really kick things off here in our day. Now, teams have been reloading up to a maximum of 2 bullets. That's the rule for the first 2 play days that we have here. The maximum is 2, minimum is 1, really throughout the whole group stage that we have. We're going to talk about that in just a second here, how it actually lines up at the end of the entire competitive day, but we got close to seeing a flawless card, in which case that would give you an extra 2 bullets that you could chamber and have up to a maximum of 10 in the opening day. We got close, we didn't get to see it. Maybe we'll get to see a chicken card that gets used in the draft later on. I mean, there's a lot that's still in the air. However, overall, is there a region that is the clear winner out of the day?
I have to say North America. I mean, everyone, for the most part, outside of M80 losing 7-8, they still really could have went either way. And had they done that, NA would have been flawless throughout today.
Brazil, brother.
Dominant for sure. Besides M80 at the end there, they looked really good too, but they didn't get that
win.
Did
a Brazilian team lose?
I think NA just looked the best. But I mean, you got a little bit of you in every region, so technically, like, anybody's winning, you're winning.
I heard NA is doing great, and I just had flashbacks.
Listen, it's still early though.
NA's time.
It's still early.
It's only day 1.
I'm so happy that you're just looking out for me.
Of course.
And really, it's because I am a Brazilian fanboy. After Boston, I've just
I think Brazil probably did the best.
I need them to prove it to me why I should be supporting them, because now it's been 10 years and I'm saying
I know the American cast is going to want to say North America, but
at some point in time, and really here in Rio, maybe it is time to back Brazil, right? That would have been the better thing to do in Sao Paulo, that's for sure. But before we kind of close things out for what happened during today, I want to talk about the draft that we're going to have in around 20 or so minutes, because this has never been done before. And just to give you a bit of a layout.
I do want to watch the draft.
Basically, the studio where we've seen all of the teams competing, well, this is going to be me standing in the center of it and then having all the players around me. A representative from every single one of the 20 teams will be there. And then one by one, They will pick who they play against tomorrow. It's never been done before, especially not publicly, where everybody can see what's going on and seeing their reactions, who's going to trash talk, who's going to say something. I mean, Ashen, if he's going to be the representative for SSG, I'm looking forward to something happening over there.
It'll be a fun experience to see all the players talk to each other within like who's picking who. You know, you're going to have like people from the side just making comments. I think it's going to be really exciting.
No, I think it's going to be a lot of fun because, again, like you said, we've never seen something like this where the players are going to interact right in front of one another. We usually see that with map bans, but now we're seeing it, people getting picked. That's a whole other ballgame.
And then if you dodge it, if you chicken out, well, we can all see it live. Anyways, here is what our results look like for today. That is the bullets that everybody's been able to charge in and keep with them for today. 8 rounds. These are the
So
top
this is
10,
how
and
they're
we'll
going
talk
to
about
rank
the
the
bottom
teams.
10 in just a second.
First pick, second pick,
8
third pick,
bullets
fourth pick,
for
etc.,
wild
etc.,
card
etc.
all the way down until we hit W7M, then Loud, SSG, and Secret with 7. There's a lot here that's changing because maybe you were not expecting these teams to be at the top, or at least with the way that we have the variety at the end of day 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, to see Wildcard sitting at the top just due to the round differential, again, that matchup, they specifically picked Scars.
Yeah.
And again, I thought that was actually a very good pick from them to just get something under their belt, get a taste of international play, and sure enough, it's leading the charge so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Wildcard being at the top is not necessarily what we expected to see. There's still a lot of days to go. Obviously, it's a good start. You just want to get comfortable, and then we're going to see the strategy that every team goes through and how they want to play the rest of their day.
Our bottom 10, here they are. From Liquid all the way down to Scars, we go from 5 down to 4 bullets at the end of it. And the way this works is the team at the bottom gets to pick first during the draft. So there's an extra layer to it where, yes, okay, you've had a bad day, but maybe if you set up a proper matchup for the day coming after.
Okay, so winners don't get a pick.
That'll be the moment for you.
Losers pick.
Interesting. Basically at the end of the draft. So everything in your mind, except for the map ban, has to already be preset before we all leave the studio tonight.
So that's what M80 was doing. They wanted to lose on purpose so they could have a better chance at picking a weaker team tomorrow. I see.
That's what G2 did. That's what Falcons did.
One of the chicken card gets pulled out. Then you might have to go against a stronger opponent.
If you're Scars, who do you pick?
G2?
Nah, I definitely don't think that. I think there's a few options that Scars could end up picking, but I think at the end of the day, you've got to be smart with your bullets and what you think, especially getting into those last few days, the 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day. That is where it is going to be really important that you are making a mental note of how many bullets you have and what you can spare and what you can gain back.
Yeah, and you can only put 2 bullets down for tomorrow, so you got to be careful with how much you really start working around with. It's 1 to 2 maximum. But gentlemen, you guys will be covering the draft show over in the commentary booth, and I'll be over there talking to the players as the night goes on. So we're going to take a quick break, set everything up, and then for the first time ever, a draft show here at Reload.
There's nothing but upsets and nerves. That'd be cruel. It's yeah. For your family. Oh no. Film them quick. Dude. You mean Falcons, but yeah, I get what you mean. I don't wait for this for 6 minutes. It's crazy, but all right. Good view been going. It's been going pretty good. You put money on these games on stake? On Prize Picks, I believe you can. Let me go check for you really quick. I'm pretty sure you can. I'll go look, but I'm like 99% positive you can. Actually, I think I have a link here. What? Which probably spell right. Yeah. I'm trying to see. No, Ty, we're not. That's why I live vicariously through you guys. I wish. Wait, why? Just Washington doesn't allow it. I mean, granted, I may say I'm from Canada an occasional day, but honestly, I would probably use Prize Picks if I was like in like at an event or something, so I can bet live. Land of the free, yeah. Let me lose my money in peace. You have betting shops? What is this, Peaky Blinders? I've never heard of that. So no. I've only ever heard of a betting shop for from Peaky Blinders. Yeah, we have casinos, but bro, going to casinos like makes me feel bad. I just see all these elderly people just spinning slots like crazy.
After hours here, we've got a very special little two men joining me. I shouldn't say little.
Peaky fucking Blinders.
Guz is usually very, very tall. We've got ourselves.
I'm British and everyone away. Yeah, Peaky Blinders.
To get ready for tomorrow. Firstly, before we get into it, I just want to say, obviously, as the two North Americans, you've got to be very happy with it.
It's like buying lottery at the gas station.
It was pretty good. I think everyone did.
I know what it is. I've seen Peaky Blinders.
Our part, but at the end of the day,
you can
it's only
bet
day one.
on random shit.
Our part,
you did a good showing?
We made NA. Our influence is key.
We built NA with our bare hands.
Yeah, okay, whatever. It's not about you guys. Now, of course, we've got drafting to do, so Scars will be first up. And if you guys want to kind of explain what we're going to be doing here, getting ready for tomorrow, teams need to basically pick their opponents.
Yeah, Scars is going to be picking the team first because they are last. They're at the bottom of that totem pole because they couldn't find success over Wildcard. So now it's going to allow them a little bit of redemption here to try to find their way, find a team that they're going to feel a little more comfortable with. I do think Wildcard should have been a comfortable pick for them. They obviously couldn't get it done, but it does put them in the seat now to pick.
As you know damn well,
essentially how all the teams are lined up is based on today, based on how many points they risked and ended up losing. It then goes into round count that decides who's at the bottom of the leaderboard, because you see a couple of teams with 4 or 5. So it's the round count at the end of the day. So every round technically does matter, and you get your first pick of the litter. But if you're at the bottom and you lost to a team like Wildcard, so to say, and you're Scars in this situation, there's no easy opponent that you're going to be able to grab.
I think you pick Cloud9 in my opinion here. I think you need to try to find your footing here. I think just given your showing, again, going against Wildcard, no international experience, you immediately become a smoke show. You lose your bullets, you lose your opportunity there. I think best case scenario is you try to go for an easier opponent, try to regain, and I think that should be Cloud9.
Milosh is in there with everyone. It looks like they're getting ready for school picture day.
I was just about to say
Everyone's just kind of lining up and waiting. It's I've got to say, though, obviously we haven't really done this ever before when it comes to Siege and something like this, but it's awesome to kind of just see representatives from every single team. Like,
some coaches.
To see something like this.
Yeah, it's pretty
Some coaches, some players.
I agree. All of them right together with their little legs up in the air, you know, feeling real confident about the teams that they're going to pick. I wonder if we'll see any chicken cards. That would be pretty funny. Yeah. Especially since everybody in the room can interact in a way.
Posted up.
Yeah, Milosh, he's getting ready. He's getting ready. It's an intense situation. But it'd be funny to see, let's say, if Scars picks a team and somebody instantly chicken cards them, and then the whole room erupts with, like, first chicken.
Mentally, though, kind of maybe going a little too deep into it. But if you're picking a team, you're essentially saying, we think you're not that strong.
Yes, essentially. But if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, technically you have to pick somebody. So it's not necessarily an ego chow. Unless, let's say, Scars were to pick somebody at the top of the totem pole, then, I mean, that would be pretty confident.
Like I said, Scars has to pick Cloud9. It makes the most sense.
Cloud9, really?
Yes.
Out of all the teams, and not even a team
they went 7-5 against PSG Talent.
Right. So, but they could pick PSG Talent.
I mean, sure, but
so there's some coaches. There's some players.
I don't know. I don't think PSG Talent.
Who makes the decision here? Because of course you're going to
have
kind of
works for him, low key,
representing in terms of coaches, etc. But is it like a team decision?
It depends on the
looking like
of the team.
Ichigo from Bleach.
Based around
kind of works
heavy, where they make the decision.
While losers get first pick to give them a chance to make it, try to make it competitive. This is more about an exhibition than it is about real, true blue comp. So there is comp, but it gives losers chances to stay in for as long as possible.
And assess out of all the teams you played who you're going to pick next.
I think it's similar to like when you're picking a map pool of what map you're going to end up deciding on. You have like 3 that you think you're going to go to, and then you have 1 for sure that you are 100% going to pick, unless, like you were saying,
so losers pick who they play tomorrow.
The last 2 options. No one should be going into this looking.
So
at
losers
all 10
pick
and
through the winners
who choose at random.
Yeah,
who they pick,
for the
who
teams,
they play.
Of course, that kind of won their bullets today. They're at the top. They're just kind of sitting and
They're
waiting.
just kind of sitting there waiting and see what's going to happen.
They're just happy at who picks, unless there's a specific matchup that you don't want to go up against. Let's say if it's a NA team at the top and they don't want to play against a G2, for example. They would be able to pull out that chicken card just to avoid having a riskier fight and hoping somebody else or an easier opponent
you take G2. I don't want to risk playing Liquid or sorry, not Liquid, but like FaZe or Falcons or whatever.
I'm like, actually kind of prepped and
I'd save my chicken card for FaZe.
We might have an opportunity. Say we do end up in.
I'm not playing FaZe until grand final. See you there. Bye.
We're gonna
thank you.
Kind of plan ahead. We
preemptively think ahead. Yeah,
we think round one's gonna.
Like I said, I think it's as simple as just as you going into a map. Like you have the 3 designated things that you want to pick or maps you want to pick. This should be the same exact situation here. I think that can change based off your performance and how well you do. Like I said, since we're talking about Scars, because they're specifically going to be starting first, I think they maybe did think that they were going to get a win over Wildcard, so they maybe thought, okay, we're going to go with a different opponent. But after that dramatic loss, surely that should change anything that may have been there before.
So what Lax is trying to say,
what am I trying to say?
In map bans, because you've never been on that side of the coin, but usually
you only pick a winning team.
Plan the maps that you want to go to.
Said that prior,
and take out the maps from the other team. So essentially in this situation, you're looking at the teams that to you
a Chicken Fury before FaZe.
It doesn't necessarily matter where they are in the leaderboard. It just matters how your playstyle compares to them. A fast team would want to play against a
Either
slow
way,
team.
I'm saving it for a Brazilian team like dead ass. Like even Liquid, like it's like.
What's your prediction? Are you backing your
Liquid games are going to be nail biters, squeakers.
In person, but
they're not going to be
over the
blowouts.
phone. So we still will be getting
like any Brazilian team that even if you beat them, they're going to be fucking close games.
They're at the gym right now, actually.
Probably.
But as for who I think Scars
Brazilian
would take, I
team,
believe
chicken
they're gonna
cards,
go for
I'm not
somebody in
surprised
the
if I see
APAC
them.
region that also had a rough showing. I think that they would go for PSG Talon.
Okay, who obviously did actually lose.
But FaZe can't pick because they won, so someone has to pick FaZe.
I think you would possibly want to save.
Or
PSG
FaZe is going to play wild card and no one picks them. So
Okay, so you're kind of looking at it strategically.
Because we think, obviously, we know what the rest of the cards are. Things will be exposed as later goes on. You will be able to pull out some of those going into day 3, and if you can have an easy opponent like that, then you'll probably save that.
Call me crazy here, but I could see a situation where a team at the bottom, let's say Scars, for example, picks one of the top teams like a Furia or DZ.
No one picks FaZe. FaZe will
that
play
it's gonna
wild
be a
card. I
hard game.
think
If
that's
they
how
win,
I think that's how it
great,
works.
But we're only risking 1 to 2 bullets. But if we lose, we're at the bottom of the totem pole.
It said wild card can't be
where
picked.
More cards can be activated, and that's where you're able to pick.
I'm not sure what that means.
Specifically for that day 3 to maximize the amount of bullets that you could get.
All right, first pick is in, so we are going to go over to Milos.
Yeah, hi. Welcome to our beautiful studio where we lined up all of them except for SSG. We'll talk about them in just a second here. They're on call. Don't worry about it. And we have our first pick now. Scars, of course, our Japanese squad picked whom's to play against. I'll have to see. Who did you pick to play? Oh. What do you have to say about that? Are you ready for Scars, the Japanese domination?
Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, that might be the only game that they're actually gonna win. So we'll see.
I watched your game today, Kirby. Don't lie.
Yeah, it was bad. But it's gonna be better.
Okay, that's our first pick then. Fnatic will be playing against Scars. We'll have to see what sort of bullets were loaded in for
They're
this
sitting
game
next
later
to
on,
each
but
other?
Yeah, that's
They're
our
not
first
picking
pick.
in real
We got
time.
something in the chamber for then send it back to the studio.
Not quite. Cloud9 lacks. Fnatic.
We both were wrong in some ways. I mean, Fnatic didn't look great, but I mean, at the
They're
same
just sitting
time,
next
I
to
still
them?
think they're a
It's not
weaker
real-time
opponent.
picks?
Obviously, there's a lot of strats that go into who you're deciding, who you want to end up playing against. But me personally, I don't think Fnatic should have been the pick.
I mean, they're the next one in the leaderboard. I believe Fnatic had a rough showing, but I agree. There
Oh.
are weaker teams, quote unquote, that
You
have
can
lost
pick
today that
losers.
Scars could've went
Oh,
for.
shit.
But again, it all comes down to the matchup. Fnatic did look disgruntled in the way that they were positioned.
Okay, so I guess CAG gets a pick now because Fnatic's picked, and they just keep going up. Oh my god.
Again,
Wildcard doesn't get picked.
teams, but Scars would know best.
No, Wildcard doesn't get picked because they're just leftover.
Yeah, indeed, gentlemen. Our pick is in. So we got CAG here. Have a chat with CAG. Who did you pick to play tomorrow?
Elevate.
Oh, Elevate on the other end. Are you scared of CAG, or do you think they're going to CAG it against you?
Yeah, I'm scared. But it will be a good game.
I can see the sweat dripping down. This is going to be a tough one tomorrow. Gents, I mean, commentary here, because Elevate, they're looking real scared.
I mean, if you want to look at, Brazil as a region and how strong they've been, you're picking a team that is a full Brazilian roster where we've known Elevate to be in that APAC region. They were a Thai team. This is now a full Brazilian team. So these first two picks are kind of question marks for me.
It's not.
They haven't even played in APAC, so they're not an APAC.
Not yet. But it's not a fair showing to Elevate because they played against Furia. So of course it's going to be a difficult game nonetheless. So I think that matchup favors Elevate a little bit. But obviously, I mean, like I said, you want to take a team that maybe you aren't expecting.
Losers are picking other losers.
Against Elevate because
well, as we go up, it'll get better.
I like it preemptively for when we do.
I don't think Wildcard gets a bye. I don't think so.
It's a little first showing. All right, next pick is in. Milos.
It is indeed, and now we're going to head in to PSG Talon. My friend, it's been a while, but who will you play against tomorrow?
I think we pick Fabian and M80.
Oh my god. He's thrown in the towel. He wants the master down. He was just your protege just 3 months ago.
I mean, I don't really care. They're ass. We're good. They're gonna get beaten.
Yeah, S is usually good though. But anyways, thank you very much. That is our next matchup, PSG M80 for tomorrow.
Rolling in thick and fast here, and yeah, so Joker going with Fabian and M80, which to be honest, I think is a bit of a surprise call because M80 looks very good.
I think that's an ego chell.
It was
Why would you go
Yeah,
against
M80
M80 as
loses to
talent?
C9. I mean, that's a little bit of a head scratcher.
First
for me,
of
so you're
all,
gonna go against M80.
it's
I
a
mean,
North
I think that
American
was an ass
team.
decision.
That's not your best
That's
choice
a
that you
huge
could
battle
pick.
for sure. I mean,
Two,
Fabian just leaving PSG.
Fabian
They
literally
specifically
made your
picked
strats.
them. Yes, they're
He
close to
knows
the
what you
standings, but that's
do.
obviously because M80 lost, but it was such a close game. That is absolutely an ego
They
pick.
picked them, but that doesn't mean they have to bet a lot of bullets.
No.
Right? Like they can go in and just say we're going to go with one.
Yeah, they can risk up to 2. So if you just go with 1 to play it safe going into day 3, I mean, no harm, no foul. They want to take a jab at Fabian specifically. I think that's what that was.
I think M80 are going to love that matchup. Straight up, 2 bullets going into the chamber, and I think that they'll come away with a pretty comfortable win.
I'd be happy.
Well, it's crazy to think that this next pick is going to be from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of crazy in itself, right? I mean, a rough day for them, losing out to Loud. For Falcons now, do they go and say, okay, let's go and actually take on a good team?
I think they avoid
just
Brazil. I think they avoid Brazil, especially after losing SI 2-phase, and then now starting out this tournament, you're losing to Loud. I think they're going to avoid Brazil for right now, regroup, try to get an NA team, APEC team, another EU team, whoever that's going to be. I think for just right
They'll pick
now,
an
this
EU
specific
team,
pick,
like
they
Team
avoid Brazil.
Secret or something.
Well, just like at SI, Furia lost to Cyclops in the first round and then bounced back. I could see this being the same thing where Falcons came in with a lot of bravado. They felt very confident, and then they lose their first round. So as long as they're picking anybody that they could beat, I could see them also picking up a top team just to get that confidence back.
Yeah, visually the game looks pretty good.
You don't have to wait any longer. The pick is in.
The pick is indeed in, and this time it's on Falcons. Today, a rough time, but it's okay. I'm used to disappointment. I'm an EU fan anyways. Who do you pick for this game?
FearX.
FearX. Okay. All right. FearX. The gauntlet has been thrown. Do you accept the challenge?
Yeah, I think not today, bro.
Chicken card invoked. Oh!
Not today, bro.
I mean, the Foxes are picking the chicken card. This is not going well. All right, well, this means that Falcons, they're going to have to pick somebody else. So do you know who you want? Yeah.
Wild card.
Yeah, easy. Wild card picked up to play Falcons tomorrow. What do you think about that?
That's fine with me.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. The rookies have what it takes, buddy. You were a rookie one day. Don't worry about it. I remember Vitality's Stuflex back in the day. Anyways, that's it for our next pick. We'll send it back.
I was hoping for a lot of chicken cards.
FearX, and it means for Wildcard, who of course had a very dominant showing today, 7-1 victory themselves, now go up against Falcons.
Listen, I can appreciate Justin saying, you know, we're
Not
ready,
today,
we're
bro.
confident, but I'm gonna be. Let's be honest here. I don't really see that going in Wildcard's favor. I think that is a great pick coming out of Falcons, as I expected. I think they're going to go for weaker teams just to get back on the saddle, just to feel comfortable again. So once they get to that round 3, they can actually set themselves up better than what we saw today.
Fox, very quickly though, a chicken card, you only get one.
You only get one.
It's done.
You can never use it again. So there might be a situation where you have to use it. I will say that's a great position to use it.
That's a good pick.
Falcons picking you out right out the gate and then immediately transferring into Wildcard. Even though you may say Wildcard is a weaker team, they're at the top of the standings right now. That's all I got to say.
That's true. All right, G2 are up next, and their pick is already in.
Yeah, their pick is indeed in. We got Amayo from G2 here. Who do you want to play against?
We play FearX.
Do you feel silly for picking that chicken card 5 seconds ago? FearX, I mean, the gauntlet's been thrown. You can't do anything about it. What do you feel? Because it seemed like you know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think like I have some Manchester feeling, you know? So I feel good. Really
That's
good.
not...
All right, feeling good. I didn't hear that 1 minute ago.
I
but,
mean...
you know, there it is.
You
G2
chicken
are
card...
FearX. Now, that's a game I'm looking forward to.
Shaiko and Lagifac to play Alamau and Uno.
With this roster, and then
I don't know.
Into this, G2 obviously got into
I don't know.
They're going to win that.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
See,
I
they
want to say
got
that,
kinda
but at the same
cucked
time,
there a
like
little
I
bit,
talked
poor
about with that
FearX.
roster change of getting Coded and Woogieman back into that roster, there is a lot of unpredictableness that comes from that roster now that G2 is absolutely going to have
Joe,
to
what are you talking about?
especially with the aggression that they just faced against SSG that they couldn't muster out a good opponent against.
If we take anything from G2 today, they played very individual. They were always going for gunfights. FearX is in a great position to be able to capitalize off that. If they're winning their ones, it could easily not go in G2's favor. The confidence could get the better of them. G2 is a confident team. They just need to be able to have that wake-up call that they got today and just try to focus and reset.
Over to Team Liquid and their decision.
Team Liquid and their decision. Now, reminder, Team Liquid signed one of, if not the best chess player of the modern era. Are they playing 6D chess in the game here? Who do you pick?
Cloud9.
Cloud9 on the other end. Cloud9, do you accept the challenge?
We accept, yep.
Accept it. Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Now, usually, if maybe you're like a League fan or something, you think this is really cool, but tomorrow there's a lot to figure out between these two squads, a lot of heritage between them. So, gents, there's a lot on the line here.
I mean, a lot of these bigger teams, they're going to pick the weaker teams or that they see as a weaker team. The thing is,
I'm not getting enough.
In a best of one, it really comes down to 50-50. Is are you going to show up that day? Are you going to have a way better performance? Because you don't have a lot of rounds to work with.
I'm going to try to get some main ranks.
Some of these teams can walk away with it where we have in many instances best of ones.
My goal is
to teams that can just
top 100 again and stay there.
Isn't ready for it.
And I do love that answer from Vivid. The confidence. It was like, we pick C9. And he just goes, yep.
Yeah, I respect it.
It feels like he was prepared for something like that to happen. And obviously, good sweet spot for C9.
No chickens from NA.
No chickens.
I mean, Liquid is like...
Do we get another? It's BDS's turn.
There's no point in chicken in that one.
We got BDS here lined up over on the side. Lilun, stop. What are you doing? No rivalries here. Rivalries only in the ring, right? So, BDS, who do you pick for tomorrow?
Our good friend at Furia.
Furia versus BDS. That's only if Furia accepts. Now, maybe they'll chicken out of the game. I don't know. We've already seen one chicken cut. What's going to happen?
I think the woman here have the big balls, so we accept it.
No comment. That's all you need to hear. Furia accept the BDS challenge. Now, that is a match to look forward to.
That's a big call. That's a big pick there from BDS, backing themselves in against Furia. Now, the question is, though, again, like they don't have to put 2 bullets in. They could just say, yeah, we'll go pick Furia.
BDS did okay against FaZe.
Not a big loss.
Yeah, I mean,
they lost 7-5 to FaZe, so they're not
opponent. I think reality is you aren't going to scare a world championship winning team, and especially a coach. So I think Furia is going to be ready for whoever they want to play.
Well, that's actually a good point. I mean, Fox, there's not really many quote-unquote bad teams or lower-seeded teams remaining.
No, not at all.
Running out of options.
Not at all. And we talked about it. I mean, there was going to have to be someone that had to pick Furia, or eventually they were just going to be a matchup at the end. I like the pick from BDS, though. It's a little bit of confidence. And like I was saying before, if you pick a team that's arguably one of the strongest teams, and let's say you don't risk that many bullets, it puts you in a better position. If you are to lose, it puts you at the bottom of the leaderboard tomorrow, where you're able to then pick a really good team for day 3. And there's a lot of fun stuff that you can do on day 3.
Well, their game finished very, very late. It is Team Secret. Their pick is in.
Yes, indeed. Team Secret's pick is in, and there's a big brain here that's waiting to tell us. Team Secret, who do you choose to play tomorrow?
Our Resident Fellowship, Loud.
Oh, okay. Loud's first big tournament here in Rainbow Six. Do you accept the challenge?
I accept.
All right, Team Secret versus Loud. I mean, that's one to look forward to, because there's a lot of experience on the Secret side, but also on the Loud. I mean, they've been a team that's been dealt a bad hand over time, but now they're with a huge organization behind them. This is one to look forward to.
A big win, of course, for Loud today. They'll be looking to back that up tomorrow now against Team Secret, which I think pretty fair to say they'd go in as favorites, Fox.
Yeah, that's a great matchup for Loud for sure, especially with the confidence behind them. If they're able to just steamroll through, be able to pick up a second win. It puts Secret in a rough spot technically, but obviously I think that'll be a good test to Loud. I feel for Loud, it's all about getting more reps at the moment.
Absolutely. I think any pick that Loud was going to get, if they're getting Secret, fine, so be it. It's just another match for them. Like you were saying, getting that experience is only going to help them accelerate even further through this tournament. And like we were saying, day 3, that is when some funky stuff can happen. So whoever you're getting at the end here, you get one of the better teams, but you're also going to put yourself in a position where you could actually make a lot of things work, like I said, once we go further down into these rounds.
I've got a phone call here, but I can't seem to
answer.
Pick
Cloud9. No one wants to pick SSG. SSG is the best North American team.
SSG are not here, so
and they're also
be joining
not here.
us via satellite, aka Discord call. SSG, who do you pick for tomorrow?
Daisy.
Dark Zero on the other side. We'll see if they accept. I can't believe this is so scuffed. Why are they not here? Anyways, Dark Zero, do you accept the challenge?
Of course I do. NA rivalry, brilliant. Benja, I know your hides. I'm coming for you.
Wow, I can't wait for another NA game. That's always really fun. Haha, right, Fox, Lax, right?
I love NA. I think that's going to be a great matchup, but to be honest, SSG, DZ, both teams look amazing today. They both have completely innovated their rosters. It'll be exciting to see because from what we know, DZ is a slower, methodical team, but they did change that recently since getting Spirits. SSG, very aggressive team, the hot and cold, basically, and he's on either of these rosters.
Yeah, I mean, NA rivalry, but then you look at this next pick. There is no pick. It's two teams that are forced to play against each other, which is going to be W7M and FaZe. So we talk about an NA rivalry. Now we have a LATAM rivalry. That is going to be quite a barn burner as well.
In terms of two organizations, there's so much historicalness to that matchup, W7 and FaZe. Of course, the remaining two teams, there's no picking involved there.
That's the game to watch.
What's your thoughts on that before we
God.
things up?
Well, today, the two teams that didn't get picked was G2 and SSG, and we saw that turned out. Now, I would say we have an arguably closer game between these final two teams. I think it'll be great regardless. That's all I really have to say.
Yeah, draft on here, boys. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks for joining me, and we're going to go back over to Milos.
Thank you, gents. The draft, the first time ever in Rainbow Six history with a live draft with all 19 teams that are present with us here in the studio with SSG joining remotely. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause. What a great day that we've had today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fabian, for tolerating us here in this social setting. It's been a hell of a day that we've had here for Reload. Our first day to kick off Siege X and the brand new story and a chapter in competitive Siege. Now, you've seen what the games are, the schedule, and the amount of bullets that will be loaded in for tomorrow will be announced on socials in just a bit, so keep your eyes on it. We'll talk about that very early in the morning. What a day, what a time. It is Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Love Siege, and oh my God, have we had a hell of a day. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early for more Siege X.
Well, time will tell, Cam. I think that's it, right? I believe that's it. Not to study then? Yeah, but I feel like the change up from Forest to Newers almost makes them a different team. Because Forest was never dropping kills. Forest was like the guy that was like throwing his life away so they could get like a domino effect. And then you replace him with Newers, who is just murdering everyone. It's like, I don't know. I feel like they changed up a little bit. Enough to be like, you could probably study them a bit, but still. I feel like you could do that for most teams other than Brazilian teams. Brazilian teams are just playing everywhere all at once and then playing together Siege. So. And then he tries to play very strategy. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm going to hide here. I hold this position with utility. And then someone just comes flying in and just, you know. I'm not getting off, by the way. If you guys think I was getting off? There's still drops. You think I'm getting off when there's still drops? Are you high? You're high. I don't really know what I'm going to do for the rest of the night. I want to play some ranks. I don't know how much energy I have, but we're going to, you know. Well, they already had fragging power. They already had the fragging power. And now they have even more fragging power and less like. No, I'm not getting off until. I wouldn't even consider getting off until drops were over. First and foremost, let's make that clear. I was just thinking, like, do I keep doing like the 24-hour thing, or do I like after drops are over, I just call it a break, wake up early, and do it all over again, just like, you know, so I can actually sleep. I don't know.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its
I'm not
location.
leaving. I'm not leaving now. I'm discussing potentially leaving in like 4 hours from now. Fuck you, Ty.
10 seconds.
People TK. And they gotta be put in their place. You're lucky I'm respectable.
Bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse
Let's just
it.
say that. I always play with the same people, so I never get upvoted. So my positive units aren't very high. My negative units just slowly climb.
Cover your ears. Swapping mags.
One Op 4 remaining. Must protect the diffuser. The diffuser has been recovered. Op 4 eliminated.
I knew it was hurt, so I didn't really give a shit. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let go. Tap, tap, let go, let go. Can you feel that? So while I make normal players look like AI robots, I don't have fear, so I walk in when I hear nothing around me, and I keep going forward. Rooney teammates baby bots? Yeah, I still made a Rooney look like a robot, though.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
He at least kind of shot at me. Chocolate! 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 I crush it! I crush it! I crush it! Body dipping. I'm sorry, there was no chocolate song, dude! There's no catchy tunes, man. I crush it! I crush it! I crush it! It's in the corner. He thought he was covered because of the Azami, bro. That ain't enough, poor guy. See, I see the renegade. That means someone's dicking around office. I know someone shot my drone office, but I mean someone's actually dicking around office. Play smart wire correctly.
Reload!
Audio.
Last operator standing.
Deploying shot drone.
Is Rooney getting sold or is Rooney a baiter? You make the call.
Entry point secured.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Crush it! I crush it! I crush it! Yo! That's you! Let's go! Yo, leave mans alone. This is casual, guys. Leave mans alone. I'm waiting for a rank stack. I also don't have Overwolf on, so I can't even tell you what ranks it is. I crush it, I crush it, I crush it. Crush it, I crush it, I crush it. Where's my butt? Ah!
10 seconds to insertion. Down to 5 seconds.
Changing mags.
Our toxic babes are in position.
I got that TK me, bro. Oh shit.
Reload.
That's a new rappel. That is a new rappel I've never seen before, and probably never will again. I crush it! I crush it! I crush it! I crush it!
Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Angu thinking Shaco has 35 IQ is honestly kind of hilarious. Miss, what was it? It was the worst hookah rappel I've seen in my life. He rappelled outside the mudroom window to look through hookah window.
Ready to eliminate hostiles.
Like, he rappelled outside that window on the wall up. Like, he was like here to look through hookah. So his entire body is exposed to that angle. I've never seen that, so it caught me off guard. Shit
10
was.
seconds.
Hey, it works. You got me.
Reloading, cover me!
5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Well, if I knew he was there in any capacity or quick peeked it at all, I was about to hop out the window. That's why I was standing there like that. The 1v5 versus Copper for sports stream. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Am I the Copper? Spoit won't be able to 1v5 me if I have 4 Coppers on my team. I'm gonna throw the Coppers at him full bore. I'm gonna kill him.
stop standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Boom. Oh, real, how you doing? Like you against them? I would be down for 1v5 versus copper situation, but the problem is finding actual coppers is almost impossible. It's usually people on alt or smurfs that are lying about being copper. So I would personally do like, can 2 champions beat 5 lifetime silvers? I'd say 2 champs because I don't think 1 champ can beat 5 silvers. But can 2 champs beat 5 lifetime silvers? Maybe. It's getting boring. All the YouTubers do the exact same video. That's because most of the Siege player base now, Scott, or most of the viewer base, are Jinxie viewers that don't really like watching. That didn't come for Siege for actual Siege. They like to watch weird things that aren't Siege. That's how they judge how good someone is. 1v1s. How many times have you heard about 1v1s in Siege? If you could get 5 actual coppers to play, because bro, coppers. One thing I've learned from doing a video with Shock back in the day when we played, against a copper, like we did a copper videos. Coppers in Siege, like an actual copper, are usually copper IRL in their head. Like, it is very hard to talk to them. They are copper IQ as well. At least silvers are like, have a general understanding of the game. And I can talk to them like they're like normal people. But like when I hear about coppers, you can't really talk to them. Like, they don't understand words. Skivvy toilet. Ohio. Just like, dude, what? Like, are you going to join the lobby? Skivvy. Dude, are you joining the lobby or what? Like, come on. Max bronze, but very new. I said copper, not bronze. Bronze players are a combination of players that aren't super good at the game or are very new to the game. If you're copper, you are like either have never played ranked, which, you're not really copper if you haven't played ranked. You just haven't played ranked. It is what it is. Or if you're lifetime copper, chances are, you got some copper IQ. This is live.
Friendly drone deployed.
Drops is still live.
Is reinforcing its location.
Actual Siege is too hard for people that don't want to learn Siege and just want to play the Jinxie game. True. Well, I shot 2 streams ago? No, I did not.
Insertion in 10
I had
seconds.
this watched yesterday.
5 seconds to
I think I
insertion.
wore it 2 days ago. You got me self-conscious now.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
What are you, shirt watching?
Loading new mag.
Say about Minecraft E8s to Siege and not one of them hasn't made it to silver. So you be doing bimbos?
Getting us
No longer in your possession.
No, I mean, there's a difference between people that aren't familiar with FPS gaming. Like, my girlfriend would be a copper. Like, she can barely even move around the map. I'm talking about people that are familiar with moving around, like, this blitz, let's say. Talking about people that are familiar with the game, but don't really understand anything that's going on.
Friendly.
I'm at the stage of the game where a clash or any shield could ruin my game plan. Fair.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
crush it. I crush it. I crush it. So you mean like this?
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Should probably restart the YouTube stream.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its
Probably
location.
restart the YouTube stream when I
You have
run a
dropped the
ring check.
diffuser. The diffuser has been recovered.
Well, if I crash outs, hey, we might. Stay tuned. It ain't over yet. If I do that, this is gonna make them think I'm coming from that direction.
Setting up my replicator.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Like Clash? No. No. That won't be that mean.
Be ready to eliminate.
I crush it! I crush it! I crush it! I crush it! Are jobs still on? I wonder if jobs keep going on past the play days. Anyone know if jobs still on? I can't see because I already, you know, got them all.
10
Clearly. Well, I've been watching it all day. What do you guys think?
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
I want armor. I love when they leave drops on after the event's over, because it really stacks up the viewer count. But like if it's not, then like, you know, it's not as good, but it's still not bad.
Breaks through. Towards barrier. The keeper barrier is activated.
Intermission is under attack.
Try to get
Why was I trying to sprint through it? I don't know, but I was trying to sprint through it. I wanted to be that guy. Didn't work. Let's see, Cam. We'll see how the stream goes and go from there, honestly. It kind of makes my future days probably a little bit easier to handle in terms of my sleep schedule, but in terms of overall stream, you know, definitely puts a rock through my sails a little bit. Because it might be more of a wake up at like, get on stream by like 6 a.m. my time and keep streaming until like 10. Like long days for sure, but definitely manageable. And I wouldn't have to take a nap middle of the stream. We'll see. I'll worry about it later.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
I crush it! I crush it! But I do think I probably end the stream tonight at some point. Whenever I'm just done playing Siege, just end the stream and then, you know, actually get decent rest. I'll be back. Good to go. My sleep schedule, dude, it's so goddamn hard to sleep when you like basically completely change your sleep schedule around. Like, it's tough.
Be ready to eliminate.
Waking up at 5 a.m. versus going to bed close to 5 a.m. is brutal. I'm used to waking up around 11 or noon. Why, friend? Oh, it's good.
10 seconds. 5 seconds and counting. Bomb located by
a little nap as well. Yeah, no, I slept like 3.5 hours because, like I said, like it's hard to sleep when you're like it's not my normal sleep schedule, so it was hard to sleep.
Keeper deployed. We have some time. Wall secured.
But you know, I did sleep. It took me a while to actually fall asleep. I went to bed with like 5 hours on my alarm, and it took me like 2 hours to actually fall asleep. What's the time right now? For me, it is 4:39 p.m. So it's middle of the afternoon now.
Keeper strikes through. Deployed barrier.
We are now protected. Perimeter defense is active.
Reloading. Cover me.
remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Are you tired? I took a little bit of a nap around noon, around like 11:30 to like 1:30. So definitely kind of give me a little bit more of a like a boop. So overall in my tank, because I have an 8 sleep, it kind of keeps track of how long I slept. I have a little bit over 5 hours in my sleep tank right now. So that's enough for me to kind of keep pushing. 3.5, I felt that impending doom in my head. I was like, if I don't get more sleep, bro, I'm gonna die later. I know, I feel fine. Well, it'll be okay. What a drops esports packs you can get from watching the event. Who drops do? Give you esports packs.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
I crush it. I crush it. I crush it. I crush it.
Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Nice round.
Swapping mags!
Reloading!
You don't open the door yet, bro? Alright, you're useless, Ace. You're useless. Yeah, he's still there. You literally saw him. Oh, I see now. I see now. I see. Oh my god, this hurts to watch. And close. They're only live during the Pro League matches, I think.
Op 4 last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
What is the next one? Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
What time at though? Like 7 a.m.
You located a
PST.
bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse
Is
it.
the start time. And also to get all the packs, you do have to be here kind of early. Got dinner, buddy.
Frag grenade hot! In.
Four last operators. Op 4 neutralized.
Dude.
Mission successful.
Dude. Why you kill me, bro? Why you kill me, bro? Yeah, just whatever that conversion is. So, quick conversion for you guys is like take PST and add like 12 hours. Is what it's close to that. I think it's actually 9 hours. Here, let me do PST to Paris time. 9 hours ahead. Okay, it is 9 hours ahead. So 7 a.m. PST is 9 hours ahead for EU. So whenever that is. Math. 10, 1,
Be ready to
4
eliminate hostiles.
p.m. start time. You guys got right at the end. Okay, that's okay. You guys were late though.
Explosive ordnance is ready.
Because it goes for like 10 hours.
10 seconds left.
Organ is ready. Use it if you have to.
It reminds me of those events in EU where the game started like at 1 a.m. Oh man, those were rough.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to
Those
engage.
were rough. UK is really in Paris by 1 hour? Gotcha. Okay. I was just bringing up Paris because I've been to Paris. So I was like, I know it's like 9 to 12 hours, somewhere around there.
Changing mags.
It's 9. This UK is 8. God damn it. My audio betrayed me there a little bit. Supposed to be 3 hours left. Yeah, I think it was just for the event itself, though. No, this is cash. I'm just kind of like, event just ended. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I want to get a rank stack if I can. Try to get a rank stack if I can. If I can't, I'll go solo queue ranks on my ult. But I think I probably can get a main stack. It is Saturday, so.
One friendly remaining. Op 4, last stop standing.
What the fuck?
Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
I don't understand what he's doing. Decision making impaired.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Take some trauma plates. Moving explosive ordnance.
10 seconds. 5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Reloading.
spotted.
Prone shell out.
What is this silly dynamic bullshit? Well, we have an iron box, so.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Out with the old, in with the new.
Putting a shell in play.
Oh. Hi.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
I'm not using aimbot was banned for cheating. Little ironic there. I wonder why he was banned.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
10 ace? I don't think so.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location
I
and
think it was
defuse
like
it.
4, probably. I don't really remember. I wasn't really keeping track. I already got my blaze badge though.
See you on the other side.
Changing mags. Loading mag.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Blackbeard. Farming reputation, it's all it takes. I was at 60 yesterday, now I'm at 123 from playing casual for like a couple hours. W. I just need to get rid of my negative units. Abandons. I leave a lot of casual games. Negative comms. Sometimes I text too much. Whoops. Friendly fire. I mean, yeah, a little bit here and there. Fuck.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage. Op 4, last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Oh, then I don't know, Ty. Maybe, for taking bans? For canceling matches? Maybe. Because I have done that. We'll play with my whammy. I have done that.
Be ready to engage, Op 4.
Favorite team for reload? Any North American team. I'm not picky.
Adding some protection from grenades. Magnets ready.
That's all.
Let them go.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds and counting.
now.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Stay clear of the blast zone.
Perimeter defense is active.
See, that's why I need to work on mine. I thought I shot him in the head. I honestly thought I shot him in the fucking head.
Op 4, last stop standing.
What did I hit?
Giving them a shot.
You have been spotted. One friendly operator remaining.
This guy has 5 HP, by the way. What is this guy doing? What is he doing?
Down to 15 seconds. Time expires in 10 seconds. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
God, the amount of coaching I can do to players like that, my God. My God. How many audio cues is he going to give someone in a 1v1? I would fucking smoke his shit. He wouldn't win a single round. People do underestimate the power of audio. Running around like that gives you so... Well, he had 5 health. Running around like that gives you so many audio cues to the other guy. So many audio cues. You just don't need to do. He could have sat prone in a closet and just won the round because the guy wasn't even trying to win the game. It wouldn't have mattered. It is cash, but still, like, it was just shit siege. It made me be a little bull. Or you just play tuck, or just hold an angle and wait until you get another audio cue. I hate how many time zones they're throwing around. Like, there's no, like... I wish there was one time zone that we all knew that we could just convert easily, like, in the middle of the Atlantic, and you're like +6 or -6 from there. Just right in the middle of the Atlantic. Just, boom. That's the time zone that is global for everything. We just say all the time. So we all know. I have no idea when GMT is. No clue. Well, John, I was low-key kind of trained by pro players in FPL. Where do you think I got this shit from? I didn't make it up. They yelled at me. Stop moving around. I'm like, why? I don't want him to swing me. He's like, yeah, but now he knows you're there, dumb fuck. I'm like, oh, I guess you're right. Even if you're at a bad angle, bad position, as long as you don't move, and he doesn't know exactly where you're at, you're in a good spot if you have your gun up. Every spot is good if you are moving with purpose. When you move and have a reason for it.
drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Ten seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Reloading.
Ready to breach!
Oh, jumpers again. Oh, bitch. Great, Captain's on both sides of the door.
One friendly operator remains.
Man just saw me hit a Captain and hit one too.
Op 4 eliminated
Jesus,
all friendly.
he didn't even check the door. Let's go, Finca.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Ten seconds.
Good job, too.
5 seconds.
Okay.
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Reloading! Dropping into AR. Cover me.
I mean, just layering cash, bro. Just no. What the fuck? 1v1 for fun. 1v1s aren't fun though. I'm good. Why would I want a 1v1 for fun? I win nothing and lose if it be toxic. Boring. I'd go F2 again. I didn't give it the old college try. I gotta give it the old college try. Why are you typing like you're a robot, AI?
Friendly drone deployed.
You've been following me for 3 minutes, and the first thing you ask is the 1v1? Drop your Uplay. What's your Uplay?
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds.
Because anytime someone's asked me to 1v1, and I ask them to drop their Uplay, they either do one of three things. One, they don't do it because they're embarrassed. Two, they do it and they're obviously a fucking cheater. Or three, they're a noob. And it's literally just be a complete fucking blowout.
Popping that!
They'll see.
Going shot drone.
Give me a second though. You just killed everyone. Okay, well.
Last stop standing.
Give me that heal.
Op 4 eliminated.
Long range, it's not a great gun. Why are you typing like that? You're typing like a goddamn robot. Are you PlayStation? What platform are you? Oh no, your PC. Let's see. Brother, you're ranked 2.0 champ. It's gonna be a blowout. It's not even gonna be a fun game. There's no point. There's just literally no point.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4
You lost
is
on it though?
reinforcing its
I mean, you see
location.
the first kill though? At high elo, I would have died to that guy. I'll do 1v1s against people on stream occasionally, but not very often. But most of the time I do 1v1, it'll be either a 1v1 people on stream for shits and gigs, and I'll just take challenger after challenger. I don't really give a shit.
Location and defuse it.
Or I'll do it for content. Actually, I don't mind it as much as I thought I would mind it, honestly. That felt good, Flash.
Like this! Enough! Come and get it!
Last stop standing. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Honestly, not super bad. No points? Okay, buddy. I mean, you're a ranked 2.0 champ. I mean, I'm just being honest. It's just... And you don't have a name in Siege, so there's no content in it for me. And I'm not taking 1v1s against viewers right now. Yeah. Should continue tomorrow? Yeah. But no, I'm on my main. I was trying to find a rank stack. I might go solo queue on the alt soon though. Because anytime I do 1v1s, it needs to either be A, it's for content. I'm against a creator. Yeah, I can turn it into a YouTube video easily. 2, it's against people on stream, and I'm just taking challenges from people I've seen in stream before, just because why the fuck not? It's a content thing.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Taking challenges from people that have been following for 3 minutes for no damn reason, for like, I get nothing out of it, right? Like, I'm better off playing Cash or shit, solo queue on my ult, or even better yet, play console ranked.
10 seconds remaining. Down to 5
No
seconds.
point about content, not about.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready.
There,
to
1v1.
engage.
1v1's just stupid. Ask anyone that does 1v1s. 1v1s mean practically fucking nothing. We did a 1v1 to try to redeem myself for earlier. Did you take that? No, I'm not 1v1 random motherfuckers right now, bro. Like, the only random motherfucker. If you drop 10 gift subs and say 1v1 me, SenVale, then sure, fuck it. Fuck. Then sure. But otherwise, unless you're a content creator, I'm just like, no. If it's a content creator, I'm gonna turn it into a YouTube video. That's just how it goes. Nobody enjoys watching 1v1s. They just don't. Unless it's against content creators. Reload! Raise your hands real quick. Would you guys rather watch a 5v5 ranked of sweaty motherfuckers calming and playing actual Siege, or 1v1ing Bob Fortnite 420? I'll 1v1 people for 10 gift subs. I don't give a fuck. 10 gift subs, and I'll embarrass you. Sure. 1v1 me too. I put the house on it. I'm not saying to get anything if I win. I'm saying 10 gift subs and I'll 1v1 you. Like, win or lose, I don't really give a shit. Shit, 20 gift subs, you can clip me saying that you beat me. And I'll just, you know, yeah, he's so good. He totally slammed me in a 1v1. Yep.
You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Why are we actually reinforcing emergency quick match? Oh,
15 seconds.
I didn't want to think about it. I just kind of naturally
Time
did it.
expires in 10 seconds. 5
I'm
seconds
just so
to go.
used to reinforcing that law, I guess. I've done it thousands of times.
The time limit has been reached.
Also, I planned on playing back in archives, so I was like, I don't want anyone to crouch down this back staircase, shoot me in the back. Takes me 10 seconds to reinforce the wall while I wait for them to spawn in anyways. Did I plan on running up via double door? Not really. But I did, like a dumbass. So after the 1v1 situation of you asking me to do a 1v1, what do you think the odds that this guy is still following? I think pretty low. Oh shit, even here.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 has located a bomb.
I do myself. Go should I 1v1 you?
Throwing alarm.
I think the only time I've ever lost a 1v1 was against was a couple times. One time to a cheater, another time because I was 10 shots deep on stream, and then the other one was a Spoid. So, no excuses on the Spoid one, but I mean, the blatant cheater was, I knew he was cheating, but I was 8 shots deep at the time. So, you know, I don't really care about the alcohol on that one because the guy was a cheater. So it's like, it didn't matter whether I was drunk or not. Oh no, I think I actually won the one when I was 10 shots deep. Never mind. Because I remember having a conversation about it yesterday or 2 days ago. I think I actually did win that game. I honestly don't remember.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
What is this shit talk? This is like the most small Pepe hands shit talk I've ever seen in my life. 2 handles? I don't know about that one.
Down to 10 seconds.
No, 8 shots deep in a mag? No, 8 shots deep of whiskey.
5 seconds and counting.
Keep an eye on door.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
I think I won the one where I was 10 shots deep. I don't remember. It was a close game, though. I remember going to Chanka and just emptying my mag over and over. I don't remember if I won that one or not.
Let's get in position.
I remember not giving it the whole full college try, though.
Loading new magazine!
Enemy! Yeah, it was that Gavin guy. I wasn't sure if I won that one or not. I'm like 50% sure I did, but on the flip side, I'm 50% sure I didn't. I don't remember how the conversation went yesterday either. I was so unenthused by it, I didn't really care. It was after I played the cheater guy, and I was just like, I don't really give a shit. I mean, I played a cheater in a 1v1. Like, I didn't care about the 1v1 afterwards. But like I said, 1v1s don't really mean anything, bro. They're just fucking... 1v1s are for people without friends that want to still say they're good. So they try to beat someone that is good in a 1v1 situation that they practice for. Because they don't have anyone to play ranked with, which I get. It's hard to find people to play ranked with, yes, but 1v1s are not a measure of your ability in Siege. They're just not. Because you get 1v1 Canadian. I'm very confident I beat Canadian in a 1v1. But is Canadian a better player than me? Probably. Fuck yeah. But in a 1v1.
Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
1v1s are strictly for ego and content. Yep.
Proceed to bomb.
If Squid asked me to 1v1, I instantly said yes. Like, tell me today, let's do it. I was like, I'm gonna make that into content. And I did. I did really well. just internet tactics. Fair. I don't know. I kind of like the F2. I feel like I understand why people use it. I definitely feel like it's a gun I could get used to. I don't want to do a shooting range with it. Like, it feels like a gun you could get used to if you played it enough. Because once you're full auto, the thing is pretty laser beam, but the first couple shots, like tap firing, does not really exist with this gun.
Have a shot.
Like,
literally.
Like tap fire is like you're in Narnia, but like you know, like I'm a lot worse at controlling recoil from the left side. I don't know why. I'm better on this side. It's tricky. I don't have the sense for this, low-key.
Cybersecurity guidelines can be found on your personal terminal.
Like it's like I get the gun. I understand it. Definitely more of a console gun, though. Like, I understand you console players using it, because, like, I feel like I need to change my sense just to use the gun. Which?
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Ten seconds.
Smells like alcoholism.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
That's alcohol does.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
I mean, completely fair and valid. I just don't have the patience for casual. Kudos to those that do.
Sending out my drone.
Alright, we still killing the ult now. I can't do CAS anymore. I did it for as long as fucking possible. Giving my people enough time to actually get on, but apparently they're all degenerates and only wake up late as hell. So instead, I will get in the ult, play some ranked. As someone asked me to play ranked. What's my fucking timing, dude? Jesus Christ. My fucking time is incredible, bro.
What?
The fucking. Oh.
Sonny, what
Oh,
I was
yeah.
asking about.
Oh, the other thing? No, bro.
What other
Hello?
thing?
Get Quan, get Quan, get Quan, get Quan.
What?
DM Quan, DM Quan, DM Quan.
We have 5.
No shit. The thing. I'm talking about the joke, dumbass. DM Quan, DM Quan, DM Quan.
Flip call quad. Oh fuck.
Spam call Quan, spam call Quan. Get Quan, get Quan.
Show them, Quan. Show them.
I'm launching on my main. It's launching.
Oh, I get it. It sucks because I muted stream to like, because I didn't want to like leak y'all. Like I was saying, don't fucking do it, and then like everyone thought, like vice versa.
Jack and Coke is a college drink. I refuse to acknowledge it.
It's like everything like that. Could've
Jack
went
and
wrong,
Coke is somehow stronger than me just drinking other whiskey by itself.
Get out. Alright, bro.
I'd rather drink whiskey, just normal whiskey out of a cup, than drink Jack Daniels mixed in anything. So.
I can't wait to queue cheaters. Have y'all been playing cheaters?
Mm-hmm.
I heard you don't play cheaters, though.
Nah, I do. A lot of cheaters. A lot of cheaters.
I've never played a cheater again in my life.
Hey, bro.
Johnny Walker's good.
Oh, fuck. The Quan's gun method of doom. You know that land that you guys were talking about going to? Bro, I don't even know if they'll let you guys go.
I'm not going to that shit, bro. What?
Well, I heard Quan is. I don't even know if
Yeah,
they'll
he
let him
is.
go.
Why?
I wonder why. DM Quan.
Bro,
Yeah, it doesn't even have like a comp ban, but that's for Blast, so I mean maybe.
I don't think he has a comp ban because there's only Vex.
He is.
Yeah, didn't he have he had an invalid mouse file? You get comp ban for that? I actually don't know.
No, I don't. That's not why like their team got DQ'd. It was because of Vex. Like
Yeah,
other,
the
like,
recoil
other,
scripts,
other
but-
yeah, like other people had like that on top of Vex's like recoil script bullshit.
Just didn't
like,
look good. I don't know if he
yeah.
got a ban for it, but maybe.
I don't think he got banned for that. Nah, Quan is fine. You, on the other hand, oh fuck.
No, I'm fine.
Really?
I got like 2 more months until I can appeal the ban.
Wait, I thought you said like you could appeal the ban in like a week, like 2 months ago. Yeah, I might have to restart my computer.
No, that was like I said a month ago, and it's like I have a fucking 28 more days. Let me see, I have it
When I
written
drink
down.
hard
I have
alcohol,
keeping
I like
track of
drinking
that.
the
I have it on
straight
my
up
calendar.
alcohol
I thought you said you're going
because I
Yeah,
like
on the
knowing how much I
26th
drank.
On the 26th,
When I mix it, I
can
get too
appeal
fucked
it,
up.
and I leave on the 24th.
That's
so
college me. I don't want to be that guy anymore.
I don't know.
I want to know exactly how much I
I wanna
had.
be able to
I like
appeal
to
it.
hover
I
under
gotta,
10
like, be at
drinks.
my PC to
I don't want
appeal
to
it,
accidentally drink more than that.
Probably like 3 weeks.
I don't want to wake up hungover.
After
When I'm
that.
going out drinking with buddies.
I don't care what server, but we should probably. Sindra, you're streaming it?
Bro, I haven't stopped, so I'll definitely.
Okay, okay.
It's not me being mature. It's me not wanting to be hungover. I don't want to waste an entire day being hungover, being completely just like cronked out of my mind. Like awake, but like ready to fall asleep at a moment's notice. Just can't do anything. Shirley Temple is no alcohol. Once buzz, I'm basically chasing the dragon until I'm out of the bottle. Oh, if I'm with friends, yeah, I do the same shit. I go hard when I'm drinking with friends, but I don't do it super often. I'm drinking with friends, I usually just drink beer. So, I mean, it's like, if I go to the bathroom like 3 times, that's probably my limit to stop. Because I mean, it's just straight up liquid, you know? Like, it's flowing through you. And like with beer, one thing I like is like you can kind of gauge how messed up you're going to get pretty easily until you start drinking that crazy stuff at some of the bars. So it's like, oh yeah, let's get the Irish Death. It's 12%. You drink it, you're like, yeah, it's just 12%, bro. But you get a liter of it, and you're like out of a big stein. You're like, yeah, well, this is one beer, right? That's not one beer. It's technically like 4 drinks. Cost effective though. Like 10, 12 bucks. Yeah, I'm not a big mixed drink guy. I don't know. I just like the straight up alcohol. I'm like beer or whiskey. That's my go-to. If I can drink a mixed drink. I just don't. I don't like drinking sugar because I feel like it makes my hangovers worse. I'm like, I don't know. Drops are on if the event has them on because I have drops. But if they're not on, that means they disabled them because the event's over for the day. Beer is vile.
Just like you lose enough time, so you go into like a
I don't think so.
1v1 version of the
Think
game.
when men pretend like
on
it?
the enemy team or some different.
Scott, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Drinking beer is like drinking black coffee. We don't like it. We just like the effects of it. And we just don't want the extra shit. Like, no beer tastes better than what a root beer or cream soda tastes like. Let's be real. Let's be real for 5 seconds. I drink beer all the time. But I'd rather drink a root beer or a cream soda. So I get it. I get mixed drinks. I understand it. It's just I don't want to drink all that sugar. And bloats you so bad. Yeah, but I'm kind of a tank like that, so I'm sorry, I couldn't finish that without laughing. Scott girl, because that's because you're drinking like the natty lights, like the 2% beers. I'm not going for the 2% beers. I'm going for the 6% beers. You know? Like, you don't feel overly bloated versus like, you drink the 2% beers, bro, you dead ass are just chugging water. I remember in college, I had like 20 natty lights in a single night. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys in on a disgusting thing I did. There's this event called Beer Olympics when I was in a fraternity. It was it's literally what it sounds like. We were just drink, beat the other teams, and I dead ass because you're allowed to puke, and I'm a competitive motherfucker. So like I was doing the whole purge thing. I drank 47 beers in a single night of natty lights. Tall boys. I threw up a lot during the drinking because I was basically using my stomach as a bucket vessel to go somewhere to puke and come back and drink more. But as time went on, I slowly got more and more drunk because I kept drinking. So I wasn't as drunk as I could have been, and my throat hurt. But did I win? I think so. Did I win anything? No. There's this thing, another thing we did in my fraternity where like classes go against each other, like freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, etc. And it's called class quarters. You're playing quarters where you flip a quarter on a table, beer can upside down on the top. So it starts off, everyone chugs a beer, and you flip it over. And then, you know, you go. And you flip the quarter on top of the beer can. When you flip a quarter on top of the beer can, you can give an entire beer to someone outside your class, anyone. You point at them and be like, "Yo, Nolan, beer," and then he has to drink a beer. At one point, I got to a point where I had 5 beers lined up. I'm like, guys, stop! I have 5. Like, I have 5. Stop. We got to the end, and it's like, you know, 2 captains are chosen, and then you do. Like when there's like only a couple people out, you can't tap out, by the way. The only way to get out is by puking. So by the end, I'm the team captain for one side against another side. My side, we can't play quarters, but I knew they could drink, and I was the anchor. Right? I'm shirtless with a fucking Russian Ushanka hat on, just fucking like going crazy. And so for the end rules, you get this big old flower pot, you pour 3 tall boys in it, and then whichever side flips all their quarters into one of the vases, then the other side has to Anchorman style finish the beer, and you keep going until one team drops. And by the end of it, I'm so fucking full, like, because it's just volume. You're puking from volume, not puking because you're drunk, because it's Natty Lights, like, and this is all within like an hour and a half. So it gets to the end, and there's this big old flower vase, and they're all tapping out because they could barely drink anymore. And I'm like, guys, we lost. I hope you guys know that. Sing me a song of my demise. And I just tried to finish the entire thing, and no, I did not. What's college like in America? Honestly, it's kind of like you have as much fun as you want to. You can either be very academic, you can be academic and a partier, or you can just be a partier. I mean, it really depends on you. You get to pick your own battles. You decide your own fates. I joined a fraternity because I wanted to jump into being social, because honestly, I wasn't very social. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't very social, but I wanted to jump into trying to be social, so I joined a fraternity.
We need to locate a bomb.
You're the one to take out. Well, because for my class, because my class, we were the freshmen during that era, and they were all ganging up on us at the start, and they knew they had to hound me down early.
No.
Yo.
Why did they get like?
Yeah, I never
dropped from one in Goons. Well, Exit wasn't even in one in Goons.
In one of Goons, bro. What?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Nexus about that. Exit wasn't even in that because he got banned for cheating.
Basically.
Speaking of cheating.
There was a clip of me saying some like
10 seconds to insertion.
Like 2 years ago, and
What frat? Like 5 Kappa Psi.
5 seconds
people
to
were
go.
like bringing it up, like posting it.
Wait, so that's why they dropped you from something 2 years
You
ago?
must locate and
Oh my
defuse the
god.
bomb.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
it wasn't about it. It was
some guy.
The org.
Yeah,
some
I
guy
understand.
quote retweeted the original tweet with it, and it got like 500 likes.
That's so funny.
Like 150,000 impressions. I don't blame them at all. I mean,
Yeah, open up Raptor's door.
I didn't think that shit was fucking.
When was top
You have to
lobby?
get in storage. I'm in storage. I need to take a shit off the wall.
You have located a bomb.
I love my Raptors.
Am I dead?
Is that what mine?
Yeah.
Go down. I'm gonna go electrical.
Track sting is active. Changing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump into electrical. Hold on, let me join it.
Drone deployed.
One in grass.
Legion's connector. Yeah. It's Legion. You're going back to your box. Go back to your box.
You out to the wall door?
Knocked up on me. Knocked up on me.
He's in my gridlocks. He's on the wall on the hop up. On the wall on the hop up. You can hop in easy. You can hop in easy.
We gotta go top off. We gotta go off.
Yeah, gotta go. Stay garage door. Just one.
Is on me dead? No, he's behind me. Electrical. 1 HP in electrical. Is on me off. Electrical. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. Aqua.
Yeah, that's fine.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Pillar and
One's
E-box.
pillar, one's electrical. Legion's 1 HP.
Heard.
Last stop
One
standing.
dead.
E-box is
Yeah.
The diffuser is now secured.
Flashbang!
This guy's cheating.
The diffuser is active. Protected at all costs.
Don't even swing it.
Good up.
Good shot.
Op 4 eliminated.
That guy's not cheating. They do have a guy that's probably cheating
I
though.
miss playing with competent people though. Like, I haven't played in like a good stack in so long.
That Donald guy might be cheating.
Competent stack. Thank God it's a 5v4.
I thought Exalt fucking was the one that got
Nah.
they got dropped from that. That was so funny.
It was me and Shocks.
Damn.
Wait, Shocks got banned from it or dropped from it too? Like from
was in that clip.
because of the reason? Oh damn, fuck.
It
Wow.
was both of us talking about it.
I mean, bro, like why even get Shocks? Like, oh my God.
I mean, it's more of like a friendship thing.
Yeah.
I was like a friendship team.
Use your drone to locate a bomb.
Clippers, bro.
Not even just that. It's like you have a lot
I
of.
thought they picked you up off a blitz.
Somebody was there.
Yeah, I mean, that
Didn't
was-
listen.
that was-
It's fine.
yeah.
He killed 2 other guys.
Are you banned from anything like this?
No.
I think just TPO.
What the
But-
fuck? Why the fuck did they ban you from TPL for something 2 years ago, bro?
Nah, I don't think it's that.
Oh, you got a rap sheet, huh? Okay.
I think it was like the Quan method, but
Yeah.
yeah, they're like
The
weird for me too.
allegation.
Insertion in
They're
10
weird no
seconds.
matter what.
Nah,
even
the TPL admins are just like weirdest. Like those
5
guys are
seconds
just
to
weird.
insertion.
Also, that
Zay?
Table guy just
Yeah,
doesn't like
Zay.
me anyway. No, Table.
I mean, Zay is weird as
must
fuck too.
locate and
Zay is
defuse a
so
bomb.
weird. Like followed me on Twitter when I first joined the league and started playing and I was able to play, and then he unfollowed me and then like banned me from the league and like said I'm a weirdo after he like after he found out I said like a racist remark a long time ago. Like he's just weird. I guess there's no second chances in these T3 leagues. Whatever though. One's a double door on my water double door downstairs. Loading, no magazine! Top door stairs. Or top cargo stairs.
Yo, let's just take Bird. I need to get the bandits off the wall.
Oh, one bottom lobby. One bottom lobby.
Bird. Yeah, can you hold my last cam?
Yeah.
Senzo?
Yeah, got it.
He's in games now,
Yeah, one's in games.
He went hallway, no, 2 brown 90, 2 brown 90. He's running to you, X, running to you right now. Wow. He's losing.
Changing mags!
I have a flank cam for, nice. One more, top on the half, on the half, on the half.
Oh my god. He's still on the hatch.
Bomb has been located.
Third floor hatch?
No. He was like bending hatch.
Yeah, he was just in vending.
Careful XL hop up though, if you walk over there.
Wall's cated, we can't get main wall. We'll just walk cargo and I'm gonna play to drop a
Loading you!
I have a 90 cam.
Heard, I'm getting a cam for
You want me to EMP when you drop? Let me know.
yeah, you can. We'll just chill for a bit. They're gonna
Okay.
walk at us eventually. I have a flank cam for EXA.
I'm on it.
90.
I got both of them.
Heard.
Throwing Selma. Get ready for the breach.
I think I should have double with you.
One's pillar for sure.
Yeah, one's on the pillar. Can you just shoot Burt on him? Shoot Burt on the pillar guy.
Yeah. I hit him.
He's still tucked there on the pillar. Still tucked on the opposite side.
Okay, hold on. I'm going. Dead.
Nice.
Close XL door. Both there.
The diffuser
Close
is
right
no
door.
longer in your possession. Down to 1 friendly. The diffuser is now secured.
Right one.
4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
So not joining. I probably need to join more. That's exactly what I was thinking when I
Yeah,
died.
see, like I made the vert too. Like I made perfect vert on him, and he
It's all
just
good.
sat under it with.
Don't worry, I'm not doing hard.
looking at
I
it.
was just
Yeah,
playing a
it's
little
so
bit
slow.
lackadaisical because I saw the
Good
ranks.
call, good
But
call.
don't worry.
Good job. Are these guys cheating? What's the lore?
One of them is supposed to be cheating, but I mean, Donald, but he's
You
not
sure?
too.
Who?
Heard.
SenVale, didn't you say Donald? Donald or who's cheating? The Donald guy, right?
I don't think anyone's shooting.
I'm pretty sure you said Donald. If not, probably none of them then. Pretty sure there's supposed to be one. SenVale, didn't you say
to
Donald
locate
was
a
cheating
bomb.
on the enemy team?
Donald,
Might
yeah. Donald.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like a 1.9 KD with 7.6 kills a match.
Holy fuck, okay.
But everyone else is really butt, so I figured we'd probably be fine. His win rate's also like barely above 50, so I was like,
They have a warden.
I'll work house again. Ivy side.
Heard. I bet.
The fuck I say
We
house?
should just-
Jesus.
We can just
I'm confused.
walk on the
Insertion in
Raptors
10
scouts,
seconds.
Yeah.
we
Can
just
you
walk in with
can you
whatever
thatch right Nexus? I'm gonna fuse this
5
guy
seconds to
off the
insertion.
breach.
A bomb must be
Fuse
located
the
and
right side.
defused.
I'm gonna fuse the left. Top left.
Or against the right side.
Yeah, you should.
Reload.
Ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Sequential breach.
Even trick.
Yo, no one's playing Raptors right now, by the way. I'll been yeah, I think you can. No, there is. He's all the way in the far corner. On the door.
2 top lobby staircase.
Here, I'm gonna.
Drone out.
Raptors dead. Raptors dead.
Nice.
Chill. I'm using them Lucy inside ID. Trying to hit it. I just can't hit it. She got my
There's
cam.
no rotate. Raptors is carrying.
You located a
I'm
bomb.
walking in
Guys,
ID.
IT door. He said, there's a web on the vault up. Zach, close to the doors. One pillar, one close IT door. No eyes on last. I can ace the garage. If you want. You go off. You go water.
Op 4
Close right
last
to
stop
me.
standing. Diffuser has been recovered.
Good shot, I
Op 4
So in
eliminated.
what world does anyone ever play doubled up on top lobby staircase with one guy on E-box watching my door? Bruh.
You don't like that play?
No, I don't like that play.
It's a W play.
That's called a streamer push by himself and get slammed.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
They're flopping down. Type shit.
You know you're not running a nickname, right?
I did not know that.
I
That
was
makes
surprised. I'm
more
like, why?
sense.
I was like, why are you running no nickname?
That makes more sense. Okay, well.
Yeah, first thing
even more aura.
Hello,
first
Aura.
thing this guy said is, nah, no way we lose to this old man.
Yeah, that's the first thing he said.
I didn't even see that.
Oh yeah, it's their top right too. Yeah. It's fucking sniping.
Probably didn't have it deviously.
Oh, I've met him at lobby every time, and he's back up every time. I need to stop
Those
pushing
games
it.
are crazy though, huh? Like that.
Stay clear of
Only real upset game I saw was the Falcons game. I'm honestly proud about that. That shit was
Low
crazy.
key, how did Loud is just insane for that. Loud is like, I was like, this team's going all the way, bro.
I mean, they're the Raza company team. Remember them?
Yeah, I know. Raza was good.
Yeah, I know. They're really good. They were beating like NA teams. So, I mean, it's a Brazilian roster, so I can't be too surprised by Brazilian
Shigo,
teams.
the second, placed like second every event. Got a shot. The walls, bro.
Wall reinforced!
It's an aqua. They might fly off.
Shiba deployed. Sophisticated. Ready and waiting.
Yeah, outside water. Outside water.
didn't work.
Opened up ID.
Is that door open, bro?
Captain shit. It's crazy. That is 10.
Hey, like that?
That's definitely the best.
It works all the time.
It
You'd be
works every
surprised.
time. Literally,
Bro,
yeah,
he
it
was
works
full
every
beat, bro.
time.
I was like, what the fuck is this?
First off connector.
Yeah, they probably will.
Swapping mags.
I finally learned how to win this week too.
He's close on the wall.
They said.
Ash bottom water.
One more in
my
your
garage,
window, one more in your window. Yeah.
Op 4 last time standing.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
I'm restarting my game process.
I'm gonna go
Time to put a name on. I didn't have a fucking Shima name. I'm a fucking noob, bro. Granted, it's not super hard, but like this is just advertising. Please stream snipe me.
Do we get Quan?
What the fuck? I just got the Alibi and Wamai and Maestro Revolver Black Ice. I didn't even know you could get that. That's insane.
DM Quan. Did Quan DM you?
No, but he's on his main right now.
I thought Quan didn't
Well,
like
he's
Vex
about to-
anymore.
Yeah, you don't like me, dude. You ain't gonna join.
But worth a shot.
We tried yesterday. He's like, no, that Vex kid, fuck that guy.
Bro, I am not playing with Vex. Yeah. You fired it.
Be fired. What can you do?
Shit. I wanna watch. Is Kyrie's game still on?
Let's go, Defusk.
I don't know. I'm gonna call him actually. Actually, no. Should we play East? Or what? We can play a runner if you want.
Runner doesn't play.
I bet you I could DM him and I'll join.
Ask him.
Alright, bet.
I don't think he'll play.
I'm gonna DM him on Twitter.
He does too much? Who?
Yeah, he probably, honestly, probably won't.
Who?
I need to DM Quan myself, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, everyone's playing calls right now. Welcome.
There we go.
Blame me. I have Vex muted.
Yo.
Wait, did Kyrie's team win or?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he won.
What quals are going on right now?
TPO?
Finale. XGS TPL. Full shit.
What? How's he even in that? I thought he didn't even play that.
What?
I didn't know he played that. I didn't know he played that. Like, fucking here. I didn't know he was in that league.
Oh, they're just playing balls.
Exil, add me so I can invite you. Someone invite Exil.
Kier joined Forsaken, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because resided in them. He got snaked again.
Vex?
I know, but he
Oh,
resided
I mean,
snaked
yeah,
him.
he does a lot. I'm not gonna lie, he
Yeah, all of
does.
them
He does a
did.
lot,
Mr.
but
B,
I just
Mike
want to
W
play with people that are
resided.
trying to win the game.
I don't know. They're trying out. They're trying people out.
Oh shit.
Alright, I'm starting it.
I was unaware of that.
Why else do you think he joined Forsaken? Wouldn't you think he'd stay with the second place CL team? The second seed CL team? Like, why wouldn't he stay with that?
I do a lot, but like whenever you play with people that are trying to win the game, chances are someone's going to be a little bit of a dickhead. Yeah. Jinxie is risen. What do you mean? Motherfucker's playing Fortnite with an e-girl. He knows what the little cucks want to watch. He knows.